Black Mountain Stories presents the Chainbound Saga, created by Black Mountain Stories, in conjunction with OpenAI's ChatGPT voice synthesis, provided by Kokoro TTS. In a world where old empires lie buried, where gods keep ancient pacts, and where the dead remember every chain ever placed upon the living, one boy rises from captivity with a power the world thought forgotten. He is Vaelorian, the Chainbinder. And this is the story of what happens when the wounded do not seek mercy, but dominion.
Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 1. The road that would not stay dead. Varos did not wake when they began to empty it. Dead cities did not wake. They remembered. Frost clung to the broken stones of the inner court, pale beneath the hour before dawn, and the old fortress held its silence with the stubborn dignity of a corpse that had once worn a crown. Wind moved through arrow slits where no archers stood. Snow gathered in cracks where banners had rotted 1,000 years before. Somewhere beneath the eastern tower, old water dripped in a cistern that had outlived every throat it had been dug to serve. The place had given Vaelorian shelter, books, death, a grave-walker, a goblin, a fox-blooded boy, a knight wearing stolen flesh, a horse that no longer remembered breath, and the first black residue of a chain that had stopped pretending to be beautiful. Now it gave him one final lesson. A place discovered was not a refuge. It was bait. In the lower halls, books were wrapped in stolen cloth. Grave salt was sealed in bone tubes. Rusted cabinets were forced open for anything that could be carried, burned, hidden, traded, threatened with, or used. Malachar moved like a priest among funeral instruments, selecting hooks, scalpels, vials, corpse thread, black pins, dried herbs, chipped focus stones, and 3 little jars of gray powder he handled more gently than anything else in the room. Vaelorian carried books because Vaelorian had ordered books carried. That was the simple shape of his mourning. He had stopped asking whether the weight was necessary after the second time Vaelorian corrected him with the chain, not because the boy enjoyed wasting pain. That would have been easier to hate. Vaelorian corrected with purpose, and that made every correction worse. Vaelorian now knew the difference between pain used as anger and pain used as grammar. The first made noise, the second made memory. Dusk went first through every room they stripped, not because Vaelorian commanded it aloud, because the beast had learned the shape of his will before words reached it. He moved low through the dead halls, black shoulders rolling beneath frost-gray light, nose testing stone, old blood, mold, grave salt, goblin fear, elf sweat, Malachar's 6 sweet herbs, and the cold wrongness of the night waiting above. He did not like Varos. He had tolerated the ruin because Vaelorian had chosen it, but beasts knew when stone held too much death. Beasts knew when something under the floor had stopped being asleep and had begun listening. Twice he stopped and stared into empty corridors until even Malachar's smile thinned. Once he placed one paw on a cracked threshold and refused to cross until Vaelorian looked up from the satchel he was binding. No one saw anything in the dark beyond. Dusk saw enough. Vaelorian watched the beast for a long moment, then said, "Not that passage." No one argued. Vaelorian stacked the volumes in the order Vaelorian had demanded. Chain theory, ward structures, old human root records, necromantic fragments, 2 elven commentaries stolen from Vaelith's restricted shelves, 1 cracked military ledger from Varos, and the little black-edged folio Malachar had refused to touch until Vaelorian told him to explain why. "Because it bites," Malachar had said. Vaelorian had looked at the folio, then at Malachar. "Then wrap its teeth." Now the folio sat inside 3 layers of cloth, bound with copper wire and tucked into a satchel Vaelorian wished very much belonged to someone else. Across the chamber, Skava knelt beside a cracked flagstone with her hands folded in her lap, not because anyone had ordered that exact posture, but because her body had begun inventing respectful shapes before the chain demanded them. Perrin sat close enough that their shoulders almost touched and far enough that Saga did not have to look at him every time fear moved through his breathing. The goblin girl watched the exits. Not Vaelorian, not Malachar. Not even Dusk, though the black beast was the only living thing in the room that did not need a weapon to become murder. Saga watched the exits because exits were lies until proven otherwise. Varos had many mouths, broken gates, old drains, wall cracks, half-buried postern doors, stairwells into places too dark to enter, and human roads leading away beneath snow. A city that dead should not have had so many ways to leave. That was what frightened her, not captivity. She understood captivity now, or at least enough of it to know that understanding came in pieces, each one sharp. The road frightened her because roads belonged to other people. Debt people, market people, motherline people. People who counted what entered and what left. People who remembered small wrongs across 6 tunnels and 3 generations. People who knew how to kill without ever drawing a knife near the body. Perrin leaned closer. "Is it true?" he whispered. Saga did not look at him. "Is what true? That the West Road has listening holes." Her fingers tightened. Vaelorian looked up despite himself. Malachar smiled into a satchel. Vaelorian, standing over the old map table near the center of the chamber, did not move at all. Dusk did, his head lifted from the floor. One ear turned toward Perrin, then toward the western wall as if the road had heard its name through stone. Saga closed her eyes for half a breath. Stupid boy, frightened boy. Her boy in all the ways the chain had begun making dangerous. "No," she said, "children's warning." Perrin lowered his gaze. Vaelorian turned one page of the map ledger. The sound was soft, dry, precise. "Explain it." Saga swallowed. "It is nothing." The chain stirred, not violently, not yet. It moved through her like a hand laying itself around the throat before squeezing. Skava's spine straightened. "It is a road warning," she said quickly. "For little ones, do not sleep near old culverts. Do not whisper near cracked bridge stones. Do not piss into dry wells. Holes listen. Roads sell what they hear." Vaelorian looked at her. "And do they?" "Sometimes," Saga said. Vaelorian's mouth tightened. "Roads do not sell secrets." Saga gave him a look full of exhausted contempt. "Elf roads do not. Elf roads are stupid. They lie in the open wearing names carved by people who think stone keeps promises." Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. Before he could answer, Dusk made a low sound, not quite a growl, not quite warning. His gaze had moved from Perrin to Vaelorian, and the elf stopped before Vaelorian had to lift a hand. The silence obeyed the beast first. That too, Vaelorian noticed. Vaelorian stood at the map table with the first gray light touching one side of his face. He still looked too young for the shadows around him. 14 years had not left his body because power had entered it. His wrists were thin. His cheekbones were too sharp. His clothing hung in stolen layers, dark cloth over old scars, belt tightened twice where it had been made for someone better fed. But his eyes had changed since Varos, or perhaps Vaelorian had only learned to see the change. The boy who had left White Hollow had carried a murdered master's tome and a wound where Mercy had died. The boy standing in Varos now had black residue beneath the skin of one hand. It did not glow, not in ordinary sight. Not always, but Vaelorian saw it when his mage sight slipped open despite himself. A darkness coiled under Vaelorian's palm, not silver, not elven, not clean. A chain shape that had stopped trying to pretend it was anything else. There were 4 maps spread across the broken table. One was elven, smooth vellum, elegant script, rivers drawn like blue silk, roads marked with official names, patrol distances measured in days, border shrines noted with little silver sigils. It made the world look governed. One was human, cracked, water-stained, half-burned at the edges, thick with old military markings, fortress roads, supply scars, siege stations, watchtowers, and names no living kingdom used without discomfort. It made the world look wounded. One was goblin, not a map in the proper sense, but a folded hide marked with scratches, knots, stains, little burned circles, bits of thread. and Decode Skava had tried very hard not to understand in front of him. It made the world look like a trap pretending to be a bargain. The last was Malachar S. It was drawn on burial linen. There were no cities on it. Only graves, plague markers, old battlefields, corpse roads, abandoned wells, cairns, ash hollows, and places where the dead did not rest properly. Vaelorian studied all four. Then he said, "The same road has 5 names." No one answered quickly. He touched the elven map. Silverward March Road. His finger moved to the human ledger. King's Scar to the goblin hide. Skava. She flinched at the sound of her name. Say it. Her jaw worked once. Asikve means not clean in your tongue, det wet, a road where the first crossing is never free. Vaelorian's finger moved to Malachar's burial linen. Malachar leaned closer, delighted. Corpse Lane 17, though that is less a name and more a classification. The plague pits along the western ditch were once very productive. Perrin made a small sound. Dusk's tail struck the floor once, slow and heavy. Vaelorian's finger remained on the table, and Sir Garran. The knight stood near the shattered doorway. Ren's corpse wore black plate now as if the armor had been waiting centuries to remember its own weight. The body beneath it remained wrong in small ways, too narrow in some places, too recently dead in others, the flesh held by a will that had not been born in it. But Sir Garran Veyl, Black Lance of the Eastern Gate, had learned enough of the corpse to stand without swaying. His helm was tucked beneath one arm. The face beneath was still Ren's, partly. The eyes were not. Old War looked through them. The King's Scar, he said, road of last reinforcement to the Blackroot front. Cavalry rode west when the eastern banners failed. The road was cut through contested stone under arrow and spellfire. 300 laborers died laying the 3rd mile. 4 companies held the ditch for 9 days while the pavers worked. Skava stared at him. Perrin forgot to breathe. Vaelorian looked away first. Sir Garran did not seem to notice. His gaze remained on the map with the solemn focus of a man remembering the positions of dead regiments more clearly than the name of the body he wore. If they call it something else, he said, then they forgot who bled to make it. No one spoke. Even Malachar's smile thinned, though not from pity. Dusk stared at the knight with his lips slightly lifted from his teeth. Living Hunger recognized Dead Oath as something too close to obedience and too far from prey. Vaelorian looked at the maps for a long moment. Elves named the road by claim. Humans named it by wound, goblins by price, necromancers by what remains beside it. His blackened hand rested flat on the table. Names are not descriptions. Vaelorian knew better than to answer. Skava did not. They are warnings. Vaelorian looked at her. Skava's throat worked against the chain's memory. And ownership, she added. Something almost like approval moved across Vaelorian's face. Not warmth, never that. Recognition, perhaps. A tool found where he had expected only fear. Yes, he said. Warnings become ownership when enough people obey them. Vaelorian closed his eyes. There it was. The shape of the boy's mind finding another door. Varos had given him death. Skava had given him names. Now the road was giving him both. Malachar clasped his hands loosely inside his sleeves. If we travel by the corpse lane, living traffic will be minimal. Sensible travelers avoid plague markers, old corpse pits, and roadside shrines with black stones. Sensible travelers are also less likely to be carrying anything interesting, but survival does require compromise. Vaelorian opened his eyes. The corpse road passes too close to the old warden route. It passes beneath it, Malachar said. There is a difference. There is an elven watch station 2 days west, if the Silverward map is still accurate. Skava gave a short, ugly laugh. It is not. Vaelorian stiffened. She pointed with 2 fingers because one finger near Vaelorian felt too much like accusation. That watch station fell into a sink tunnel 15 years ago, maybe 20. Goblins stripped the stone, sold the roof beams, poisoned the well because a Tharn-line idiot thought elven ghosts were drinking from it. Vaelorian stared at the map. That station is still listed in patrol ledgers. Then your patrol ledgers are pretty lies. The Silver Veyl does not maintain false maps. Skava's smile showed too many small teeth and no amusement. You maintain old maps and call them loyal. Vaelorian took one step toward her. Dusk was between them before the chain struck. No one saw him cross the distance. One moment he lay beneath the broken arch. The next he stood with his black body angled across Vaelorian's path, head low, eyes reflecting a thin green light from the dying lamp. The chain caught Vaelorian half a heartbeat later. He gasped not from pain alone, but from the humiliation of correction after the beast had already judged him. Skava went still. She had not meant to make him move, not because she cared, because every pain in the room eventually taught Vaelorian something. Vaelorian did not look away from the maps. Vaelorian. "My lord," Vaelorian said through his teeth. "If one patrol saw the Black Lance, how long before word reaches someone who matters?" Vaelorian's breath shook once, then steadied. One patrol may be dismissed as panic. Human ruins breed old fears. A second report would not be dismissed. A third becomes testimony. And after testimony, a local inquiry first, border wardens, maybe a licensed mage. If bodies are found, a formal notice to provincial authority. If the words human, necromancy, or slave binding enter the report in a credible hand, he swallowed. Then the Silver Veyl will send more than wardens. Vaelorian turned a small iron marker over between his fingers. It had come from the old human ledger, shaped like a cavalry wedge. How much more? Vaelorian did not want to answer. The chain waited. Enough, he said, that Varos would become a tomb twice over. Sir Garran's hand tightened on his helm. Malachar's eyes brightened. Skava looked between them all and began to understand something that frightened her more than elven patrols. Vaelorian was not deciding whether to run. He was deciding what could be taken before the enemy learned the correct name for him. "Then Varos has served," Vaelorian said. Perrin looked up. His expression betrayed hope before he could kill it. Leave. The thought was visible on him. Leave the dead city. Leave the Black Gate. Leave the place where Ren had stopped being Ren. Leave the hall where Skava had screamed without sound, while the chain found the names beneath her names. Leave the room where Vaelorian had learned to touch her motherline through memory and fear and death. Leave meant distance. Perrin was still young enough to believe distance and escape were cousins. Vaelorian saw the hope. He did not punish it, that was worse. He simply moved the iron marker west. Not abandoned, he said. Deferred. Perrin's hope died quietly. Skava lowered her gaze. Vaelorian looked at the marker. Malachar smiled again. Sir Garran bowed his head, not deeply, but with grave acceptance. A commander preserves a fortress by denying the enemy the time of assault. Vaelorian looked at him. Is that a human doctrine? It is a military one, my lord. Dusk made a low sound at the title, not objection, recognition. The beast had learned voices too. It knew when another creature placed itself beneath Vaelorian and called the posture honor. Vaelorian gathered the maps. Take only what can teach, feed, cut, bind, trade, or threaten. Malachar sighed happily, an admirably broad instruction. Vaelorian's eyes turned to him. The Grave-Walker corrected himself with a small bow, and therefore efficient. Skava. Her breath caught. Yes. You will mark the roads that goblins watch. I do not know all of them. I asked for the ones you know. If I mark them badly, others may think I gave them away. If I mark them correctly, you may reach places I should not have given you. Her voice thinned. There is no safe answer. Vaelorian looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, You are learning. The The chain tightened around her before she could decide whether that was praise. Dawn had begun to color the broken heights of Varos by the time they reached the eastern gate. The fortress did not release them easily, not by magic. There were no living wards left strong enough to deny Vaelorian passage now. The gate's resistance was simpler and older: collapsed stone, winter ice, pack weight, narrow stairs, dead roots grown through masonry, and the stubborn geometry of a place built by people who expected enemies to come from outside, not horrors to leave from within. Dusk passed through the gate before all of them. He stopped beyond the threshold and lowered his head to the snow. Steam rose faintly from his nostrils. One paw pressed into the frost, then another. His prints appeared beside the half-buried human paving stones, living pads beside dead empire work. He did not look back at Varos. Beasts did not mourn walls, but he turned his head toward nightfall. The dead charger waited beyond the gate where the snow had drifted shallow over old stones. Nightfall stood very still, too still. Living horses shifted weight, snorted, tossed their heads, stamped when cold touched their legs. Nightfall did none of those things. The charger's black hide had not rotted, not exactly, but death remained in the wrongness of its stillness. Its mane hung like old smoke. Its eyes held no animal softness. Frost gathered along its flanks and did not melt. Dusk's lips peeled back. No growl came, that was worse. Nightfall's head turned with awful slowness toward him. For one breath, living predator and dead warhorse regarded one another under the broken gate of a dead human fortress. Sir Garran approached the charger with reverence, not affection, not exactly, recognition. "My lord," he said to Vaelorian, "Nightfall is ready." Vaelorian's gaze moved over horse and night, then to dusk. Vaelorian watched him studying them and felt a coldness that did not come from mourning. To another eye, the black lance was a weapon, a terrifying one. A dead knight in black plate mounted on a dead charger, carrying an old human lance beneath a broken sky. But Vaelorian did not look at weapons like men in stories looked at weapons. He looked at them the way Vaelith had looked at bodies. Function, limits, symbol, pressure, obedience, failure point. "How far can he ride before the body strains?" Vaelorian asked. Sir Garran laid one gauntleted hand against Nightfall's neck. "He carried me through 3 charges at the eastern gate." That was then. The knight's jaw tightened. For one dangerous moment, something old and proud moved behind his borrowed eyes. Then the oath took him, or the chain, or whatever wrong architecture Vaelorian had built when he called the dead knight into Ren's corpse and gave him enough of himself to kneel. "I do not know," Sir Garran said. Vaelorian nodded, not displeased. Information was information, even when ignorance wore armor. Then we will learn before relying on it. Sir Garran bowed. Vaelorian looked away. The boy had learned that from Vaelith too, not the words, the structure. The calm reduction of a person into testable capacity. Skava saw it as well. Vaelorian knew she did because her eyes flicked to him for less than a breath. And in that breath they were not elf and goblin, prisoner and prisoner, enemy peoples taught by old wars to despise each other. They were witnesses. Then Vaelorian turned toward the gate. Varos opened westward through broken stone and old snow. The road beyond had once been wide enough for wagons, siege carts, and cavalry columns. Now it lay half-buried beneath frost, scrub, shattered paving, and the slow digestion of the world. Stone markers leaned at intervals along the verge. Some bore human script worn nearly smooth by weather. Others had been defaced by elven cuts, goblin scratches, dwarven trade notches, and symbols Vaelorian did not know. The world had written over the human road without fully erasing it. Vaelorian stopped at the threshold. No one spoke. Even Malachar had the sense to hold silence. The wind moved across the gate and pulled at Vaelorian's dark hair. For a moment he looked very small beneath the ruined arch. A child with too many followers. A wound walking west. Then dusk stepped onto the road. The beast did not wait for permission, because permission had already passed through the place where command and instinct met. He went low, nose to stone, black tail held straight behind him. He He sniffed the first stretch of old paving, the snow piled against its edges, the dead weeds growing through the cracks. Then he looked back once at Vaelorian, not safe, not unsafe, known enough to begin. Vaelorian stepped after him. The chain did not flare. No bell rang. No old human ghost cried out in recognition. No god, if gods watched such things, reached down to turn him back. The world allowed him onto the road. That was its first mistake. Vaelorian followed because the chain required it. Saga followed because Perrin was ahead of her. Perrin followed because fear knew the direction Vaelorian walked. Malachar followed because curiosity had become devotion's ugly cousin in him. Sir Garran mounted Nightfall, and the dead horse took its first step onto the road that had once carried human cavalry west. The sound of the hoof against stone went through Vaelorian like a remembered execution. Not loud, not dramatic, a single hard note, then another, then another. Dusk did not like the sound. He kept well ahead of Nightfall, but not so far ahead that Vaelorian vanished from the corner of his eye. Every few moments his ears flicked backward toward the dead horse. Once when Nightfall's hoof struck a hollow place beneath the road and the note rang too deep, Dusk stopped and turned fully around. His shoulders lifted, his jaws parted. Sir Garran's hand moved toward the lance strapped beside him. Vaelorian only looked between them, and the moment held itself still. "Continue," he said. Dusk turned first. Nightfall followed. Behind them, Varos remained. Its walls stood black against the whitening east. Perrin glanced back only once. Saga did not. Vaelorian did and wished he had not. Vaelorian walked without looking over his shoulder. After the first mile, the road began to speak. Not in words. Roads rarely needed words when ruin, law, hunger, and fear had written clearly enough. The first sign was human, a stone waist-high and split by frost half sunk beside the road. Sir Garran dismounted when he saw it. The movement was stiff, and for one moment Ren's corpse failed to fully bend where the knight expected living flesh to answer. Armor scraped. The body caught itself. Vaelorian watched the failure with interest. Sir Garran did not. He knelt before the stone. Snow had collected inside the worn grooves of the inscription. He brushed it away with a gauntleted thumb. "Third mile marker," he said. "Western Reinforcement Road. Eastern Gate to Blackroot Forward Stations." Vaelorian looked at the inscription. He could not read it. That disturbed him more than he expected. Elven education had taught him many dead scripts. High Court script, old silver conclave forms, ceremonial draconic fragments, trade dwarven enough to avoid embarrassment. Even fragments of pre-war human legal markings, carefully curated and politically harmless, but this was military road script, crude, compressed, practical, a dead people's useful hand. Vaelorian crouched beside the stone. Dusk came with him, sniffed the marker, then lost interest in the dead language and pressed his nose instead to the frozen soil beneath it. "What does the lower mark mean?" Vaelorian asked. Sir Garran's hand paused. "Casualty tally." "How many?" "Not the number, the category." The knight's voice changed, not softened, deepened around an old wound. "Laborers lost before completion." Vaelorian touched the mark. "Roads built from bodies." "All roads worth holding are," Sir Garran said. Vaelorian looked sharply at him. Saga muttered, "That is a human answer." Sir Garran rose. "No, it is an honest one." Dusk scraped once at the frozen soil. A bit of ice broke away. Beneath the old human marker, hidden low where tall folk would not look unless hunger had taught them to, 3 hooked scratches cut the underside of the stone. Saga went pale. Vaelorian saw the change before she buried it. "There," he said. Saga's mouth tightened. "Old mark." "What kind?" She did not answer. The chain answered for her, her shoulders hitched. "Toll memory," she said. "Not a toll now. A place where toll was taken once. Means someone claimed passage here after the humans died." "Who?" "Could be Varn line. Could be old Blacktooth out her debt. Could be no one now. Could be." Saga's breathing grew shallow. Marks get stolen, copied, changed. A road can wear a dead clan scratch for a century if no one wants to argue with ghosts. Vaelorian looked at the 3 hooked lines, then at Dusk. The beast had no use for maps. He read the road by what had touched it. Vaelorian stood. "We keep moving." The second sign was Dwarven. It stood beneath a leaning stone bridge where the road crossed a frozen stream. At first glance, it looked like a square of dark iron bolted into the underside of the arch, half hidden by ice. Malachar spotted it before Aelrian did, which annoyed Aelrian for several reasons. "Trade ward," Malachar said. Aelrian frowned. "That is not a ward, it is a root plate. Dwarven root plates are wards when they dislike you enough." Sir Garran studied it from the saddle. That was not here during the Blackroot campaigns. "Because dwarves enjoy waiting until everyone is dead before improving the road," Malachar said pleasantly. Aelrian crouched beneath the bridge despite the cold and brushed frost from the iron square. Anvil spine trade mark, old, still recognized possibly. "Recognized by whom?" Vaelorian asked. "Dwarven caravans, licensed traders, some border markets. It means this road once connected to a forge route or mineral exchange." Skava snorted. "It means dwarves passed through, counted every stone, charged 3 times what the road was worth, and left iron behind so everyone would remember being robbed properly." Aelrian gave her a withering look. "Unlike goblins who rob improperly. Goblins rob honestly, we lie first." Perrin almost smiled, then remembered where he was. Dusk ignored the iron plate. His attention had gone beneath the bridge. He stepped down into the shallow ditch, sniffed the frozen mud, and stopped. His body lowered, the fur along his spine lifted. Vaelorian turned before anyone else understood there was something to understand. "What is it?" Dusk did not move. Skava followed the beast's stare and went still again. Perrin whispered, "No." Malachar leaned over the bridge rail. "How interesting." Under the arch, half covered by snow and dead leaves, something small had been nailed into the stone. Not iron, bone. A little finger bone split lengthwise and tied with black thread. Beside it, barely visible in the shadow, 7 tiny holes had been drilled into the bridge root. Aelrian looked from the bone to Skava. "Another goblin mark." Skava shook her head once. Perrin answered because fear moved faster than caution. "Listening hole." Skava turned on him. "Shut up." Vaelorian descended into the ditch. Dusk did not step aside. He allowed Vaelorian close because Vaelorian was Vaelorian, but his body remained between the bone mark and everyone else. Vaelorian crouched. The old slave marks beneath his sleeves ached when he brought his blackened hand near the holes. He felt nothing at first, only cold stone, dead air, old damp. Then something thin moved through the drilled spaces. Not sound, not magic exactly. The memory of attention, a place taught to carry whispers downward. "Where does it lead?" he asked. Skava said nothing. The chain tightened. She bent forward with a strangled breath. "Not a tunnel big enough to use. Message route, sound tube, maybe old, maybe dead, maybe not." "Who listens?" "Whoever owns the other end." "And who owns it?" "No one owns anything forever on road edge." Vaelorian looked at her, her eyes filled with pain before the pain came. "I do not know." The chain waited, testing the answer. Truth. It released. Skava swayed once. Perrin reached toward her and stopped before he completed the movement. Vaelorian saw that too. Dusk growled then, not at Skava, at the bridge, deep, quiet, certain. Aelrian's hand moved toward a warding gesture and stopped when Vaelorian glanced at him. "What does he hear?" Vaelorian asked. Skava stared at the holes. "Maybe nothing." "That is not what I asked." She swallowed. Roads remember voices. Some holes keep sound, some only carry it. Some are trapped so if you whisper near them, a powder burns somewhere else. Some belong to children's stories. Dusk growled again lower. "In some," Vaelorian asked. Skava looked at Perrin. Perrin looked at the ground. "Some stories are old because people kept dying the same way," she said. Vaelorian considered this. Then he reached out. Vaelorian stiffened. "My lord." Vaelorian placed 2 fingers against the stone beside the holes, not over them. The black residue under his skin stirred. Vaelorian saw it. So did Malachar. Dusk's growl stopped. For a moment there was only the frozen stream, the dead road, and the boy crouched before a bridge that had been listening longer than he had been alive. Vaelorian did not push power into the holes. He only touched the edge of them with his will. The response was immediate. Far away, under stone or root or earth, something clicked. Skava made a sharp sound. Perrin covered his mouth. Dusk lunged backward, striking Vaelorian with his shoulder hard enough to knock him away from the bridge. The click became a hiss. A thin black smoke spat from the 7 holes and spread across the ditch where Vaelorian's face had been a heartbeat before. The snow beneath it yellowed, then browned, then sank into itself as if rotting in fast time. Vaelorian dragged in a breath. Malachar laughed softly. "Oh, that is cheap and vicious." Dusk stood over Vaelorian, teeth bared at the bridge. For the first time that morning, Vaelorian looked surprised. Not frightened, surprised. His hand had struck stone when he fell. Blood showed at the heel of his palm. Dusk's body remained half across him, heavy, protective, furious. Vaelorian looked up at the beast. Dusk did not move. The chain between them tightened, but not in punishment. It was stranger than that. A living line of command meeting instinct, and finding that instinct had acted before command knew the threat. Vaelorian watched Vaelorian's face. This was the moment, he thought. This was where the boy would punish the beast for touching him, for forcing movement, for preventing an experiment from completing. Vaelorian lifted his bleeding hand. Dusk's ears flattened. Vaelorian placed that hand against the beast's neck, not gently, not tenderly, but not as punishment. "Good," Vaelorian said. The word was quiet. Dusk's growl faded, though his teeth remained visible. Vaelorian felt something inside himself sink, not because the beast had been praised. Because Vaelorian had learned the correct lesson. The road had nearly poisoned him. Dusk had prevented it. Therefore, Dusk was not merely a beast. He was a sense Vaelorian did not possess. Skava understood it too. Her face closed. Vaelorian rose. The smoke thinned under the bridge, leaving a stain like old rot on the snow. He looked at the listening holes, then at Skava. "You will mark these first." "I do not know all of them," she whispered. "You will begin with the ones that kill." Skava bowed her head. "Yes." They did not rest at the bridge. By midday, the world had widened. The ashen marches rolled away behind them in broken gray rises, old stone teeth, shallow ravines, dead grass, and snow-streaked ruin. Ahead, the land lowered toward a wide belt of forested border country where official maps became less confident. The road split and split again, each branch wearing a different history. One way bore elven marker stones, half maintained and too clean for the land around them. Another descended toward old plague hollows where black stones stood in clusters. A third vanished under scrub and leaning pines, marked by goblin scratches only Dusk and Skava seemed able to find before stepping on them. Farther west, beneath the low clouds, a dark seam marked the first true rise of the deep woods. At first it looked like ordinary forest. Then the eye adjusted. The trees were too large, not the impossible giants of the inner world, not yet. But even these outer sentinels rose older and thicker than any woodland Vaelorian had crossed in the Silver Vale. Their crowns tangled into a dark, uneven line. The wind moved differently near them, as if sound itself slowed before entering. Crows crossed the sky above the road and turned north before reaching the trees. Dusk saw the forest before the rest of them understood they were seeing it. He stopped on a rise of cracked road stone, head lifted, body suddenly still. Not like nightfall's dead stillness. This was living stillness, hunting stillness, the kind that gathered all muscle around a question. Vaelorian stopped beside him. "What is it?" Dusk did not answer. His ears went flat, Skava's face lost color. Vaelorian followed the beast's gaze. The deep woods. Malachar shaded his eyes with one pale hand. The outer hair of it, perhaps, the skin before the meat. Perrin whispered something in Goblin. Saga struck his arm, not hard but fast. Vaelorian turned his head. What did he say? Skava's mouth opened. Perrin answered first, voice small. He said the trees eat maps. Vaelorian exhaled through his nose. Children's warnings again. Saga did not look at him. No. The answer changed the air. Sir Garran, mounted on Nightfall, looked toward the far forest with the severe attention of a commander studying an enemy formation. That wood was smaller. Vaelorian looked at him. When we rode west. That was 1,000 years ago. Sir Garran did not blink. Then it has advanced. No one liked that. Even Malachar was silent for a moment. Vaelorian looked at the dark line of trees. The wind touched his face. Somewhere beneath his skin, the first black chains pulsed faintly, irritated by distance, by strain, by too many wills moving around him and too many roads refusing to be one thing. He had been born under stone, raised under command, freed in blood, taught by books, and crowned by no one. The world before him was larger than every room that had tried to define him. Avarath did not care. The deep woods did not care. The road did not care. Good. Things that did not care could be taught. Dusk growled once. This time the sound was not for nightfall, not for bridge holes, not for hidden goblin marks, not for Vaelorian's temper. It was for the trees. From high above the western road, where the first black pines rose against the pale afternoon, something watched from a branch too thin for any ordinary body. It was shaped like a person until it moved, shaped like a bird until it became still. Feathers drank the light, a narrow head tilted. One dark eye followed the boy, the chained elf, the goblin girl, the fox-blooded child, the orange-robed grave-walker, the black beast, and the knight in black plate riding a horse that breathed no steam because its lungs had forgotten the purpose of breath. Dusk's body dropped low. Saga stopped walking. Perrin made no sound at all. Vaelorian saw the shape only for an instant, and in that instant every comfortable elven category failed him. Not crow, not man, not beast folk in any courtly sense he had been taught. Something older than road law watched from the edge of the forest and judged nothing aloud. Then the watcher opened its wings and vanished into the deep wood without sound. What was that? Vaelorian asked. Saga swallowed. A witness. Vaelorian looked toward the trees. The road behind him was human stone, elven claim, goblin price, dwarven iron, necromancer linen, and listening holes beneath frozen bridges. The road ahead had wings. For the first time since leaving Varos, he almost smiled, not with pleasure, with comprehension. Then the road has begun speaking, he said. Dusk remained low beside him, black fur lifted, eyes fixed on the place where the watcher had disappeared. Vaelorian rested one hand on the beast's head, feeling the skull beneath fur, the tension beneath obedience, the living warning that had saved him once already before the first day's march was done. Beyond them, the deep woods waited. Behind them, Varos shrank into ruin. And somewhere between dead empire stone and living forest shadow, the first rumor of the Chainbinder took wing. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 2. The forest that ate the map. The watcher did not return. That made it worse. A thing that watched once and vanished did not feel like an animal. Animals lingered if hunger held them, fled if fear drove them, circled if curiosity overcame instinct. The feathered shape in the tree had done none of those things. It had taken account. It had seen the dead knight, the dead horse, the chained elf, the goblin girl, the fox-blooded boy, the orange-robed grave-walker, the black beast, and the pale child with blackness beneath his hand. Then it had gone to tell the forest. Dusk did not relax after it disappeared. His body remained low for a long while, shoulders lifted, tail still, ears flat against his skull. Vaelorian did not pull him onward. He waited beside the beast, one scarred hand resting against the thick fur at the back of Dusk's neck, and watched the place where the watcher had vanished. The trees did not move. That was the first lie. Of course they moved. Wind touched their crowns, needles shifted, branches adjusted under snow. Somewhere within the dark seam of the outer wood, old trunks creaked beneath cold and their own enormous age. Yet the forest did not seem to sway. It seemed to breathe too slowly for the eye to admit. Vaelorian stood 3 paces behind Vaelorian, hating the silence because silence had become a place where the boy listened too well. Malachar stood beside him, pleased in the particular way he became pleased when sensible fear entered a room and no one invited it to leave. Saga kept Perrin behind her. Sir Garran sat mounted upon nightfall, black plate still, lance upright, face turned toward the forest with the severe attention of a commander measuring an enemy that refused to form ranks. At last, Vaelorian spoke. "What lives there?" No one answered. That was answer enough to make him turn. Vaelorian felt the chain stir before he found words, not punishment, inquiry. Vaelorian had begun to use silence the way Vaelith had used questions, as a room in which the weaker will eventually reveal its furniture. "The deep woods," Vaelorian said carefully, "are not one place." Vaelorian waited. Vaelorian looked toward the forest again. He had seen maps of it, of course. Every educated elf had. Children of proper houses were shown the green mass at the center of Eldara and taught 3 things. Its outer trade margins, its recognized seasonal embassies, and the borders beyond which civilized authority became theory. But maps lied most boldly where they used color. On Vellum, the deep woods were a great central stain. Green at the edges, darker inward, near black around the world spine. White-blue where the inner taiga climbed toward polar storm and dragon country. A child could fit a hand over a corner of it and think the hand had covered a forest. No hand could cover that. "The outer woods hold border peoples," Vaelorian said. "Hunters, exiles, settlements that bend law when law grows too far away. Some beast-folk clans, goblin roots, old shrines, fey-blooded houses near the older groves if the stories are true, thornkin in defended growths, mossborn and rootfolk in the wet hollows, ravenfolk in the high branches and storm trees, stagfolk courts along seasonal paths, farther north and inward, white bearkin in the storm taiga." Perrin whispered, "And things with no names." Saga struck his arm again. This time, Vaelorian noticed the blow more than the words. "Let him speak." Saga froze, Perrin's eyes widened. "I only meant," his voice shrank. "Children's stories. You have said that before." Perrin swallowed. "Sometimes stories are warnings wearing smaller clothes." Malachar laughed softly. "A splendid definition." Vaelorian ignored him. "What things?" Perrin looked at Saga. The chain touched Saga first. Her expression tightened with the pain of not being allowed to protect even ignorance. "Goblins do not map deep forest," she said. "Not proper, not past the root tolls and the outer barter trees. We mark what takes payment. We mark what gives warning. We mark where people go and return missing pieces. Beyond that," she glanced west. "Beyond that, maps get rude." Vaelorian looked at her despite himself. "Rude." "Maps are promises," Saga said. "Deep wood eats promises." Vaelorian's eyes moved from Saga to Vaelorian. "You said it is not one place." Vaelorian wished he had not. "It changes as one travels inward. The edges are forest in the ordinary sense, at least enough for roads, shrines, hunting territories, and border settlements. Deeper in, the trees grow older and larger. Oaks, redwoods, black pines. Whole peoples live beneath canopies large enough to hide towns from the sky. Farther still, the forest turns northward and upward into storm taiga. Ancient trees, cold, broken light, then the polar heart." "The center," Vaelorian said. Vaelorian's mouth dried. The chain did not tighten. It did not need to. The boy's attention did that work by itself. No one truly knows the center. Malachar made a small sound. Vaelorian looked at him. "You object." "I object to the word no one." It is usually spoken by people meaning no one respectable told me in a licensed room. Vaelorian's eyes hardened. And what does your grave filth scholarship say? Malachar's smile widened. That respectable rooms are often the last places to hear what the dead have been saying for centuries. Dusk's ears twitched at the tone between them. Vaelorian's hand remained on the beast's neck. "Explain," he said. Vaelorian drew a breath through his nose. "The oldest elven texts do not agree. Some call the center of the deep woods the world spine. Some distinguish the mountain from the nexus beneath it. Some texts are court poetry dressed as geography. Others were copied from expeditions that never returned, which makes their authority difficult to test." "The world spine," Vaelorian said. "The tallest known peak in Eldara," Vaelorian said. "At the heart of the deep woods, not the heart as in a courtly phrase. The actual center or close enough that maps stop arguing." Sir Garran's gaze did not leave the trees. "We had maps of the outer front, not the center." "Humans tried?" Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian hesitated. Sir Garran answered first. "Humans tried everything." No pride warmed the words, no shame either, only fact. Vaelorian looked at him for a long moment, then back to Vaelorian. "What is beneath it?" Vaelorian wished, absurdly, that he were still carrying books. Weight gave the body something to hate besides speech. "A nexus." Vaelorian's blackened hand shifted slightly against Dusk's fur. "Leyline crossing." "More than a crossing." Now Malachar turned his attention fully toward Vaelorian. Skava listened despite herself. Perrin did too. Even Sir Garran's eyes sharpened, though perhaps because the word nexus had once meant strategic importance in old human command rooms. Vaelorian continued. "Leylines run beneath Avarath like arteries, through stone, sea, forest, root, mountain, and air. Where they are near, magic becomes easier, not stronger in the childish sense. Easier." Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. Vaelorian knew that expression now. A gap opening, a question becoming teeth. "Magic is core and will," Vaelorian said. "Yes." "The core gives capacity." "Yes." "The will commands." "Yes." "Then what does a leyline change?" Vaelorian hated that he was a good teacher when chained. He hated more that Vaelorian was an exceptional student. "Burden," he said. "A spell requires the caster's will to shape power from the core into a spell form. The greater the working, the more will must carry. Near a leyline, the world itself assists the shaping. The caster still needs a core, still needs discipline, still needs will. But less will is spent forcing the magic to hold form." Vaelorian looked toward the deep woods. "So weak wills become stronger." "No," Vaelorian said quickly, too quickly. The chain warned him against correcting with contempt. He adjusted. "No, my lord, a weak will remains weak. A leyline does not give command. It eases the burden command must bear. A fool standing beside a forge does not become a smith, but a smith beside the right forge can do work impossible over a cookfire." Malachar lifted one finger, an unusually dwarven metaphor for an elf. "It was accurate. Even worse." Vaelorian ignored them. "And a nexus." Vaelorian answered more quietly. "At a nexus, the burden lessens further. Workings that would exhaust a mage can be sustained longer. Great wards can hold across centuries. Academies rise around them. Capitals defend them. Civilizations become difficult to remove when they build atop one." "The elven capital." "Yes. Your capital sits on one." Vaelorian did not like the way Vaelorian said your. "Yes. The elven capital nexus lies beneath the heart of the Silver Vale's highest city. The great wards, the academies, the immortal spellcraft of the old houses, the restricted works of the Silver Conclave, all of it is easier there than it should be. Defended there, fed by the world itself." Vaelorian's gaze remained west, "and the world spine is stronger." Vaelorian did not answer. The chain touched him. Yes, he said, if the oldest texts are true. How much stronger? No one knows. Guess. Vaelorian felt his throat close around the danger of speculation. Elven education taught caution around unknowns. Vaelorian's education had taught him to pry caution open and search inside. The oldest elven sources speak of it as the first land nexus, Vaelorian said. Older than the capital, older than the Dwarven Forge nexus. Some describe it not as a crossing of ley lines, but as a route from which many land lines descend or emerge. That may be poetic, it may be wrong, it may be a misunderstanding of draconic territorial myth. Draconic, Vaelorian said. The word changed the road. Even Malachar's smile altered. Skava looked away from the trees. Perrin pressed closer to her. Dusk did not understand the word, perhaps, but he understood the way the living bodies around him responded to it. His head lifted, his nostrils flared. Vaelorian chose each word with care. The center of the deep woods is not settled by outer kingdoms, not elves, not dwarves, not orcs, not goblins, not in any lasting way. The texts that speak of the Worldspine also speak of dragons. Vaelorian's expression did not change. Vaelorian found that more disturbing than fear would have been. Actual dragons. Yes. How many? No one knows. Names. The oldest texts name none safely. Some name titles: Storm Sleeper, Root Burner, the White Coil Beneath the Peak, the Ash Wing, the Worldspine Lord, but titles in Kopid texts are dangerous. Some may refer to individuals, some to bloodlines, some to religious images, some to mistranslations by scholars who wanted to survive their own curiosity. Malachar murmured, scholars rarely survive their curiosity, they survive funding. Vaelorian continued as if he had not spoken. The center is also associated with the Lord of Dragons. This time Sir Garran moved, only slightly. His gauntleted hand settled on the saddle edge. Vaelorian noticed. You know that name. I know stories, Sir Garran said. Human stories. War stories, camp stories, fear stories. Men speak of larger monsters when smaller ones have killed too many friends. And what did the stories say? Sir Garran looked toward the deep woods, and for the first time since Vaelorian had called him from death, something in the night seemed to look past command and into whether older than battle. That the deep woods were not conquered because dragons did not permit conquest. That the forest had a god under wing and root. That armies entering too deep did not lose formation. They lost meaning. Skava whispered, maps get eaten. No one laughed. Vaelorian studied the forest line. The dragons protected. Vaelorian nodded once. That is one belief. From what? The world. The answer was too simple. Vaelorian turned. Vaelorian forced himself not to look away. The deep woods are not merely land with trees upon it, Vaelorian said. That is the outer mistake. It is a central world system. Whether root networks, old magic, leyline pressure, peoples who do not answer to outer crowns, beasts no one has named, ruins swallowed before modern borders existed. The dragons may rule it, guard it, sleep within it, feed from the nexus, worship the Lord of Dragons. Serve him, be him in divided form. The sources disagree. And the Dwarven nexus. Vaelorian blinked at the turn. What of it? You said there were land nexuses. Elven, Worldspine, Dwarven. Yes, but the Dwarven one is different. Malachar gave him a sideways look. Careful. Somewhere, a dwarf just became offended without knowing why. The Dwarven Forge nexus lies beneath the greatest forge city, Vaelorian said. At least that is what surface scholars call it. The dwarves dislike our terminology. They do not treat it as a simple magical crossing. They treat it as a forge heart, a pressure route, a world anvil. Their runes, metallurgy, stone binding, and deep engineering draw from it, but not the way elven academies draw from ours. It is less a pool for spellcasting, and more a furnace where magic is made durable. Vaelorian listened without blinking. Aerion felt the boy sorting categories. Elven Nexus, spell depth, wards, academies, immortal work. Worlds by Nexus, unknown, greater dragons. Dwarven Forgeheart, craft, permanence, metal, stone, endurance. And the rest, Vaelorian asked. The rest of what? The world's power. Aerion glanced at the gray sky. Somewhere beyond every road he had walked, beyond forests, courts, ruins, mountains, and dead human roads, the seas covered most of Avarath. He had never seen the great endless expanse except from a white cliff as a child, and even then it had frightened him. Not because water was strange, because scale was. Most of it is underwater, he said. Skava looked skeptical. Most magic. Most great Nexus strength. By old measurements, perhaps 70% of the strongest crossings and deep flows lie beneath the world's oceans. The great endless expanse and the other seas hold powers land empires pretend not to envy. Malachar sighed. The dead at sea are terribly inconsiderate, hard to retrieve. Poor conversationalists after pressure has finished with them. Aerion ignored him. Vaelorian did not. What lives there? In the oceans. Yes. Brine folk along salt marshes and coasts. Selkie clans on cold islands. Coral-born in warm reef cities. Marrow and deep folk in abyssal places. Others likely. Surface scholarship is arrogant and incomplete. Skava muttered, Elf admits water is wet. Aerion's jaw tightened. Vaelorian looked back to the deep woods. What lives there, he said again. Not the oceans, not the maps. There. Aerion understood that the first answer had not satisfied him because it had been a list. Vaelorian did not want names as decoration. He wanted hierarchy. Danger, use, resistance. What could be chained, what could teach, what could kill him first. Near the outer woods, Aerion said, peoples the courts pretend to understand. Beastfolk clans, hunters, border villages, exiles, goblin warrens, some fey-blooded houses near bargain groves. Ravenfolk watchers, such as the one we may have seen. Thornkin in defended thickets. Mossborn and rootfolk in wet places and old rot. Stagfolk courts where seasonal roads pass. Trollkin in swamps, stones, cold streams, and deeper forest holds. Ogre clans near hills and old clearings. Farther inward, the forest peoples become older and less concerned with outer names. The raven folk, Vaelorian said, witnesses. Messengers, omen readers, corpse watchers, spies if one speaks impolitely. They remember roads and deaths. Dusk huffed, Skava nodded despite herself. You do not kill a raven folk unless you want the branch to remember. Branch, Vaelorian said. Kin, court, murder, story. Skava's mouth twisted. Depends who asks. And Thornkin. Territorial, Aerion said. Poison rights, bramble magic, boundary laws. They are strongest where they have claimed ground. Mossborn. Rot and healing, Aerion said. Fungus, buried water, roots. They are not death cultists, whatever frightened border priests claim. They understand decay as return. Malachar looked wounded. An entire people with rot theology, and I have not been invited once. Perhaps they smelled you coming, Skava said. Perrin made the mistake of almost laughing. Malachar placed one hand over his heart. Cruel child. Vaelorian's eyes remained on Aerion. Root folk. Communal, difficult to define individually. Some are people, some are groves, some are both according to stories. Their selfhood may be distributed through root systems. That interested him. Aerion saw it and immediately regretted saying too much. Distributed will, Vaelorian said. Not for you, Aerion said before caution stopped him. The chain struck, not hard enough to drop him, hard enough to make his teeth close on the rest of whatever he might have said. Vaelorian studied him. Dusk looked between them. Vaelorian breathed through the pain. "My lord," he added, because hatred did not excuse stupidity. Vaelorian's face revealed nothing. "Continue." Vaelorian tasted blood where he had bitten his tongue. Stagfolk hold seasonal courts, hunting law, antler rights, territorial passage. White bearkin in the inner taiga if the texts are true. Massive, cold-adapted, storm-bound. There are also elderwood folk, ancient tree-shaped beings or forest-bound people tied to old groves, redwoods, great oaks, root paths. Some may remember wars, no surviving kingdom records. Sir Garran's head turned slightly. "Human wars?" Vaelorian asked. "Perhaps." The knight said nothing. That silence had weight. Vaelorian noticed that too. Could the deep woods remember humanity? He asked. No one liked the question. Vaelorian answered because the chain made cowardice expensive. Yes. Malachar's voice softened with real interest. Trees are splendid archives when they are not on fire. Vaelorian looked at him sharply. Malachar smiled. What? It is true. Vaelorian looked again at the dark line of forest. The chain beneath his skin moved, not outward, inward, a thought finding a place to root. The elves have a nexus beneath their capital, he said. The dwarves have their forge heart. The world spine is stronger than both, perhaps. The oceans hold the rest. Humans had none. Vaelorian hesitated. Sir Garran spoke before he could. Humans had roads. Vaelorian turned to him. The dead knight's voice was steady. Forts, libraries. Cities supply chains, burning towers, siege schools, written failures, dead men teaching sons they would never meet. Vaelorian looked at him and felt unwillingly the shape of human horror. No single heart, no one holy mountain, no immortal capital spell, no forge root, inheritance instead, spread out, copied, carried, hidden, burned and written again. A civilization whose nexus had not been a place but a habit. Vaelorian understood, of course he did. His expression did not change, but something behind his eyes settled. Then a library is a kind of nexus, he said. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Malachar whispered, delighted, oh. Skava looked between them, not understanding fully but fearing the reaction of those who did. Vaelorian turned from the trees and began walking again. Dusk moved with him, though slowly at first, still watching the forest. Nightfall followed with dead obedience. Sir Garran rode beneath the old lance. Vaelorian walked with blood in his mouth. Skava kept paring clothes. Malachar trailed behind with the pleased expression of a man who had watched a child discover that knives were not the only things that could be sharpened. The road bent downward after the rise, carrying them into lower ground where frost clung to the shade and old stones vanished under wet moss. The deep woods remained distant but no longer felt far. Its presence lay across the west like a thought too large to finish. For a while no one spoke. Then Vaelorian said, if the world spine is guarded by dragons, we do not go there. Vaelorian looked at him despite himself. Not relief, suspicion. Vaelorian noticed, not yet. There it was. Vaelorian felt the words settle over the road like fresh snow over a grave. Not yet. The boy had looked at the heart of the world, at the greatest known land nexus, at the rumored domain of dragons and their god, and had not thought impossible. Only later. Dusk stopped again before the others saw why. This time it was not the forest, not the road, not a watcher in the branches. It was a stone beside the ditch, half buried under moss, marked with a faded symbol, a bowl beneath an open hand, circled by 7 small cuts. A shrine sign, border script, not elven, not goblin. Not dwarven, something simpler, older in kindness than law. Vaelorian recognized the general meaning before the details. Malachar did too and smiled less. Skava made a low sound in her throat. Perrin whispered, Mercy House. Vaelorian looked at the sign. Dusk sniffed the moss beneath it, then sneezed once at the herb smell buried in the stone. A healer? Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian said nothing. The chain required more. Likely, he said, a roadside sanctuary, small, border kept if it still stands. For whom? Vaelorian looked toward the path branching off the road, narrow and half-hidden beneath root and fern. For whoever reaches it bleeding. Vaelorian studied the sign for a long time. Behind him, Skava's face went carefully empty. Perrin held his breath. Malachar's hands folded into his sleeves. Sir Garran waited. Dusk lifted his head and stared down the hidden path. For the first time since Varos, the beast did not growl. That interested Vaelorian more than fear would have. He stepped toward the path. Vaelorian felt the shape of the next disaster before it happened. "My lord," he said carefully, "a mercy house near the deep woods edge may be under old protection." Vaelorian did not look back. All protections have clauses. He walked into the trees. Dusk followed at his side. And behind them, beneath the vast shadow of a forest protected by dragons, the chained and the dead turned from the old road toward the first place in the borderlands that still believed suffering did not need an owner. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 3. The Mercy House Beneath the Trees. The path did not welcome them. That was the first sign that it still belonged to something living. Dead roads endured any foot. Human stone, elven patrolway, corpse lane, goblin toll track, all of them allowed passage because roads were made to be used, even when use became violation. But the path beneath the trees narrowed after the first bend, then narrowed again, forcing them into a line. Roots rose through the soil like old knuckles. Ferns crowded the edges. Thorn branches leaned low enough that Vaelorian had to duck beneath them, and Malachar had to lift his orange robes with both hands to keep them from catching. Dusk went before Vaelorian, not far, never far. The beast's body moved differently beneath the trees. On open road, he had been dark muscle against pale stone, obvious and threatening. Here, shadow accepted him. Black fur became a piece of the forest's own gloom. His paws found places where frost had not yet hardened the mud. His nose moved constantly, testing root, bark, leaf rot, old smoke, herbs, water, sickness, fear, and the faint lingering trace of many peoples passing one at a time. He did not growl. That troubled Vaelorian more than warning would have. Behind Vaelorian, Skava walked with Perrin close to her side. She did not like the path, not because it was forest. Goblins could live near roots well enough when the roots were not offended. She disliked it because the path had too few signs of ownership. No fresh toll marks, no poison scratches, no debt knots tied under branches, no warning thread stretched low to catch ankles or pride. The path had been used but not claimed in any way she understood. That meant it was protected by people who did not need to advertise, or it was left alone by people who had learned why advertising failed. Both were bad. Sir Garran could not ride nightfall between the trees. The dead charger followed behind with stiff patience, led by a length of old harness Sir Garran held in one gauntleted hand. Branches brushed against black plate. Nightfall's hooves sank into soft soil and came free without irritation. Living horses disliked narrow forest paths. Dead ones did not complain. That was useful. It was also wrong enough that birds stopped calling before the charger passed. Malachar noticed. "Even the lesser-winged things object," he murmured. "How provincial." Vaelorian kept his voice low. "This is a mercy path. Do not mock what protects it. Protection is only mockery written with confidence." "You would say that." "I have lived long enough to see graves beneath temples and temples over graves. One eventually learns that protection is often a matter of who gets buried on which side of the wall." Vaelorian looked at him with open disgust. Malachar smiled back. Vaelorian did not turn around. He heard them, of course he heard them. But his attention had fixed ahead on the path, on dusk, on the smell of herbs growing stronger with each bend. The sign beside the road had not been elven, goblin, or dwarven. That interested him. Laws usually marked themselves in the language of authority. Trade marked itself in the language of debt. Warnings marked themselves in whatever hand fear had available. But the open hand and bowl had been simpler than law, older than profession. It had not claimed the road, it had offered something. That made it suspicious. The trees thinned after a final turn. The Mercy House stood in a hollow where a spring came out from under a shelf of stone. It was smaller than Vaelorian expected. That too made him pause. Power usually taught itself to build upward. White Hollow had risen in clean towers and buried its shame beneath them. Varos had broken the sky with walls that remembered armies. Even dwarven root plates, half hidden beneath bridges, carried the arrogance of things made to outlast weather. This place did not rise, it settled. A low building of old gray stone and dark timber rested under the shelter of 3 enormous trees, whose roots curved around the foundation without cracking it. Moss covered one side of the roof. Smoke rose from a clay chimney in a thin blue line. Bundles of dried herbs hung under the eaves, protected from snow by woven reed screens. A little bell dangled beside the door, not silver, not ceremonial, only iron darkened by years of weather and touch. Beside the spring, flat stones formed a washing place. Beyond it, a fenced garden slept under straw mulch and winter cloth. There were graves, not many. A dozen, perhaps, some marked with stones. Some with carved wood, one with antlers bound in red thread, one with a goblin debt token set upright in the earth, one with a little dwarven iron cap over the top of the marker, one with no mark at all except a smooth bowl turned upside down. Arian felt something in his chest twist, not grief, recognition. A place like this should not have survived. That was what made it hurt. Dusk stopped at the edge of the hollow. Vaelorian stopped beside him. For several breaths, the whole group remained within the trees, looking down at the Mercy House. No guards stood outside. No ward stones glowed. No soldiers watched the tree line. The door opened. An old woman stepped out carrying a bucket. She was human-shaped, though not human. No one living was supposed to be that, except Vaelorian, and even he had been made into a scandal by elven blood and old crime. The woman's ears were rounded enough to seem almost common, but her eyes were too gold in the dim light, and the faint dusting of gray-brown fur along her forearms and throat caught the cold air like down. Beast folk, perhaps, though diluted by some border bloodline. Her hair was white and braided thick down her back. She wore a patched robe the color of old linen beneath a heavier cloak, and around her neck hung a simple cord holding a carved wooden hand. She stopped before the first step. Not because she saw them, because dusk had allowed her to smell him at the same time he smelled her. The old woman looked up toward the trees. Her gaze passed over Vaelorian first, then returned to him. Aorian watched her face carefully. He expected fear, not because she was weak, because fear was sensible. A scarred child in dark clothes stood at the edge of her sanctuary with a black beast beside him, an elf chained behind him, goblins frightened at his back, a grave-walker in orange robes, and a dead knight holding the reins of a horse that had no business standing beneath any living sky. Fear would have been wisdom. The old woman did not look afraid enough. That was the first thing Vaelorian noticed. The second was that dusk did not advance. The beast stood with his head slightly lowered, ears forward now, not flat. He smelled the air between himself and the old woman. His tail did not lash, his lips did not lift. Whatever else the Mercy House held, dusk did not read it as immediate attack. The old woman set the bucket down. "Come out from the trees," she said. "If you mean harm, shadows will not make you less harmful. If you mean none, they are unnecessary." Skava's mouth opened slightly. Perrin stared. Aorian closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. Malachar gave a delighted sigh. "Oh, I like her." Vaelorian stepped forward. Dusk came with him. The others followed because they had no alternative except pain, and pain had become less persuasive than the knowledge that Vaelorian would learn from any attempt to resist it. The old woman watched them descend into the hollow. Her gaze stopped at Aorian's face, then at his posture, then sharper at the place where the chain did not show but pulled. Aorian felt exposed. She looked at Skava and Perrin, at the way Skava's hand hovered near the boy without touching, at the stiffness in Perrin's walk, at the bruised exhaustion around both their eyes. Her gaze moved to Malachar, her mouth tightened. Grave-Walker. Malachar bowed with one hand over his chest, a rare pleasure to be recognized before being condemned. You smell of salt, old blood, and unlocked doors. Condemnation then, efficient. Finally, the old woman looked at Sir Garran and Nightfall. For the first time, her composure changed. Not much, enough. The bucket at her feet tipped in the snow because her foot shifted back. Sir Garran bowed his head. The old woman's eyes narrowed. That body is dead. Yes, Vaelorian said. That man is not. No. Her gaze returned to him. Did you do that? Yes. Vaelorian felt the hollow change. The trees did not move. The little bell did not ring. The smoke continued to rise from the chimney, but the place drew inward around the answer as if every stone and root had listened. The old woman's hand closed around the wooden charm at her throat. Then you should not have come here. Vaelorian looked at the charm. Why? Because this house is for the wounded. His eyes did not flicker. We are wounded. Not all wounds ask to be healed. Malachar made a soft, appreciative sound. Vaelorian ignored him. Are you the healer? I am one of them. One. There are two sleeping inside. One old enough to wake badly. One young enough to wake afraid. I prefer not to trouble either without cause. You answer questions directly. I am too old to decorate fear for children. Saga made a tiny noise and then wished herself invisible. The old woman heard it. Her eyes moved to Saga again. You are Vexaline. Saga went rigid. Perrin stopped breathing. Vaelorian turned his head towards Saga. Not much. Enough. The old woman's face changed as she understood what she had done. Saga's mouth trembled around words that would not come. The chain stirred around her name. Vaelorian looked back at the healer. How do you know that? The old woman said nothing. The chain could not punish her. Vaelorian noticed that too. He took one step forward. Dusk remained at his side, but the beast's attention had changed, not warning him away, not urging attack, watching the woman with something almost like uncertainty. I asked how you know that. The old woman met his eyes. Her mother came here once. Saga's face emptied. Perrin whispered, Saga. Quiet, she breathed. Vaelorian studied the healer. When? Years ago. For what? The old woman did not answer. Vaelorian's expression sharpened. Vaelorian felt the chain move towards Saga, not because she had resisted, but because the answer was inside her somewhere, and Vaelorian had learned the pathways by which her fear could be made to open. Saga bent slightly with a strangled breath. The healer saw it. Her eyes widened. Stop. Vaelorian did not look away from Saga. The healer took one step down from the threshold. I said stop. This time the word carried power. Not loud power, not elven geometry, not Malachar's grave salt tension, not goblin powder and trap work. It moved through the hollow like warm iron placed against cold skin. The chain around Saga recoiled. Only a little, only for a breath, but it recoiled. Every person in the hollow felt it. Vaelorian's head lifted. Malachar's smile vanished. Dusk's fur rose along his spine. Vaelorian turned slowly toward the old woman. The healer's hand remained around the wooden charm. Her face had gone pale, but her eyes did not lower. Behind her, the iron bell beside the door began to tremble. No wind touched it. Vaelorian looked at the bell, then at the healer. You are not only a healer. No, she said. What are you? A servant. The answer interested him. Of whom? The bell trembled harder. The old woman looked at the dead knight, the chained prisoners, the Grave-Walker, the black beast, and finally the boy whose old wounds had learned to command newer ones. Of mercy, she said. Malachar whispered, how inconvenient. Vaelorian raised his blackened hand. Vaelorian felt the old terror rise, immediate and useless. He had seen what happened when that hand moved now. The chain did not need silver manners anymore. It came black under mage sight, raw, precise, hungry for the shape of obedience. The healer saw something too, though not with elven mage sight. Her eyes moved to Vaelorian's palm. Her face did not show disgust, it showed grief. That was the mistake. Vaelorian hated it at once. The first black chain flickered from his hand, not fully visible, not to all eyes. Arian saw it clearly enough, a dark line, thin as wire, unfolding toward the healer's core. Skava saw only shadow. Perrin saw Vaelorian's fingers twitch and felt his stomach turn. Malachar saw more than anyone except Arian, and leaned forward like a scholar at the edge of blasphemy. The healer lifted the wooden hand from her chest. The bell rang once. The sound struck the chain in midair, not shattered, checked. The black line snapped sideways as if it had struck an unseen wall of heat. Vaelorian's hand jerked. Blood opened along an old scar at his wrist. Dusk lunged forward with a snarl. The healer looked at him, not commanding, pleading, "Do not." Dusk stopped, not entirely. His claws tore furrows in the snow. His teeth were bare. His whole body shook with the pressure of Vaelorian's will, urging violence and something older in the hollow, refusing to make violence simple. Vaelorian looked at the beast, then at the healer. For the first time since leaving Varos, he did not understand the shape of a resistance. Aorian did, or thought he did. "Sanctuary vow," he said before he could stop himself. Vaelorian's eyes moved to him. Aorian swallowed blood that was not there this time. "Explain." The healer answered first, "No." Vaelorian's hand twitched, the bell trembled. Arian felt the chain in his own body tighten, eager to make him useful. He clenched his teeth. The chain clenched harder. "It is not a battle ward," he said. "Not mainly. Mercy houses bind themselves by old vow. The healer gives shelter. The house receives the vow. The land recognizes repeated mercy. If enough blood is washed here, if enough deaths are witnessed, if enough enemies are treated under the same roof, the place becomes." He searched for the word and hated all the ones he found. "Consecrated." Malachar clicked his tongue. "Not precisely. Consecration implies a recognized god, temple line, priesthood, doctrinal continuity." "Shut up," the healer said. Malachar's mouth closed. His eyebrows rose. Aorian might have laughed if the situation had been less terrible. Vaelorian looked at Malachar. "You obeyed." Malachar's expression became very still. The healer did not smile. "Some words are not commands," she said. "Some are deserved." Vaelorian absorbed that. Aorian wished desperately that he had not. The boy was not angered by the distinction. He was interested, that was worse. Vaelorian lowered his wounded hand. The black chain vanished. Dusk did not relax. "What is your name?" Vaelorian asked. The healer hesitated. Skava made a small, frightened sound. Names, here too. The healer understood the danger without needing Skava's terror translated. "Mother Kale," she said, not full. "No." The bell stilled. Vaelorian almost smiled. Almost. "What does mercy call you when no strangers listen?" Mother Kale's face hardened. "Nothing you can use." "That is rarely true. More often than you think." For several breaths, they simply looked at one another. The hollow held around them. Smoke curled from the chimney. Somewhere inside the Mercy House, someone coughed weakly in sleep. Dusk's breathing rumbled low and uneven. Nightfall stood among the trees like a shadow that had forgotten to lie flat. Sir Garran had not moved since the bell rang, but his hand rested on his sword now, not his lance. Vaelorian heard the cough. His eyes shifted toward the door. Mother Kale stepped into the path of his gaze, there. Aorian felt it like a knife turning. That was the place, not her name, not her body, not fear for herself. The door, the people inside. Vaelorian saw it. Mother Kale saw him see it. Her face changed. For the first time, fear entered her properly. Vaelorian did not raise his hand again. He did not need to. "How many wounded?" he asked. Mother Kale said nothing. "2 sleeping healers. How many patients?" Her jaw tightened. The bell did not tremble this time. The vow did not stop a question. "5, she said. What races? Vaelorian closed his eyes. Mother Kael's hand tightened around the wooden charm. One goblin child, one dwarven trader, one beastkin hunter, one elven deserter, one man with grave fever whose people left him at the road. Grave fever, Malachar said, interested again. Mother Kael looked at him. You will not touch him. Malachar smiled gently. Not while you are watching. Dusk growled. Malachar sighed. Everyone is so literal today. Vaelorian stepped toward the house. Mother Kael stepped with him. No. The bell trembled once. Vaelorian stopped, not because he had to, because he had learned enough to stop before the next experiment destroyed useful information. You protect them. Yes. From everyone. Yes. Even enemies. Yes. Even those who would harm you. Yes. Even me. Mother Kael's eyes did not leave his, especially you. The words should have angered him. They did not. They entered the growing architecture of his understanding and found a place. Vaelorian looked at the mercy house, at the graves, at the spring, at the herb bundles, at the bell, at the old woman standing between him and the wounded. White Hollow had called rooms by prettier names to hide ownership. Varos had called roads by older names to remember wounds. This place called itself Mercy and meant it. That made it more dangerous than either. Why? He asked. Mother Kael looked tired then, older than when she had stepped from the door, because pain is not proof of guilt. Vaelorian felt the sentence hit him. Skava looked at the ground. Perrin stared at the old woman as if she had spoken something impossible and obvious. Sir Garran bowed his head slightly. Malachar's face revealed nothing. Vaelorian was silent. The old scar marks beneath his clothing ached. The place behind his ribs where the chain bind had once lived before he tore it out seemed to remember the language of correction. Pain is not proof of guilt. A useless sentence, a dangerous sentence. A sentence that, if believed, would make half the world's order indefensible and the other half late. Vaelith would have laughed softly. Vaelorian did not. He looked at Mother Kael. You are wrong. Grief crossed her face again. That grief was another mistake. No, she said, I am late. The hollow stilled. Vaelorian looked sharply at her. Vaelorian did not move. Mother Kael's eyes lowered, not in submission, but toward the scars visible at his throat where old bindings had once marked the skin. I do not know who did this to you, she said. But whoever they were, someone should have reached you before you learned to call chains answer. Dusk made a sound then, small, uncertain. Vaelorian's face emptied, not softened, not hardened, emptied. Vaelorian felt the disaster become inevitable, because Mother Kael had found the wound and touched it without permission. Vaelorian turned to Skava, marked the hollow. Skava's face went white. What? On your map, mark it. Mother Kael stepped forward. No. The bell rang again. Vaelorian did not raise the chain. He looked at Perrin. Skava stopped breathing. Perrin, Vaelorian said, the boy's eyes filled with terror. Come here. Skava made a broken sound and moved before she could stop herself. The chain seized her. She dropped to one knee, shaking, teeth clenched so hard Vaelorian heard them click. Perrin stared at Vaelorian, then at Skava, then walked forward. Mother Kael's face changed from fear to rage. Real rage. Holy rage, perhaps, if such things existed. You leave him out of this. Vaelorian watched Perrin approach. I am. Perrin stopped beside him, trembling. Vaelorian placed one hand lightly on the boy's shoulder, not hurting. That was why Skava began to cry. Vaelorian looked at Mother Kael. You protect the wounded because your vow leaves you no other shape. Mother Kael lifted the wooden charm. You do not understand vows. No, Vaelorian said, I understand chains. The bell began to ring without being touched. Once, twice, 3 times. From inside the Mercy House came startled movement. A voice coughed. Someone said, "Mother." Another voice, younger, began to cry. Mother Kael looked back, only for a heartbeat. Vaelorian saw the turn, not weakness. Love, a door. He did not use the chain yet. He looked at the house. "Bring them out," he said. "No. I did not say I would harm them. You did not say you would not. Would you believe me if I did?" "No. Then words are waste." Dusk's head turned toward Vaelorian. The beast knew that tone. Aerion did too. Mother Kael descended the last step until she stood fully in the snow between Vaelorian and the door. She was old, smaller than him. No, not smaller, but not large, not armed, not armored. Her hands were cracked from water, herb-stained bandages, winter years. Her golden eyes were wet and furious. "Whatever you are," she said, "you do not pass me into that house." Vaelorian looked at her hands. Then at the charm, then at the bell, then at the door. "You think I want the house?" "No," she said, "I think you want what the house means." For the first time, Vaelorian smiled. It was faint, almost nothing, but it reached Aerion like cold through wet cloth. "Yes," he said. Then the black chain came again, not at Mother Kael, at the bell. Aerion shouted before he could stop himself. The chain struck the iron tongue inside the bell, wrapped it, tightened, and silenced the fourth ring before it could fully sound. The holy pressure in the hollow lurched. Mother Kael lifted the charm and spoke a word no one there knew. The spring flashed white. Water rose in a sheet between her and Vaelorian. Dusk leapt aside. The black chain hissed as the spring water touched it, not breaking but smoking like hot metal plunged into a stream. Vaelorian's hand split open across the palm. Blood ran down his wrist. He did not withdraw. Malachar's eyes shone. Aerion tried to move and could not tell whether the chain stopped him or fear did. Sir Garran drew his sword. Mother Kael spoke again. The graves answered, not by opening. By remembering. Every marker in the little yard gave off a low pulse of pale light. The antlers, the goblin token. The dwarven cap, the upside-down bowl, the unmarked stone. Old deaths, washed and named, stood briefly on the edge of being more than memory. Nightfall reared. For the first time, the dead horse made a sound. It was not a neigh. It was air forced through a throat that had no reason to shape fear. Sir Garran fought the reins, and for one moment the Black Lance was not attacking. He was holding his dead charger back from sanctified graves that rejected him. Dusk sprang toward Mother Kael. She turned the charm toward him. Rest. Dusk hit the snow as if sleep had become a wall. Vaelorian's eyes went black with fury. Not because Dusk had fallen, because something else had commanded what was his. The chain around the bell tore inward. Iron screamed. The little mercy bell cracked from lip to crown. Mother Kael staggered as if struck in the chest. The spring water fell. The grave lights dimmed. Dusk pushed himself up, shaking his head, snarling now with humiliation and rage. Vaelorian's hand bled freely. The black chain hung from his palm to the broken bell, visible now even to Saga, even to Perrin, even to Mother Kael's patients watching from the doorway in terror. A goblin child with bandaged eyes. A dwarven trader with one arm splinted against his chest. A lean beastkin woman leaning on a crutch. An elven deserter wrapped in fever cloth. A gray-skinned man whose veins showed dark under the skin. Mother Kael looked back at them. That was all Vaelorian needed. The black chain released the bell and vanished. Silence fell so hard the broken halves of the iron bell seemed loud by existing. Vaelorian swayed once. Aerion saw it. The working had cost him, more than he wanted anyone to know. Dusk stood between him and Mother Kael again, teeth bared, but he did not leap. The beast's eyes were bright with pain and insult. Vaelorian looked at the patients. Then at Mother Kael. You cannot protect all doors at once. Mother Kael's breathing was ragged. Her charm had cracked down the center. Blood showed at one nostril. "No," she said. The word surprised him. It surprised everyone. Mother Kael straightened with visible effort. "No," she said again. "I cannot." She stepped away from the threshold. Not aside, forward toward him. "I will come." Skava's head lifted. Arian went cold. Perrin whispered, "No." Mother Kael did not look at them. Her eyes stayed on Vaelorian. "I will come," she said, "if they remain untouched." Vaelorian studied her. "You bargain." "I vow." "There is a difference." "Yes." "Explain it." "A bargain asks what each side gains." Her voice shook, but it held. "A vow asks what must not be abandoned." Vaelorian looked at her as if she had opened a book he had not known existed. Then he said, "And if I refuse? Then I will fight until you break me, and every patient here will see what you are before you take them." Arian looked at Vaelorian then. So did Malachar. So did Saga through tears she hated. There it was. The old woman had no army, no strong ward now, no bell, no grave lights bright enough to stop him a second time. Dusk could tear her open. Sir Garran could cut the house apart. Malachar could poison the doorway. Vaelorian could take all of them if he was willing to spend enough pain, time, blood, and spectacle. But spectacle was not always useful. Witnesses mattered. The road had begun speaking, and Vaelorian had not yet decided what name he wanted it to use. "Terms," he said. Mother Kael's face tightened. "The patients remain here," she said. "My apprentices remain here. The house remains a mercy house. You do not bind the wounded." "Not today." "No." Vaelorian tilted his head. Mother Kael understood. Her voice hardened. "Not ever by my willing word. Your willing word is smaller than you think." "Perhaps, but it is what I have." Vaelorian looked at the broken bell, then at the patients, then at Saga. Saga. She flinched, marked the house as protected. Mother Kael's eyes narrowed. Saga stared at him, not understanding. Vaelorian continued, "By me." The hollow changed again. Arian felt the obscenity of it before anyone spoke. Mother Kael understood at once. "No." "Yes." "You will not put your name over this house." "I already have." "You broke its bell and spared its wounded. You threatened them, and now others will not." Mother Kael looked as if she might strike him with her bare hands. Dusk would kill her before the blow landed. They both knew it. Vaelorian stepped closer. His bleeding hand hung at his side. His face was pale from strain, but his eyes were very clear. "You will come because you cannot abandon them," he said. "They will remain because I do not need them yet. The house will stand because a standing house draws more wounded than a ruined one. The road will hear that this mercy is under my protection. Your ownership." "Yes." "Mercy cannot be owned." Vaelorian looked at her cracked charm. Then it should have defended itself better. Arian closed his eyes. Mother Kael did not cry. That would have been easier. She turned toward the doorway and looked at the patients. The goblin child with bandaged eyes clutched the dwarven trader's sleeve. The beastkin hunter had lowered her head, ears flat beneath tangled hair. The elven deserter would not look at Arian. The grave-fevered man swayed in the doorway as if death and life were arguing too softly for him to hear. Two younger healers stood behind them now, one old enough to understand, one young enough to hate. Mother Kael lifted one hand, no spell, no bell, only the hand. "Inside," she said. The patients did not move. Her voice softened. "Please." That did what command had not. One by one they withdrew. The younger healer remained longest, staring at Vaelorian with open hatred. Mother Kael looked at her. "Lysa." The girl's face broke. Then she went inside. Mother Kael turned back. "I need my satchel." Vaelorian nodded once. She moved slowly, not because she was weak, but because leaving required her to place each step into the world one at a time. The doorway, she stopped and touched the broken bell. Her fingers lingered on the split iron. Then she entered the house. No one spoke while she was inside. Dusk sat beside Vaelorian, still tense, still watching the door with bright, offended eyes. Vaelorian rested his bleeding hand on the beast's head again. Blood darkened the fur between Dusk's ears. Aelorian stared at that hand. The old woman had stopped the chain, only briefly. Only with place, vow, bell, spring, grave, and surprise. But she had stopped it. And Vaelorian had not left. He had adapted. Malachar leaned close enough that only Aelorian could hear him. "Do you understand what just happened?" Aelorian said nothing. Malachar smiled without looking away from Vaelorian. He found a chain that calls itself mercy. Aelorian's stomach turned. Mother Kael emerged with a leather satchel, a rolled blanket, a staff of dark wood, and the cracked charm still hanging from her throat. She had wrapped the charm in white thread while inside. It looked wounded. Vaelorian noticed. "Can it be repaired?" "Yes." "Will it stop me again?" Her eyes met his. "I pray it will." "Good." The word landed strangely. Not approval, not mockery, intent. Mother Kael descended the steps. Saga knelt in the snow near the broken path marker, scratching a new sign into a flat stone with a goblin blade. Her hand shook. Vaelorian watched every stroke. "What does that say?" he asked. Skava's voice came thin. "Mercy House, protected road, do not take without debt." "Add my mark." "I do not know your mark." Vaelorian looked at the stone, then at his bleeding hand. He pressed his palm against the flat surface. Blood filled the scratches where Saga had cut them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the black residue under his skin stirred. The blood darkened, not red, not brown, black. Saga scrambled backward. Mother Kael whispered something under her breath that might have been prayer or grief. The mark remained, a small, bloody black handprint beneath the goblin warning, too child-sized to be a lord's seal and too wrong to be mistaken for accident. Vaelorian lifted his hand. "There," he said. Saga stared at the mark. "They will ask what that means." Vaelorian looked down the path toward the old road, toward the trees, toward the deep woods that had already sent one witness and would surely send more. "Tell them it means the wounded may remain." Mother Kael's face hardened. "And the healer?" she asked. Vaelorian turned to her. "The healer walks." No one answered. The Mercy House stood behind them, bell broken, graves quiet, smoke still rising from its chimney. It had not fallen, that was almost worse. Ruin would have been honest. Instead, Vaelorian had left it standing, marked by blood and debt, transformed without being destroyed. A sanctuary had become a boundary stone. A vow had become a road. Mother Kael walked beside them when they left the hollow. Not chained, not yet. That was important. Aelorian could feel Vaelorian's restraint like a blade held back from skin. The boy did not bind her immediately because the first attempt had failed, because the place had given her strength, because the vow had revealed itself as structure, and because Vaelorian had learned enough from Varos to know that certain doors opened wider when allowed to believe they were still closed. Dusk walked close to Mother Kael for the first quarter mile. He sniffed her cloak, her hands, her satchel, the cracked charm, the herbs hanging from her belt. Once when she stumbled over a root, he turned his head sharply but did not touch her. Mother Kael looked at him. "You poor creature," she said. Dusk stared back. Vaelorian stopped. The whole path stopped with him. Mother Kael realized the mistake only after making it. Vaelorian looked at her. Poor. Her jaw tightened, Dusk's ears shifted. Mother Kael did not retreat from the word. "Yes," she said, "poor." The chain around Dusk did not burn the way it did around Aelorian or Saga. It was older in shape now, more animal, hunger braided with command, loyalty braided with violence, but it moved. Aelorian saw it under mage sight, a dark line sunk deep into the beast's instincts. Vaelorian's voice was very soft. "He is mine." "That is why." Saga shut her eyes. Malachar looked delighted again. Aelorian braced for pain that would not strike him. Vaelorian looked down at Dusk. Dusk looked back up at him. There was no human appeal in the beast's face, no shame, no question that could be answered in words, only living attention, black and absolute. Vaelorian touched the fur between his ears where blood had dried. "He would have died without me." Perhaps he kills for me. I saw. He chose me before the chain, knew how to hold him properly. Mother Kale's expression shifted, not disbelief, not argument, sorrow again, damn her. Children often mistake need for choice when no kinder hand arrives. The path went silent, even the forest seemed to listen. Vaelorian felt with sudden sick certainty that this old woman was going to die if she did not learn when to stop placing mercy where Vaelorian kept knives. Vaelorian stepped closer to her. Dusk did not move. You speak as though you know me. Mother Kale looked at his scars, his blackened hand, his two old eyes, the posture of a child who had learned command from the underside of it. No, she said, I speak as though I know wounds. Vaelorian held her gaze, then he turned and continued walking. No punishment came, not yet. Vaelorian understood then that Mother Kale had survived not because Vaelorian had forgiven her, but because she had become too useful to break quickly. That was mercy in his hands, deferred destruction wearing patience. By the time they returned to the old road, afternoon had begun to lean toward evening. The deep woods darkened in the west, not closer by distance, but closer by awareness. The watcher had not returned. No second bell rang behind them from the Mercy House. No armed guards came. No shrine fire followed. Only the road remained, and now the group had changed. Vaelorian felt it immediately. Before the Mercy House, they had been fugitives from Varos carrying death west. After it, they were something else. Vaelorian had taken a healer without yet chaining her. He had marked a sanctuary without burning it. He had learned that vows could resist where fear failed. He had seen that Dusk's instinct could save him from road traps. He had watched a bell stop the black chain. He had discovered that mercy could create wards, that protection could be inherited by place, that graves could answer when washed and named enough times. Vaelorian could almost see the shape forming in the boy's mind. White Hollow had taught him chains. Varos had taught him death. Saga had taught him names. The road had taught him witnesses. The Mercy House had taught him vows. And every lesson became worse because Vaelorian did not reject it, he used it. Mother Kale walked behind Vaelorian now, staff in one hand, satchel at her side, cracked charm beneath her cloak. Her face was composed, but her eyes flicked often toward the black handprint on the stone they had left behind. Saga walked near her for a while. Not too near, near enough that fear could become question if forced. Mother Kale looked down at the goblin girl. Your mother is alive, she said quietly. Saga stumbled. Perrin grabbed her sleeve. Vaelorian stopped walking. Mother Kale's mouth closed. Too late, Saga stared at her. What? The old woman's face tightened. I should not have said that. Vaelorian turned. No, he said, you should continue. Saga shook her head once, not denial, terror. Perrin whispered her name. Mother Kale closed her eyes. When she came to the house, she was wounded, not dying, hiding. She carried 3 names and gave none of them freely. I treated her shoulder. She paid with a copper tooth, a map knot, and a warning about a road that was not where it should have been. Skava's breathing grew ragged. When? Vaelorian asked. 7 years, perhaps 8. Where did she go? West. Saga made a small broken sound. Toward Blacktooth, Vaelorian asked. Mother Kale looked at him with hatred now. Real hatred, not rage, not holy defiance. Hatred. You hear a daughter learn her mother may live and you ask for root advantage. Yes. The answer had no shame in it. Mother Kale's face became very still. Vaelorian had seen that stillness before in soldiers who had decided they could not win but would remember. I do not know, she said. The chain could not test her yet. Vaelorian looked at Saga. Saga felt the look and lowered herself before pain told her to. I do not know, she said quickly. I swear I do not know where she is. She left before. She always left. I do not know. Vaelorian watched her shake. Then he said, now you have another reason to keep moving. Saga looked up. For one instant, hope and horror wore the same face. That was the kind of expression Vaelorian remembered best. He turned back to the road. Mother Kale stared at the back of his head. Vaelorian saw her understanding deepen. She had bargained with him to save 5 patients. Now she had given him another chain around Skava without meaning to. Mercy had betrayed itself by speaking. Vaelorian walked west. Dusk walked beside him. The others followed. As evening thickened, the road descended between 2 low ridges where snow lay thin over black earth. The first true trees of the deep woods stood ahead, still distant but no longer only horizon. Their branches interlocked against the sky. Somewhere inside them, a raven folk witness carried a story. Somewhere behind them, a mercy house stood marked by a black hand. Somewhere west, perhaps, Skava's mother lived inside a name the chain had not yet learned. Vaelorian looked at the darkening forest and felt the day's lessons arrange themselves. A sanctuary could be taken without being destroyed. A healer could be moved before being bound. A beast could sense what maps missed. A goblin could be given hope and made more useful by it. A vow could resist. Therefore, a vow could be studied. The road did not stay dead beneath his feet. It listened. It named, it carried. And as the first night beyond Varos gathered around them, Vaelorian understood that the world was not made of kingdoms first. It was made of passages. Who could walk, who could not, who was stopped, who was helped, who was charged, who was watched, who was remembered, who was owned. He looked at Mother Kale without slowing. "Tonight," he said, "you will explain vows." She did not answer. The chain did not yet force her. Dusk's ears turned back toward her. Mother Kale gripped her staff. The cracked charm beneath her cloak gave one faint, wounded pulse of warmth. "Tonight," she said, "you will hear them." Vaelorian almost smiled. Behind them, in the hollow beneath the trees, the broken mercy bell hung silent. Ahead, in the dark, the deep woods waited with all its witnesses. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 4. The Map of Throats. They did not make camp beside the Mercy Road. Vaelorian decided that before the sun had fully died. The path to Mother Kale's house was too narrow, too marked by vow, too full of memory that had already resisted him once. The hollow behind them held broken iron, named graves, spring water, patients who had seen his hand, and a black mark in blood that would begin speaking before night finished covering it. Useful things, dangerous things, things to leave standing long enough to gather rumor. A ruined sanctuary was a warning. A standing sanctuary under his mark was a mouth. So he did not stay. He took the road farther west until the deep woods loomed close enough that the last light caught only the uppermost branches and left everything beneath them in a single dark body. The forest did not begin with a wall. That would have been easier. Walls confessed themselves. The deep woods began by making ordinary trees look like scouts for something older behind them. Low pines became tall pines. Tall pines became black columns. Oaks widened until 3 men could not have joined hands around them. The ground rose and dipped around roots thick enough to trip a horse. Snow survived in hollows where the day had not touched it. Ferns grew in shadow despite the cold. Moss darkened fallen stones until old roadwork seemed to be sinking, not broken but swallowed. Dusk chose the camp before Vaelorian named it. The beast left the road where a low ridge bent around a hollow of black soil and winter grass. He moved through the trees in a slow arc, nose low, then high, then low again. Once he stopped and scraped bark with one paw. Once he stared into a stand of young pines until Perrin began crying without sound. At last, Dusk climbed a flat shelf of stone overlooking the hollow, turned twice, and sat. Vaelorian looked at the place. A stream ran below, narrow but unfrozen where it moved under roots. The old human road lay east of them, visible through the trees but not close enough that a traveler would see firelight unless careless. To the west, the first true shadow of the deep woods thickened. The ridge curved like a half-bowl, sheltering them from open sight while leaving one narrow path in and 2 difficult paths out. There were old stones under the moss. Not ruins exactly, foundations perhaps. A watch post, A failed shrine, a hunter's platform fallen centuries ago. Something had once stood here and the forest had accepted its bones. Vaelorian studied the hollow, here. No one argued. Vaelorian had learned to hate that too, the silence after command. The way the world seemed to close around Vaelorian's decisions because every person near him had begun saving strength for pain that might not come. Obedience did not need to be perfect to reshape a room. It only needed to become faster than speech. They set no bright fire. Malachar objected once mildly on the grounds that damp cold made certain corpse preparations inelegant. Vaelorian looked at him. Malachar decided that a small covered ember pit was a reasonable compromise. Saga and Perrin gathered deadwood under Dusk's watch. Dusk did not follow them like a guard. That would have implied trust in distance. He moved in widening circles, silent through brush, appearing in their path whenever they began to drift too near shadow, slope, water, or anything Saga knew better than to look at twice. Perrin tried once to pick up a branch from beside a rotted stump. Dusk's paw came down on the wood before his fingers touched it. The beast bared his teeth at the stump. Perrin dropped backward into the snow. Saga stared at the stump. A small slit opened in the rotten bark. Something pale withdrew into it. Saga went very still. Dusk looked at her. She lowered her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, though she did not know whether the beast understood gratitude or only tones that did not need killing. Dusk lifted his paw from the branch. Perrin did not touch it. Sir Garran tethered Nightfall beneath an oak whose lower branches had all died on one side. The dead charger stood without eating, drinking, stamping, or lowering its head. Snow gathered on its mane. Sir Garran brushed it away once with a gesture so old and habitual that Vaelorian had to look away from the tenderness of it. A dead knight caring for a dead horse, while a child monster planned war beneath trees that might remember humanity, was the kind of image no sane world should have permitted. Mother Kael sat on a fallen stone with her staff across her knees and her satchel at her feet. She had not spoken since Vaelorian told her she would explain vows. Her cracked wooden charm hung beneath her cloak, wrapped in white thread. Vaelorian could feel something faint from it when the wind shifted. Not power like an elven ward, not spell pressure, but a stubborn warmth, the last ember in a hearth someone refused to abandon. Malachar noticed him noticing. "Still alive, that little relic," he said. Mother Kael did not look at him. "So am I." "For now, so are you." Malachar smiled. A theological blow, how unexpected. Vaelorian stood at the center of the hollow and looked at the ground, then at Saga. "Draw." Saga had been kneeling near Perrin, checking his hands for splinters, cold cracks, and things worse than thorns. Her fingers stopped. "What?" "The goblin lands." Her face changed so quickly that even Mother Kael looked up. "There is no one map." "Then draw more than one." "No." The word came before fear caught it. The chain struck her hard enough to fold her forward. Perrin cried out and reached for her. "Stay," Vaelorian said. Perrin stopped with both hands hovering in the air, trembling. Saga pressed her forehead to the frozen ground, teeth clenched, breath breaking through her nose. The pain was not long. Vaelorian did not spend it wastefully. He allowed the first wave to teach the shape of refusal, then released enough for her to breathe. "Again," he said. Saga pushed herself upright by inches. Her eyes were wet. Her mouth had blood at one corner, where she had bitten herself. "There is no one map," she said again, but the word "no" did not stand alone this time. It arrived wrapped in explanation, trembling made acceptable by usefulness. "Goblin lands are not elven lands. They change, clans split, toll dens move. Dead houses burn records and pretend they never owed what they owed. Tunnels collapse, markets open under other markets. Mother lines hide from sons. Sons sell fathers. Children remember roads adults swear were never cut." Vaelorian watched her. "So you will draw change." Saga stared at him. Vaelorian felt, with sick certainty, that the answer pleased Vaelorian more than any clean map would have. A clean border could be crossed. A changing world had to be understood. Use stones, he said. Ash, thread, bone, whatever your people use when they do not trust ink. Skava looked at the ground, then at Perrin, then at Mother Kale. The old healer priest's face was quiet and full of grief. Not pity. Skava would have hated pity. This was worse. Recognition. Skava turned away from it. She gathered what the hollow gave her. Small stones from beneath the moss, twigs, a strip of thread torn from Perrin's sleeve. Ash from Malachar's covered ember pit. 2 old bones Malachar provided with indecent readiness and a bow when Skava recoiled. Skava did not use the bones until Vaelorian said nothing, which somehow made refusal more dangerous. Then she took them and placed them carefully where bone belonged. Her hands shook at first. Then they stopped. That frightened Vaelorian more. Skava bent over the ground and began making goblin country, not as a map maker made a map. As a survivor rebuilt a wound. She marked the old road first, but not with a straight line. She broke it into segments, each piece with different ownership. Here, a dead stretch. Here, a poisoned well. Here, a crossing no one used after winter thaw because water remembered too many bodies. Here, a false safe path sold to strangers. Here, a route road watched by deep woods things. Here, a toll den that pretended to be abandoned until the third traveler passed. Vaelorian crouched across from her. Dusk lay beside him, head between his paws, eyes open. The beast did not look at the map. He looked at Skava's hands. Vaelorian stood behind Vaelorian because the chain preferred him there. Mother Kale remained seated on the fallen stone. Malachar came closer until his shadow stretched across the ash. Sir Garran stood at the edge of the hollow, facing outward, but Vaelorian knew he listened. Soldiers listened to maps the way priests listened to confession. Skava placed a ring of small black stones, Blacktooth proper. Vaelorian's gaze sharpened. How many? The settlements, clans. Skava's mouth tightened. Inside Blacktooth, depends who is counting and who wants war. 5 major lines, maybe 6 if Grathnail still pretends it is not broken. 12 lesser clans recognized when tribute is useful. More unrecognized, rat lines, smoke lines, no mother gangs, tunnel orphans, knife kitchens, dead children, outsiders who buy names for a season. Name the major lines. She closed her eyes. The chain did not touch her. It did not need to. That was cruelty of a different sort, letting her choose betrayal before forcing it. Vexaline, she said. Perrin looked at her. Her voice almost failed. My mother line, outer traders, map knots, road bargains, smuggler guides, not strongest. Useful because others need us and hate needing us. She placed a small twisted thread near the eastern edge. Tharn line, smoke powder, bad wells, collapsed traps. They poison first and ask whose fault it was after. A blackened twig, curric root, food stores, fungus vaults, winter pantries, bitter mold, dried meat, underground roots. Children eat because curric counts mold better than most clans count coin. Perrin whispered, Skava. She kept going. Brass-eye ledger, debt house, not clan in blood, clan in records, they own promises. They can starve a tunnel by moving numbers. A flat stone scratched with ash. Red knuckle, fighters, guards, toll breakers. Too loud but useful when someone needs a door kicked in and wants to pretend they did not hire the foot. A piece of bone, little ash, corpse scavengers, grave buyers, bone cleaners. They trade with death orders when they think no one sees. Malachar's smile became reverent. Charming. Skava did not look at him. And the 6th, Vaelorian asked. Grathnail, she said reluctantly. Old line, broken, pretends not to be. They have names, old tunnels, no strength to hold them, and too much pride to sell them correctly. Vaelorian studied the ring, which hates Vexaline most. Skava gave a hollow little laugh. On which day? Today. Her fingers hovered over the map. Tharn line, because Vexa guides caravans around their false toll roads. Brass-eye, because Mother once burned a ledger and stole 3 cousins out from under debt. Red knuckle, because everyone hates red knuckle when they are not paying them. Kuruk root hates no one loudly. That is why they are dangerous. Little ash cells to whoever brings clean bone. Which is weakest? Grath nail. Most useful. Kuruk root. Why? Her hand stopped over the fungus vault marker. She did not answer. Vaelorian looked at Perrin. Skava said, because food moves even when soldiers do not. The hollow seemed to darken around the sentence. Vaelorian was very still. Arian felt something open, not magic, worse, thought. Say that again, Vaelorian said. Skava's face lost all remaining color. She heard it too now, the thing she had given him, not a road. Not a clan name, a door. Food moves, she whispered, even when soldiers do not. Vaelorian looked at the Kuruk root marker, then at the other clans, then at Malachar. Can undeath be eaten? Mother Kale stood so quickly that the satchel at her feet fell over. No. Vaelorian did not look at her. Malachar's expression changed in the fire shadow. Delight first, then calculation, then something almost like caution which made Aelrian colder than Delight had. Not undeath, Malachar said. Vaelorian waited. Not as such. Undeath is not a spice one sprinkles into stew and expects obedience to bloom from the bowel. Crude corpse rot would kill some, sicken others, and alert everyone with a nose before your second storehouse was touched. Mother Kale's voice shook with anger. You speak as if improving the method is the only objection. Malachar glanced at her. In this conversation, yes. Dusk lifted his head at the old woman's tone. Vaelorian's eyes remained on Malachar. Then what can be eaten? Malachar crouched at the edge of Skava's map. Skava leaned back from him without meaning to. Grave taint, hunger rot, not disease in the village sense. Plague is noisy. Plague runs where it pleases and kills what one wished to keep. You do not want fever first. You want weakness, bad sleep, softening of the will, thin blood, corpses that die easier and answer cleaner. A settlement does not need to know it is dying until the third common meal has already passed through every throat worth counting. Perrin began to cry, not loudly, not dramatically, only a thin sound that he tried to swallow because crying in front of Vaelorian had become another way to reveal what mattered. Skava turned on Malachar with hatred so naked Aelrian almost moved. Those are food stores. Malachar looked at her. Yes, they are for winter. Yes, for children. Yes. Vaelorian looked at the Kuruk root marker. Then they reach where soldiers cannot. Mother Kale crossed the hollow before anyone expected it. Dusk rose. Vaelorian did not stop her. She stopped 2 paces from him, staff in hand, cracked charm warm beneath her cloak. Her old eyes blazed with a fury that made her seem taller than she was. You are not planning war, she said. You are planning famine with teeth. Vaelorian looked up at her. No, he said, famine wastes bodies. The sentence struck the camp harder than any shout. Aelrian felt the chain in his own body tighten as if bracing around the horror before he did. Vaelorian continued, still calm. A starving body dies empty. A sickened body dies useful if prepared correctly. Mother Kale's face went white with revulsion. Sir Garran turned from the perimeter. My lord. The words came slowly. Vaelorian looked to him. Sir Garran's face, Ren's face, the Black Lance's eyes, all of it held an old unease that had not yet become disobedience. Is the target a fighting settlement? Skava stared at him. Perrin looked up through tears. Vaelorian's head tilted slightly. Does that matter? Sir Garran's jaw tightened. War distinguishes between those who bear arms and those who feed them. Malachar chuckled. Only in songs composed after victory. Sir Garran's hand moved to his sword. Dusk growled. The sound rolled through the hollow. Malachar's amusement did not vanish, but it became still. Vaelorian watched the knight carefully. This was useful. Vaelorian could see it on his face. Not anger that Sir Garran had questioned. Interest that the oath-bound dead possessed a line. Did humans spare food stores? Vaelorian asked. Sir Garran did not answer quickly. The dead horse shifted beneath the oak. Its hoof struck stone once. No, the knight said at last, not always. Did they poison wells? Yes. Burn granaries? Yes. Starve cities? Sir Garran's eyes darkened with something older than the corpse. Yes. Then you object to method or memory. The blow landed. Sir Garran's face became very still. Vaelorian felt unwillingly the cruelty of the question. Vaelorian had not commanded him into silence. He had made the knight stand inside the history he wanted to use as honor. Sir Garran bowed his head. I object, he said, to becoming what our enemies said we were. The hollow held that. For a moment, the only sound was Perrin's broken breathing and the small crackle of the ember pit. Vaelorian looked at Sir Garran for a long time. Then he said, then object usefully. Sir Garran lifted his gaze. If plague moves uncontrolled, it destroys supply, labor, hostage value, intelligence, and future tribute. It scatters survivors into roads you do not hold. It breeds hatred in holes too small for cavalry. It teaches every clan to burn stores before surrendering. A starving enemy becomes either weak or ungovernable. One must decide which result is desired before choosing the instrument. Malachar's eyebrows rose. Now that, the Grave-Walker said, is soldiering. Vaelorian did not smile. Vaelorian wished he had. A smile would have been simple. Instead, the boy absorbed the objection and placed it somewhere. Skava. She flinched a yes. If Kuruk root fell, who eats? Her mouth trembled. Everyone suffers. That is not an answer. It is the answer. The chain warned her. She bent over the map, hands flat in the snow. Outer clans first. Little ash buys from them. Vexa trades roots for mold shares in winter. Grathnail begs and steals. Red Knuckle takes by force if they think no one will unite fast enough. Brasseye holds debt against food owed 3 seasons ago. Tharnline poisons rival stores when their own run low. The children. Skava closed her eyes. Say it, Vaelorian ordered. Kuruk root feeds children first in deep winter, she whispered. Not only theirs, for debt later, for goodwill, for hostage safety, for because little ones remember who fed them. Vaelorian touched the Kuruk marker with one finger. So it is not merely a food clan, it is a future clan. Mother Kale whispered, monster. Vaelorian did not look at her. Vaelorian felt sick because the boy was right. That was the worst of it. Not morally, never morally, structurally. He saw what things were for. Vaelorian's finger moved from Kuruk root to Vexaline. Skava can enter. Skava's breath stopped. Perrin shook his head rapidly. No, he whispered. No, no, no. Vaelorian looked at him. Perrin froze. Skava spoke before he could be punished. Not Kuruk inner vault, not as myself, not now. Vexaline guides trade, we do not own their kitchens. But you know the roots. Yes. Storage customs. Some. Who carries? Some. Which meals are shared? Skava's shoulders began to shake. Vaelorian watched. She is already useful as a map, Malachar said lightly. Vaelorian turned to him. Malachar held up both hands in a small gesture of innocence no one believed. I offer technique, not mercy. If you spend your best goblin key as a delivery vessel too early, you may successfully poison a pantry and lose a country. She knows roads, doors, kinship, debts, which lie belongs in which mouth. That is rarer than a corpse. I did not say I would spend her. No, Malachar said. You considered using her. Skava looked at Vaelorian. The horror on her face deepened, not because Malachar had been wrong, because he had been right enough. Vaelorian's gaze returned to the map. She could carry it without dying. Mother Kael's staff struck the ground. You will not make her a plague vessel. No, Vaelorian said. Everyone looked at him. He continued, not vessel, access. Skava's mouth parted. Aerion felt the old human fear rise in him like cold water. Vaelorian's voice remained even, almost quiet. Goblins are networks. Food is accepted where strangers are not. If grave taint can be hidden in stores, then the first gate is not stone. It is trust. Perrin gagged. Skava covered her mouth with both hands. Mother Kael looked as if she might be physically ill. Aerion heard himself speak. This is why. Vaelorian looked at him. Aerion did not stop, could not stop. This is why they feared humans, not because every human mage was stronger, not because every human soldier was better, because you connect things that should never be joined. The chain stirred. Aerion forced the words out before pain bent them. Elven binding, goblin food roots, necromantic plaguecraft, human siege doctrine, Skava's motherline, your black chain. You make systems out of other people's taboos. Vaelorian listened. Aerion wished again that he would become angry. He did not. You understand, Vaelorian said. Aerion's stomach turned. No, he said, I recognize. Recognition is the first useful form of understanding. The chain tightened hard enough to make Aerion bow his head. Malachar clapped once softly. Mother Kael looked at him with disgust. He shrugged. It was a fine exchange. Vaelorian turned back to Malachar. What is required? For the grave taint. For all of it. Malachar's expression sobered. For the first time that night, the Grave-Walker looked less like a delighted tutor, and more like a man standing before a machine he had helped assemble and did not fully know how to stop. All of it, he said, is beyond you as you are. The hollow sharpened, Dusk's ears turned toward him. Vaelorian's face did not change. Explain. Malachar crouched and drew a circle in the dirt beside Skava's map. One settlement perhaps, a small one, a food store weakened, death prepared, bodies raised quickly before proper burning, survivors frightened, isolated, bound in the confusion. You might manage it with preparation, surprise, and excellent weather. How many dead? With your current command truly held, perhaps dozens, more if crude, fewer if useful. One goblin settlement's dead might answer for a night if they died prepared and rose close. Holding them after resistance begins, harder. Directing them while maintaining living chain-bound, harder still. Binding survivors while commanding the dead, that becomes a knot tied around your own throat. Vaelorian looked down at his hand. The black residue under the skin pulsed faintly. Malachar saw it. Yes, he said, that. Your chain is becoming honest, but honesty is not capacity. Every bound will pulls. Every corpse command requires pressure. Every resistance travels back along the line. Right now, you are trying to conduct war through your nerves. Mother Kael's face tightened. Aerion looked at Vaelorian's hand despite himself. Skava stared at the map as if it might open and swallow her before the future arrived. Vaelorian said, then I need more nerves. Malachar laughed softly. No, you need a place for command to gather before it enters the world. A master focus. The word settled. Aerion had heard of such things, not in this context, not for slave binding and corpse command. But high mages used foci, wore staves, spell crowns, ward thrones, crystal matrices, dwarven forge helms. Temple reliquaries, tools that did not create will but shaped and distributed it. Vaelorian's eyes sharpened. What form? Many, Malachar said. A helm if you intend to think with it. A crown if you need fools to understand you rule. A mask if terror matters. A staff if you want old mages to take you seriously. A throne if you intend to remain still and command from one place. A banner if armies must see where obedience gathers. A reliquary if you have something holy enough or dead enough to make the line hold. A collar if one enjoys irony. His smile returned faintly. "No," Vaelorian said. Malachar inclined his head. "I suspected not." "What would you choose?" "For myself." "For me?" Malachar's smile faded again. He looked at Vaelorian not as amusement, not as prey, not even as student, as problem. "You began as the bound," he said. "Crowns lie, helms slip, staves can be taken, thrones can be abandoned. You do not yet possess forgecraft enough for proper metal focus, nor a nexus, nor a relic worthy of the burden." His eyes moved to the scars hidden beneath Vaelorian's clothing. "But your body already knows how to hold a chain." Mother Kael whispered, "No." Malachar ignored her. "For a temporary measure, the chain bind can be rooted through your own body. Anchored along existing marks, old wounds, core line, spine, shoulders, wrists, throat. You become the focus until a better one is crafted." Vaelorian went cold. Skava looked up slowly. Perrin did not understand fully and feared that more than understanding. Vaelorian did, of course he did. What changes? Reach, capacity, stability for a time. You would be able to hold more chains at once, command prepared undead more cleanly, project punishment farther, and keep lesser bindings from fraying when your attention shifts. It would also make the chain visible to eyes that normally see nothing, eventually. Black lines, perhaps links, across the skin first, then above it if the spell grows bold. Vaelorian's breathing remained even. The cost. Malachar looked pleased by the question. "Pain." "That is not cost." Mother Kael flinched. Malachar's smile showed teeth. "Then feedback. Resistance from the bound travels through your own flesh. Panic, hatred, hunger, death throes, corpse memory, oath conflict, fever, prayers, perhaps. Your old marks may reopen. Your core may chill during corpse command and burn during living resistance. Sleep will become complicated. Privacy, if you ever valued such a thing, will become theoretical. Tie too much through yourself, and you may forget which pain began as yours." Vaelorian considered this. Vaelorian stared at him, horrified by the lack of hesitation. Mother Kael stepped forward. "You are making your own body into the prison." Vaelorian looked at her. "No," he said, "I am making it the key." Her eyes shone with anger and something worse. Pity. "You think that is different because you stand on the outside of the door." Vaelorian's expression emptied. Dusk rose. The old woman did not step back. "Every chain has two ends," she said. "You heard that today, you know it. If you bind enough suffering through yourself, you will not become free of it. You will become crowded." Vaelorian looked at the map. At Skava's trembling hands, at Perrin's tears, at Vaelorian's hatred, at Sir Garran's silence, at Malachar's eager caution, at Dusk's black body waiting to kill or be commanded, at Mother Kael, who had called mercy a vow and made a bell halt the chain for one impossible breath. "Good," he said. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Malachar laughed under his breath. Mother Kael whispered, "Child." The word struck the camp strangely. Not boy, not monster, not lord, child. Vaelorian looked at her for a long time, then he turned to Malachar. "How is it done?" Malachar's eyes gleamed. "Carefully, if you wish to survive with all organs still friendly to one another." "How?" Malachar reached into one sleeve and withdrew a thin bone stylus. "First, we do not do it tonight." Vaelorian's gaze hardened. Malachar lifted one finger. "Unless you prefer to become a twitching landmark by dawn, your body is already strained. You broke a sanctuary bell, touched consecrated resistance, marched half a day, held multiple bindings, and spent far too much interest on road traps. You require preparation. Grave salt, blood, binding geometry. Your own marks reopen deliberately, not accidentally. Mother Kael's knowledge of the body, unless she prefers you dead and herself dragged by a beast, which is possible but inefficient. Mother Kale said, "I will not help you mutilate yourself into a weapon." Vaelorian looked at her. "You will keep me alive." "That is not the same thing." "It will be." Her face tightened. There, Aelrian saw it, the vow becoming a cage before the chain even touched her. Mother Kale saw it too. Her eyes closed briefly. Vaelorian turned back to Malachar. "How long?" "For the crude mantle, 3 nights, perhaps 4. For something stable enough to carry settlement-scale dead. Longer, for a true master focus. Materials we do not possess, craft we have not stolen, and probably a forge or relic that will object." "Dwarves," Aelrian said. He did not mean to. The word escaped because his mind followed the problem faster than caution. Vaelorian turned. Aelrian's mouth tasted of old fear. "The Dwarven Forge Nexus," he said. "Their craft, their rune matrices, you will think of it." Vaelorian watched him. "I already have." Of course he had. Sir Garran spoke from the edge of the hollow. "A commander does not begin with the fortress he cannot take. He begins with the road that feeds it." Vaelorian nodded. "Then we begin with the road." Skava's eyes widened. He looked back at her map. Not Blacktooth proper, not Kurik route first, not the major clans. Skava should have felt relief. She did not. Vaelorian placed one small stone outside the major ring, near the old road and the deep wood's edge. This. Her gaze followed, a little outer mark, one of the lesser dens, barely a settlement. A toll hollow connected to Vexeline routes, Kurik food movement, and Old Corpse roads. Skava had placed it with almost no thought because it was small, poor, and ordinary. That had been the mistake. "What is it?" Vaelorian asked. Her voice barely came. "Narrowmouth." "Population. Changes 30, 50. More in bad weather, fewer if Red Knuckle passes through. Stores. Small shared, they buy bitter mold from Kurik. Trade dried rat, root meal, tunnel fish. Sometimes shelter Vexa guides. Defenses. Pit wires, smoke holes, 2 tunnel exits, 1 false shrine, children who scream if strangers come too close." Perrin began shaking again. Vaelorian touched the stone. "First lesson." Mother Kale's voice was low. "You mean first target?" "No," Vaelorian said. "A target is struck. A lesson teaches after it bleeds." Skava stared at the little stone. Aelrian looked at it too and felt the future gather around that poor, ugly, insignificant place. Narrowmouth had probably never mattered in any court, on any proper map, in any elven report, in any human military archive except perhaps as ground beneath some forgotten campaign. It was a little goblin hollow where people ate bad food, cheated travelers, hid children, cursed larger clans, and survived. Now Vaelorian had noticed it. That was enough to begin its end. Dusk moved closer to the map and sniffed the stone. Then he looked west, toward the dark, deep woods, and growled softly. Not at Narrowmouth, at the trees. The growl reminded everyone that they were not alone in the world they were planning to violate. Above them, unseen in the high branches, something gave a single harsh call. Raven or ravenfolk, Aelrian could not tell. Skava flinched. Perrin covered his ears. Sir Garran lifted his sword half an inch. Malachar looked up and smiled. "Our minutes are being taken." Vaelorian did not look away from the map. Let them record accurately. The call did not come again. Night settled. The ember pit glowed under its cover. The map of goblin lands remained in stones, thread, ash, bone, and betrayal. Mother Kale sat with her staff across her knees and her vow tightening invisibly around her. Aelrian stood with the knowledge that his usefulness had become another crime. Skava knelt before the shape of her people and knew every mark she made had become a possible wound. Perrin leaned against her side, too tired to cry but not old enough to stop being afraid of tomorrow. Sir Garran watched the perimeter like the beginning of a siege. Malachar began sorting instruments. Dusk lay beside Vaelorian with his eyes open. Vaelorian sat at the center of them all and looked at his own hands. Thin hands, scarred hands, a child's hands if one ignored what they had done. The blackness beneath the skin moved faintly like something waiting to be given room. He thought of Vaelith's silver chain, beautiful and hidden. He thought of the mercy bell cracking. He thought of the bridge holes coughing rot. He thought of Currick Root's food stores. He thought of Narrowmouth. He thought of a master focus. Then he untied the front of his stolen shirt and pulled the cloth aside enough for the night air to touch the old scars across his chest and collarbone. Mother Kael looked at him sharply. Vaelorian stopped breathing. Vaelorian placed one finger on the place above his heart where the chain bind had once lived inside him. "Show me where to cut," he said. Mother Kael's voice shook. "No." Vaelorian looked at her. "You misunderstand," he said. "I was not asking you to begin." His eyes moved to Malachar. "I was asking where the first chain should pass." Malachar leaned forward, smiling as if the night had finally become worth surviving. Mother Kael whispered a prayer under her breath. Dusk pressed his body against Vaelorian's side, not understanding the map, the plague, the focus, the future, only that his master's scent had begun to change. And at the edge of the deep woods, beneath branches that remembered older wars than any living kingdom, the first war camp of the Chainbender began as a map drawn in ash, and a child deciding to make his own body large enough to hold an army. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 5. The body that held the chain. Malachar began before dawn. He did not call it surgery. Mother Kael did. Vaelorian called it stupidity once quietly and paid for the word before Vaelorian even opened his eyes. Sir Garran called it preparation and stood at the edge of camp with his sword drawn, facing the old road like an honor guard at an execution. Saga called it nothing. She sat with Perrin near the roots of a black pine and stared at the ash map until the stones seemed to stare back. Dusk called it wrong without words. The beast paced around Vaelorian's chosen place until claw marks carved a broken circle into the frozen earth. The place was a flat shelf of stone at the center of the hollow, half swallowed by moss and roots. Perhaps it had once been a shrine floor, perhaps a watch platform, perhaps only a slab dragged there by people whose names had rotted out of every map. Malachar liked it because stone remembered blood. Mother Kael disliked it for the same reason. Vaelorian stood barefoot upon it in the cold morning. He wore only the war oath kilt taken from Varos, dark cloth wrapped low around his waist and falling to his knees in severe panels, belted tight with scavenged leather and old human metal. His chest was bare. His ribs showed too clearly when he breathed. Old scars crossed his back, shoulders, ribs, and throat in pale and dark histories. The binding marks Vaelith had left under his skin lay faintly visible beneath the gray light, like drowned script seen through water. He looked smaller without the stolen upper layers. Younger, that was what made it worse. Vaelorian could almost see the child beneath the monster when the cold touched him and his body flinched before pride stopped it. Then Vaelorian looked down at Malachar's instruments and the child vanished behind attention. Malachar had arranged everything with ceremonial care. Grave salt, bone needles, silver wire stolen from Varos and blackened over corpse smoke, a vial of Vaelorian's own blood drawn the night before, a basin of water Mother Kael had boiled with bitter herbs, strips of linen. Vaelorian's chalk, 3 carved fragments of old human road stone. Ren's unused burial thread, which Sir Garran had stared at for a long time before looking away. A little bowl of ash scraped from Malachar's robe hem because he claimed Old Death listened better when dressed in familiar dust. Mother Kael knelt beside the stone with her sleeves rolled to the elbow. Her hands were steady, her face was not. "You can still refuse this," she said. Vaelorian looked at her. "No. You have not heard what it will do." "I have heard enough." "No," her voice sharpened. "You have heard what it may give you. That is not the same thing." Malachar smiled from where he crouched near Vaelorian's left side. "A fair distinction." Mother Kael did not look at him. "Do not agree with me. It soils the words." He placed one hand over his heart. I wound easily. No, she said, you do not. Vaelorian sat opposite Malachar, the stabilizing chalk in his hand. The chain made his fingers move when Vaelorian required precision, but it did not make the knowledge less his. That was one of the deepest cruelties of the morning. He knew what he was doing. He knew why the anchor points mattered. He knew where the old slave marks could be reopened without killing Vaelorian too quickly. He knew how to draw a counterspiral to prevent the chain pressure from snapping inward through the heart. He knew because elven education had taught magical anatomy with refined diagrams and ethical language. He knew because Vaelith's son had been raised in houses where forbidden knowledge sat behind polite locks. He knew because, even now, the world kept making him useful to the boy it had helped create. Vaelorian looked at him. Begin the outer geometry. Vaelorian did not move. The chain waited. Mother Kael's head turned. Do not. Vaelorian's throat tightened. Vaelorian watched him. Dusk stopped pacing. For a moment the camp held its breath. Vaelorian looked at the chalk, then at Vaelorian's bare chest. This is not a focus, he said. This is self-violation. Malachar made an approving little sound. Vaelorian hated him for it. Vaelorian's eyes did not change. Begin. You will tear open every old mark he left in you. Yes. You will root living command through wounds made by slavery. Yes. You may make yourself stronger for a time, but the structure is unstable. Every resistance will return through you. Every pain from every bound will have a place to enter. You will not be above the chain. You will be inside it. Vaelorian's gaze sharpened slightly. Vaelorian knew he had made a mistake, not because he had angered him, because he had described the mechanism too well. Mother Kael stood, listened to him. Vaelorian did not look at her. He is useful when frightened. He is right when frightened. That is why he is useful. The old healer priest stepped between them. Dusk's growl began low in his chest. Mother Kael heard it and did not turn. You think pain is proof of seriousness, she said. You think because you can endure a thing, enduring it becomes wisdom. It does not. Sometimes endurance is only another shape of obedience. Vaelorian's face emptied. Vaelorian felt the air tighten. Mother Kael continued anyway. Someone taught your body that suffering was the price of power. You do not need to keep paying the man who is dead. For a heartbeat, the camp became too still. Skava looked up. Perrin stopped breathing. Malachar's smile faded. Sir Garran turned slightly from the road. Dusk took one step toward Mother Kael. Vaelorian looked at the old woman for a long time. Then he said, "Move." Mother Kael did not. You cannot order truth away from yourself. The black chain flickered under Vaelorian's skin. Not outward, inward. A tremor passed through his right hand, quick and violent, gone before anyone but Dusk could react. The beast pressed closer, not touching but near enough that his shoulder brushed Vaelorian's leg. Vaelorian looked down at him. Dusk looked back. The tremor stopped. "Move," Vaelorian said again. This time Mother Kael stepped aside, not because she feared death, because 5 patients still lived in a mercy house behind them, and the vow around her heart had already become another kind of leash. Vaelorian put the chalk to stone. The first line was the hardest, not because it required skill. Skill was easy. The hand remembered geometry better than conscience remembered courage. The first line was hardest because once drawn, the ritual existed outside thought. It had entered the world. White chalk across old dark stone, curving around Vaelorian's bare feet, spiraling toward the places where Malachar had marked anchor points with little dots of grave salt. Shoulder, wrist, throat, sternum, spine, ribs, both palms, the old slave marks beneath the skin. The places where the chain bind had once held him. Malachar watched Vaelorian draw. "Not so close to the heart," he said. "Unless we want the first resistance to stop it." Vaelorian's jaw tightened. "I know." "Of course, you were educated." Vaelorian's hand paused. Malachar's voice softened with venomous amusement. How fortunate for him. The chalk snapped between Vaelorian's fingers. The chain struck before anger could become movement. Vaelorian folded forward, catching himself on one hand. Pain burned through his spine and down his arms. Not long, not enough to incapacitate, enough to remind him that even hatred had been licensed for use. Vaelorian looked at him. Continue. Vaelorian picked up the broken chalk and drew. The first day was opening. Malachar cut only shallow lines at first, not deep enough to maim, not deep enough to cause much blood. That came later, he said. First, the body had to be reminded of the old paths, a poor phrase in Mother Kael's opinion, a precise one in Vaelorian-s. The chain bind had once rooted in Vaelorian like a parasitic law. It had left scars in tissue, soul, memory, core. To use those old pathways as anchor channels, they had to be called awake. Malachar used a bone needle dipped in Vaelorian's blood and grave salt. He pressed it to the first mark under Vaelorian's collarbone. Dusk growled. Vaelorian did not. Mother Kael knelt beside the basin, a cloth in one hand and a tincture ready in the other. Breathe before he touches. I know how to endure pain. That is not breathing. Malachar's needle entered the skin. Vaelorian's body locked, not much, enough. Mother Kael leaned close. Breathe. Vaelorian did not look at her. The needle dragged, blood welled in a thin, dark line. The old mark beneath it glimmered for one instant, silver gray, like Vaelith's spell remembering itself. Then the black residue under Vaelorian's skin moved toward it. Vaelorian tasted metal. Stabilize, Malachar said. I am. Better. I am. Then more honestly. Vaelorian pressed his palm to the chalk circle and sent a narrow thread of will into the outer geometry. It was not a spell of command. Not quite. It was containment, shape, counterpressure. He built a place for the ritual's force to lean against without collapsing inward. It was humiliatingly elegant work. Vaelorian inhaled once through his nose. The blackness under his skin reached the opened mark. Every line in the circle trembled. Mother Kael placed her hand on his wrist, fingers searching for pulse. Vaelorian's eyes snapped to her. She did not remove her hand. I am keeping you alive, she said. I did not give permission to touch me. You gave command to keep you alive. Bodies require contact. For a moment, Vaelorian looked as if he might punish her. Then he turned his gaze forward. Continue. Malachar smiled. The first day did not make chains. It made wounds remember. By noon, Vaelorian's chest carried 6 opened marks, each packed with the smallest measure of grave salt and blackened silver thread. The thread did not sit on the surface. Malachar laid it into the cuts with hideous delicacy, murmuring to the metal as if it were an animal being taught where to sleep. Vaelorian stabilized each line. Mother Kael cleaned each wound before infection could claim what magic had not yet finished. By sunset, Vaelorian was shaking. Not violently, never that. His control would not permit it if the body had anything left to obey. But the tremor moved under the skin, across the ribs, along the arms, into the fingers. Dusk lay against his side with his head on Vaelorian's bare thigh, heavy and warm, pinning him to the world by weight alone. Once when Malachar reached for another needle after Mother Kael had said enough, Dusk lifted his head and showed every tooth. Malachar withdrew his hand. A wise beast, he said. Dusk growled. Vaelorian's voice came thinly. We continue tomorrow. Mother Kael pressed a cloth to the cut near his ribs. We stop now. I said tomorrow. You said nothing about tonight, because your body is wiser than your pride. Vaelorian's eyes opened. They were fever bright. Mother Kael did not flinch. You can punish me when your hand stops shaking, she said. Vaelorian stared at her. No one spoke to Vaelorian that way and remained unmarked. But Vaelorian only closed his eyes again. That frightened Vaelorian more than punishment would have. The second day was binding, not binding others, binding him. The morning came gray and wet. Snow became sleep before dawn and soaked the moss, the old stones, the war oath kilt, Malachar's sleeves, and Mother Kale's white hair. They moved the ritual beneath a lean of black branches where the rain fell in uneven streams rather than sheets. Dusk hated the change, but accepted it after circling the new place 3 times and biting through a root that smelled wrong to him. Skava and Perrin were not allowed near the ritual circle, but they were not allowed far either. Vaelorian wanted the map visible. He wanted Narrowmouth marked. He wanted the Kurik root food stores marked. He wanted Skava where he could see her whenever pain made the world narrow. Vaelorian understood why. The map was purpose. Pain without purpose could become weakness. Vaelorian would not permit weakness, so he kept conquest where his eyes could reach it. Sir Garran stood closer on the second day. The knight said little, but his silence had changed. On the first day, he had watched like a soldier awaiting orders. On the second, he watched like a man witnessing a standard being burned to make a weapon. When Malachar began opening the scars along Vaelorian's back, Sir Garran spoke, "My lord." Vaelorian knelt on the stone with both hands braced before him. His shoulders were bare to the cold and to Malachar's needle. What? There are other forms of preparation. Malachar paused. Mother Kale looked up. Vaelorian closed his eyes briefly. Sir Garran continued. A commander's body is not the army. It must not be made into every road the army walks. Vaelorian's head remained lowered. Rain ran down his dark hair and over the old scars on his neck. I do not have an army. You have servants. Not enough. You have time. Vaelorian laughed once. The sound was small and ugly. No. Sir Garran's borrowed face tightened. A campaign begun in haste spends more lives than one begun with discipline. The needle in Malachar's hand hovered over Vaelorian's back. Dusk watched Sir Garran now, ears forward. Vaelorian lifted his head. Did discipline save humanity? No one answered. Sir Garran's hand tightened on the pommel of his sword. Vaelorian looked over his shoulder, and in the gray rain his eyes seemed darker than the opened lines across his body. You speak of campaigns as if banners remain, as if roads still answer human horns, as if fortress gates wait for orders, as if there is a council of captains somewhere debating the Western Front. His voice was quiet, too quiet. There is no army. Sir Garran bowed his head. No, my lord. There is no kingdom. No, my lord. No city, no academy, no hall of names, no living house. No human mother singing human words to a human child without fear of who might hear. Sir Garran's eyes lifted. Vaelorian turned fully now despite Malachar's irritated sound. Rain struck his bare chest and ran red through the opened marks. You ask what became of humanity, Vaelorian said. Look. The hollow went still. Vaelorian spread one thin, scarred hand. This is what remains, not your banners, not your cavalry, not your eastern gate. A mother kept beneath an elven house until even love had to crawl through permission. A child born from her body and made property before he knew what a name was. 2 slaves in a cellar under white stone while the world congratulated itself on ending slavery. Sir Garran did not move. His face had gone gray beneath the dead flesh. Vaelorian's voice sharpened. You speak to me of discipline. The world was very disciplined when it butchered mankind. The elves wrote histories. The dwarves locked human craft in vaults and called it preservation. Goblins picked the roads clean. Orcs took trophies, I imagine. Everyone found a proper name for what they had done. Extinction, necessity, war, containment, justice. He stood, Mother Kale reached for him. Sit down. He ignored her. Blood moved down his ribs in thin lines. Dusk rose with him. Vaelorian's gaze moved to Vaelorian. And you. Vaelorian felt the chain tighten before the words arrived, as if the spell itself understood where the knife would enter. Vaelorian stepped toward him. Barefoot, bleeding, 14, terrible. You found your voice after the chain changed hands. Vaelorian's throat closed. Vaelorian came closer. Where was this courage when your father walked above the last two human beings in existence? Vaelorian's face went white. Mother Kael whispered, Vaelorian. He turned on her so fast even dusk flinched. No. The word cracked across the hollow. Not magic, not chain. Rage. The first true rage any of them had heard from him. Not cold fury, not precise displeasure, not the cultivated venom he used like Vaelith's stolen grammar. Rage, his composure broke like a dish dropped on stone. No, you will not soften my name in your mouth as if I have misunderstood kindness. You will not stand here in borrowed sanctity and tell me to spare myself because pain makes you uncomfortable when all of you found language only after I became strong enough to frighten you. Mother Kael stared at him. He looked back at Vaelorian. Where was your horror while my mother was emptied one command at a time? Where was your noble restraint while Vaelith Aramr removed every last shred of personhood from her and called the remainder useful? Where was your disgust when I was taught to stand, kneel, answer, silence, bleed, endure, and thank the hand that struck me? Vaelorian could not answer. There were answers he had not known. He had been a child. He had lived under his father's authority. He had not seen the lower rooms. He had suspected only pieces. He had been afraid. Each answer died before reaching his tongue because Vaelorian's question was not asking whether Vaelorian had personally held the knife. It asked why the knife had fit so comfortably in the house. Vaelorian's voice lowered, which was worse. Do you know what my mother became before I freed her? Vaelorian's eyes burned. Vaelorian stepped closer. She could not love me without punishment. She could not speak my name without pain. She could not decide whether to stand, eat, sleep, remember, or touch her own child unless the chain found the shape acceptable. Freedom came to her too late because your father, and men like your father, and houses like your house, had spent years making sure there would be too little left to save. He turned to Mother Kael. And now you tell me pain is not proof of guilt. Mother Kael's face broke around the sentence she had once given him. Vaelorian pointed toward the road behind them. Where was that sentence when human children were dragged from burned cities? Where was mercy when camps were emptied? Where was your holy confidence when the world decided an entire people could not be allowed to keep growing? Mother Kael did not look away. I was not there. No, Vaelorian's voice shook now, and the shaking was more frightening than calm. You are here. After. Everyone is always after. After the war. After the cellar. After my mother. After the chain. After the knife is finally in my hand. Now there are objections. Skava had begun to cry silently. Perrin pressed his face into her sleeve. Malachar did not smile. That more than anything told Vaelorian the depth of the rupture. Vaelorian turned back to Sir Garran. You wonder what happened to humanity. I am what happened. I am what was permitted to remain. The bastard slave child of a murdered species and the civilization that kept one woman alive long enough to use her. You died for gates and banners. I inherited the cellar. Sir Garran bowed his head, not to Vaelorian, not exactly, to the words. The rain fell harder. Vaelorian stood in it, bleeding from lines Malachar had opened, blackness moving under the skin like a storm scene beneath ice. And now, he said, voice raw, you ask me not to become what the world feared. No one breathed. He looked at each of them. Vaelorian, Mother Kael, Sir Garran, Skava, Malachar, Perrin, Dusk. Why? No one answered. The question entered the hollow and found no clean place to rest. Vaelorian's face twisted with something close to hatred, and something close to grief, and something much worse because both had survived long enough to become doctrine. Because the world was right to fear humans. Vaelorian whispered, no. The word barely existed. Vaelorian heard it, then because it was wrong. Vaelorian could not speak. Vaelorian laughed once, broken and breathless. You want me to honor a moral order that survived my people's burial and my mother's enslavement. You want restraint from the last thing restraint failed to protect. Mother Kael's voice was soft when it came. No. Vaelorian turned. She stood very still in the rain, old hands open, staff lying forgotten at her feet. I want you to know that what was done to you explains the wound. It does not have to choose the shape of every hand you raise. His expression went blank. For a moment, Aerion thought he would kill her. Dusk did too. The beast moved half a step, uncertain whether to protect Vaelorian from pain or the old woman from consequence. That uncertainty entered him like a thorn. He growled not at Mother Kael, not at Vaelorian, but at the space between them where no enemy had a throat. Vaelorian looked down at Dusk. The rage did not vanish. It folded. That was worse. The boy breathed once, twice. When he looked up again, the cold had returned. Not fully. Cracks remained around the edges. But the voice that emerged was once more precise enough to cut. If I want your opinion, he said, I will ask whether it can be made useful. Mother Kael closed her eyes. Aerion felt the words settle over the camp like a lid over a grave. Vaelorian turned back to the stone. Continue. No one moved. He looked at Malachar. Continue. Malachar bowed his head. For the first time, the bow held no mockery. As my lord commands. The second day continued. Malachar opened the lines down Vaelorian's back. Mother Kael kept him alive because she had vowed to preserve life, and Vaelorian had placed himself where her vow could reach him. Aerion stabilized the magic because refusal would make pain, and because instability would kill Vaelorian, and because some part of him, traitorous and terrified, wanted to know whether the thing they were making could be understood before it destroyed them all. The ritual changed after the outburst, not mechanically. Worse, everyone now knew what lay beneath it. The body focus was not merely a tool, it was argument made flesh. Vaelorian was not only increasing capacity, he was answering the world through mutilation. If humanity had been reduced to a body in chains, then that body would become large enough to hold chains for armies. If the world had buried human inheritance, he would make his own scars the archive. If mercy arrived after the fact, he would use after as a weapon. By evening of the second day, black lines had begun appearing beneath his skin. Not constant, not fully visible. But when Aerion used mage sight, he saw them clearly. Thin dark arcs running from reopened mark to mark, across collarbone, down sternum, around ribs, over shoulders, along wrists. They did not look drawn. They looked grown. Chains not yet raised above the flesh, but sleeping inside it, link shapes forming where veins should have been. Mother Kael saw less, but understood enough. When Malachar packed grave salt into the last opened mark beside Vaelorian's spine, she whispered, "Forgive me." Vaelorian, half-conscious, answered without opening his eyes, "No." She flinched. He continued, voice barely more than breath, "Do not spend forgiveness where no one asked to buy." Then he lost consciousness. Dusk lay across his legs that night. No one tried to move him. The third day was command. Vaelorian woke before dawn with fever in his eyes and black chain lines visible even without mage sight when the firelight struck wrong. Mother Kael said he should not stand. Vaelorian stood. Aerion said the geometry needed another day to settle. Vaelorian told him to strengthen it. Malachar said the body could carry only a little pressure at first. Vaelorian asked how much. Malachar smiled and said they would discover it together. Skava was brought to the circle first. Perrin tried to rise with her. Dusk's head lifted. Perrin froze. Skava walked alone. Her face had gone so pale it looked gray-green beneath the trees. She knelt before Vaelorian, because the chain had taught her body what fear had once only suggested. Vaelorian stood on the stone, bare-chested, war-oath kilt dark against the cold, black lines faint beneath his skin. Mother Kael stood behind him with one hand near his shoulder but not touching. Aerion held the outer geometry steady. Malachar watched with the expression of a man waiting for a new species of knife to hatch. "Resist," Vaelorian said. Skava stared up at him. No. The chain tightened. She gasped. Vaelorian's jaw clenched, so did hers. Vaelorian saw it immediately. The resistance did not only strike Skava now, it traveled. The black lines beneath Vaelorian's ribs darkened. His right hand curled. A tremor passed from his wrist to his shoulder. He did not release the pressure. "Resist," he said again. Skava shook her head, crying now. "I do not want to." "That is not resistance." "I cannot." "Lying." She sobbed once. The chain moved through her, not as punishment this time, as instruction. Skava looked at the map of goblin lands, at Vexeline, at Curric Root, at Narrowmouth, at Perrin, her face twisted. "I hope the forest eats you," she whispered. The chain struck. Vaelorian staggered. Mother Kale caught his shoulder. Dusk snarled. Vaelorian shouted as the outer circle flared black at the edges. Malachar leaned forward, delighted despite himself. "Hold it." Vaelorian's teeth bared, not in smile. Pain ran through him. Skava's hatred, sharpened by terror, came along the chain like hooked wire. The black lines across Vaelorian's torso rose for one impossible heartbeat above the skin, not fully material, not illusion, but visible links made of dark will and old wound. Then he seized the line. Skava screamed. Vaelorian did not. His hand closed. Skava dropped forward onto both palms, shaking violently. Vaelorian remained standing. Blood ran from one reopened mark near his throat. Mother Kale pressed cloth against it. He did not look at her. Malachar exhaled in wonder. There. Vaelorian stared. The chain lines faded back beneath the skin, but they did not disappear. Vaelorian looked down at Skava. Again. Mother Kale's voice cut across the circle. "No." Vaelorian turned his head. "She will break. Then she will teach where the limit is. She is a child." Vaelorian's eyes went cold. Vaelorian felt the echo of yesterday's rage and expected it to return. It did not. Vaelorian only said, "So was I." Mother Kale's face folded around pain she had no spell for. Skava whispered from the ground, "Please." Not to Vaelorian. To anyone, no one moved. Then Dusk did. The beast stepped into the circle. Vaelorian's geometry flickered. Malachar's eyes widened. "Careful." Dusk walked to Skava and stood over her, not protecting her, not exactly. He placed himself between her collapsed body and Vaelorian's next command, head low, black eyes fixed on his master. The hollow stopped breathing. Vaelorian looked at him. Dusk did not growl. That made it worse. He only stood there, massive and black and alive, smelling blood, pain, fever, fear, and the wrongness growing inside the one creature he had chosen before the chain had fully known how to hold him. Vaelorian's expression did not change, but the next command did not come. After a long moment, he said, "Move." Dusk did not. The chain between them tightened. Dusk's legs trembled. Still, he did not move. Mother Kale covered her mouth with one hand. Vaelorian felt something inside himself fracture and reform around the sight. Dusk resisted differently from the others, not with philosophy, not with oath, not with morality, with the blunt living refusal of an animal that did not understand why his master was herding the pack past usefulness. Vaelorian stared at him. The black lines across his body pulsed. Dusk's tremor worsened. Then Vaelorian looked away. Enough. The chain released. Dusk lowered his head and pressed his nose once against Skava's hair. She sobbed harder. Vaelorian stepped down from the stone. His knees nearly failed. Mother Kale caught him before he fell. He allowed it for one heartbeat. Only one. Then he stood on his own. Malachar looked from Vaelorian to Dusk and back again with intense interest. A fascinating complication. Vaelorian's voice was hoarse, not a complication. "No." Vaelorian looked at Dusk. The beast looked back. A warning system. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Of course, even mercy from a beast became function, but Vaelorian did not command Dusk away. That mattered too, though Vaelorian did not know yet whether it mattered enough. By the fourth morning, the crude focus held. Not safely, not beautifully, not completely, but it held. The black lines remained faintly visible across Vaelorian's body now, following old scars and new cuts, looping from throat to shoulder, shoulder to wrist, wrist to palm, sternum to ribs, ribs around the back where Vaelorian's geometry had stabilized the spine path. In dim light, they looked like bruises. Under mage sight, they were chains buried beneath skin. Under fear, they were prophecy. Vaelorian stood before them in the war oath kilt, bare-chested beneath the cold gray light, with dusk at his side and the deep woods dark behind him. He looked ill, he looked exhausted, he looked more dangerous than he had before. Mother Kael had not slept. Vaelorian's hands shook from maintaining the outer geometry through the night. Malachar had never seemed happier. Sir Garran knelt. The movement was slow, heavy. Not because the corpse resisted, but because the knight understood ceremony. "My lord," he said. Vaelorian looked at him. Sir Garran bowed his head before the last remnant of humanity and the thing that remnant had chosen to become. Vaelorian hated him for it, then hated himself for understanding. Saga sat wrapped around Perrin at the edge of camp, both of them silent. Mother Kael looked at Vaelorian's body and whispered, "What have you made yourself?" Vaelorian looked toward the ash map, toward Narrowmouth, toward the Goblin Road, toward the forest that had sent witnesses. He lifted one hand. For the first time, the black chain did not flicker from his palm alone. It rose from his skin, from wrist, forearm, shoulder, throat, chest. Only for a moment, only a few links, dark as old iron seen through smoke. They wrapped around him without touching, like the memory of shackles deciding the body beneath them belonged to the hand that wore them. Vaelorian's breath caught. Pain, yes, Vaelorian saw it, Mother Kael saw it, Dusk saw it and pressed hard against Vaelorian's leg. Vaelorian did not fall. The chain links faded, leaving black lines beneath the skin. He lowered his hand. No one spoke. At last, Vaelorian said, "Now we can begin." The deep woods answered with silence, not empty silence, listening silence. Somewhere far above, hidden among black branches, a raven folk cried once and was still. The first war camp of the Chainbender had survived its first making, and the boy at its center had turned his body into a place where chains could gather. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 6. The First Throat. Narrowmouth did not look worth conquering. That was the first thing Vaelorian thought when he saw it, not that the thought brought comfort. He had lived too long beside Vaelorian now to believe smallness protected anything. Small things were often easiest to ruin. A cup could be broken with less effort than a tower. A child could be frightened faster than a soldier. A village could vanish from maps that had never cared to write it clearly in the first place. Still, Narrowmouth looked like nothing. A cut in the earth beneath 3 leaning ridges. A cluster of low doors built into slope and root. Smoke holes hidden under dead brush. Tunnels disguised as badger dens. A frozen ditch that was not frozen in the middle because something warm and foul ran beneath it. Stone teeth, too small to be fortifications and too deliberate to be natural, lined the narrow entrance where the road dropped between the ridges and vanished into the hollow. There were no towers, no banners, no gate worthy of Sir Garran's lance. Only a mouth in the ground, dark and mean, and half-hidden beneath winter scrub. Saga had stopped 200 paces before they reached the overlook. She did not refuse to continue. That lesson had been taught too well. She simply stopped as if her body had reached the edge of a cliff only she could see. Perrin stopped with her. His hand found her sleeve, not clutching, not exactly, only touching the cloth as if reminding himself that she had not yet been taken farther than he could follow. Vaelorian looked down at Narrowmouth. The black chain lines beneath his skin were quiet in the morning cold. They lay across his bare chest and arms like bruises shaped by purpose, faint until the light struck them wrong, then suddenly visible as dark arcs beneath the flesh. He wore the war oath kilt and nothing above it. Mother Kael had argued about that before dawn, saying the cold alone would weaken him before the working began. Vaelorian had answered, "Then the cold will learn its place." The cold had not, By midday, his lips were pale and his hands shook when he thought no one watched. Dusk watched. The beast had not left his side since the body-focus ritual, except to scout and return. He moved now at Vaelorian's left, black body low to the ridge, ears flat, nose full of goblin smoke, old grease, wet fur, fierce sweat, fungus stores, ash, piss, iron, cheap poison, and the underground warmth of too many bodies living too close together. He did not like Narrowmouth. That mattered more than any map. Entrances, Vaelorian said. Skava's eyes remained on the hollow. The visible mouth. 2 smoke holes large enough for children. 1 drainage slit if the grate is rusted. 1 false shrine tunnel that is not false if you know which stone to pull. 1 old root path under the west ridge, but it floods when thaw comes. It may be frozen enough. How many guards? Depends. The chain stirred, she flinched. 2 at the mouth if they feel poor. 4 if Red Knuckle passed recently. 1 watcher above if they are not lazy. Children near the smoke holes sometimes, not guards, ears. Vaelorian looked at her. Children as alarms. Skava's face tightened. Children hear before drunk men do. Perrin whispered, they are not soldiers. No one spoke for a moment. Sir Garran stood behind Vaelorian in black plate, helm beneath one arm, sword at his hip, lance in hand. Nightfall waited lower among the trees, too large and too dead to bring this close before panic was useful. The knight's borrowed eyes remained on Narrowmouth, measuring approach, slope, exit, panic path, killing ground. Children near exits are part of the defense, Sir Garran said. Perrin looked at him with open horror. The knight did not look away from the hollow. They are not soldiers, he said, but they are part of the defense. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Vaelorian's gaze moved from Sir Garran to Perrin. Remember that, he said. Perrin shook harder. Skava did not look at him. Vaelorian wished she would. Not because it would help, it would not. Because a look would at least confess that something was happening to them. Skava's stillness had become another wound. Malachar crouched at the edge of the ridge, orange robes gathered carefully away from the mud. He had brought only 2 satchels for the taking. One held cutting tools, salt, thread, needles, and corpse tags. The other held 6 little wax packets he had refused to name in front of Mother Kale. Food smoke, he murmured. Root meal, bitter mold. Something rat adjacent, a little tunnel fish, and cheap pepper. Civilizations reveal themselves most honestly through what they pretend is seasoning. Mother Kale said, do not touch their food. Malachar glanced at her. We are invading, Mother. The etiquette was lost before breakfast. Vaelorian lifted one hand. Both stopped. His eyes remained on Narrowmouth. This is not the plague test. Skava's breath released all at once. Perrin nearly sobbed. Mother Kale looked at Vaelorian as if the absence of one atrocity had not become mercy. Malachar only tilted his head. No. No. May I ask why? You may. Malachar waited. Vaelorian did not answer. After a moment, Malachar smiled faintly. A lesson in permission, charming. Vaelorian finally looked at him. If they sicken before they are taken, they scatter. If they scatter, Skava's map becomes less accurate. If they die before they are sorted, useful skills are lost. If their food is marked too early, every clan that hears will guard the next storehouse against rot. Malachar's smile widened by degrees. Excellent. Mother Kale looked ill. Vaelorian felt the same. Vaelorian had not rejected the horror, he had scheduled it. Dusk stood suddenly. Every head turned. The beast's nose pointed down the slope, not toward the visible entrance, but toward a patch of brush beneath a crooked pine halfway between the ridge and the hollow. His lips lifted. Skava saw the brush and went pale. What? Vaelorian asked. Do not step there. Drab. Yes. What kind? She swallowed, noise first, then smoke, then teeth if someone maintained it. Vaelorian watched dusk. The beast was already moving. He flowed down the slope without breaking snow where snow could be avoided, stepping between exposed stones, body low enough that his belly nearly brushed winter grass. He stopped 3 paces from the brush, sniffed once, then hooked one claw into the ground and pulled. A thin cord came up from beneath the snow. Far below, inside Narrowmouth, a small bell rang once, not loud, not enough for outsiders to hear from a road, enough for goblin ears. Saga hissed through her teeth. Back. Vaelorian did not move. Dusk did. The beast sprang sideways just as 3 darts spat from the brush. They cut through the space where his head had been and vanished into the snow behind him. One struck a stone and burst in a puff of yellow powder. The powder sank rather than drifted. Dusk sneezed, offended. Then he closed his jaws around the cord and tore it out of the ground. Below, Narrowmouth woke, not like Varro's, not like a noble house, like a rat nest struck with a shovel. A whistle shrieked from within the hollow, then another. A little metal clatter answered near the main mouth. Smoke vanished from 2 holes. A child screamed something in Goblin and was immediately silenced by someone older. Doors that had looked like earth opened. Small bodies moved fast, disappearing and reappearing among root, stone, and smoke. Saga made a sound in her throat. Vaelorian looked at her. Which exit do they trust most? She shook her head once. The chain tightened. Which? Her knees hit the snow. Perrin cried out and caught himself before touching her. Saga gasped, one hand pressed to her throat. West root path. Why? Too narrow for tall folk, floods in thaw, frozen now, leads under ridge. Vaelorian turned to Sir Garran. Take the west path. Sir Garran's face did not change. Mounted. No, nightfall blocks the road below. You block the route. The knight bowed his head once, as my lord commands. He put on his helm, the man vanished. The black lance remained. Vaelorian watched him descend the ridge toward nightfall, and the sight unsettled him more than the waking hollow. Sir Garran did not rush. He moved with the terrible calm of someone who believed battle began long before blades touched. He mounted nightfall below the ridge, rode halfway down the old road where the hollow's main escape would see him, then dismounted again and led the dead charger into the trees toward the west path. The trap bell continued ringing inside Narrowmouth. Vaelorian looked at Dusk. The beast had not returned. He waited near the torn cord, staring at the hollow as goblins began moving toward hidden positions. Go, Vaelorian said. Dusk went. He did not charge. That would have been too simple. He disappeared. One moment he was black against snow. The next he had slipped behind brush, stone, and winter shadow, and Vaelorian understood that the beast did not belong to open battle first. He belonged to the moment before it when fear tried to decide where to look. A goblin sentry rose from behind a low stone with a hooked spear and a powder horn. Dusk hit him from the side. No roar, no warning. Only the thud of black muscle and the wet snap of a body meeting ground badly. Perrin covered his ears. Saga whispered something Vaelorian did not understand. Vaelorian began walking down the slope. Vaelorian followed because the chain required it. Mother Kale followed because the wounded had already begun existing. Malachar followed because the dead were about to. The first goblin who tried to flee upward saw Vaelorian too late. He was older than Saga, broader in the shoulders, with one torn ear and yellow beads tied into his hair. He came scrambling out of a side slit carrying a short blade in one hand and a bag in the other. His eyes found Saga first. Recognition flashed, not family perhaps, not friend enough. Vexa, he barked. Skava's face crumpled. Vaelorian lifted his right hand. The black chain rose from his wrist, not fully formed yet, more shadow than iron, but visible in daylight for one breath. It struck the goblin in the chest and vanished into him. The goblin screamed. Vaelorian's body jerked. The chain line across his ribs darkened as if ink had been poured beneath his skin. Vaelorian felt the outer geometry of the body focus flex from a distance, crude and hungry and still too new. He stepped forward without being ordered and pushed a stabilizing thread toward Vaelorian's spine. The chain allowed it because Vaelorian needed it. The goblin dropped the bag. Down, Vaelorian said. The goblin fought. He fought like goblins fought, not with noble defiance, but with every small refusal his body could invent. He rolled. He bit his own tongue to drown out the command. He drove the blade toward his own leg, perhaps to make movement impossible. He clawed at the ground. He spat blood and tried to curse Saga, Vaelorian, the road, and whatever motherline had birthed the day. Vaelorian's hand closed. The goblin went flat against the snow. Vaelorian swayed once. Dusk appeared behind the goblin, teeth red, and looked up at Vaelorian. Alive, Vaelorian said. Dusk's jaws closed without biting. The goblin sobbed into the snow. Vaelorian looked at Saga. Name. She stared at the goblin. Name, he repeated. Saga shook her head slowly. Ricket. Foal. I do not know. The chain tightened. I do not know, she cried. He traded east routes. He bought smoke once from Tharn. He knew Mother before I did. I do not know his full name. Vaelorian looked down at the goblin. Ricket. The goblin's body shuddered at the spoken name. Partial names were still handles. Vaelorian's eyes sharpened. Entrances. Ricket spat into the snow. The chain punished him. Vaelorian nearly dropped to one knee. Mother Kael caught his arm. He ripped free before gratitude could be mistaken for dependence. Entrances, he said again. Ricket screamed the answer, not in common, in goblin. Saga translated because the chain was already waiting for her. Main mouth, west root, drain slit, smoke child holes, old shrine false stone, 2 ceiling breaks inside, 1 food shaft too narrow for adults. Children. Saga closed her eyes. Vaelorian's voice was calm. Where do children hide? Perrin made a broken sound. Mother Kael stepped forward. No. Vaelorian did not look at her. Where? Skava's lips trembled. Ricket began laughing through blood, a high, horrible little laugh. Tell him Vexa, he rasped in common. Tell the tall chain boy where little ones hide. Draw him a nursery road. Maybe he gives you a sweet. The chain crushed him flat. Vaelorian's nose began to bleed. Arian pushed more stabilizing force toward him and felt the black focus pull at the offering like a starving thing. Where? Vaelorian said. Saga bent forward, hands in the snow. The food shaft, she whispered. And under the false shrine, if they have time. Vaelorian looked toward the hollow. Dusk. The beast turned, food shaft. Do not kill children. Dusk stared at him. For one absurd moment, Arian wondered whether the beast understood the distinction. Then Dusk vanished again. Mother Kael's voice shook. Do not pretend that restraint cleans this. Vaelorian kept walking. I am not pretending. The main mouth of Narrowmouth narrowed between 2 stone teeth hung with old rags, bone charms, copper scraps, and little clay masks with exaggerated eyes. Wards perhaps, warnings, debt tokens, child-made things. Arian could not tell, Saga could. She stared at the hanging masks and began to cry silently again. They are alarm faces, she whispered. Little ones make them, to scare bad road spirits. Malachar passed beneath them with great care not to disturb a single string. Mother Kael noticed, so even you can respect something. He glanced back. I respect witnesses. Inside, Narrowmouth smelled of smoke, mold, bodies, damp fur, bitter herbs, old grease, and panic. The first chamber was low enough that Arian had to bend. Vaelorian did not. That seemed to irritate the goblins more than any display of power. This place had been built against tall folk. It had been designed to make invaders stoop, crawl, break formation, expose the neck, lose dignity. Vaelorian entered upright. That was another violation. 3 goblins attacked from the left passage. They came fast, low, blades and hooks flashing. Not soldiers, not exactly, but not helpless either. Narrowmouth might have been small, but small places survived by making every adult dangerous at bad angles. Sir Garran was not there. Dusk was elsewhere. So Vaelorian raised both hands. Arian saw the body focus ignite beneath his skin. Black lines rose across chest, throat, and arms. The links did not fully leave him this time. They lifted halfway from the flesh, like chains surfacing through dark water, and snapped forward in 3 directions. The first goblin fell screaming. The second slammed into the wall, spine arched, blade dropping from numb fingers. The third broke through the first pulse by sheer panic, not will, and drove a hook toward Vaelorian's belly. Vaelorian moved before thought, not to save him. That was what he told himself later, not to save Vaelorian. To stop what would happen to everyone else if he died with the chain still tied through them. He threw a warding gesture across the hook's path. Weak, fast. Ugly by Academy standards. Enough to turn the blade one handspin aside. The hook cut Vaelorian's side instead of opening him. Vaelorian's eyes snapped to Vaelorian. For one breath, they looked at each other. Then Vaelorian's chain struck the third goblin under the jaw. The goblin dropped. Vaelorian pressed one hand to his bleeding side. Vaelorian felt the chain waiting for a command of thanks, punishment, accusation, anything. None came. Vaelorian only said, "Stabilize better." Vaelorian wanted to laugh. He did not. The taking of Narrowmouth lasted less than an hour. It felt longer because the hollow fought in pieces. A blade from a wall slit. A powder burst from a clay jar. A child's scream from a smoke hole. Dusk dragging a goblin scout alive by the back of his coat because Vaelorian had said useful. Sir Garran appearing at the west route path like a black judgment, sword in hand. Nightfall behind him blocking the tunnel mouth with dead immobility while 4 goblins tried to flee and stopped so abruptly they trampled one another. Malachar singing softly in some grave language, while he marked the first dead with salt before blood cooled. Mother Kael kneeling beside a goblin woman whose arm had been nearly torn off by Dusk and saying, over and over, breathe. Hate him later. Breathe now. Saga translating commands that made every word a betrayal. Perrin finding the first child under the false shrine and vomiting into the dirt before Mother Kael pushed him aside and crawled in herself. Vaelorian moving through it all bare-chested, bleeding, black chains flickering from his body whenever resistance hardened beyond fear. He did not kill often. That was the worst part. A simple monster would have killed too many and called it victory. Vaelorian counted. This one knew tunnels, alive. This one had powder stains under nails, alive. This one wore a food token, alive. This one screamed a name when struck, remember the name. This one reached for a child before reaching for a weapon. Leverage, this one was too old to run but watched every passage. Memory, this one was dead. Malachar. This one tried to bite out his own tongue rather than answer. Bind harder. This one was useless. No one understood what useless meant until Vaelorian ordered Sir Garran to hold him for later. By the time the last passage was cleared, Narrowmouth no longer sounded like a nest struck with a shovel. It sounded worse. It sounded like people trying not to be heard. The survivors were brought into the central chamber. 27 living goblins, 7 children, 4 too wounded to stand, 3 elderly, 8 who had fought, 5 who had hidden well enough that Dusk had been needed to find them. Several more bodies lay in side passages, beneath cloths Mother Kael had demanded and Vaelorian had permitted because covered dead caused less panic among the useful living. Sir Garran stood at the main mouth with sword drawn. Dusk lay beside Vaelorian, jaws red, breathing hard. Vaelorian leaned against a wall, exhausted from stabilizing each violent surge of the body focus. His hands shook so badly he hid them in his sleeves. Malachar moved among the dead like a man browsing a library. Saga knelt near the center of the chamber, Perrin beside her, both surrounded by goblin faces that knew enough of her to hate her and not enough to understand the chain around her throat. Ricket lay bound by black pressure near the wall, eyes wide. "You brought tall death," he spat at her. Saga did not answer. "Vexilline sells roads," he said. "Did not know they sold throats too." The chain in Saga tightened, but not from Vaelorian. From herself, perhaps, from the place where shame had learned the road into obedience. Vaelorian stood before the survivors. Blood had dried along his side and throat. The black chain lines across his body pulsed faintly, visible in the low light of narrow-mouthed central chamber. Goblin eyes kept moving to them and away again. They understood chains, debt chains, hunger chains, family chains, threat chains, iron chains sometimes for outsiders taken stupidly enough. They did not understand a boy wearing chains like veins. Vaelorian looked at them, then at Saga. Tell them. Her lips parted. No sound came. The chain did not punish her. Vaelorian waited. That was worse. What? She whispered. What has happened? Saga stared at him, then at the gathered goblins. The words would not come because no goblin word was large enough for it. Raid, debt, taking, toll, clan break, hostage night, bad road, wrong bargain. None fit. Those words belonged to goblin cruelties, goblin survivals, goblin betrayals. This was something else. A human child with black chains had entered a hidden hollow with an undead knight and a panther, had taken their exits, counted their children, spared their food for later use, and left the dead cooling until a grave-walker could decide what they were worth. Saga swallowed. Narrowmouth is taken, she said in Goblin. A low sound moved through the chamber, not surprise, denial refusing to become argument. By who? One of the older goblins demanded. Saga's eyes flicked to Vaelorian. He watched her. She did not know what to call him. Boy, monster, human, chain master, road taker, death thief. The wrong name might kill someone. The right one might become true. Before she could choose, Ricket laughed again from the wall. Look at him, he rasped. No clan, no mother, no tooth mark, no debt mark, just chain. Chain boy, chain throat, chain. Vaelorian turned his hand. Ricket's body arched so hard his head struck the wall. The chamber went silent. Vaelorian stepped toward him. The black chains beneath his skin rose slightly, links surfacing around his wrist, across his bare chest, along his throat. Ricket stared up at him, panting. Vaelorian crouched. What am I? Ricket spat blood. The chain tightened, his face contorted. What am I? Vaelorian asked again. Ricket's eyes bulged. Master, he gasped. Vaelorian studied the word, so did everyone else. Aorian felt the chamber recoil. Mother Kael closed her eyes. Sir Garran bowed his head slightly. Saga looked as if something inside her had been dragged through broken glass. Vaelorian did not smile. No, he said. Ricket sobbed. The black links rose more clearly now, circling Vaelorian's arms, not fully solid but visible to every goblin in the chamber. Again. Ricket shook his head. The chain answered. Chainbinder, he screamed. The word struck the chamber like a bell. Not holy, not clean. A bell made of iron pulled from a grave. Every goblin heard it. Aorian heard it. Mother Kael heard it. Sir Garran heard it and became very still. Dusk lifted his head. Malachar stopped among the dead and smiled as if a name had finally caught up to the thing walking ahead of it. Vaelorian stood. The chains faded back beneath his skin. Tell them, he said to Saga. Her voice broke as she translated. The chainbinder has taken Narrowmouth. No one moved. Then one by one the living goblins lowered their eyes, not all from obedience yet, some from fear, some from calculation. Some because Dusk was watching, some because Sir Garran stood at the mouth, some because their children were behind Mother Kael and their dead lay behind Malachar, and their food stores were still sealed only because Vaelorian had not ordered them opened. But eyes lowered. Vaelorian accepted the first shape of it. Those who know tunnels will be named. Saga translated. Those who know food will be named. Translation. Those who know poison, smoke, powder, debt, watch holes, false roads, and clan messages will be named. The chamber trembled with held breath. Those who know nothing useful will learn. Saga's voice almost failed on that one. Sir Garran looked at Vaelorian. The line had reached him. Vaelorian did not look back. The wounded will be treated. Mother Kael's eyes opened. Every goblin in the chamber looked at her. Vaelorian continued. The dead will be counted. Malachar bowed slightly to no one in particular. The children will remain alive. Parents sobbed once in relief and horror together. Vaelorian's gaze swept the chamber. No one leaves without my chain. No one hides without my finding. No one eats without my permission. No one kills without my use. Narrowmouth remains where it is. Its roads continue. Its smoke rises. Its food stores open and close. Its messages travel. Saga translated slower now, each phrase landing like a stone lowered into a grave. Vaelorian placed one bloodied hand against the central support post of Narrowmouth. Old wood, smoke blackened, scratched with goblin marks, deck cuts, childish carvings, warnings, tally lines, little prayers to little gods or no gods at all. The black chain lines beneath his palms stirred. Vaelorian saw the working begin and almost warned him, then stopped, not from fear, from despair. Blood darkened the post. The mark formed slowly, a small black handprint, too young, too wrong, and below it the faint suggestion of a chain link burned into the grain. The post creaked. The hollow seemed to notice. Vaelorian removed his hand. Narrowmouth is not destroyed, he said. Saga translated. It is assigned. No goblin word wanted to carry that. She forced one too. Outside at the west route path, nightfall stamped once. No living horse answered. Dusk rose and walked through the gathered survivors. They shrank from him. He sniffed one goblin's face, then another's hands, then a child's hair. The child trembled so hard Mother Kale reached for him. Dusk looked at her, then moved on. He stopped beside the central post and sniffed Vaelorian's handprint, then he lay down beneath it. Vaelorian understood the gesture before he wanted to. The beast had accepted the taken place. The camp had grown. Sir Garran sheathed his sword. "My lord," he said, voice echoing low in the chamber, "the outer exits are held." Vaelorian looked at the living goblins, then at the dead, then at the food store doors, then at the children, then at the old road beyond the mouth. Good. The word frightened them more than a shout would have. Because in that moment, every person in Narrowmouth understood that the taking had not been the end of violence. It was the beginning of order. Mother Kale moved first after that, not because Vaelorian told her, because one of the wounded goblins began choking on blood and her vow dragged her across the chamber faster than any chain. She knelt beside him, pressed cloth to the wound and said, "Breathe, breathe now, hate after." The goblin obeyed her. Vaelorian watched. Vaelorian watched him watch. Malachar began counting the dead. Sir Garran began counting exits. Saga, shaking, began naming the living. Perrin held the smallest child because no one else had hands free, and because the child would not stop screaming unless someone smaller than a monster touched him. Dusk lay under the new black mark. Vaelorian stood in the center of the first place he had conquered, bare-chested in the war oath kilt, black chains sleeping beneath his skin, blood drying on his side, and listened as Narrowmouth learned to breathe around him. From somewhere outside, high above the hollow, a harsh call broke through the cold air. Raven folk, or raven, or something that knew the difference and did not care to explain it. The sound passed over Narrowmouth and vanished toward the dark edge of the deep woods. The road had spoken. Now the hollow would answer. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 7. The Sorting of Narrowmouth. By morning, Narrowmouth had stopped believing it was still waiting to be saved. That was the first victory after the taking. Not surrender, not loyalty, not peace, nothing so clean. The Goblin Hollow had not accepted Vaelorian any more than a throat accepted a hook because it had stopped screaming around the metal. But the first madness had passed. The first hope had died. No red-knuckle rescue had come in the night. No Tharn smoke party had crawled through the old powder slit. No Vexeline guide had appeared with a knife and a debt bargain. No Kuruk root elder had opened a secret pantry door and smuggled the children out through some clever food tunnel Saga had forgotten or hidden. Narrowmouth remained. So did Vaelorian. That was enough to change the air. The survivors were gathered in the central chamber before first light, not because goblins rose with morning by habit. Narrowmouth had been built partly underground, and dawn meant less to those who measured time by smoke, hunger, footfall, and who was awake enough to hear a tunnel lie. But Vaelorian wanted them gathered before the first meal. and the first meal had become his. So they gathered. 27 living goblins sat or knelt beneath the smoke-blackened beams, watched by dusk beneath the marked support post and Sir Garran at the main mouth. 7 children were kept together near Mother Kale, not because Vaelorian had ordered kindness, but because panic spread badly when small bodies scattered. 4 wounded lay on bedding dragged from side rooms. 3 elders sat close to the wall, pretending weakness had made them harmless. 8 fighters kept their eyes lowered and their hands visible. 5 hidden ones had been pulled from crawl holes by dusk before midnight and still smelled of fear, earth, and old mushrooms. The dead had been moved to the side chamber. Malachar had requested better light for the counting. Mother Kale had refused to give him lamp oil. Vaelorian had permitted the refusal because dead bodies did not require comfort, and because making Mother Kale choose where comfort could still be spent was becoming useful. Saga knelt beside the ash map she had redrawn on the packed earth of the central chamber. It was smaller than the one at camp, but more precise. Narrowmouth sat at the center now, marked by Vaelorian's black handprint copied in ash and blood. Roads ran from it like veins. West Route Path, Main Mouth Road, Drain Slit, False Shrine Tunnel, Smoke Holes, Food Shaft, Old Toll Crack, Underditch Passage. A little worm-lined Saga insisted no adult could use unless their bones had not finished growing. Vaelorian stood over the map, bare-chested, war oath kilt dark at his waist, black chain lines faint beneath his skin. His side wound had been bandaged by Mother Kale, badly enough that she complained, and well enough that he did not bleed through it while standing. Dusk had slept against him for part of the night, leaving black fur on the cloth and making every goblin who noticed look away faster. Vaelorian stood to Vaelorian's right, exhausted, hollow-eyed, wrists trembling from overuse of stabilization magic. Malachar emerged from the dead room wiping his hands on a cloth. 14 bodies, he said. 1 unusable unless you require a warning smell. 3 damaged but serviceable for simple labor after preparation. 5 excellent candidates for quick recall. 2 children, regrettably poor for immediate utility. 1 elder with interesting old scars. 2 fighters with strong tendon. I congratulate Narrowmouth on dying with variety. A sound moved through the gathered goblins, not quite a sob, not quite a growl. Mother Kale stood from where she had been changing a bandage. Do not speak of them that way in front of their kin. Malachar looked at the survivors. Would you prefer behind them? Her face hardened. Vaelorian lifted one hand, the argument stopped. He looked at Saga. Begin. Saga's mouth had gone dry hours ago. She had not slept. She had not eaten. A faint smear of ash marked one cheek where she had touched her face after redrawing the map. Perrin sat behind her close enough that his knees touched her back. The chain had not forced him there. Fear had, love had. The difference mattered to Saga and almost no one else. What do you want named first? She asked. Use. The word fell into the chamber. The survivors heard it. Some understood at once. Some did not, which was mercy for the length of a breath. Vaelorian's eyes moved over the gathered goblins. No one here remains what they were unless what they were is useful. Saga translated. This time she did not soften it. The chamber went still. An older goblin woman near the wall spat at Saga's feet. Vexilline filth. Dusk lifted his head. The old woman froze. Vaelorian did not look at the spit, he looked at Saga. Name her. Saga's jaw clenched. Myrn of 2 cuts. She kept toll counts before Ricket took more of the road than he could hold. What use? Memory told debts who passed, who paid, who cheated, who is owed passage and who owes blood. Vaelorian looked at Myrn. The old woman bared her teeth. Record tool, he said. Saga translated. Myrn went very still, not because she understood all the consequences, because she understood enough. Vaelorian pointed to a thin goblin with powder burns along his fingers. Name. Saga did, Jek Smoke Under. Use. Powder traps, smoke jars, cheap fuse, bad at silence. Jek tried to laugh. The sound died when Sir Garran turned his helm slightly. Smoke-bound, Vaelorian said. Skava hesitated over the translation. There is no. Make one. Her eyes flicked to him. The chain did not move. It did not have to. Skava made the word, smoke-bound. Jek heard it in Goblin and flinched as if a new collar had closed around a part of himself that had once been only skill. Vaelorian pointed again, a young goblin with long arms and mud under every nail. Name. Lasik. Tunnel cutter, knows old root walls. Tunnel bound. A scarred female with one yellow eye. Name. Var knife runner, she scouts, sometimes kills. Knife bound. A broad-shouldered goblin who had fought with a broken cooking spit. Name. Duff. Use. Strong, stupid when angry, good at lifting things, bad at knowing when to stop. Line bound. Skava stopped. This one she understood too quickly. Sir Garran did as well. The knight looked at Vaelorian. Vaelorian continued. One by one, Narrowmouth became categories. Food handlers, store-bound, scouts. Knife-bound or road-bound, depending on whether they move through tunnels or overland. Children old enough to run messages. Future road-bound held until trained, children too young. Leverage, the word was never spoken aloud, but everyone in the room heard it in the way Vaelorian looked from a parent to a child and back again. Elders, memory-bound, fighters, line-bound, poisoners. Smoke-bound unless their knowledge belonged more to food than powder. Those who knew debt marks. Ledger-bound, those with no clear skill. Labor first, spear after. Those too wounded to move, preserved if useful. Otherwise, Malachar would assess. Mother Kale heard that and stood very still. Every category entered the chamber and did not leave. Aerion watched the transformation with growing nausea. The battle had been terrible. The screams, the blood, the children under the false shrine, Dusk's jaws red in low firelight, Vaelorian's black chains rising from his bare skin. That had been horror in the old shape, violence immediate enough for the body to understand. This was worse. This was the violence learning to sit at a desk. Narrowmouth was no longer a conquered hollow. It was an inventory. Myrna of Two Cuts understood first among the elders. Perhaps because she had counted tolls and knew what it meant when a name became a mark beside a debt. You cannot keep all roads, she said in Goblin. Skava translated because Vaelorian looked at her. Vaelorian answered in Common. Not yet. Myrn's eyes narrowed. Skava translated slower. Not yet entered the chamber like a cold draft. Sir Garran stepped forward when the sorting ended. My lord. Vaelorian turned. The dead knight stood beneath the low beam as if the ceiling offended him but could not make him stoop more than necessary. Black plate scraped once against smoke-dark wood. The goblins nearest him leaned away. The line-bound are unformed, Sir Garran said. They cannot hold a passage, they cannot receive charge, they cannot stand under order. They fought. They struck in panic. That is not fighting. Several goblins bristled despite fear. Sir Garran ignored them. A body with a weapon is not a soldier, he said. Vaelorian looked at the newly marked line bound. 6 adults, 1 older youth, 2 wounded who could heal into use, and Duth with the broken cooking spit bruises across his hands. Then make them soldiers. Sir Garran bowed his head. I will require space. You have the outer shelf. Weapons. Take what they had. Shape what they lack. Rations. Vaelorian looked at Skava. She said, enough for 3 days if everyone eats badly. Longer if children eat first and fighters eat after. Fighters do not eat first, Sir Garran asked. Skava looked at him with disgust. Hungry children get loud, loud children get everyone killed. Sir Garran considered that, then nodded once. Then children eat enough to be quiet, he said. Line-bound eat enough to stand, others according to work. Mother Kael closed her eyes. Vaelorian looked at Sir Garran, efficient. The knight did not seem pleased. The first drill began before noon. It took place on the outer shelf above Narrowmouth, where the ground widened just enough between two ridges for a crooked line of goblins to stand badly in the cold. Sir Garran ordered them out with sword drawn and helm on. Nightfall stood behind him on the road like a dead monument. Dusk lay on a stone overlooking the shelf, tail moving slowly whenever one goblin's fear became too near flight. Vaelorian watched from the slope above, with Vaelorian behind him and Mother Kael beside the wounded, who had been carried close enough for air, but not far enough to escape being seen. Skava and Perrin were made to watch. That too was instruction. Sir Garran placed the line bound in a row. It was terrible, too much space between some, too little between others. One goblin crouched by instinct until Sir Garran ordered him upright. Another kept turning sideways to make herself a smaller target. Duth held his spear like he intended to club the ground into surrender. The older youth kept looking toward the smoke hole where a younger sibling had been kept inside. "Stand," Sir Garran said. They stood poorly. He corrected them by hand at first, a shove to one shoulder, a repositioned foot, a spear haft struck down until it was vertical. A gauntleted hand forcing a chin up. The goblins hated every correction. A few hated it with their faces. The smarter ones hated it with their eyes lowered. Again, Sir Garran said, they shifted. Again. They shifted worse. Again. One of them spat in the snow. Sir Garran looked at him. The goblin was Duth, the strong one. His jaw worked. He looked toward Vaelorian and then away again. He had decided something, perhaps. Or perhaps the decision had been made by humiliation, hunger, grief, and the foolish courage that sometimes came to men and goblins who did not yet know how thoroughly hope had been surrounded. "No," Duth said in common. The word reached the slope. Skava's eyes widened. Perrin whispered, "Don't." Sir Garran turned fully toward Duth. "Stand in line." "No." The other goblins shifted away from him. Sir Garran did not raise his sword. That was what made the moment dangerous. He simply repeated, "Stand in line." Duth lifted his chin. Dead tall does not own Duth. Dusk stood, Vaelorian watched. Sir Garran looked toward him, only once. Only a fraction, but Vaelorian saw it. So did Vaelorian, so did Mother Kael. Discipline required immediacy. Sir Garran could strike Duth. He could beat him. He could kill him, but if every correction had to pass through blade, fist, or Vaelorian's direct attention, the line would learn delay, calculation, defiance timed around distance. Sir Garran understood armies. Vaelorian understood chains. Their eyes met across the shelf. A system found its next joint. Vaelorian descended. No one spoke as he approached the crooked line. Duth tried not to step back. The effort showed in his knees. Vaelorian stopped before Sir Garran. "You require authority." Sir Garran's silence lasted a beat too long. Then he said, "I require discipline to be immediate." "That is not what I said." The knight bowed his head. "Yes, my lord, I require authority." Mother Kael whispered, "Do not do this." Vaelorian did not turn. Vaelorian said nothing because he already saw how it could be done, and shame had become too crowded in him to make room for surprise. Malachar appeared at the edge of the shelf as if summoned by the scent of invention. "Oh," he said softly. "Yes." Vaelorian looked at him. "You know the structure." "I know several, most ugly, a few elegant. None legal." Legal is a word frightened people use after power has moved past them. "Beautifully put." Mother Kael snapped, "Do not admire him." Malachar glanced at her. "I admire mechanisms. He keeps becoming one." Vaelorian held out his right hand. The black lines beneath his skin stirred. "Vaelorian." The elf's stomach clenched. "My lord." "Stabilize." "No." The word came from Mother Kael. Vaelorian almost envied her. Vaelorian turned his head at last. Mother Kael stood with both hands clenched around her staff. You are not merely making slaves obey you. You are teaching slaves to enslave for you. Vaelorian looked at Sir Garran. He is not a slave. The sentence struck the shelf strangely. Sir Garran did not move. Vaelorian felt it land inside the dead knight like a gift with a hook hidden in the wrapping. Mother Kale heard it too. He is bound. Yes. Then do not decorate it. Vaelorian stepped closer to her. Dusk moved with him. The old healer priest did not retreat. If he is a slave, Vaelorian said, then the world has had 1,000 years to object to what slavery makes of people. Mother Kale's mouth tightened. The old rage from the ritual flickered in him but did not break loose. He turned back to Sir Garran. Give me your sword hand. Sir Garran held out his gauntleted right hand without hesitation. Vaelorian placed his palm against the black metal. Vaelorian felt the body focus open, not fully. Enough. The chain lines across Vaelorian's chest darkened and lifted slightly from the skin, links half-born in the cold air. One thin black strand passed from his wrist into Sir Garran's gauntlet, not piercing metal, not exactly, but entering the idea of command that rested inside it. Sir Garran stiffened. Nightfall's head rose. Dusk growled low. Vaelorian stepped forward and forced his will into stabilization before the chain could turn on the wrong axis. He hated the ease of his own usefulness. Vaelorian spoke, by my hand through his command. The crooked line of goblins began to tremble, by my chain through his voice. Duth's eyes widened. You will answer the Black Lance in matters of drill, formation, guard, march, weapon, and war. The chain moved, not from Vaelorian to all of them at once. That would have been too much too soon. It touched each line-bound goblin through the marks already laid inside them after the taking, pressure waking inside fear, linking them not to Sir Garran as owner, but to the space beneath Vaelorian's will where Sir Garran's commands would now be permitted to strike. A lesser authority, a smaller hand, still his. His correction is my correction, Vaelorian said. His command is beneath mine and above your refusal. He may not free you, he may not claim you, he may not kill you without my permission. He may teach you pain where war requires obedience. Mother Kale looked sick. Malachar watched like a man seeing architecture discovered inside a corpse. Vaelorian held the outer shape and felt the hideous brilliance of it. Vaelorian was not creating equals. He was making outlets, administrative veins, command nerves. The body focus made him root. Sir Garran became extension. The goblins became unit. Pain could now travel by hierarchy. The black strand settled into Sir Garran's gauntlet and vanished. Vaelorian pulled his hand away. Blood ran from his nose. Mother Kale moved toward him. He lifted one finger. She stopped, shaking with fury. Sir Garran looked down at his gauntlet. His hand flexed once. The black metal did not glow. No visible chain wrapped around it. But Vaelorian could see, beneath sight, a small dark claws resting in the knight's command like a hook in a closed fist. Vaelorian looked at Duth. Refuse. Duth shook his head. Refuse. The chain around him tightened enough to make breath difficult, but not enough to force obedience. Duth looked at Sir Garran, hated him, feared him, hated himself for fearing him. No, he spat again, though less loudly. Sir Garran faced him. Stand in line. Duth remained still. Sir Garran's voice changed, not louder, lower. Stand. The claws struck. Duth screamed and snapped upright so violently his spear nearly fell from his hands. The pain did not pass through Vaelorian fully. A shadow of it crossed his ribs, visible in the sudden darkening of the lines beneath his skin, but the blow itself landed through Sir Garran's command. The other goblins stared. Sir Garran did too, though only for a breath. Then his face became a helm even without needing one. Again, he said, the line moved. Better this time. Duth trembled, eyes wet with hatred, but stood. Mother Kale whispered, You have given the chain hands. Vaelorian looked at Sir Garran drilling the first line bound. No, he said, I have given it officers. Vaelorian closed his eyes. There it was. the difference between cruelty and government. For the rest of the day, Narrowmouth was sorted into shape. The knife-bound were sent through their old crawl paths under Skava's direction, while Dusk followed above whenever possible, learning the places where the ground breathed wrong. Two tried to mislead her. One stepped into his own old snare because fear made his memory sloppy. The other was dragged back by Dusk before he reached the drain slit and left shaking at Vaelorian's feet. Vaelorian did not kill him. He reassigned him to tunnel-bound and ordered Skava to explain why a liar who failed at lying could still dig. The smoke-bound were gathered under Malachar's eye. Jek Smokehunder and two others showed him powder jars, clay burst pots, cheap fuse, bitter smoke packets, and one little box of green dust everyone insisted was not poison until Dusk sneezed near it and Vaelorian looked at them. Malachar asked 6 questions. By the third, the goblins understood he knew enough to be dangerous. By the 6th, they understood he did not know enough to be bored. That frightened them more. The storebound were taken to the food chambers. Mother Kale went too, uninvited and unopposed, because the moment Vaelorian began inspecting food stores, she did not trust Malachar within 50 paces of a meal. Kurik bittermold lay in damp bricks along one wall. Root meal hung in sacks. Dried tunnel fish dangled from lines. A barrel of rat fat stood sealed with wax. Little clay bowls marked child shares. Skava saw them and nearly stopped breathing. Vaelorian saw the bowls. Explain. Skava's voice was flat. Winter count. Children's portions marked first so adults know what is left after. Vaelorian crouched before the little bowls. There were scratches on them. Names perhaps, not full names. Child marks, teeth, dots, crude little animals, one hand, one crooked son. Mother Kale watched him. Do not turn this into a weapon, she said. Vaelorian touched one bowl. It already is. No. If taking it causes obedience, it is a weapon. If giving it buys loyalty, it is a weapon. If poisoning it spreads death, it is a weapon. If protecting it gathers witnesses, it is a weapon. Mother Kale's eyes hardened. And if feeding a child keeps them alive? Vaelorian looked at her. Then the child is also a future. She recoiled as if struck. He stood. Seal the stores, nothing enters or leaves without count. Children eat first. Skava stared at him. Mother Kale did too. Vaelorian looked at her. Hungry children get loud. Skava flinched at hearing her own logic return through his mouth. Mother Kale looked as if she might weep. Not because the order was cruel, because it was not, because even his practical mercies came sharpened. In the central chamber, Myrn of Two Cuts began reciting told debts under compulsion while Aelrian wrote them on scraped bark. She tried to lie twice. Both times Skava heard the lie before the chain did, and Vaelorian made her correct it aloud. By evening, Myrn had become ledger-bound. She understood before the word was translated. Her memory no longer belonged to her. The children remained near Mother Kale and Perrin. That too became part of the sorting. Perrin was young enough not to frighten them as much as the others, old enough to follow orders, and too bound to flee. The smallest goblin child, the one with a hand-marked bowl in the stores, fell asleep against his leg before dusk. Perrin looked down at him with silent horror because comfort had arrived through captivity, and that made it no less real. Vaelorian saw. Of course he saw. Perrin. The boy looked up. You will keep them quiet. Perrin's face twisted, not from fear this time, from the unbearable shape of being useful in a kind way for an evil purpose. Yes, he whispered. Outside, Sir Garran drilled the line bound until their legs shook. Stand, step, hold, lower, raise, brace, again, again, again. Goblin bodies did not like straight lines. They liked angles, holes, sudden movement, low attacks, narrow exits. Sir Garran learned quickly. By the 3rd hour, he stopped forcing them into human infantry posture and began shaping something uglier and more practical. 2 low lines instead of 1 tall one. Spears angled upward from crouch height. Hook blades behind. 1 smoke bound at the rear with burst powder. A tunnel bound assigned to watch the ground. Line bound did not mean human soldiers. It meant goblins taught not to scatter until scattering was commanded. Vaelorian watched that adjustment with approval he did not voice. Sir Garran did not need praise, he needed authority. He had it now. When Duth faltered during a brace drill and dropped his spear, Sir Garran did not look at Vaelorian. He said, "Hold." Duth's hands closed around the spear before he chose to move. Pain passed through him. A faint echo crossed Vaelorian's ribs, but he did not blink. The lesser hand worked. That night when the first forced meal was distributed, Narrowmouth ate under watch. Children first, wounded second, workers, specialists, line-bound, elders last because Myrn had tried to lie and Vaelorian wanted the order remembered. Mother Kale hated the rationing and could not deny it was efficient. Skava translated instructions until her voice rasped. Vaelorian recorded names, roles, injuries, debts, tunnel exits, food counts, and the first clauses of delegated command. He realized near midnight that he was not merely witnessing conquest. He was helping create files. The thought nearly made him sick. Malachar spent the late hours in the dead room and emerged only once to ask whether Vaelorian preferred the unusable body burned, buried, or displayed. Mother Kale struck him with her staff before Vaelorian answered. Everyone froze. Malachar looked delighted. Dusk rose. Vaelorian turned. Mother Kale stood with both hands on the staff, breathing hard. He was someone, she said. Malachar rubbed the place on his shoulder where the staff had landed. Most bodies were before becoming more broadly available. She raised the staff again. Vaelorian said, "Enough." She stopped, not because he commanded her body, because the next blow would end the little space she still had to choose. Vaelorian looked at Malachar. Buried for now, all dead are counted before use. Mother Kale's face went still. For now, she said. Yes, that is not respect. No. What is it? Inventory. She closed her eyes. Malachar gave a soft sigh. There are days when I feel almost unnecessary. Near the main post, Dusk lay under Vaelorian's black handprint and watched the chamber. Goblins stepped wide around him. Even the children learned the shape of his sleeping body and made their little paths bend. Vaelorian sat beside the marked post, back against old wood, black chain lines faint beneath his skin. His body was tired from the lesser hand working. Vaelorian could see it in the way he held his shoulders, in the shallow breath he tried to conceal, in the dark rings under eyes too young for them. But his gaze remained awake, always awake. Skava knelt before him with the final list. She had named them all, not full secret names, not all motherline names, not private names, but enough for roles, enough for clauses, enough for the next day. Vaelorian listened as she read in common, then goblin. Knife-bound, Var Yellow-Eye, Chick of the Drain, Asa Quickfoot. Smoke-bound, Jek Smokeunder, Pel Ash-Cheek, Norin Fuse-Finger. Tunnel-bound, Usyk Root-Hand, Brack Lowback, Tilla Understone. Store-bound, Cur Bowl-Keeper, Essen Mold-Cut, Hava Rat-Fat. Ledger-bound, Myrn of Two Cuts. Memory-bound, Old Sicket, Old Vel, Old Grand Mouthless. Line-bound, Duth Rask, Pellet, Uncrick, Harl, Young Vesso, Wounded Mar if he lived, Wounded Sol if Mother Kale kept the leg. Children, 7. No category was given aloud for them. No one needed one. Vaelorian's eyes moved over the list. Narrowmouth has more use than its size suggested. Skava's hands tightened around the bark sheet. That is why it survived. Yes. The agreement hurt more than argument. Vaelorian looked toward the main mouth, where Sir Garran stood in the dark beside Nightfall. Tomorrow the line-bound drill before first meal. Knife-bound map the outer routes under dusk. Smoke-bound show Malachar every powder cache. Store-bound count food again. Ledger-bound recites debts until Vaelorian has them. Children remain with Perrin and Mother Kale. Skava translated. The chamber absorbed the rules, rule by rule, category by category. The hollow that had once lived by evasion, debt, hidden doors, shared hunger, and small cruelties now lived by assignment. Vaelorian felt the truth settle in him with terrible clarity. Narrowmouth had not merely lost, it had been organized. Vaelorian stood. Pain crossed his face for less than a breath. Dusk rose with him. Sir Garran stepped inside from the mouth. The line-bound nearest him straightened by instinct now, then seemed horrified by what their bodies had learned in one day. Vaelorian looked at the dead knight. First Marshal. The title did not yet have its full shape. Not all of it, not the legions, not the undead host, not the armies to come, but the first piece entered the room. Sir Garran went still. Vaelorian looked sharply at Vaelorian. Malachar's smile slowly widened. Mother Kael's face darkened with understanding. Vaelorian continued, "You will command the drilled. You will shape what can fight. You will hold discipline where my direct attention is unnecessary." Sir Garran lowered himself to one knee. The movement made the goblin stare. The black lance kneeling in the smoke-dark chamber beneath a goblin hollow, sword across both hands, dead flesh wearing old honor under new bondage. "My lord," he said, voice low, "I will make soldiers." Vaelorian looked at the gathered line-bound, then at the specialists, then at the children, then at the dead room. "No," he said. "You will make an army." No one spoke. Outside, the road was dark. Above Narrowmouth, the deep woods listened. Inside, the first office of the chain had been created. Not with a crown, not with a throne, with a list, a mark, a delegated pain, and a dead knight kneeling before the boy who had given the chain its first lesser hand. Chain 3. The Border of Names. Link 8. The Buried Muster. The dead were brought out after second meal. Not after breakfast, because the living needed to see the order of things first. Children ate, wounded ate, workers ate, specialists ate. Line-bound ate last among those expected to stand. Elders ate after the first recitation of debts. The dead did not eat, and so Vaelorian delayed them until the living had been reminded that food belonged now to command. Only then did Malachar open the side chamber. The smell entered Narrowmouth before the bodies did. Mother Kael stood at once. No. The word was immediate. Not argument, not plea. Refusal in its oldest shape. Vaelorian looked at her from beside the marked support post. The black handprint in the wood had darkened overnight. Smoke had moved around it without staining it. Small goblin eyes had avoided it all morning and returned to it whenever fear needed a place to look. Beneath it, Dusk lay with his head on his paws, watching the chamber as if he had accepted that this hollow was now part of Vaelorian's den, and therefore every motion inside it required judgment. "No," Vaelorian said. Mother Kael's face was pale from too little sleep and too much work. Her sleeves were still stained from bandaging the wounded. One hand rested on her staff. The other was wrapped around the cracked wooden charm beneath her cloak. Not here. Malachar appeared in the doorway behind the first covered body. A location objection. How mercifully specific. She turned on him. "They have kin here." "Several do, fewer than before." "Do not." Malachar's mouth closed, but only because Vaelorian lifted one hand. The dead waited behind him in the side room, 14 bodies from Narrowmouth. Some had died quickly, some had not. Some had been fighters, some had been foolish. Some had been in the wrong passage when Dusk entered it. One had been very old and might have died from fear before blade or tooth did the work. 2 were children, and even Malachar had stopped making comments when Mother Kael covered them herself. Vaelorian had not yet decided their use. That was why the living trembled. Skava sat beside the ash map with her arms around Perrin. She had not looked toward the dead room all morning. That had not spared her. Narrowmouth was too small for avoidance to become distance. Every family noise touched every wall. Every covered form had a name someone was trying not to say loudly enough to be taken. Myrna of Two Cuts, now ledger-bound, sat near the wall with her lips pressed thin. Old Sickett and Veyl stared at the floor. Grand Mouthless, who had no tongue and remembered everything anyway, rocked slowly with both hands curled around his knees. Sir Garran stood at the main mouth with the first line bound behind him in their new crooked formation. They were not soldiers, not yet, but they were no longer only prisoners either. That was another horror Narrowmouth had been forced to learn by noon. Duth, who had refused the day before, stood in the front of the low line, spear braced properly, eyes hollow with hatred and shame. When the first covered body was carried into the central chamber by two tunnel-bound goblins, the formation wavered. Sir Garran's gauntlet flexed, the lesser hand claws stirred, the line steadied. Vaelorian saw it under mage sight and hated the elegance. The punishment did not need to strike. The possibility had become enough. The body was placed before Vaelorian, then another, then another. 14 dead, arranged on old mats, scavenged blankets, and 2 doors taken off their hinges because Narrowmouth did not own enough proper boards for this much death at once. The living goblins lowered their eyes. Vaelorian watched them not lower them far enough. Uncover. Mother Kale stepped forward. Let their kin name them first. Vaelorian paused. That pause was not mercy. Vaelorian knew that now. It was calculation, finding whether a custom could be used. Why? Vaelorian asked. Mother Kale looked at the bodies. Because the dead deserve to be known before they are touched. Malachar sighed faintly, as if a tedious student had answered beautifully but in the wrong discipline. Vaelorian turned to Saga. Goblin right. Saga did not answer. The chain touched her. She curled around Perrin before she could stop herself. Yes, she said, voice raw. Not all clans the same. Narrowmouth small right, name first, debt second, teeth kept if family asks, work tokens broken, food bowl turned down, no one steps over the body before name is returned. Vaelorian looked at the nearest covered form. Returned where? Skava's mouth trembled, to those who remember. To Motherline. Sometimes. To dead. Sometimes. To children. If old enough. To the road. Saga flinched, if no kin. Vaelorian absorbed that. Then he said, name them. A sound moved through the room. Hope, foolish and immediate, rose in several faces. Mother Kale saw it and closed her eyes. She understood too late. A concession from Vaelorian was rarely a gift. It was a hook entering through an acceptable wound. Saga was ordered to stand. She did. Perrin rose with her until Vaelorian looked at him. He sat again. Saga walked to the first body. Her knees nearly failed before she reached it. The tunnel-bound goblins uncovered the face. A male, middle years, broken nose, ear bitten in some old fight. His throat had been opened by a blade, not dusk. That mattered to someone perhaps. Saga swallowed. Ricket of no clean line, she said. Mern hissed he had lined. Saga looked at her. He sold it twice. Mern's mouth closed. Vaelorian watched. Vaelorian saw the line form in his mind. Even the dead had categories. Saga continued because stopping would hurt worse. Ricket road taker, toll liar, knife in winter, bought smoke from Tharn, cheated Vexa, fed 2 nephews when Currick stores froze 3 years past. Her voice broke slightly. Owed 3 teeth, 5 copper, 1 blood apology never paid. Use? Vaelorian asked. Saga stared at him. Mother Kale's hand tightened on her staff. Use, Vaelorian repeated. Saga shook her head, the chain answered. She bent forward with a strangled breath. Road memory, she gasped. Knows toll paths, knows who passed, knows where he hid knives. Body condition, Vaelorian said to Malachar. Malachar crouched beside Ricket with professional cheer. Fair, throat damage inconvenient for speech if you desired confession after rising. Limbs intact, spine strong enough, fresh, very usable. Ricket's kin, if he had any left in the room, made no sound. That was perhaps the first true lesson of the morning. Name did not save him. Vaelorian looked at the next body. Continue. So Saga named the dead. One by one, the room became a ledger made of grief. Brackifor scratches, strong digger, bad singer. Knew the West Root Brace, Hessic Ash Thumb, Smoke Apprentice, lost 2 fingers making cheap fuse, fed powder to a rat once and laughed until it exploded. Mother Kale flinched at that detail. Malachar looked interested. Nala Understep, Knife Runner, had stolen from Vexaline, had also carried Perrin once when he was fevered and Skava was too small to lift him. Perrin began crying soundlessly. Old Tav, no clear line, slept near the false shrine. Knew every child's hiding place because he snored beside 3 of them most winters. Kurim Bol Mender. Store helper, not a fighter, killed when the smoke jar burst too near her own door. 2 children, Skava could not name the first. That was when Perrin stood, Vaelorian let him. The boy walked to the small covered shape as if each step were a theft from himself. Mother Kale moved to stop him, then did not. Skava reached for him, then froze because Vaelorian watched and the chain had made love dangerous. Perrin knelt beside the body. He uncovered the face. The child was small enough that even goblins had thought him small. One cheek had a soot mark. His mouth was open slightly, as if he had been about to ask something when the world ended. Perrin's voice came thin, Lelik. No one moved. He had the hand bold, Perrin said. Mother Kale made a sound low in her throat. Vaelorian's eyes shifted toward the food store. Perrin touched the child's hair with 2 fingers. He was not old enough to have debt. Skava turned away. Vaelorian looked at the body. Use, he asked. Mother Kale struck him. The chamber exploded. Dusk was upright before the staff blow completed its arc. Sir Garran drew half his sword. The line-bound flinched. The children screamed. Mother Kale's staff hit Vaelorian across the shoulder with a crack sharp enough to silence everything after it. Vaelorian had not moved. The blow left a red mark across his skin. The black chain lines beneath it darkened. Dusk's jaws opened around a growl that would have become killing if Vaelorian so much as breathed permission. Mother Kale stood before him, staff still raised, tears in her eyes and fury in every line of her old body. Say that to him again, she said. Say use over a child again. Vaelorian looked at her. Aorian waited for death. It did not come. Instead, Vaelorian reached up and touched the mark the staff had left on his shoulder. He examined the blood on his fingers, then looked at Perrin. The boy was trembling beside Lelik's body, too afraid to move, too grief-struck to lower his hand from the dead child's hair. Vaelorian said, "No immediate use." Mother Kale's face broke. Aorian felt sick with relief and horror together. Vaelorian looked at Malachar. Children are not for the first muster. Malachar bowed his head slightly. A wise limitation. Their frames are poor for labor and worse for shock value among those not already broken. Mother Kale turned on him with murder in her eyes. He stepped back, hands raised. Noted. Perrin covered Lelik's face again. No one asked him to name the second child. Mother Kale did it. Her voice shook through the little name and did not shake at all when Vaelorian asked no further question. After the naming, Malachar began marking. Not all bodies were chosen. That surprised the goblins. It should not have, Aorian thought. Vaelorian did not waste cruelty where utility had not justified it. That made him worse than monsters who killed from appetite. Monsters could be sated. Vaelorian organized hunger into policy. The 2 children were set aside under Mother Kale's guard. Kurim Bol Mender was set aside for burial without recall because Mother Kale argued that corpse handling around food stores risked contamination, and Vaelorian accepted the practical reason while ignoring the moral one. Old Tav was set aside for later memory examination before any death working. Skava looked horrified by the phrase. Ricket, Bracca, Hessic, Nala, and 5 others were chosen for the first buried muster. 9 bodies, enough to test, not enough to call an army. Enough to make the living understand what would happen to them if they became bodies of the right kind. Malachar prepared them outside. Vaelorian did not want the first working done in the central chamber, not because of respect, because Narrowmouth had just become organized, and a place being organized should not be filled with uncontrolled panic before its new categories settled. So the chosen dead were carried out through the main mouth and up the west slope toward the frost-dark edge where the first true roots of the deep woods broke through the soil. The living were made to watch from the shelf, not all of them, only those Vaelorian selected. Skava, Perrin, Mern, the line-bound, the smoke-bound, the tunnel-bound, the elders. Mother Kael because she refused to stay behind. Vaelorian because Vaelorian required stabilization. Sir Garran because this was military. Dusk because Dusk went where Vaelorian went. And the children because Mother Kael thought to shield them too late. Vaelorian looked at them and decided. They watch. Mother Kael stepped before him. No. His gaze moved past her to the children. They must understand what death means here. They are children. They are future disobedience if left ignorant. They are children. They are future obedience if taught early. Mother Kael's face went white. Vaelorian looked away. Skava whispered, "Please." Vaelorian turned to her. The plea had escaped in common. That made it worse. Skava lowered herself before the pain could come. "Please," she said again, now fully broken. They saw enough, they know. Little ones know. They do not need to see the ground take them. Vaelorian watched her for a long moment, then looked at Perrin. Perrin had both arms around the smallest living child whose face was buried in his shirt. Vaelorian's eyes narrowed slightly, not with anger, with calculation. "No children," he said. Mother Kael swayed once. Perrin held the child tighter. Skava lowered her forehead to the cold ground. Vaelorian continued. "Perrin remains with them." Perrin looked up, terrified that the mercy had become task. It had. Keep them quiet. The boy nodded quickly. Yes. The children were taken back inside under Mother Kael's apprentice. No, there were no apprentices here. This was Narrowmouth. Mother Kael herself began to follow them. Vaelorian said, "You stay." She stopped. Her back remained turned to him. For one moment, Vaelorian thought she might refuse and accept whatever came. Then the smallest child cried from within the mouth, and Mother Kael closed her eyes. Perrin would do what he could. The old healer priest remained. The dead were laid in a line beneath the first black trees. The soil there was half frozen, half root and dark as old blood. Snow lay in patches between moss and stone. The deep woods rose behind them, not yet the true inner forest, but no longer ordinary woodland. Roots thicker than bodies pushed through the earth. Branches interlocked overhead until the daylight came down in narrow gray pieces. Somewhere above, unseen, something feathered moved once and became still. Dusk did not like the place. He paced the edge of the working with his head low, pausing often to sniff roots, stones, bodies, air. Once he sneezed at one of Malachar's salt lines and received a wounded look from the Grave-Walker. "Try not to insult the structure." Dusk growled. Malachar inclined his head. Correction accepted. Sir Garran stood near the dead line with helm on and sword drawn, though no enemy had appeared. Vaelorian looked at him. "Why drawn?" The knight's voice came hollow through the helm. "This is a muster. These are not soldiers." Sir Garran looked down at the bodies. "No, my lord." The answer carried weight. Vaelorian heard it. Vaelorian did too. Mother Kael stood with arms folded around herself, staff against one shoulder, lips moving in silent prayer or restraint. Skava knelt beside the first tree root, eyes fixed on the bodies. Mern stood beside her, expression hard enough to be stone if stone hated. Malachar began with salt, not a circle this time. Rows. He marked each body at brow, throat, breastbone, palms, knees, and feet. Then he pressed a little black ash into the mouth of each corpse, except those whose mouths were damaged. For Ricket, whose throat had been cut, he used the wound instead. Vaelorian flinched. Malachar noticed. "Do not look so offended, entrances vary." Mother Kael said, "One day someone will close every entrance in you." He smiled. "One hopes not before I finish teaching." Vaelorian stood at the head of the line, black chains faint across his bare chest, war oath kilt stirring in the cold wind. The body focus had hurt since morning. Vaelorian could see it. The lines beneath his skin pulsed irregularly, as if the chain did not yet like being asked to hold many small dead things at once. "This will not be like Sir Garran," Malachar said. "I know." "No, you do not," Malachar straightened. Sir Garran is identity Mies housed through oath, relic, and war memory. He is a blade with a name. These will be tools with remnants. If you reach too deep, they will either fail or become noisy. If you reach too shallow, they will rot before the next thaw. We require a narrow command. Not life, not full-on death, not memory. A loop. Vaelorian looked at the bodies. Rise, bury, wait. Yes, but prettily phrased. Not prettily. Malachar's smile flickered. No, of course not. Vaelorian stepped forward reluctantly. If the command is too simple, they may not distinguish your call from any later chain pressure. Then anchor it, Vaelorian said. Vaelorian hated that he had already thought of the same solution. To what? Vaelorian turned toward Narrowmouth below. The post. The handprint. Yes. Vaelorian looked toward the hollow entrance, then back to the bodies. It may work. Narrowmouth becomes the local anchor. They rise when you call through the mark or when the mark is threatened. No, Mother Kale said. Everyone turned. Her face was stricken. You are tying their dead to the place they died defending. Malachar tilted his head. Yes, that is the point. No, her voice cracked. You do not understand what that does. Vaelorian looked at her, then explain. Her hands tightened on her staff. The dead are not storage. Vaelorian waited. Burial is not hiding a weapon until the day you want it to cut. Burial is release. It is witness. It is the living saying this life was more than what can still be extracted from the body. You are taking even that. Vaelorian's expression remained still. Skava whispered, Goblin dead do not wait in earth like that. Vaelorian turned to her. She swallowed. Not Narrowmouth, not unless no one has hands to do better. Teeth are kept, debts settled, bowls turned, names given back. Some burn, some are hidden in wall niches. Some go under kitchen stones if family wants them close. We do not send them under trees to wait for a stranger's voice. Myrn spoke in Goblin. Skava did not translate, the chain touched her. She bent forward, gasping. Myrn repeated herself in Common, voice bitter and cracked. She says better burned by enemies than kept by owners. Sir Garran's sword hand tightened. Vaelorian looked at him. You object. The knight did not answer quickly. The lesser hand rested inside him now, and the chain could have punished hesitation if Vaelorian wished it. But the boy did not yet. He wanted the answer unforced. Sir Garran looked at the dead goblins. Dead soldiers may be called to war, he said. These were not soldiers. Vaelorian's gaze moved over the line. They defended Narrowmouth. Some did not. They died in the taking. Yes, they belong to the taken. The words moved through the clearing colder than wind. Sir Garran turned his helm slightly toward Vaelorian. For a moment, the old knight's borrowed body seemed too small for the silence inside it. My lord, he said, that is not war. Vaelorian looked at him. It is now. Mother Kale closed her eyes. Vaelorian felt the sentence enter the world and make a place for itself. Malachar seemed almost reverent. The working began. Vaelorian placed both hands over Ricket first, not touching, hovering. Vaelorian knelt behind him, one hand pressed to the frozen ground, stabilizing the body focus through the local anchor mark. He could feel the black handprint inside Narrowmouth as a distant bruise in the magical field. Crude, ugly, but present. A claim burned into wood, tied to fear, blood, and first surrender. Malachar knelt at Ricket's side and opened the corpse's mouth wider. Mother Kale turned away. Saga did not. She watched because not watching felt like abandoning the dead twice. Vaelorian spoke the first command, not loudly. The chain carried it anyway. Rise enough to obey. The black lines across his body lifted. Vaelorian felt the strain immediately. It was not like binding the living. The living resisted from center, from will, from fear, from selfhood. The dead resisted by absence. There was no door to force open, only a collapsed house where a door had once been. Vaelorian's command entered the body and found fragments. Tendon, old fear, cooling blood, violence memory, name residue, the shape of hands that had held knives and food and debts. He did not try to restore Ricket. That would have been impossible and too costly. He put a hook where identity had been. Ricket's fingers twitched. Saga made a sound, Dusk's ears flattened. Sir Garran lifted his sword by half an inch. Ricket's body jerked once, then rolled onto its side. Mother Kael whispered a prayer hard enough to sound like hatred. Malachar watched closely. Good, not too much, do not give him want. Vaelorian's nose began to bleed. Vaelorian pushed more stability through the ground. The black chain lines across Vaelorian's chest flared, links rising in broken arcs from skin to air. One snap toward Ricket entered the corpse through the brow mark and vanished. Ricket opened his eyes. They were not alive. They were worse because they were almost empty and not empty enough. Bury, Vaelorian said. Ricket's body clawed at the ground, slowly at first, then with awful purpose. The frozen soil resisted. The corpse kept digging. Fingernails tore. Skin split. Bloodless flesh scraped against stone. Roots bent aside under chain pressure. Not willingly, not magically enough to imply consent, only forced by a command that did not understand why Earth should be closed to what belonged under it. Saga began to shake. Myrn spat into the snow. Mother Kael said, "Stop." Vaelorian moved to the next body. Braca rose easier, Hessic worse. Nalan nearly failed because the death wound had damaged something Malachar had expected to use. Vaelorian forced the command harder, and the body focus answered by cutting pain across his ribs so sharply he staggered. Dusk pressed against him. Vaelorian did not fall. Vaelorian said, "Too much." Vaelorian ignored him. Mother Kael grabbed his wrist. "You will tear yourself open." He looked at her hand. She did not release him. "If you die," she said, "they all suffer for nothing." The words struck because they were not moral appeal. They were utility. Vaelorian breathed once, then lowered the pressure. Nala's corpse stopped spasming, rolled onto its belly and began to dig. One by one, the first buried muster learned the shape of waiting. They dug shallow at first, then deeper as Vaelorian corrected the command. Not graves made by mourners, not pits made by enemies. Burrows, weapon holes, cold nests under snow and root. Malachar moved between them, adding salt to opened earth, pressing corpse thread into wrists, carving little recall marks into bone where flesh had torn. He spoke to each body as if instructing a dull student. No, fingers first. You cannot wait properly with an elbow above ground. Yes, under the root. The root will hide you. Try not to rot loudly. Mother Kael stopped listening after the third. Sir Garran remained still throughout, but his stillness was not obedience alone. Vaelorian saw it in him, battlefield memory trying to accept a new category and failing. Soldiers buried after battle were honored if time allowed and abandoned if time did not. The dead might be raised by necromancers in nightmare stories, but this was different. This was not a horde, not desecration for terror alone, not even Malachar's scholarly obscenity. This was reserve placement, military logic applied to stolen corpses. Sir Garran understood it. That was why it wounded him. When the ninth corpse finished digging, Vaelorian swayed hard enough that Dusk moved under his hand before he could catch himself. The body focus was bright now under mage sight, black links raised across Vaelorian's chest and arms like chains half-summoned and nailed into pain. Blood ran from his nose. One reopened line near his shoulder had split beneath the strain. Vaelorian's stabilizing hand cramped. "I cannot hold more," he said. Vaelorian looked at the two bodies not yet chosen for use, then at Mother Kael. then at Saga, then at the 9 corpses lying half-buried beneath the first trees, each still enough now that a careless eye might mistake them for disturbed snow. 9, he said. Malachar wiped his hands. A respectable first insult to natural law. Mother Kale turned on him. They were people. Yes, he said, and now they are military infrastructure. Transformation is the heart of all serious magic. She looked ready to strike him again. Vaelorian spoke before she could. Enough. Dusk growled at Malachar anyway. The Grave-Walker bowed to the beast. Your objections are always clearly phrased. Vaelorian stepped toward the line of hidden dead. The earth above them trembled slightly with the residual command. Here a finger vanished under soil. There a foot dragged itself beneath a root. One face remained exposed until Malachar sighed, stepped forward, and pushed the head down with his boot. Mother Kale made a strangled sound. Sir Garran's sword point dipped toward the ground. Vaelorian stood at the head of the buried line. Listen. Vaelorian felt the command pass into the earth. Not strong, not yet. A thin black pressure through soil, salt, dead flesh, recall marks, and the distant handprint on Narrowmouth's central post. The ground answered. 9 dead things became still in the same moment. Rise when called through my mark. A tremor moved beneath the snow. Rise when the Black Lance commands in war. Sir Garran's head snapped toward him. Vaelorian did not look back. The lesser hand claws stirred inside the knight's gauntlet, touching the buried muster for the first time. Not enough to command independently. Not yet. Enough for the dead to recognize him as a permitted voice beneath Vaelorian's own. Vaelorian's breath caught, so that was the next step. Living line-bound yesterday. Dead reserves today. Sir Garran was not merely drilling captives. He was becoming the first officer of the dead. The knight understood too. His sword lowered until the point touched snow. My lord, he said, voice rough through the helm. Vaelorian finally looked back. You will need soldiers who do not sleep. Sir Garran said nothing. What is buried here is not a hoard, not yet. It is reserve. The word pierced him. Reserve, not grave, not corpse, not victim. Reserve, Sir Garran bowed his head. As my lord commands. Mother Kale whispered, burial is not storage. Vaelorian turned to her. It is when the dead are still useful. Her face closed around grief. Saga had not moved from the edge of the working. She stared at the disturbed snow where Ricket lay hidden. He will not know the road now, she said softly. Vaelorian looked at her. She did not seem to realize she had spoken. The dead do not need roads, Malachar said. Skava's eyes lifted to him. Hatred sharpened her face. Goblins do. Malachar's amusement faded slightly. Vaelorian regarded her. Explain. Saga swallowed. The road takes the dead if no kin can. That is old rule, bad rule, but old. Name goes to those who remember. Debt goes where debt must, teeth to kin. Bowl down. Road gets what is left if no one claims. Her voice broke. You did not give them to the road, you hid them beside it. Vaelorian looked at the old human road beyond the trees. Then at the deep woods, then at the disturbed snow. Yes. Saga stared. His agreement did not comfort. It made the violation exact. The road cannot have what I may need. Mern of Two Cuts hissed something in Goblin. Saga did not translate. Vaelorian did not ask, perhaps because he already knew enough, perhaps because some curses were less useful when translated. Vaelorian stood slowly, legs stiff, hand aching from stabilization. His mind arranged the pieces despite his disgust. This was how it scaled. He saw it now. Vaelorian did not need to march with a visible horde. He did not need to feed the dead. He did not need to conceal columns of corpses on every road. He could take a place, sort the living, mark the dead, bury reserves near roads, routes, camps, and claimed posts, then move on. Each conquered hollow became an anchor. Each anchor held hidden dead. Each hidden dead became future violence waiting under ordinary ground. The army would not follow him. It would sleep beneath the world. Vaelorian must have made some sound because Vaelorian looked at him. You understand. Vaelorian wanted to deny it. The chain waited. Yes, he said, say it. Vaelorian looked at the disturbed snow, at Saga, at Sir Garran, at Mother Kael, at the line of trees that did not move and yet seemed closer than before. You do not need to carry a horde, he said. You seed one. Malachar's face lit with admiration. Excellent. Mother Kael looked sick. Vaelorian nodded once. The dead wait where the living forget to look. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Above them, high in the branches, something shifted. Dusk heard it first, his head lifted, ears forward, body lowered. Sir Garran raised his sword. A feather fell from the branches and landed in the snow near the first buried corpse. Black. Longer than a raven's, unless the raven was larger than any Vaelorian wished to meet. Saga saw it and went pale. Witness, she whispered. Vaelorian looked up into the dark canopy. No shape showed itself, but the forest was not empty. It had watched the Mercy House. It had watched the map. It had watched the first taking. Now it had watched burial become muster. Vaelorian stepped forward and picked up the feather. Dusk growled softly, not at him, but at the place above. The feather was cold. Vaelorian turned it once between two fingers, then tucked it into the belt of his Waroth kilt. Vaelorian stared at him. Mother Kael whispered, "Do not insult what you do not understand." Vaelorian looked toward the dark trees. "I am not insulting it." "What are you doing?" Answering. No one knew what that meant. Perhaps Vaelorian did not either, not fully, not yet. He looked back down at the buried dead. 9 bodies under frost, root, soil, salt, and chain. 9 failures of mourning, 9 future commands. Behind him, Narrowmouth smoked under his mark. The living had been sorted. The first line bound had been drilled. The first lesser hand had been created. Sir Garran stood with authority over pain, and now, the beginning of authority over the buried dead. Malachar had proved the method. Mother Kael had been forced to witness burial turned into storage. Saga had watched goblin rites broken into military categories. Vaelorian had seen the structure by which the chainbender could spread without showing his full strength. Vaelorian lifted his hand. The black chain lines beneath his skin rose one last time that day. Faint links curled around his wrist, trembling with exhaustion, and extended into the ground. The 9 buried things listened. He gave them one command. Wait. The earth went still. Snow began to fall, softly at first, then thicker, covering the disturbed ground, filling claw marks, smoothing broken soil, hiding the places where dead hands had dug themselves under root and frost. Within minutes, the first buried muster looked like nothing at all. Only trees, only snow, only the edge of the deep woods, only a road beside a conquered goblin hollow where no traveler would know that the ground had learned obedience. Vaelorian turned back toward Narrowmouth. "Now," he said, "we feed the living." Sir Garran followed, Malachar followed, Vaelorian followed. Mother Kael lingered a moment longer beside the buried line, lips moving over names she had not been given permission to keep. Saga remained beside her. For once, Vaelorian did not call either of them back immediately. Perhaps he had spent enough cruelty for the morning. Perhaps he wanted grief to settle deeply enough to become another useful thing. Saga looked at the snow, then whispered the names she remembered. Ricket, Braca, Hesek, Nala, Tav, though he had not been taken yet. Lelik, though he had been spared the muster. Kurim, others, broken names, small names, names no elven archive would preserve. Names no human road stone would know. Names now trapped beneath a command that did not care what they had meant. Mother Kael whispered with her. Above them, unseen in the black branches, something listened, and under the snow, the dead obeyed. Chain 4. Bread and Iron. Link 1. The shape of an army. The first scream of the morning came from the drill line. It was not a battle scream. It had no courage in it, no rage, no promise of blood repaid. It was the thin, shocked sound of a body discovering that obedience did not protect it from correction when obedience was clumsy. The goblin hit the stone floor hard enough to make the nearest children flinch. Sir Garran Veyl did not turn his head toward them. "Up," he said. The goblin tried. His name was Duth, though Vaelorian had learned that goblin names were never as simple as the sound first offered. Duth of the Low Passage, Duth who ran a tash, Duth with no brother left. Duth, now line-bound, spear-handed, shaking in the cold middle chamber of Narrowmouth with 6 other goblins standing beside him and 2 wounded, propped near the wall because Garran had judged that seeing order mattered almost as much as joining it. Duth pushed one hand under himself. His fingers slipped on frost-damp stone. His spear clattered beside him. Garran's black plate made no sound as he stepped closer. That remained one of the wrongnesses of him. Armor should have complained. Leather should have creaked. Metal should have shifted when weight moved through it. Sir Garran's armor whispered only when it wished to, as if the corpse beneath had not fully convinced the world it deserved friction. "Weapon first," Garran said. Duth reached for the spear, too slowly. The chain moved. It did not show itself as Vaelorian's chains showed themselves. Not fully. The lesser hand did not bloom in the air as black links large enough to frighten a room. It passed through Garran's sword hand, through the authority Vaelorian had placed there, and settled into Duth's bones like a cold nail driven behind the joints. Duth screamed again. "Weapon first," Garran repeated. Duth seized the spear. "Now rise." Goblin rose, not well, not cleanly. His knees bent wrong, his shoulders hunched, his head lowered in the old goblin posture of surviving larger things. The spear angled across his body as if he intended to hide behind it rather than hold a line with it. Garran looked at him for a long moment. "No," he said. Duth began to tremble. "No what?" Saga asked from the wall. She should not have spoken. Everyone in the chamber knew at the instant the words left her mouth. A few goblins lowered their eyes. Perrin froze beside the children, one hand half raised with a strip of dried root in his fingers. Mother Kale, kneeling beside a wounded young goblin whose leg had been wrapped in strips of boiled cloth, did not look up, but her shoulders tightened. Sir Garran turned at last. Saga stood beneath a low arch where old soot had blackened the ceiling. She had been ordered to remain present because Vaelorian wanted language near the training. Goblins used half-words, kin words, debt words, shame words, passage words. A command translated poorly became resistance by accident, and Vaelorian disliked accidents that belonged to other people. The chain sat inside Saga now. It had not made her loyal. It had made her careful. Her throat moved once as Garran's dead gaze settled on her. "No," Garran said, to the shape. Skava's lips curled before fear could smooth them. "He is goblin." "Yes." "Then he stands like goblin." "That," Garran said, "is what I corrected." A sound moved through the line bound, not speech, not courage, something closer to the little breath an animal makes when it understands that the trap is larger than the foot caught inside it. Vaelorian watched from the upper stone step of the chamber mouth. He had not interrupted. The hollow had woken badly. Narrowmouth did not truly sleep after conquest. It closed its eyes in pieces. Children slept when exhaustion forced them under Mother Kale's cloak or against Perrin's knees. Wounded slept in fever stretches. Elders sat with their backs against stone and did not pretend to rest. Fighters dozed upright, hands near weapons they no longer owned in any meaningful sense. Saga had slept not at all. Vaelorian had slept in the posture of someone whose body had folded, while the mind remained awake enough to resent collapse. Malachar had slept beside the dead room with a smile so faint it seemed less like pleasure than weather on a corpse. Vaelorian had not slept. The chain had moved too much beneath his skin after the buried muster. 9 dead goblins under snow and root. 9 little commands tucked beneath the frost-dark lip of the deep woods. 9 waiting silences. He could still feel them if he held his attention a certain way. Not as voices, not as thoughts, as small weights in the dark behind his ribs. Wait. The word had gone into them. It had not left him. Now morning had come, and morning had brought the uglier truth that night had hidden beneath ceremony. The village had been taken. It had not been made useful. Garran returned his attention to the line. Again, he said, the goblins lifted their spears, feet. They shifted wrong. Pain moved down the line like a hand combing through wet hair, not enough to cripple, enough to teach the body that mistakes had edges. Vaelorian stood below Vaelorian, one hand braced against the wall. His face had not recovered color since the burial. He watched the goblins with the expression of an educated man being forced to read a book written in wounds. "They are afraid," he said quietly. Vaelorian did not look at him. They should be. "Fear is making them hold the spears." "Yes. It is not making them soldiers." That earned him Vaelorian's eyes. Vaelorian lowered his gaze at once, but not quickly enough to hide the thought that had brought the sentence out of him. The chain tightened at his throat. He swallowed around it. Still, he had said what he meant. Vaelorian looked back toward the line. Garran had taken Duth's spear in one armored hand and was moving it into the correct angle. The gesture should have been effortless. It almost was. But Vaelorian saw the slight misjudgment. The adjustment half an inch too wide, corrected a breath later. The shoulder of Ren's corpse moved under black plate with strength, but not with the memory Garran expected. The knight knew the shape of a body that was no longer his. The flesh he inhabited answered differently. Garran knew it too. That made it more interesting. "Hold," Garran said. The goblin held. His arms shook. "Breathe lower." Duth tried, no lower. The goblin made a strangled noise. Saga spoke again, but this time the words came smaller. "He does not have your chest." Garran turned. Saga's eyes flicked toward Vaelorian, then away. The chain had warned her. She continued anyway because Vaelorian had not forbidden usefulness. "Goblin chest is not knight chest," she said. "Goblin arms not long. Goblin back bends because tunnels bend. Goblin legs crouch because low paths kill tall fools. You make him stand like old wall man and wonder why bones argue." Garran stared at her. For a moment Vaelorian thought he might punish her. Instead, the dead knight looked back at Duth. "Stand as you would in a tunnel," Garran said. Duth looked terrified by the permission. Saga snapped something in the goblin tongue. The word sounded like stone struck underwater. Duth shifted. His posture changed at once. Knees bent, shoulders rolled forward, weight lowered, spear pulled closer. He became smaller and less noble. Less visible, less like a soldier and more like a knife hiding in a crack. Garran watched. The line-bound watched. Vaelorian watched most of all. In that posture, Duth stopped looking ridiculous. He looked dangerous in a different direction. "Again," Garran said. "Step." Duth moved sideways, quick and low. Garran's helm tilted a fraction. Again. Duth stepped again. The third step brought him near the flank of the goblin beside him. The spearhead angled upward toward the space beneath an imagined shield. Garran lifted one hand. The line froze. "That," he said slowly, "is not a line." "No," Saga said. "It is an ambush." "Yes." "It will break under charge." "Yes." "It will murder a man who believes the passage empty." Saga said nothing. Garran looked at Vaelorian. There was no shame in the dead knight's face. His face had little room left for ordinary expressions, but something in his posture had changed, a small admission made not downward but inward. "My lord," Garran said, "they can be made useful, but not by pretending they are men." The word men entered the chamber strangely. The goblins heard insult. Vaelorian heard history. Malachar, arriving from the dead room with dried black matter beneath his nails, heard possibility. Vaelorian came down the steps. No one ordered silence. The hollow created it anyway. Dusk lifted her head from where she lay across the entrance to the lower passage. The violet spots along her shoulders darkened when the torchlight shifted. Her smoky black eyes fixed first on Vaelorian, then on the drill line, then on the ceiling fissure above them where meltwater ticked slowly through stone. She did not like Narrowmouth. That was useful. A beast too comfortable in a conquered place ceased to be a warning. Vaelorian stopped before Duth. The goblin tried to lower his eyes. The chain in him prevented one kind of disobedience, but fear supplied the rest. Vaelorian placed 2 fingers under the spear shaft and lifted it slightly. Duth's breathing became ragged. "You were better when you became what you were," Vaelorian said. Duth did not answer. "He does not know if that is praise," Skava said. "It is not." Skava's mouth shut. Vaelorian released the spear. "Marshal." Sir Garran straightened. The title moved through the chamber as it had the first time, still too large for the room and yet no longer imaginary. First Marshal, not of legions, not yet of black host and buried roads and deathless columns, but of this crooked line in a stolen goblin hollow, of Duth shaking with a spear, of 7 frightened fighters and 2 wounded candidates in the first delegated hand of the chain. "My lord, what do you require to make them soldiers?" "Time. You will have little. Food. Less. Repetition. That can be supplied. Subordinate instructors." Vaelorian's eyes closed. Garran continued. "One officer cannot shape a force alone, not if the force must learn more than fear. They need correction while standing, correction while marching, correction while eating, correction while waking, correction while cleaning weapons, correction while breathing wrong. They need sergeants, drill masters, watch officers, armsmen, someone to hold each smaller piece of order until the whole can stand without my hand on every throat." Malachar smiled. Vaelorian saw it. He did not yet address it. "What else?" Vaelorian asked. Garran's gauntleted hand flexed once. The gesture was small, the body made it clumsy. "My lord," Garran said, "I can command them. I can break them toward order. But I cannot multiply myself, and this body still misremembers the reach of my own arm." The words entered the chamber more heavily than the screams had. Vaelorian looked at him despite himself. There was something terrible in hearing the dead speak honestly about the wrongness of flesh. Not as complaint, not as plea, as military limitation. Vaelorian stepped closer. Garran did not move. "Show me," Vaelorian said. The marshal drew his sword. The goblins recoiled. Perrin pulled one child backward. Mother Kale finally looked up. Garran took the center of the chamber and moved through a cut. It was beautiful. Almost, the sword passed through air in a black arc, precise in intention, imperfect in arrival. The shoulder lagged, the wrist corrected. The foot came down a fraction too far right. The corpse obeyed strength, it did not yet obey memory. Garran cut again, better still, again. The 4th cut struck the correct path so cleanly that even Skava's face changed. Not admiration, recognition of danger. Garran lowered the sword. "It improves," he said, "but improvement costs repetitions. Repetitions cost time, time costs food. Food requires hands, hands require order, order requires officers." Malachar gave a soft laugh. Mother Kale's head turned sharply toward him. "Do not enjoy this." "I am not enjoying it," Malachar said. "I am appreciating structure." "That is worse." "Yes," he said, pleased, "often." Vaelorian looked toward him. "You have a thought." "I have several," Malachar said. "Most are rude to the living." "Choose the useful one." Malachar stepped fully into the chamber. The smell of the dead room came with him, not rot exactly, because he had already done something to the bodies, but a dry inner scent of open bone, old blood, and bitter herbs burned too long. "The marshal is correct," Malachar said. "You possess a conquered hollow, not a force. A force requires fighters. Fighters require discipline. Discipline requires instructors. Instructors require either living competence, which you do not have, or preserved competence, which you may acquire." Vaelorian said, "Do not." Malachar ignored him. "The dead do not tire," he continued. "A dead sergeant may correct a spear grip until the student's fingers bleed. A dead quartermaster does not steal from stores. A dead smith does not complain of heat. A dead farmer does not resent mud. A dead mason does not abandon a wall because his back aches. The dead, properly held, are excellent at repetition. Mother Kale rose slowly. The wounded goblin beside her made a small, distressed sound when her hand left his bandage. "You are describing a village run by corpses," she said. Malachar looked at her, head tilted, almost kindly. "No, a village sustained by corpses. There is a moral distinction, I assume, though I admit I cannot locate it. There is no village left when the dead do the living's work." Skava gave a bitter little sound. There is no village left when the living starve either. Mother Kale looked at her. Skava did not look back. That was new. Vaelorian noticed it and filed it away. The chain had not made Skava docile. It had made her trapped inside usefulness, and usefulness had begun to pull truths out of her mouth before hatred could decide whether silence would hurt him more. That too was a kind of breaking. Not clean, not complete, better. Vaelorian turned to Skava. "You said Narrowmouth has 3 days." Skava's jaw tightened. "If everyone eats badly, and if children eat first, then fighters weaken. And if fighters eat first, then children cry. Mothers hide food, elders lie. Wounded die quiet if they are proud, and loud if they are not. And if all are made line-bound." Skava looked at the drill line, at Duth, at the children, at Garran's sword, then at Vaelorian. "Then you have armed hunger." The answer pleased him, not because it was hopeful, because it was exact. Vaelorian's voice came low. "Narrowmouth was never built to feed an army." Skava's eyes flicked to him. The elf continued, though the chain tightened warningly against his throat. "It survived by concealment. Small stores, traps, theft, trade, mushroom beds, hidden caches. It was a burrow, not a barracks." "Careful," Skava said. Vaelorian gave a tired, humorless look. "I am long past careful. I am attempting useful." Vaelorian let the exchange live. It taught him more than obedience would have. He walked past the drill line toward the outer passage. Dusk rose before he reached it, fluid and silent, and moved with him. The others followed because the chamber's attention had begun to move before their feet did. The passage from Narrowmouth's central hollow to the outer mouth was low enough that Vaelorian had to duck. Garran did not. He should have. His borrowed body was taller than most goblins, and the black plate should have scraped stone, but the armor seemed to know when dignity required impossible angles. Malachar came last, murmuring to himself. Mother Kale hesitated with the wounded, then followed when Perrin took her place beside them without being asked. Outside, morning lay pale over the frost-dark edge of the deep woods. The world beyond Narrowmouth did not look conquered. That offended Vaelorian more than it should have. Snow remained in the roots. Black firs stood close together beyond the cleared stones. The old road bent away through thorn, ash bush, and half-buried human paving. The air smelled of cold bark, wet stone, animal musk, and the faint, deeper scent of the place where 9 dead goblins waited beneath soil and root. The buried muster slept nearby. Vaelorian felt it. Wait, wait, wait. The word answered him from under the earth with no voice. Skava stopped a few steps behind him. Mother Kale came no farther than the threshold. Vaelorian stood where the weak light touched half his face and left the other half in cave shadow. Garran and Malachar came to either side, one a dead knight in black plate, the other a living corpse worker who smelled too much like rooms where names had been replaced with parts. Vaelorian looked at the ground. It was poor soil, thin, cold, tangled with roots and stone. Goblins had scraped food from this place by knowing every hollow, every fungus seam, every animal path, every hidden cache, every theft route. It would not feed an army because no one had ever asked it to. Not properly. "Where does the 4th day come from?" Vaelorian asked. No one answered at first. Then Skava said, "It comes from taking." "From whom?" She looked at the trees, other hollows, road caravans if roads have caravans, buried root caches if we know which old ones still hold, trap lines if beasts are stupid, Mushrooms if the beds were not fouled in the fighting. Dead things if hunger becomes bigger than disgust. Not fields. Skava laughed once, it was ugly. Fields here. Vaelorian crouched. Aelrian went still. Perhaps he saw the movement of Vaelorian's hand. Perhaps the air changed first. Perhaps the chain inside him, recognizing intention before his mind had named it, warned him from some place deeper than thought. "My lord," he said carefully. Vaelorian placed his bare palm against the frost-hard ground. The soil was colder than skin. Grit pressed into the lines of his hand. A dead leaf cracked beneath 2 fingers. He did not chant. That was what made Aelrian's breath catch. He did not ask Malachar for herbs. He did not draw a circle. He did not have Aelrian translate an old formula. He did not open the tome. He did not prepare a bowl, a needle, a candle, a binding nail, grave salt, ash thread, bone dust, or one of the neat little arrangements by which the dead were usually invited to misbehave under supervision. Vaelorian simply pressed his hand down and listened. The chain beneath his skin stirred, not the lesser hand, not the buried muster, not the binding seated in Aelrian, Skava, Perrin, Dusk, Garran, and all the lesser lines he had begun laying through the world like black roots. Something older in the spell. Command before language, ownership before law. The ground had no will in the way flesh had will, but it had shape, it had resistance, it had habits, it held cold because winter taught it cold. It held roots because trees had taken it. It held rot because fallen things had gone into it and become unnamed. Vaelorian opened the old cuts in his palm without using a blade. Blackness welled out, not blood. Blood would have been warmer. This came from him like liquid shadow squeezed through a wound, thick at first, then threading into the soil in hair-thin lines. The frost around his fingers turned gray. The dead leaf beneath his hand curled inward, then unfolded, then curled again as if remembering several deaths in the wrong order. Dusk growled, not at Vaelorian, at the ground. Mother Kale whispered a prayer so old it had no polished temple shape. Skava backed up 1 step and could go no farther because the chain in her understood that Vaelorian wanted her to see. The blackness spread. A circle formed around his hand, not large, no wider than a shield at first, then wider than a body, then wider than 3 men lying head to foot. The soil darkened as if night had been poured into it. Little white roots surfaced and twisted away. A beetle crawled up from beneath a stone, split-backed, legs moving though half its body had frozen days before. Worms surfaced pale and dead, then began to turn in slow, obedient spirals around the edge of the blackened patch. Malachar stopped smiling. That mattered. The corpse worker took 1 step closer, eyes wide with professional hunger and professional fear. That, he said softly, was not raising. Vaelorian did not lift his hand. No. No, Malachar swallowed. Raising calls the dead from a body. The black circle deepened. A smell rose from it. Wet iron, old cellars, soil under graves after rain. The breath of a crypt opened beneath summer fields. Malachar's voice lowered. That called death into the ground. Aelrian looked sick, not frightened only, not even horrified only. Sick with understanding. Elven gardens preserved soil. Elven watercraft guided streams without breaking them. Elven moonhouses coaxed pale flowers to bloom in winter as proof that magic could refine nature without insulting it. Aelrian had been raised to think of desecration as damage, as crude necromantic pollution, as the work of cults and grave thieves who knew how to spoil what wiser magic knew how to maintain. This was not pollution. Pollution wandered. This obeyed. Tiny pale bulbs pushed up through the blackened earth. Skava made a sound in her throat. They were not flowers, mushrooms perhaps, or something near enough that hunger might forgive the difference. They rose in a crooked ring, white as knuckle bones, capped in gray-black velvet. They grew too quickly, swelling under the morning air, trembling as if each little body had heard a command and was trying to become useful before punishment arrived. Mother Kale stepped forward despite herself. "No," she said. Vaelorian lifted his head. Her face had gone pale with anger. "No," she repeated. "You do not know what you have made. I made growth. You made violation imitate growth. Skava stared at the mushrooms. Goblins do not eat from cursed earth. Vaelorian withdrew his hand. The blackness remained. The mushrooms remained. The dead beetle stopped at the circle's edge and waited. Vaelorian stood. The cut in his palm closed slowly, black threads knitting under the skin before flesh remembered red. They will, he said. The words were quiet. They carried farther than a shout. Perrin, still in the mouth of the hollow behind Mother Kale, began crying without sound. Tears cut clean lines through ash on his face. Skava heard it, and the chain in her tightened around the old shame of being seen unable to protect what trembled behind her. Vaelorian did not look at Perrin. He looked at the ground. The circle was not a field. It was barely a wound, a patch of soil bullied into usefulness by death and chain. It would not feed Narrowmouth, not yet. Perhaps it would poison the first mouths that try. Perhaps it would need ash, bone, rot, drainage, patient correction, living knowledge. That was the important thing. Power had moved, but power did not know where to plant. Vaelorian seemed to realize the same thing at the same time. His voice came rough. You can make the land obey, but you do not know agriculture. Vaelorian looked at him. The elf should have stopped. He did not. Neither does Malachar, not truly. Neither does Garran. Skava knows hunger, caches, tunnels, fungus beds, and theft. That is survival, not cultivation. You could blacken every patch of ground from here to Varos and still starve if no one knows seed, drainage, season, storage, blight, rotation, tools. Malachar's eyes moved from the black soil to Vaelorian. For once, he did not mock him. Garran sheathed his sword. The sound was clean. An army, the marshal said, is not made from fighters. Vaelorian turned to him. Garran looked at the grave loam, then at the hollow, then toward the old road beneath the trees. It is made from farmers who feed them, smiths who arm them, masons who house them, quartermasters who measure them, sergeants who repeat order until the body cannot forget it, officers who hold shape when fear breaks speech. Skava whispered, "And where do you find all these obedient wonders, dead knight?" Garran's helm turned toward her. He did not answer. He did not have to. The silence did it for him. Varos, the dead human city, the old castle, the broken records, the graves, the sealed rooms, the bodies left in walls, crypts, yards, barracks, chapels, cellars, and collapsed lanes. Not only knights, not only martyrs, not only failures of necromancy and ghosts with iron in their names. People, farmers who had known wheat before elves made human fields into forbidden memory. Smiths who had made hinges, nails, spearheads, plowshares, rivets, gates, chains. Masons who had shaped walls. Officers who had commanded men before humanity became an insult spoken by the victorious. Sergeants. The word seemed to please Garran most. Not nobles, not captains with banners. Sergeants. Men obeyed after banners fell. Malachar began to smile again, but this time the expression had reverence in it. "Yes," he said. "Yes, you see it now." Vaelorian did not answer him. He was looking down the old road. The world had believed human inheritance destroyed because libraries burned, cities broke, names rotted, and bones lay quiet beneath polite histories. Vaelorian had already learned that the dead were not absence. They were storage misunderstood by the living. The buried muster had taught him one lesson. This would teach another. The dead were not only soldiers waiting under snow. The dead were hands. The dead were memory. The dead were tools that had once learned. The dead were a civilization that could be made to stand up and continue. Mother Kale saw the thought forming and stepped fully into the cold. You cannot bring a dead kingdom into this hollow. Vaelorian looked back at her. For an instant, the black circle at his feet seemed to darken in answer. I do not need a kingdom, he said. Not yet. That word should frighten you. It instructs me. Skava's face twisted. You will drag old human corpses here, into Narrowmouth. No, Vaelorian said. For one heartbeat, hope made the mistake of entering her eyes. Then he continued, I will bring what is useful. Hope died properly. Malachar rubbed his thumb along two stained fingers. "We should bring carts." Vaelorian laughed once, very softly. Not because anything was funny, because something in him had reached the edge of ordinary horror and found bureaucracy waiting there. "Carts," he said. Malachar looked offended. "Do you propose carrying an armorer on your back?" "I propose nothing." "Good, your proposals often have ethics in them." Vaelorian turned from the road. "There are wagons in Varos." Vaelorian's mouth tightened. The chain tightened with it, he answered. "There may be warden carts, merchant frames, corpse sledges near the lower roads, stable tack, wheel stock. The city was not empty before it became cursed." "Then we take them." Garran stepped forward. "My lord." Vaelorian waited. "If we go to choose officers, I must go." Skava's eyes sharpened. Mother Kael's face closed. Vaelorian looked at Garran with sudden recognition, as if he had not considered until that moment that the dead knight might ask for something and be right. Vaelorian studied him. "You have a hollow to discipline." "I have no army until I have hands beneath mine. A lord may raise bodies. A necromancer may wake them. But officers must be chosen by one who knows command." Malachar made a soft, approving sound. "Listen to the corpse, he has doctrine." Garran ignored him. Vaelorian said, "You would choose nobles." "No, my lord." "Captains, some knights, if useful." "What measure, then?" Garran's dead eyes did not move from him, whether they were obeyed when fear arrived. The answer entered Vaelorian cleanly. That was not honor, that was use. "Sergeants," Garran said, "drill masters, watch officers, quartermasters who did not lose stores, engineers whose walls stood, armsmen whose weapons survived campaigns, captains if they commanded more than banners, soldiers if their discipline outlived their lord." Vaelorian's expression did not change. Inside, something settled into place. The first marshal had asked to choose his first officers, not for glory, for structure. "Good. You will come," Vaelorian said. Garran bowed his head. A ripple passed through the watching goblins. Skava saw the opening at once. "Then who holds Narrowmouth while lord and dead marshal go digging old men from old holes?" Vaelorian looked at her. The chain touched her spine, not pain, reminder. She held his gaze anyway. Brave, perhaps, or desperate, often the same thing when choices had been taken. "You do," Vaelorian said. Skava went still. "No." The word left her before survival caught it. The chain struck. She gasped and folded halfway, one hand hitting the stone beside the blackened patch. Perrin made a small broken sound from the hollow mouth. Dusk's head turned toward him. He stopped. Vaelorian waited until Skava breathed again. Then he said, "You will not rule. You will translate my standing commands. Myrn of Tucuts will keep debt and memory. Perrin will remain with the children. Mother Kael will keep the wounded alive. The line-bound will hold the inner passage. The buried dead will hold the outer dark." Skava looked up at him from under tangled hair. "You would leave us with corpses under our feet and call that trust." "No," Vaelorian said. "I would leave corpses under your feet because I do not trust you." No one spoke. The honesty was too complete to answer. Vaelorian looked toward the frost-dark trees. The buried dead waited. He touched the mark inside him that led to them, not fully, just enough. Beneath the soil, somewhere beyond sight, something shifted. The sound was small, snow settling, root cracking, a dead hand remembering direction. Every goblin heard it. Skava's face emptied. Mother Kael closed her eyes. Vaelorian released the command before it became rising. "While I am gone," he said, "Narrowmouth will remain assigned. Food will be rationed by work and need. No child is to be hidden from Mother Kael. No store is to be concealed from Myrn. No line-bound leaves the inner passage. No one touches the black soil until I permit it." His eyes moved to Skava. "You will explain this so they understand exactly enough to obey." Skava's breath shook. The chain did not make her answer quickly. It did not need to. "Yes," she said, "not my lord." Vaelorian allowed the omission, for now. Malachar crouched near the grave loam and plucked one of the pale mushrooms. Mother Kael seized his wrist. Her movement was quick enough that even Dusk's ears twitched. "Do not." Malachar looked down at her hand on him with mild fascination. "You do realize," he said, "that I am almost certainly the least edible thing standing here. You do not feed that to anyone until we know what it is." "I was going to smell it." "I know men like you. Smelling becomes cutting. Cutting becomes boiling. Boiling becomes feeding it to the smallest prisoner because they require less." Malachar's smile returned. "Mother Kael," he said, "beneath all that mercy, there is a remarkably accurate understanding of method." She released him as if his skin had become filthy. Vaelorian looked at the mushroom. "Can it feed them?" Malachar held it up by the stem. It twitched once, or perhaps the wind moved it. Eventually, perhaps, immediately, I would not waste a useful captive on first tasting. Skava muttered something in Goblin. Vaelorian translated without being asked. "She says that is the first wise thing he has ever said." Malachar seemed genuinely touched. Vaelorian turned away from the black soil. "Then the land can be made ready," he said. "But readiness is not harvest." Garran followed his gaze to the road. "No, my lord." "Who will teach it to feed us?" "The dead who knew fields." "Who will make armor for bodies not shaped for men?" "The dead who knew iron." "Who will teach goblins to fight as goblins under order, instead of men under borrowed memory?" Garran was silent for one breath. Then he said, "The living who know goblins, the dead who know discipline, and whatever you make from both." Skava stared at him. For the first time since his raising, perhaps since his death, Sir Garran Veyl sounded not like a knight remembering an old world, but like an officer beginning to understand the new one. Vaelorian looked at Duff. The goblin still stood with his spear clutched too tightly in his posture halfway between tunnel and line, between what he had been and what Garran had tried to make of him. Not soldier, not useless, material, a problem with a shape. Vaelorian looked at Garran's borrowed hand, also material. Also a problem, everything was. The hollow, the dead, the living, hunger, fear, memory, soil. Bodies, names. The world was full of things that had been allowed to remain themselves because no stronger will had yet taught them use. "Prepare to leave," Vaelorian said. Vaelorian's shoulders sagged almost invisibly. Malachar was already smiling toward Varos. Garran bowed. Dusk turned toward the road before any command reached her, as if the beast had understood that the old dead were being called and wished to be first to smell what answered. Behind Vaelorian, Narrowmouth watched from its black mouth. Children. Wounded elders, fighters, hidden ones no longer hidden. But with hatred in her throat and a chain around the place where refusal gathered. Perrin with tears dried badly on his face. Mother Kael standing between mercy and complicity, as if the space had narrowed so much that even breathing chose sides. Vaelorian looked once more at the small patch of grave loam. Pale mushrooms trembled in the wrong soil. Not enough, not nearly enough. But the first proof of a future rarely looked like the future. Sometimes it looked like a stain, sometimes like a corpse under snow. Sometimes like a goblin failing to hold a spear. Sometimes like a dead knight admitting he needed sergeants. Vaelorian turned toward the old road to Varos. "The human dead have waited long enough," he said, and beneath the frost-dark earth, the buried muster continued to wait. Chain 4. Bread and Iron. Link 2. The dead who knew their work. Varos did not welcome them back. It endured them. The old road bent beneath frost, root, and black winter thorn, half swallowed by the deep wood's edge, and half remembering the human hands that had once laid stone where mud should have ruled. Cart ruts lay buried beneath ice. The old paving showed itself in broken patches, each slab cracked by centuries of root pressure and weather. yet still straighter than any goblin path. That was the first accusation of Varos before its towers even came into sight. Humans had built for continuation. Even ruined, their roads tried to remain roads. Vaelorian walked at the front. He did not ride. Nightfall carried Sir Garran Veyl behind him, the dead charger's hooves striking stone with the dull, restrained sound of a battlefield memory trying to be polite. Dusk moved ahead of them, low and fluid violet spots shifting through the underbrush like bruised stars under smoke. Malachar walked with his staff over one shoulder and a corpse satchel bouncing lightly at his hip. Vaelorian came after Vaelorian with his wrists free, because the chain made rope unnecessary, and because Vaelorian had decided the elf would think better if his hands could point, translate, and tremble openly. They had brought only 3 goblins from Narrowmouth, not Saga. Saga had been left behind with standing commands, Myrna of Two Cuts, Mother Kale, Perrin, the line bound, and the dead beneath the roots. Vaelorian had watched the chain settle around her when he gave the order. She had hated him for leaving her with the Hollow. She had hated him more for leaving her responsible enough that failure would belong partly to her. That had pleased him, not because she suffered, because useful hatred stayed awake. The 3 goblins with them were smaller, quieter, and less valuable. 2 had been tunnel-bound to hauling, wheelwork, and lifting under command. The 3rd had old cart scars on his shoulders and a nose broken sideways in a manner suggesting long familiarity with bad loads, bad roads, and worse masters. His name, once untangled through Saga before departure, meant something like Grubhoopel Stone Until Stone Loses. Vaelorian had shortened it to Grub. Grub hated the shortening. The chain had not asked his opinion. The goblins dragged empty hand sledges made from cracked door planks and leather straps taken from Narrowmouth stores. They would not be enough. Vaelorian knew that before they left. Malachar knew it and had spent half the road muttering about wheels. Garran knew it and said nothing because knights did not complain of insufficient wagons before they had inspected the ruins that might supply them. Vaelorian knew it and had the drawn expression of a man watching a bad idea gather enough practical detail to become policy. The old human city appeared through the trees by degrees. First, the outer stones. Then the watch pillars. Then the broken teeth of Varos rising through a veil of pale morning mist. Towers snapped at different heights, walls cracked open by tree and winter, black window holes staring across the old road as if sight had remained after life withdrew. Dusk stopped at the first fallen arch, her ears flattened. Vaelorian stopped behind her, the others halted, Varos' breath, not like White Hollowed breath, full of wards, servants, pipes, bells, and hidden obedience. Varos' breath like a thing too long buried under its own name. Air moved through broken gates. Frost whispered along stone. Somewhere within the city, a loose shutter or hanging chain struck once against wood, then again, then fell still as if ashamed to be heard. Vaelorian looked toward the arch. The wardens may have left watchers. Living, Malachar asked, suddenly interested. Perhaps. Dead. More likely. Malachar smiled. Then they are rude to leave them unattended. Garran lowered one gauntleted hand to Nightfall's neck. The dead charger stood still, though its skull had turned slightly toward the city. The black plates of Garran's armor caught what little light the mist allowed and returned none of it. Varos is not empty, Garran said. Vaelorian looked at him. You feel them. No, my lord. What then? Garran's helm turned toward the old road, toward the broken gate, toward the place where snow had collected in uneven drifts beneath the arch. The road has been crossed since we left, not by wardens, too low, too scattered, scavengers perhaps, or frightened things. Dusk growled. Vaelorian looked at the snow. There were marks there, half-filled, small feet, dragged cloth, something with claws, something larger that had stepped carefully around the human paving stones as if it did not trust what lay beneath them. Malachar leaned on his staff. Everything comes to ruins eventually. Scavengers, pilgrims, scholars, rats. necromancers with reasonable professional interest. Vaelorian said, "This is not a joke." It is rarely a joke to the second rat. Vaelorian stepped beneath the arch. The chain in him stirred. Varos remembered him, not as a city remembers kings in old songs, not as stone remembers footsteps. The place had no loyalty, but death was dense here, layered and interrupted, and the work he had done before had left marks. Sir Kedron's failure, Garran's awakening. Ren's corpse made wrong and useful. Nightfall pulled back into motion. The first lessons in death that had not come from Vaelith's tome but from the practical ugliness of dead bodies refusing clean theory. As he passed beneath the arch, frost fell from the stones above in a soft white shower. Vaelorian looked up sharply. Nothing moved. Vaelorian continued. The city received them. Varos had changed since their last leaving, or perhaps Vaelorian had. The same streets seemed different when he entered them, not as a fugitive student, not as a boy with stolen knowledge and a necromancer whose loyalty could not yet be named, but as the holder of a hollow, the maker of a buried muster, and the lord of a first marshal who rode behind him on a dead horse. Before, Varos had been danger. Now it was inventory. That was worse. Vaelorian seemed to sense the change. His expression tightened as Vaelorian stopped before the first open square and looked across the broken stalls, collapsed roofs, frozen well, and skeletal remains of market frames. "My lord," Garran said from Nightfall's back, "where do we begin?" Vaelorian looked over the square. He did not answer quickly. In Narrowmouth he had learned the shape of need, not desire, not ambition. Need, food, metal, wood, stone, memory, discipline. He had brought that need to Varos, and now the dead city lay before him like a library whose books had bones instead of pages. "Not with warriors," Vaelorian said. Garran was silent for one breath. Then, "No, my lord." Malachar looked almost disappointed. "There are excellent warriors nearby." "There are always warriors," Vaelorian said. The sentence made Vaelorian glance at him. Vaelorian turned to the frozen market. Where did they sell tools? Vaelorian's mouth tightened. The chain did not pull words from him. It rarely needed to now. It sat around the answer and waited until refusing became more painful than speech. "South of the well," he said. "If the city followed ordinary human trade layout, food under cover, cloth near the inner road, tools and iron near the smithing quarter but not inside it. Noise, smoke, and fire were kept downwind from noble and chapel districts." Malachar turned to him. "You sound offended by knowing that." "I was educated." "That explains the offense." Vaelorian walked toward the south side of the market. The snow there had drifted less deeply because the broken walls caught wind in strange ways. Several stalls had collapsed entirely. Others stood under old enchantment anchors so weak they barely held the beams from complete surrender. A sign hung sideways above one shop front, the carved letters worn by weather, old paint clinging in red-brown strips. Vaelorian read it after a moment. "Wheelwright, Cooper, tool repair." Vaelorian looked at the doorway. The interior had fallen into shadow. Dusk slipped in first. A moment passed, then two. Then the panther's low sound came from within. Not alarm, discovery. Vaelorian entered. The shop smelled of dry wood, old dust, rust, and mice. Wheels leaned against one wall in various stages of completion, several warped, two still sound enough that Malachar made an approving hum. Barrel hoops lay scattered beneath a collapsed shelf. Tool handles hung from pegs. Axle pins sat in a box beneath frost-rotted canvas. On the floor behind the counter, half buried under splintered boards, lay a skeleton in the remains of a thick work apron. Not warrior. Not noble, not martyr. A man who had died near his tools. Vaelorian crouched. The skull had fallen sideways. One arm reached toward the workbench. The fingers, what remained of them, were curled near a shaping knife. A heavy mallet lay close enough to suggest habit rather than last defense. Malachar came in behind him and sniffed. Old, dry, poor flesh, bones decent, hands damaged but not useless if bound for memory rather than labor. Vaelorian stayed near the doorway. Garran had dismounted outside. When he entered, the shop seemed smaller around him. He looked down at the dead man and said nothing. Vaelorian touched the workbench. The wood had split but not vanished. In the grooves lay dust, old shavings, and the imprint of repeated work. A wheelwright's life had moved through this table so often that even decay had preserved the shape of labor. What did he know? Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian did not answer. Malachar did. Wood strain, wheel balance, axle repair, barrel stave, handle fitting, cart frames if we are fortunate, perhaps sledges, perhaps door bracing. Perhaps how not to die under a load, because a fool set a wheel badly. Vaelorian looked at the skeleton. Can he be made to continue? Malachar's smile thinned into concentration. Continue, better word than rise in this case. Yes, perhaps, but he will not be elegant. He will not speak much, if at all. His use will be in his hands, and the hands are imperfect. Repair them. With what? Vaelorian looked at the broken shop around him. Malachar followed his gaze, then he laughed softly. With himself. The goblin grub stood outside the doorway, trying not to look in and failing. The two other goblins lingered behind him, sled straps over their shoulders. Vaelorian pointed to the wheels. Take those. Grub's ears flattened. He looked at the largest wheel, then at the narrow doorway, then at Vaelorian, then at the skeleton. The chain reminded him that geometry was not an argument against command. He began working. The other two helped. Malachar knelt by the skeleton and opened his satchel. Vaelorian made a small sound and turned away. Vaelorian heard it. You object. I am tired of discovering that I still can. Then be useful instead. I am useful, that is the problem. Vaelorian looked up at him. Vaelorian's face had gone pale in the shop's cold half-light. You are not looking for soldiers. No, you are looking for civilization. Vaelorian said nothing. Vaelorian looked at the dead wheelwright. He was not part of your war. He is part of my need. That is not the same thing. It is now. Malachar placed two thin bone pins between the dead man's wrist bones and began murmuring in a low voice, not the full chant of a raising but a sorting cadence. The old language of death liked categories. Bone, tool, name if present, work if name absent, habit if work survived, command if habit answered. Vaelorian watched him work. The first black thread appeared beneath Vaelorian's palm before he decided to summon it. That was new. He looked at his own hand. The thread lay against his skin like a vein that had forgotten it belonged inside. It stretched toward the skeleton, not touching, waiting for command. Malachar noticed and went very still. My lord, the necromancer said softly. I see it. Do you? Vaelorian did not answer. The thread lengthened. It touched the dead wheelwright's skull. A faint tremor passed through the bones, not awakening, recognition. The tools on the wall stirred, only slightly, enough for a hanging gouge to tap once against stone. Enough for the shaping knife near the dead man's hand to slide a finger width across the floor. Vaelorian whispered, that is not ordinary necromancy. Malachar's voice was barely more than breath. No, ordinary necromancy would ask the corpse to move. The skeleton's hand twitched toward the wheel. This asks the work to remember the worker. Vaelorian felt the phrase enter him and remain. Good. The wheelwright did not rise fully. Not yet. Vaelorian did not need him walking. He needed him preserved, collected, moved, and completed later at Narrowmouth where tools and purpose could be arranged. So he placed only one command into the old bones. Remain, the hand stilled, the black thread withdrew. Malachar exhaled slowly. You are becoming expensive to teach, he said. Vaelorian stood. Bring him. The goblins froze. A dead man who did not walk still had to be carried. Grub muttered something beneath his breath. The chain allowed him the mutter. It did not allow refusal. They wrapped the wheelwright's bones in his own rotted apron. tied the bundle with old leather, and placed him on the first sledge with 2 sound wheels, 3 tool handles, 1 cracked axle, and a box of iron pins. It did not look like conquest. It looked like theft from a dead carpenter's shop. Vaelorian found the distinction meaningless. The second place was the smithing quarter. They found it by smell before sight. Old fire had a memory. Even centuries of frost could not fully strip it from stone. The street grew blacker underfoot. Snow thinned near the old forge walls where some exhausted charm still held a little heat from a world that had ended long ago. Chimneys rose in clusters. Several had collapsed. One stood straight, stubborn and soot-stained, above a low building with iron-banded doors hanging open. Garran stopped before entering. Vaelorian looked at him. The marshal's helm faced the forge. "My lord," he said, "permit me." Vaelorian stepped aside. Garran entered first. Inside, the forge had become a cave of black tools and frozen ash. Bellows hung split-back from a frame. Tongs lay scattered near the main hearth. An anvil sat in the center of the room, dark and broad, its surface scarred by countless strikes. The air was bitter with iron, coal dust, and something else. Bone. There were 3 dead inside. One near the hearth, large even in death, skull cracked by fallen stone. One slumped beside a rack of half-finished spearheads. One smaller body near the side room, perhaps an apprentice, perhaps a son, perhaps both. The large one still wore a leather apron stiffened by age and blackened with old burn marks. Around one wrist hung a bracelet of linked iron pieces, each stamped with a different mark. Vaelorian entered and looked at the walls. "Guild marks," he said. "Read them," Vaelorian said. "These are human." "Read them." Vaelorian came closer to the stamped wall plates. His fingers hovered near the inscriptions without touching. Master Orvan Hall, Ironwright, cart repair, gatework, farm implements, military fittings during levy season. Licensed under the West Road Charter, he swallowed. The others are likely apprentices or journeymen. Malachar moved toward the large skeleton with open appreciation. Now this one has hands. Garran did not look at Malachar. He walked to the anvil. For a long moment the dead knight stared at it. Then he placed one gauntleted hand on the scarred iron. The forge seemed to grow quieter. "Marshal?" Vaelorian asked. Garran's voice changed when he answered, not softer, deeper in the wrong direction, as if an old door had opened beneath the words. "I knew men like this. Smiths, army smiths. Camp smiths, hard men, loud men. Men who cursed knights and kings and quartermasters with equal honesty. A broken sword reached them as insult, a bent nail as accusation. They kept armies alive while heralds took credit for banners." His hand closed on the anvil. This one knew war. Vaelorian looked at the wall plate again. "It says military fittings during levy season." Garran turned his helm toward him. "That is what towns write when they do not wish to write that every 3rd winter required spearheads." Vaelorian looked at the dead smith. "Can he armor goblins?" Malachar crouched and lifted one of the dead smith's hands. The bones were thick. Several fingers had healed breaks from life. The wrist showed old damage. With guidance, yes. With tools, better. With a forge, best. He may not understand goblin bodies at first. Garran said no armorer understands any body at first. He measures, he curses, he corrects. Vaelorian looked at the apprentice bones, and those. "Useful if bound to him," Malachar said. "A master's habit may drag lesser habits into function. Apprentices are excellent extensions if they died still afraid of disappointing the man who taught them." Vaelorian closed his eyes. Malachar noticed. "That was practical, not sentimental. That is why I closed my eyes." Vaelorian walked to the hearth. He placed his hand above the ash. No heat, No flame, only old work interrupted. He could have forced black fire into it. He felt the possibility beneath his skin. Chain through ash, death through coal, command into embers that had forgotten burning, but not yet. Fire had appetite. Appetite without use became waste. Instead, he looked at the goblins. Tools, iron, bellows if repairable, tongs, hammer heads, nails, all of it. Grub stared at the anvil, then at Vaelorian. "No," Vaelorian said. "Not that." Grub's whole body sagged with relief. Yet, the relief died. Malachar prepared the dead smith differently than the wheelwright. The wheelwright had required preservation of habit. The smith required heat memory. Malachar scraped ash from the hearth and packed it into the dead man's palm. Vaelorian touched the iron bracelet around the skeleton's wrist. Each stamped mark bit lightly into his skin through dust. Black thread entered the links. The forge answered, not with flame, with sound. A hammer strike rang through the room, though no hammer moved. Once, then again. Then dozens, overlapping, faint and distant, as if every blow ever given in the room had been stored inside the anvil and now leaned toward the hand that called. The dead smith's skull turned. Vaelorian stepped back. The movement was small, dry bone against ash, but it was full of intention. The empty eye sockets faced the anvil. Malachar whispered, "Oh, beautiful." Garran said, "Master Orvan Hall." The skull turned toward him, not fully. Enough. Garran's posture changed. By command of Vaelorian the Chainbender, you will rise when called to iron. You will measure what is given. You will shape what is required. You will arm those placed beneath the marshal's order. The dead smith's hand closed around ash. Vaelorian felt the command try to settle. It wavered, not because the dead resisted, because Garran had spoken with authority not yet properly seated over this kind of work. Interesting. Vaelorian lifted his hand. The black chain appeared between his fingers, thin as wire, sharp as drawn ink. He wrapped it once around Garran's gauntlet. The marshal did not flinch. Then Vaelorian extended the other end to the dead smith. "Recognize him," Vaelorian said. The dead smith's skull turned toward Garran again. This time the command entered cleanly. Garran's hand tightened slightly. Vaelorian watched with a grief that had become almost scholarly because ordinary grief had no room left to stand. "You are creating departments," he said. Vaelorian looked at him. Vaelorian's laugh broke before becoming sound. "That is what this is, not a horde, not even a court. Departments, smith under marshal, wheelwright under logistics, deathcraft bound into command structure." "Is the structure wrong?" "That is not the part that horrifies me." Vaelorian almost asked what part did, then decided he already knew. They took the smith. They took the apprentices. They took hammer heads, tongs, unfinished spearheads, 3 boxes of nails, 2 cracked bellows frames, 12 iron bars, hinges, chain lengths, rivets, hooks, a hand drill, and every scrap of salvage grub could drag without breaking. Malachar objected to leaving behind slag piles. Garran objected to wasting time. Vaelorian settled the matter by ordering the slag marked for later retrieval. "Later," Malachar said fondly, as if the word were a promise made to him personally. They moved deeper. Varos unfolded by function. The city became less like a ruin and more like a corpse opened for study. Vaelorian read what remained of signs, guild marks, street stones, records carved above doors, chapel plaques, tower plates, storage brands, and military notices half burned into gate posts. His education, which had once belonged to elven pride, became Vaelorian's map through human utility. They found carpenters in a long hall where roof beams had collapsed, but the tool racks survived in shadow. 3 dead there, one with both legs crushed. One sitting upright against a pillar as if he had chosen to die watching the door. One under a workbench with a child's wooden horse clutched in skeletal fingers. Vaelorian took all 3. They found a cooper's cellar full of barrel staves, hoops, and 2 skeletons locked together near the stairs. Malachar explained one had been injured and the other had tried to carry him. Vaelorian took both because loyalty before death might become coordination after it. They found miners not in the city proper but beneath the western hill, where old quarry roads descended into cold dark. The entrance had been barred once. The bars had been broken outward long ago. Dusk refused to enter until Vaelorian touched her head. Even then, her growl did not stop. The mine smelled different from the city. Less like ruin, more like enclosed waiting. Stone pressed close, water ticked in the dark. Old supports groaned when nightfall passed beneath them, so Garran dismounted and led the dead horse by hand. The goblins became more confident there. Low tunnels made sense to them. Narrow paths, wet stone, bad air, hidden drops. The two nameless haulers moved with better feet. Grubb sniffed the walls and muttered that human tunnels were stupid because they trusted straight lines too much. Vaelorian let him speak. The mine opened into a chamber where old carts sat on rusted tracks. Malachar clapped his hands once. Vaelorian flinched. "Must you?" "Yes," Malachar said. "Wheels." The carts were iron-rimmed, low and heavy, made for ore. Several had broken axles. 2 remained usable if dragged. One had a human skeleton folded over its edge, ribs hanging inward, fingers still curled around the cart lip. Farther in, they found the miners. 6 bodies in the first chamber, more beyond a collapse, some crushed, some preserved by dry cold. One seated with a pick across his knees. One with a lantern beside him. One with a broken hand set badly and wrapped before death. The wall nearby showed veins of dark metal and stone, not rich enough for a kingdom perhaps, but enough for a desperate hollow that needed iron more than beauty. Garran looked at the miners. "Not soldiers," he said. "No," Vaelorian said. "Still campaign essential." Vaelorian answered before he could stop himself. "Armies eat iron almost as fast as grain." Garran turned to him. "You have studied war." "I have studied why civilization should avoid it." "That is a form of study." Vaelorian's mouth tightened. "Not one I intended to offer you." "But you did," Vaelorian said. The elf fell silent. Malachar examined the seated miner. "This one strong habit, deep hand memory, likely foreman. The others may be tied to him." "How do you know?" Vaelorian asked despite himself. Malachar pointed at the bones around the chamber. "They died facing him." Garran looked at Malachar. For once, the necromancer's observation had entered military space cleanly. Garran nodded. "Foreman." Vaelorian studied the seated dead. No inscription named him. No carved stone honored him. No city record would sing of the man who knew where supports failed, where ore ran thin, where water gathered, where men should not swing picks because stone sounded hungry. Still, the others had faced him. Vaelorian touched the pick across the dead man's knees. The mine answered, not loudly. Stone shifted somewhere deep enough to be felt through the soles rather than heard. Dusk crouched low. The goblins whimpered and pressed themselves against the wall. A black line moved from Vaelorian's hand into the pick, then into the dead foreman's bones, then into the floor. For a moment, Vaelorian saw nothing. Then the dark changed, not light, shape. The veins in the stone appeared to him as pressure lines behind his eyes, or like old blood trapped in rock, water seams, weak supports. Buried tools, bodies behind the collapse, some broken past usefulness, some intact enough to matter. The mine became a thing with hidden ribs. Vaelorian pulled his hand away. The vision vanished. He breathed once. Malachar was staring at him. Vaelorian had gone white. Garran said, "My lord." "There is metal here." The goblin grub made a strangled sound. "Yes, is mine." Vaelorian looked at him. Grub corrected himself with impressive speed. "Was mine, was dead human mine, now maybe lord mine. Grub only says stone has tooth metal." "Tooth metal." Vaelorian translated softly, "iron ore, perhaps something harder." Goblin mining terms are imprecise, but usually tactile. Vaelorian looked back into the tunnel. Narrowmouth needed more than stolen scrap. It needed a source, not enough to arm kingdoms, not yet, but enough for hinges. Nails, spearheads, plates, chain, tools, the first little artery of iron. "Mark this place," Vaelorian said. Grub looked miserable. Vaelorian added, "You will remember the path." Grub nodded quickly. The chain made the memory seat deeper than fear alone could have done. They took the foreman. They took 2 miners intact enough for labor. They marked the others for later. They dragged 2 ore carts out with great effort, and by the time the first cart reached daylight, one goblin's shoulder had opened under the strap and bled through his hide shirt. Mother Kale would have objected. Skava would have said the goblin had already known worse. Vaelorian merely ordered the wound bound tight and the goblin back under load once his arm stopped shaking. Vaelorian watched and said nothing. That was almost an accusation. The farms lay beyond the city wall, or what remained of farms. The fields of Varos had once spread along a shallow valley south of the city, where the road widened and the forest withdrew from the old stones, as if remembering a boundary it had not yet dared to erase. Snow lay in uneven sheets over terraces, collapsed fences, broken irrigation ditches, and low walls that had once divided plots. Dead orchards stood like ranks of thin black fingers, branches clawing at the pale sky. Vaelorian stopped at the edge of the first field. There was nothing impressive about it. No tower, no forge, no military plaque. No tomb, just land, fallow, frozen, half reclaimed. But here the road's accusation became louder. Humans had not simply built walls, they had convinced Earth to repeat itself. Seed, water, cut, store, seed again, that was a kind of command. Vaelorian stepped into the field, the snow cracked under his boots. Vaelorian followed reluctantly. Most farmers would not be buried in the city, the elf said. Family plots, field shrines, roadside stones, some burned, some lost. Find them. Vaelorian looked over the wide dead fields. That may take time. Vaelorian looked at Dusk. The panther lifted her head. Find the old dead, he said. Dusk moved. She did not run. She flowed across the field, nose low, shoulders rolling beneath dark fur. Once she stopped near a collapsed fence and dug at snow, only to uncover animal bones. She huffed and moved on. Then she reached the orchard and froze. Vaelorian followed. Beneath the oldest tree, where roots had risen like knuckles through the soil, there were stones. Small ones, not noble markers, not proper graves in any elven sense. Field stones set upright, each carved with rough marks nearly erased by weather. Vaelorian crouched and brushed snow from one with his sleeve. His face changed. What? Vaelorian asked. These are not names. What are they? A seasons. Vaelorian looked at the stones. Vaelorian touched the first. 3 sheaves, good harvest. The second has a broken plow. The third, flood mark. This one blight. This one twins born. This one frost before cutting. His voice grew quieter. They recorded years by what the land did. Malachar arrived behind them. How rustic. Garran said, how useful. Vaelorian looked at him. Garran had dismounted again and stood at the edge of the orchard, black armor stark among dead trees. An officer records men by strength, loss, ration, morale, fatigue, obedience, Garran said. A farmer records land the same way. Yield, sickness, water, frost, seed. Different army, same discipline. Vaelorian looked at the stones with new attention. A buried discipline, not lesser. Different. Dusk scraped at the ground beneath the tree. The soil there was hard, but not as deep frozen as the field. Roots had held it. Malachar knelt and helped with a narrow bone spade from his satchel. The goblins were ordered forward with tools taken from the wheelwright's shop. They found the first farmer curled on his side among roots, then another, then a third, not murdered perhaps, not clearly. The bones lay arranged with care. Family burial, field burial, work burial, each with something placed beside them, a rusted sickle, a seed pouch turned to dust, a little knife, a carved wooden marker, a broken plowpin. One skull had a strip of metal near the jaw where teeth had been repaired in life. One wrist bore a bracelet of braided copper wire. One hand lay over a small clay jar sealed with wax that had somehow survived. Malachar reached for it. Vaelorian caught his wrist. The necromancer looked delighted by the speed. Open it carefully, Vaelorian said. Malachar's disappointment was brief but sincere. Inside the jar were seeds, dry, shriveled, perhaps dead, perhaps not. Vaelorian stared. Those cannot still live. Vaelorian looked at him. Aerian swallowed, probably. Malachar held the jar near his nose. Old, very old, but seed is arrogant. It believes in futures without evidence. Garran looked at the dead farmers. These. Vaelorian brushed one of the field stones again. If the markers align with the burials, this one survived 2 blights and 1 flood. This one changed planting after the frost year. This one may have kept seed records. How do you know? Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian pointed to the carved marks, then to a second row of smaller cuts beneath them. Ratios, maybe yields, perhaps family shorthand. I do not know all of it. Learn. The chain tightened enough to make Vaelorian's breath catch. Yes, he said. Malachar began preparing the farmers with unusual care. He did not pack ash into their palms or pin bone with iron. He placed soil under the tongue of each skull. He scraped a little from the roots, a little from the field, a little from beneath the seasoned stones. Vaelorian watched and understood before the explanation came. You are binding them to place. To habit, Malachar said. Farmers are dangerous if raised poorly. Vaelorian looked ill, dangerous. Malachar glanced at him. A soldier raised wrong stabs the nearest heat. A farmer raised wrong may plant corpses in winter and wait patiently for a harvest. Do not laugh. It has happened. I was not going to laugh. Good, it was a terrible monastery. Vaelorian touched the clay jar. The seeds inside shifted, not with life, with attention. His grave loam at Narrowmouth had made mushrooms rise from violated soil, but he had not known what the soil wanted, what it lacked, what it might hold, what it might poison. Here were dead hands that had known seasons well enough to carve history into field stones. He reached toward the first farmer. Black thread came slower this time, not because the death was weaker, because it was different. The dead farmer did not answer like a soldier, a smith, or a wheelwright. There was no single tool habit sharp enough to catch. There was repetition, yes, but spread across weather, soil, hunger, patience, failure, and return. A farmer's work did not strike like a hammer. It waited like a command given to earth months before obedience could be measured. Vaelorian almost forced it. Then stopped, Garran noticed, so did Malachar. Vaelorian placed his hand on the seasoned stone instead, not the skull. The stone was cold, the markings were shallow, 3 sheaves, good harvest. He let the chain pass through the record first. The effect was immediate. The dead farmer's hand closed around the rusted sickle. Vaelorian whispered, of course. Vaelorian looked at him. The record, Vaelorian said, voice tight. You did not command the corpse, you commanded the continuity, the year, the work, the reason the bones were placed here. Malachar smiled without mockery. The elf learns despite himself. Vaelorian ignored him. Vaelorian looked from the stone to the dead farmer. Continue, he said. The dead farmer did not rise, but the soil around the bones loosened. Roots shifted aside. The rusted sickle dragged once through the dirt, drawing a crooked line, a furrow, small, useless by itself, perfect. Vaelorian withdrew the chain. We take all who are marked, he said. Vaelorian looked across the orchard. There may be dozens. Then we take dozens. The goblins stared at the field graves with the dawning misery of creatures who understood that every useful dead human became more weight tied to their shoulders. Malachar was nearly radiant. They worked until the pale sun began to drop behind the broken city. They did not take every farmer from every field, not because Vaelorian did not want them, because daylight, sledges, carts, bodies, and roads resisted ambition. Instead, he ordered them marked, named by function where names were absent, and sorted for retrieval. First farmer, seasoned stone keeper. Flood farmer, drainage memory. Blight farmer, crop sickness. Seed mother, jar preserved, likely seed lineage. Ox hand, large bones, harness mark, animal handling. Root digger, tools suggest tubers, winter storage. Orchard dead, pruning, grafting, fruit, patience. Vaelorian recorded them because Vaelorian ordered it, and because his mind could not bear the thought of them being reduced entirely to useful bones without at least a precise crime attached. By evening, they had made a camp in the old military yard beneath the inner wall. No fire was lit at first. Then Vaelorian looked at the cold, looked at the goblins shaking under their straps, looked at the bodies laid in rows, and decided concealment was less useful than function. Malachar made a corpse light. He did it with a finger bone, lamp oil, and a muttered obscenity toward Orthodox grave orders. The light burned low and blue-white, giving no warmth but enough sight to work by. The goblins hated it, dusk ignored it. Nightfall stood in the edge of the glow like a horse-shaped absence. The gathered dead lay in categories: wheelwright and woodworkers, smith and apprentices, miners and foremen, farmers beneath their own stones, a cooper pair, 2 carpenters, 1 arms repairman found near a guard barracks, 3 partial bodies marked for later material, and then the military dead. They had not begun with them. That had been deliberate. Garran had said nothing when Vaelorian passed the first barracks. Nothing when Malachar looked longingly toward the old training ground. Nothing when Vaelorian read a plaque listing companies raised for the West Road defense. The first marshal had remained silent while farmers, smiths, and miners were gathered first. Only after the workdead had been sorted did Vaelorian turn to him. "Now," Vaelorian said. Garran lifted his head. The military crypt stood beneath the old keep. It was not grand. That surprised Vaelorian, though he tried to hide it. Elven military dead, when honored, were given moonstone halls, memory gardens, sung walls, sealed blades, line inscriptions, and long chambers where nobility could walk through grief without touching it. The human crypt was stone, iron, and practicality. Names carved deep, ranks carved smaller, deeds carved only when space allowed. Some niches held officers, some held sergeants, some held common soldiers. Some plaques were shared by entire squads when bodies had not returned separately enough to flatter identity. Garran entered without ceremony, then stopped. Vaelorian saw the pause, not hesitation. Recognition. The dead knight stood in the doorway of the military crypt with nightfall behind him and the Black Chain's authority seated in his sword hand. And for the first time since his raising, Sir Garran Veyl seemed surrounded by something that had known him before Vaelorian did. Not personally, structurally. Command, rank, loss, men under earth, men sorted by duty rather than family, men who had died in the grammar of war. "My lord," Garran said, "I request leave to inspect them before binding." "Granted." Garran walked among the dead. Malachar followed at a respectful distance, which was so unusual that Vaelorian looked at him twice. First chamber held officers. Captain Hadron Veyl, Western Gate, Lieutenant Sor Marek, Road Watch, Shield Captain Edrin Tal, 3rd Muster. Garran listened as Vaelorian read. "Open Captain Hadron Veyl," Garran said. Malachar smiled and did so. The coffin was stone-sealed but not warded. The body inside had not preserved flesh, but the bones were arranged with care. A sword lay across the chest. A signet ring sat on one finger. The skull had been split and repaired with a silver plate before death. Vaelorian read the inner inscription. Held the western approach for 6 days after supply failure. Refused withdrawal until civilians crossed the river. Garran said, "Possible." "Possible?" Vaelorian asked. Garran looked at the bones. "Refusal of withdrawal may be courage, it may be stupidity. We need to know which." Malachar looked delighted. "How?" Garran pointed to the chamber walls. "Where are his men?" Vaelorian scanned the inscriptions. "Second chamber, 3rd Muster dead, West Road dead." "Facing him." Vaelorian went to the archway. He returned slowly. "Yes." Garran nodded. "Possible becomes likely." Vaelorian watched with interest. Garran moved to another tomb. "Shield Captain Edrin Tal," Vaelorian read. "Honored son of House Tal, bearer of the Southern Pennant, victor in formal trial at..." "Leave him," Garran said. Vaelorian stopped. "I had not finished." "I had heard enough." Malachar covered his mouth badly. Vaelorian asked why. Garran looked at the ornate lid. His inscription praises birth, symbol, and ceremony before command. He may still have been useful. Yes, but he has chosen an expensive first argument. Vaelorian accepted that. The next was Lieutenant Sir Marek. The inscription was brief. Kept night watch, died at breach. Garran stood before that one for a long while. Open him. Inside lay bones with no sword, only a short baton, a whistle of blackened metal, and a folded scrap of chainmail placed over the ribs. Vaelorian read the smaller markings along the lid edge. His watch reported the breach before bells failed. Casualties in his section were high, but the inner gate closed. Garran said, "Take him." "Officer?" Vaelorian asked. "Watch officer. Useful for gates, rotations, alarms, discipline when men think darkness excuses softness." Malachar marked the bones with a black thread. They went deeper. The second chamber belonged to sergeants. Garran changed there. Not visibly enough for a fool to notice. Vaelorian noticed. His step slowed. His hand did not rest on his sword. It rested near it as if among equals whose rank was lower but whose judgment could not be dismissed. Vaelorian read names until his voice grew rough. Sergeant Haven Mar, held breachline after Captain Oral fell. Sergeant Dava Rusk, drill master Winter Levy, buried with 83 recruits who survived first engagement. Sergeant Joran Pike, quarter-line discipline. Executed 3 looters, saved grain stores. Sergeant Albric Stonehand, siege works, lost right arm, continued instruction. Sergeant Mael Voss, road column master, no wagon lost in retreat. Garran stopped before Haven Mar. "No noble marks," Vaelorian said. "No," Garran said. "Why this one?" Because his men scratched additional marks beneath the official inscription. Vaelorian crouched. There beneath the carved letters were smaller rough marks cut by less skilled hands. Mar stood. Mar saw. Mar cursed us into living. Vaelorian stared at the words. Garran said, "That one." Malachar opened the tomb. The skeleton inside was plain. No sword, no signet, a battered helm, a short spearhead, a strip of leather knotted around one wrist. The bones showed old breaks healed badly before death. Garran knelt. The sound of black plate touching crypt stone seemed to move through the whole chamber. Vaelorian watched him. "My lord," Garran said without turning, "this one should be first beneath me." Malachar stopped smiling. Vaelorian looked between them. Vaelorian walked to the tomb. "Why?" "Officers carry command downward. Sergeants make it remain when command is too tired to speak." Vaelorian looked at Haven Mar's bones. A marshal needs sergeants before captains. A marshal with untrained troops does. That answer pleased Vaelorian more than flattery would have. "Take him." Garran bowed his head once to the dead sergeant before rising. Vaelorian saw it. So did Vaelorian. He allowed it because Garran's reverence was not disobedience. It was selection. A structure taking emotional root in a dead thing's idea of duty. They chose Sergeant Dava Rusk for drilling bodies that did not yet know fear properly. Sergeant Joran Pike for stores and punishment around food. Sergeant Albric Stonehand for siege works and instruction despite maiming. Sergeant Mael Voss for convoy discipline, because the return to Narrowmouth would itself require that skill. Then they found the chamber of the war ancients. It was not labeled that way. Vaelorian gave them the phrase by accident. The door lay behind the main crypt, narrow and iron-banded with no noble decoration. The lock had rusted but held. Malachar wanted to pick it. Garran struck it once with his sword hilt and the old iron broke as if embarrassed by its age. Inside were no bodies at first, only shelves, stone shelves, wax-sealed tubes, iron-bound tablets, rotting leather cases, clay cylinders, bone tags. Bundles of brittle paper sealed inside oilskin. A table stood in the center of the room, and on the table rested a map board with little carved pieces still arranged across it. Vaelorian stepped in and forgot to be horrified for 3 breaths. Then he remembered and looked horrified by the forgetting. "What is this?" Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian approached the shelves. His hands trembled. Campaign records, he said. Doctrine manuals, siege studies, road war accounts, muster tables, food consumption charts, fortification diagrams, training progressions. He turned one clay tablet toward the corpse light. This is human military theory. Garran entered slowly. Behind the shelves, seated in stone chairs along the back wall, were 4 dead, not buried as soldiers, seated as listeners. Each wore plain robes over armor remnants. Each had a chain of office around the neck, not noble chains, record chains. One held a stylus. One had a skull marked by old surgical cuts. One had a warboard piece clenched in one hand. One had no weapon at all, only a sealed tablet resting across the knees. Vaelorian whispered, "War ancients." Malachar looked at him. Vaelorian seemed not to notice he had spoken aloud. Not generals, not exactly. Advisors, doctrine keepers, campaign scholars, the ones who studied what happened after the glorious men died. Garran's voice was low. "I have heard of such men." Vaelorian looked at him. "In old armies," Garran said, "there were those who fought battles and those who remembered why battles were lost. They were not always loved." "Why?" "Because they told lords when courage was expensive stupidity." Vaelorian stepped toward the seated dead. The air in the chamber felt different, not holy, dry, severe, preserved by attention. Here human inheritance had not been a field stone, a forge, a wheel, or a mine. Here it had become thought deliberately stored against future need. Vaelorian touched one sealed tube. "Do not open too many," he said quickly. "Air may destroy what time has not." Malachar looked offended. "I know how preservation works." "You know how corpse preservation works." "I have preserved books." "With what?" "Fluids." Vaelorian closed his eyes. "Do not preserve these." Vaelorian looked at the shelves. "How many can be moved?" Vaelorian opened his eyes. For once the answer came without resistance. "Not enough, not safely, we need cases. Dry wrappings, oilskin, the carts, careful stacking. Some tablets are heavy, some paper may crumble if shaken. The map board should be carried flat." Malachar stared at him with delight. "There he is." Vaelorian's face hardened. "I am not helping you." "Yes," Vaelorian said. "You are." The chain made the sentence unnecessary, but it enjoyed being true. Garran stood before the 4 seated dead. "My lord," he said, "these should not all be raised immediately." Malachar frowned. "Why not?" "Because advisors are most useful when their thought is intact. If raised poorly, we may gain speaking corpses and lose judgment." Vaelorian looked at Malachar. Malachar's annoyance faded into consideration. "He is correct," the necromancer admitted with visible pain. Vaelorian studied the war ancients. "What do they require?" "Names," Garran said. "Records," Vaelorian said. "Brain matter would help," Malachar said. Both Garran and Vaelorian looked at him. He lifted one hand. "It would. I did not say it was available." Vaelorian moved to the first seated dead. The chain stirred beneath his skin. The warboard piece in the dead advisor's hand clicked softly against bone, not movement, answer. Vaelorian did not bind him yet. He understood instinctively that this was not a corpse to be pulled up by force. A bad soldier could still stand in a line. A bad laborer could still drag stone. A bad advisor was poison placed inside command. The war ancients needed names. They needed context. They needed the marshal present, the records open. The doctrine understood enough that what rose would not be mere echo. "Preserve them," Vaelorian said. "Move them seated if possible." Vaelorian stared. "Move the chairs." "Yes." "That is absurd." Garran said, "No, it is respectful." Vaelorian looked at him. Garran did not look away from the seated dead. If their posture is part of their office, disturb it only if necessary. Vaelorian said, "Then necessary labor will carry posture." The goblins, waiting outside the chamber, did not yet know that their day had become worse. They discovered it shortly. By full dark, Varos had become a work site, not a battlefield, a work site. That made it more frightening. Vaelorian's party moved through the dead city with corpse-light chain in command. They found carts in a warden's supply yard near the eastern gate. 3 were usable. 2 could be repaired using wheelwright parts. One had a cracked axle that made Malachar say several reverent things about human stubbornness and several insulting things about maintenance. Grub and the other goblins were ordered into labor beside the dead wheelwright's bones, which were not yet risen, but seemed to make the tools near them settle in more useful places whenever Vaelorian looked away. That disturbed Aelrian more than open movement. The dead city was beginning to assist, or perhaps Vaelorian was beginning to mistake every useful accident for obedience. There was less difference each hour. The smith was secured in the first cart with his apprentices, forged tools, iron bars, and boxes of hardware. The wheelwright and woodworkers filled the second with wheels, axles, staves, handles, and frames. The third cart was reserved for records and the first selected military dead. The ore carts were chained behind nightfall for dragging. Farmers were wrapped in field cloth, roots, and their own seasoned stones, then laid in a sledge made from a broken barn door. Malachar wanted a 4th cart for miscellaneous bones. Garran told him no. Malachar appealed to Vaelorian. Vaelorian said, "Mark them." Malachar looked wounded. Marked bodies are bodies someone else may steal. Then mark them so theft punishes itself. The necromancer brightened. That is affectionate. It is instruction. Same family. Aelrian muttered, no. The war ancients took the longest. Their chairs were stone. Moving them was nearly impossible, so Vaelorian compromised with displeasure. The bodies were removed carefully, still seated in posture by means of wooden frames built around them from old shelf planks. Aelrian oversaw the wrapping of records with the desperate fury of a scholar trying to preserve history while helping enslave it. Garran personally carried the first doctrine case to the cart. Vaelorian noticed, "You value these." Garran set the case down. War without memory is butchery repeated, until no one remains to call it failure. Aelrian looked at him sharply. Vaelorian said, "And war with memory." Garran's answer came after a silence. "Still butchery, my lord, but less wasteful." Aelrian looked away, perhaps because the answer was monstrous, perhaps because it was honest. Near midnight, something came to the edge of the corpse light. Dusk noticed first. She always did. Her body lowered, her lips peeled back. No sound came from her throat. Silence from dusk was worse than growling. Vaelorian turned. The work stopped. Even Malachar had learned when not to speak. Across the old military yard, beyond the broken wagons and sorted dead, something watched from the dark beneath an archway. Small, bent, not goblin, not warden, not quite animal. Its eyes reflected corpse light in 2 thin white points. It wore scraps of cloth and something like a necklace made from bird bones. Its fingers were too long. Its head twitched once toward the carts, once toward Vaelorian, once toward the field sledge where the farmers lay. Then it spoke. The language was not elven. Not goblin, not human, though some dead root of human sound may have been buried in it. Aelrian did not understand. Skava might have, Vaelorian did not. Malachar whispered, scavenger tongue perhaps, deep-edged dialect, old. The creature pointed at the carts, then at the dead. Then it laughed, not mockery. Warning, Garran drew his sword. The creature stopped laughing. Vaelorian lifted one hand. Garran held. Dusk took 1 step forward. The creature took 1 step back. Then another voice came from higher in the arch. A black bird sat where no bird had been, large, too still. Feather edges dark against dark, visible only because the corpse light refused to touch it properly. Aelrian went cold. Vaelorian saw his face. "You know it. I know what I fear it may be." The bird turned its head. 1 black feather fell. It did not drift. It dropped straight down and stuck upright in the snow between Vaelorian and the watching creature. The scavenger thing fled at once. Dusk lunged after it, but Vaelorian's hand closed. The chain in Dusk stopped her before she crossed the yard. The panther snarled, furious at obedience. The bird remained. Vaelorian walked toward the feather. Aelrian said, "Do not touch it." Vaelorian touched it, of course he did. The feather was cold and dry, not dead, not alive. It had the same quality as the first one near Narrowmouth, but sharper here, as if distance from the deep woods had not weakened whatever watched from it. A pressure entered the yard. The sorted dead did not move. The records did not stir. Nightfall lowered its skull. Garran raised his sword slightly. Vaelorian felt the feather not as speech, but as attention passing through a narrow place. You take, no words, only meaning. Vaelorian closed his fingers around the feather. "Yes," he said. The bird watched. Aelrian's voice shook. "My lord." Vaelorian did not look back. "I take what was buried." The bird's head tilted. Meaning pressed again. "Buried is not always yours." The chain moved under Vaelorian's skin. The black links did not manifest fully. They did not need to. The air around his hand darkened and the feather bent toward his palm as if wind had changed direction only for it. Then it should have been guarded better. The corpse light dimmed. For one breath, every shadow in the yard seemed to lean toward him. Then the bird opened its wings. No sound, no rush of air. It was simply gone. The pressure vanished with it. Aelrian exhaled as if he had forgotten the function. Malachar looked delighted and afraid in equal measure. "We have been noticed again." "We were already noticed," Vaelorian said. "Yes, but now we are noticed while stealing furniture." Garran sheathed his sword. "Will it interfere?" Vaelorian looked at the feather. "Eventually." "And now we load." No one argued. By dawn, the convoy was ready. Ready was a generous word. 3 repaired carts, 2 ore carts, 4 sledges, bundles of tools tied beneath canvas. Dead specialists packed according to function. Records sealed in the driest cart. Military dead laid with more space than labor dead because Garran had insisted officers should not be stacked like firewood unless the road forced it. Malachar had argued that stacking was not disrespect if the dead could not complain. Garran had said nothing, only looked at him, and Malachar had discovered urgent interest in another cart. The goblins could barely stand. Vaelorian gave them corpse light to see, water to drink, and no permission to collapse. Aelrian sat on a broken step beside the record cart, gray-faced and hollow-eyed. "You understand what you have done?" he asked. Vaelorian stood before the convoy. Dusk sat beside him, watching the road back toward Narrowmouth. Nightfall stood harnessed to the heaviest cart, dead bodies still and patient beneath straps meant for living beasts. Garran stood near the military dead. Malachar climbed over a cart, checking bindings with the care of a man packing treasures. Vaelorian did not answer Aelrian at first. He looked at what they had gathered. Not enough. That was the first thought. Not nearly enough. A handful of farmers could not feed an army. 1 smith and apprentices could not arm a legion. 3 carts of tools could not build a kingdom. A few sergeants could not discipline a people. 4 war ancients wrapped in frames could not restore human doctrine in a goblin hollow at the world's edge. But beginnings were rarely honest about their size. Aelrian spoke again, quieter. "You are not only raising the dead." Vaelorian looked at him. "You are relocating inheritance." The phrase pleased him. Aelrian seemed to hate that he had given it. "Yes," Vaelorian said. The elf's face twisted. "Humanity's inheritance does not belong to you simply because they are dead." Vaelorian walked toward him. Aelrian did not move. The chain held him still, but pride did some of the work. "Who does it belong to?" Vaelorian asked. Aelrian opened his mouth. No answer came. The elves who buried it, the wardens who failed to guard it, the dead who could no longer use it, the histories that called humans monsters but preserved their stolen books in high libraries, the world that burned their cities and still feared their return. Aelrian's silence answered too much. Vaelorian leaned closer. "I am what remains." Aelrian whispered, That does not make you heir to everything they were. Vaelorian's eyes moved to the carts. No, he said, the chain does. Aorian looked away. Vaelorian turned from him and lifted his hand. The convoy answered in pieces. Not fully risen, not marching, not yet, but beneath tarps, bones settled into readiness. The dead smith's hand closed around ash. The farmer's sickle scraped softly against wood. The sergeant's helm shifted once beneath canvas. One of the war ancients' wrapped fingers tapped against the tablet tied across his lap. Garran heard it. His head turned toward the military cart. Something like recognition moved through the first marshal. Not comfort, never comfort, structure. Vaelorian saw it and gave the order. We returned to Narrowmouth. Grub made a sound that might have been despair or prayer. The carts began to move. Wheels creaked, sledges scraped, or chains tightened. Nightfall leaned into harness without breath or strain. Goblins pulled until their shoulders shook. Malachar walked beside the smith cart with one hand resting fondly on the canvas. Aorian walked near the records as if guarding them from the very theft he was helping commit. Dusk ranged ahead, silent and furious at every unseen thing that watched from ruin and tree. Garran rode last for the first mile. Then he dismounted. Vaelorian noticed. Marshal. Garran walked beside the cart that held Haven Mar and the other sergeants. I will walk with my officers. They are not yet risen. No, my lord. You still call them officers. Garran's helm faced forward. They have been chosen. Vaelorian accepted this. Behind them, Varos receded into morning mist. It looked emptier than before, not because they had taken many bodies. They had taken very few measured against a city of dead, but they had taken function. That changed a ruin. A city could lose corpses and remain haunted. It could lose memory and become silent. Vaelorian did not look back. Ahead lay Narrowmouth. Hunger, goblins, black soil, Skava's hatred, Mother Kale's mercy. Perrin's tears, the buried muster under snow. A hollow waiting for food and receiving carts of dead workers instead. Good, let them learn. Bread would come, iron would come, order would come. And if the living wanted to survive long enough to resent him, they would learn to stand beside the dead while the dead remembered how kingdoms were made. Chain 4. Bread and iron. Link 3. The borrowed flesh. Narrowmouth smelled the convoy before it saw it. That was how the hollow New Hope had lied to itself. For half the morning, the children had gathered near the inner passage where weak light seeped down through the broken mouth stones. Perrin tried to keep them back with quiet hands and softer words, but hunger had made them bold in the way only children became bold. Not brave, not rebellious, only unable to understand why waiting should hurt if waiting was supposed to end. They had heard wheels in the distance. They had heard chains creak. They had heard Dusk's answering growl roll through the outer tunnel before the first cart reached the slope. Wheels meant stores. Carts meant food. That was what Narrowmouth wanted to believe. Skava did not believe it. She stood beneath Vaelorian's black handprint with one palm against the wall and her chain sitting cold behind her ribs. Myrn of Two Cuts crouched beside the ledger stone, scratching marks into soft clay with a shard of bone. Mother Kale knelt among the wounded, though her eyes kept lifting toward the tunnel. Perrin stood with the children pressed behind him, failing to be a wall and trying anyway. Outside, something heavy scraped over stone. Then the smell entered, not grain, not salted meat, not root bundles, dried mushrooms, leather sacks, or stolen caravan flour. Dead flesh, old bone, grave herbs, cold iron, warden oil. Goblin rot called back from under frost. Human dust stirred from places that should have remained shut. One of the children began to cry. Skava closed her eyes. Not food, she whispered. Mother Kale heard her. No. The first cart appeared beneath the mouth of the hollow. Dusk came before it, violet-spotted shoulders low, smoky black eyes bright with road weariness and irritation. She moved like a shadow that had learned hunger from wolves and ownership from Vaelorian. Behind her came Vaelorian himself, pale from the road, black hair loose around his face, one hand resting on the side of a cart, as if the wood moved because he had permitted wheels to remember their purpose. Behind him came the dead horse. Nightfall dragged the heaviest cart without breath or strain, harness leather tight across a chest that did not rise. Sir Garran Veyl walked beside the cart rather than riding. His black armor was filmed with road frost, his helm turned slightly toward the hollow's entrance, as if inspecting whether the place had remained worthy of being held in his absence. Behind them came Malachar, smiling. That was when Saga knew the carts held something worse than hunger. Vaelorian walked near the rear with one hand on a sealed record case, and his face drawn into the expression of a man who had spent the road guarding history from the person stealing it. 3 goblins stumbled under sledge straps behind him, shoulders raw, feet dragging. Grubb nearly fell when the first wheel hit the hollow threshold. He caught himself before the chain could correct him and made a small, bitter sound that might have been prayer in a language too old for gods to appreciate. Then the tarps shifted. The hollow saw bones, human bones laid in careful bundles, human skulls wrapped beside tools, pale field stones tied to bodies with root cord, hammer heads, tongs, wheels, iron pins, spearheads, record cases, a cart of military dead under canvas, another of craft dead. A sledge where farmers lay with soil packed around them as if they had been uprooted rather than exhumed. For one brief, foolish breath, the goblins only stared. Then the second smell entered, fresher. Skava's head turned sharply. A cart rolled through with 7 long forms beneath oilcloth. The cloth had been white once, Warden white. Now it was gray with road mud and darkened in patches where thawed death had seeped through. Pieces of elven armor were stacked beside the bodies, stripped, sorted, and tied down like useful metal. Vaelorian stopped walking. He had known they were there. He had walked beside them for miles. He had heard Malachar discuss preservation, tissue quality, nerve channels, magical conductivity, and whether warden flesh should be thawed slowly or cut before stiffness left it. He had known. Still, when the cart entered Narrowmouth and the goblins stared at the dead wardens as cargo, something in him failed to remain prepared. Mother Kale stood. "No," she said. Vaelorian looked at her. The cart stopped. Behind the warden cart came the last sledge. Skava saw it and made no sound at all. That was how Mother Kale knew it had cut deeper than speech. 3 goblin bodies lay on the sledge, packed with soil and root. Their burial marks remained on them. Their mouths had been stuffed with frost-black earth. Their fingers were curled in the stiff patience of the buried muster. They had waited beneath the snow as commanded. Now they had been called back, not walking, not rising, loaded. Skava took 1 step forward. The chain stopped the second. Vaelorian watched her try. Her body held. Her will threw itself against the binding hard enough that sweat broke over her brow. "You said they would wait," she said. Vaelorian's gaze moved from her to the sledge. They did. Perrin made a low sound behind the children. Skava's eyes filled with hatred so clean it almost looked like strength. "What are they for?" Malachar answered before Vaelorian did. "Material." The word entered the hollow and fouled it. Myrn of Tucuts dropped the bone shard. Mother Kale turned on Malachar with such fury that even the corpse worker's smile softened in admiration. "Do not dress butchery as craft," she said. "I rarely dress anything," Malachar said. "Craft is quite comfortable naked." "This is not raising." "No." He stepped beside the sledge and lifted one soil-packed goblin hand by the wrist. "Raising asks the dead to serve as themselves. This asks them to assist in something more ambitious." Skava bared her teeth. "Those are our dead." Malachar examined the stiff tendons with professional appreciation. "Yes." "Excellently compact, dense joint memory, tunnel adapted, useful." Perrin lunged. He did not get 3 steps. The chain seized him mid-motion and folded him to his knees. A child screamed. Mother Kale moved toward him, but Vaelorian lifted one hand and she stopped without being bound because she was clever enough to know when mercy required waiting to remain possible. Perrin knelt shaking, tears already cutting through road dust on his face. Skava did not look at him. She could not. If she looked, she would break something the chain had not yet broken for her. Vaelorian stepped fully into the hollow. Their rights did not save them, he said. Their use may help preserve the hollow. Skava spat at his feet. The spit struck stone. No one breathed. The chain punished her, not explosively, not theatrically. It tightened through her body with intimate precision, her spine bowed. Her teeth clenched so hard blood appeared at the edge of her gums. She did not scream. That made Perrin cry harder. Vaelorian watched until the correction had made its point. Then he said, "You will remain, you will watch, you will translate if I require it." Skava breathed through blood. "Yes," she whispered, "not my lord." "Let it pass." Vaelorian stared at the warden cart. One oilcloth corner had slipped. Beneath it lay the face of an elven warden, pale and fine-boned, the old discipline of his race not yet fully erased by death. He had been one of the road wardens who came to Varos with law in their mouths and steel in their hands. Perhaps he had believed himself brave. Perhaps he had believed the world still possessed categories that would protect him from being used in such a place for such a purpose. His eyes were gone. Malachar had taken them during travel, wrapped them in wet cloth, and labeled them with a neatness that had nearly made Vaelorian vomit. Vaelorian followed Vaelorian's gaze. "Useful flesh," he said. Vaelorian's voice came thin. "They were wardens." "Yes." "They served the border law." "They failed." "You cannot." The chain closed around his throat. Vaelorian stopped. Vaelorian approached him. The hollow listened. "You have said that phrase often," Vaelorian said. "You cannot," as if the words are a wall. Vaelorian's eyes watered from the pressure. He forced air through the narrowing place. "They are my people." Vaelorian looked at the warden cart. "Then your people will finally be useful to mine." Vaelorian flinched as if struck. That pleased nothing in Vaelorian. But it taught much. The old histories had said humanity lay buried beneath elven victory. Vaelorian knew those histories. He had breathed them, studied them, corrected children with them. Humanity as warning, humanity as rot, humanity as expansion without wisdom, hunger without discipline, adaptability without moral restraint. Now human bones had returned to narrow-mouthing carts, and the flesh of elven wardens lay beside them. The victors would be cut thin and taught to become covering. Vaelorian understood the symbolism before anyone spoke it. That was why his face had gone dead white. Vaelorian released his throat. Vaelorian bent slightly, breathing. Mother Kale looked between the carts, the goblin bodies, the warden corpses, and the wrapped human bones. Her voice was quiet when it came. "You are not raising the dead." "No," Vaelorian said, "you are spending them." Malachar gave a soft, appreciative hum. Vaelorian looked at Mother Kale. "Waste is a luxury of the living." The words settled. Even Malachar did not improve them. The work began in the central chamber. There was no better place. Narrowmouth had no surgery hall, no crypt table, no forge room ready for raising, no polished lower chamber like White Hollow had possessed for elegant cruelty. It had stone, torch smoke, old blood in cracks, a dead room, one black handprint, and enough fear to keep most people from speaking when silence became safer. That was sufficient. Vaelorian ordered the carts unloaded by category. Human bones were carried first. Not thrown, not dumped, carried. Sir Garran saw to that. He did not need to speak often. One turn of his helm corrected carelessness more effectively than a shout. When one goblin tried to drag a wrapped farmer bundle by the feet, Garran's sword hand flexed. The lesser hand moved. The goblin collapsed with a strangled cry, then rose and carried the bundle properly. "Respect," Skava asked from the wall, voice raw. Garran looked at her. "Function," he said, "looks like respect. Then learn why soldiers confuse them." Skava looked away first. The human dead were placed in rows, craft to the left, farm to the right, military near Garran. Records and war ancients remained sealed beneath guard at the rear of the chamber, untouched for now, their framed bodies still seated under canvas like judges refusing to wake until the court deserved them. The warden corpses were laid near Malachar. The goblin corpses were laid beside them. That arrangement nearly broke the room. Goblin dead beside elven dead beside human bones. Old victors, old erased, new conquered, all made equal by Vaelorian's use. Malachar rolled up his sleeves. His arms were too thin and scarred to inspire confidence in anyone who believed healing and deathcraft belonged to separate worlds. He began arranging tools on a flat stone. Bone saws, hooked needles, black thread, grave salt, warmed knives, clamps made from old warden buckles, shallow bowls, strips of leather, little jars of oil, powdered ash, one silver scalpel stolen from an elven field kit, and a folded cloth full of eyes. Vaelorian turned away. Malachar noticed and brightened. "Do not worry," he said. "I labeled them." Vaelorian whispered, "I hate you." "Yes, but accurately." Vaelorian removed his outer cloak and handed it to no one. It fell behind him like shed shadow. Black marks ran faintly beneath the skin of his arms, not fully visible until the torchlight moved across them. The chain had not slept since Varos. It had followed the carts, touched the records, listened to tools, tasted field stones, and now gathered beneath his palms with the patience of a thing about to learn a new cruelty. Mother Kale stepped forward. "If you are doing this, I will stand near the children." "No," Vaelorian said, her mouth tightened. "They do not need to watch." "They do. You are making them watch desecration. I am teaching the Hollow what the dead will become." "That is not teaching, that is breaking." Vaelorian looked at her with the cold patience he had inherited from a monster, and turned into something younger and more dangerous. Broken things can still be useful. Mother Kale's face hardened, and that is the shape of everything wrong in you. For a moment the chamber held its breath. The chain stirred in the bound. Vaelorian did not punish her. That frightened Vaelorian more than punishment would have. "Stand where they can see you," Vaelorian said. "If they fear too much, quiet them." Mother Kale's hands closed. Then she returned to the children. Mercy had become another assigned function. The first to be remade was Master Orvin Hall. The old Ironwright's bones were laid on a slab near the center of the room. They were broad bones, heavy with the evidence of labor even after flesh had been gone for centuries. The hands were strong in structure but incomplete. Several finger bones had broken after death. One wrist had suffered damage in life and healed thick. His jaw sat slightly crooked. His ribs were cracked where stone had fallen. Beside him lay the body of an elven warden. Vaelorian stared as Malachar cut into the warden's forearm. The blade went in clean, too clean. Elven flesh, even dead, yielded differently. It held magic the way fine cloth held dye, deeply, evenly, almost arrogantly. Malachar hummed as he separated muscle from bone, preserving nerve threads in wet black oil. Goblin tendon was added from the first recalled body, stripped from shoulder, wrist, and hand. Skava whispered something in Goblin. Vaelorian translated without being asked, because horror made him forget caution. "She says those are not straps, those are people." Malachar lifted a length of tendon between two fingers. People become many things. Skava tried to lunge. The chain stopped her. Vaelorian did not look away from the bones. "Bones hold identity," he said. His voice was quiet enough that everyone leaned toward it despite themselves. "Flesh holds function. The chain decides which memory remains." Malachar's eyes shone. "Oh," he said softly. "Yes, say that again later. Preferably near a student." "There are no students." "Not yet." Vaelorian placed one hand on Orvin Hall's skull and the other over the bowl of warden flesh. The first black chain appeared. Not large, not for intimidation. This was not a battlefield chain or a punishment chain. It emerged as a fine black line from his palm, thinner than thread, sharper than wire, and sank into the dead smith's skull through the place where thought had once lived. Then another line reached into the borrowed flesh. The warden tissue twitched. Vaelorian made a sound. The goblin tendon curled like a worm in rain. Vaelorian closed his eyes. There were many memories in dead material, not memory as speech, not stories, not names. Tissue remembered pressure, movement, heat, grip, injury, use. The elven flesh remembered fine command, spell channel, the long discipline of bodies bred and trained to obey elegance. The goblin tendon remembered crouch, pull, survival, sudden force from cramped angles. The human bones remembered hammer, heat, iron, weight, correction, apprentice fear, gate hinges, spearheads, plowshares, winter levy orders, and the insult of bad metal. The memories argued. Vaelorian tightened his hands. The chain answered. No, the word did not need sound. No to Warden. No to Goblin. Yes to Orvan Hall. The borrowed flesh began to change, not crudely. Not like meat slapped over a skeleton. It flowed under command. It thinned where it was too fine. Thickened where the smith's old arms required power. Tendons lengthened, then shortened, then seeded into hands shaped by human memory. Skin pulled across bone and became pale, not elven white and not goblin gray, but the cold color of human flesh that had never agreed to blood's return. Black veins spread beneath it like ink poured into river branches. The face formed last. That was the worst part, not because it was ugly, because it was almost whole. A man emerged from stolen dead things, broad-browed, hard-mouthed, thick-necked, the jaw corrected, the fingers completed. Old scars surfaced faintly where no stolen flesh should have known them because the bones remembered the injuries and the chain forced the flesh to confess. When the eyes opened, they were dark, not empty, not alive. Smoke moved behind them. A slow black drift, as if a forge fire burned somewhere far behind the sockets and gave no light. Master Orvan Hall sat up. No one moved, not even dusk. The dead smith turned his head. His gaze passed over Vaelorian, over Malachar, over Aelrian, over Saga, over the children. It found the pile of tools, his hand lifted. Malachar placed a hammer near him. Orvan Hall looked at it, then shoved it away. The hammer slid across stone with a hard ring. Malachar blinked. The dead smith reached past it and took the heavier hammer with the cracked handle. His black smoke eyes lowered to the crack. He held out his other hand. No one understood. Garran did. Handle stock, the marshal said. A goblin scrambled, too slowly. Garran's sword hand twitched. The goblin moved faster, bringing a tool handle from the wheelwright pile. Orvan Hall took it. He did not speak. He set the cracked hammer down, placed the replacement handle beside it, and stared at the ruined forged tools with a severity so complete that even Malachar seemed judged. Garran bowed his head slightly. Master Hall, he said. The dead smith's smoky eyes moved to him. Recognition did not mean memory of Garran. It meant recognition of command category. Vaelorian lifted one black-threaded hand. You will shape iron for the chain. Orvan Hall's lips parted. Smoke leaked between his teeth. The first word came like a hammer dragged over stone. Forge. Vaelorian looked at Malachar. Malachar smiled, successful. Mother Kale whispered, no. But the word had no place to go. The second was Haven Mar. Garran insisted on standing beside the slab. Vaelorian allowed it. The sergeant's bones were plain compared to the smith's. No noble preservation, no ornament, no ceremonial arrangement beyond the battered helm, the short spearhead, and the leather knot that had been found with him. His bones bore healed breaks, bad repairs, life damage, useful damage. The kind of man who had been broken before death and had become more frightening because he had continued afterward. Malachar reached for Warden flesh first. Garran's hand closed on his wrist. Malachar looked delighted and alarmed. Marshal. Not too much. Malachar tilted his head. You object to quality. I object to making a sergeant smooth. Vaelorian watched. Malachar looked to him. Vaelorian said, explain. Garran released the necromancer's wrist. Sergeants are not made from elegance. Give him throat enough to command, eyes enough to see. Use goblin tendon in the legs and neck. He must understand troops who fight low, but do not refine him past usefulness. Malachar's expression slowly changed. "Ah," he said. "You are preserving coarseness. I am preserving function." "Same family," Malachar said again, but softly this time. Saga watched in horror as goblin tendon was cut from one of the recalled dead and prepared beside Havan Mar's bones. Vaelorian watched the warden throat tissue taken and wrapped in black oil. Mother Kale kept one hand on a child's head and stared at Vaelorian as if memorizing a sin for a god too slow to arrive. Vaelorian began. Havan Mar resisted differently than Orvan Hall. Not rebellion, refusal to be overformed. The chain touched his bones and found not craft, not iron, not tool memory, but commands shouted through smoke, mud, blood, panic, and men trying to become animals because animals at least knew how to run. Mar's bones remembered standing in the way of that change, remembered making fear ashamed of itself, remembered curses thrown like ropes around men's throats. The borrowed flesh tried to become graceful. The bones rejected it. Vaelorian almost smiled. Good, he pressed harder. Goblin tendon seated into the legs, not making them goblin, but teaching the human form a lower balance. Warden throat tissue shaped into cords capable of carrying command without strain. Skin drew over him pale and tight. Black veins appeared at neck, temple, wrist, and chest, darker than Orvan's, like old ink under thin parchment. His face formed around a broken nose. The chain could have corrected it. The bones did not permit correction. Vaelorian allowed the break to remain. Havan Mar's eyes opened. Black smoke rolled behind them, heavier than Orvan's, moving like storm cloud trapped in a skull. He sat up and immediately looked toward the line-bound goblins. They shrank. Mar's mouth opened. His first breath did not come because breath had no business in him. His first voice did. "Too close," he said. The words were rough, deep, and full of gravel from a battlefield no one alive remembered. The goblin stared. Mar swung his legs off the slab. His feet hit the stone. He stood whole, pale skin, black veins, dark smoky eyes, human shape hard and hale and wrong. He pointed at Duth. "You spear too high, shoulders begging to die." Duth looked at Garran. Mar's head snapped toward him. "Do not look at him when I am speaking." The chain did not move. It did not need to. Duth lowered his spear. Wrongly, Mar crossed the space in 4 strides and struck the spear shaft down with one hand. Duth yelped. "Again," Mar said. Garran watched. For the first time since his raising, something almost like satisfaction entered the stillness of the Black Lance. Vaelorian saw it. The marshal had his first sergeant. The third was the seed mother. The chamber changed before she was touched. Even Malachar became quieter. The seed mother's bones were smaller than the others, wrapped with field stones, root fibers, a rusted sickle, and the sealed jar of ancient seeds. There was no grandeur in her remains. No weapon, no military inscription, no guild mark. But when her bundle was opened, a smell of dry earth moved through the hollow, cutting under blood, rot, and warden oil. The children stopped crying, not because the smell comforted them, because it was food adjacent and hunger listened before fear. Saga stared. "Who is that?" Vaelorian answered softly, "A field keeper." "What is that?" "One who remembered how food returned." Skava's face shifted. For a moment the hatred had to make room for need. Malachar reached toward the goblin bodies. Vaelorian stopped him. "Less." Malachar blinked. "Less. This one does not require strength. She requires hands. Hands, yes, not force." Mother Kale watched sharply. Vaelorian looked at the seed mother's bones, then the soil-packed cloth around her, then the jar of seeds. "She waited for seasons," he said. "Do not make her impatient." Malachar studied him. Then, to Vaelorian's visible discomfort, the necromancer bowed his head slightly. "As you say." They used little warden flesh, enough around the eyes and throat to let perception and speech hold cleanly. Goblin hand tendon, but only small strips, shaped into fingers suited for digging, pinching seed, pulling roots, testing dampness. The rest came from preserved scraps of human grave tissue, root fiber, and something Vaelorian drew from the field stones themselves. That was new. He set the seasoned stones around her skull. Good harvest, flood, blight, frost before cutting, seed saved, twins born, hunger winter. The chain entered the stones before the bones. Vaelorian noticed and whispered, "You remember." Vaelorian did not answer. The seed mother answered slowly. Or rather, the field memory did. The air grew colder, then damp. Soil around her bones loosened without being touched. The jar of seeds rattled once. The grave loam patch outside the hollow mouth pulsed faintly in Vaelorian's awareness, as if the wrong soil had heard someone coming who might correct it. The borrowed flesh shaped itself with less violence. Pale skin formed over thin arms. Black veins appeared beneath the hands, finer than the others, branching like roots. Her face came old, lined, and severe, not softened by death or false youth. Her hair did not return as hair should. It came as pale strands mixed with root fibers, pulled back from a brow that looked as if it had spent years measuring weather with disapproval. Her eyes opened. Dark smoke drifted within them, thin as chimney smoke seen from far fields in winter. She sat up, slowly. No one rushed her, not even Vaelorian. The seed mother turned her head toward the children first, then toward the stores, then toward the outer passage where the grave loam waited. Her bare feet touched the stone. She stood with the careful balance of one who knew falling wasted time, and broken hips killed old women faster than cruelty did. Vaelorian stepped before her. "You will teach the soil to feed what is mine." The seed mother looked at him. Smoke shifted in her eyes, then she looked past him toward the grave loam. "Wrong," she said. The word was quiet. Malachar froze. Vaelorian's face changed. Skava's mouth opened slightly. Vaelorian turned his head. "What is wrong?" The seed mother did not answer quickly. Her gaze remained toward the passage. Her fingers moved as if feeling dirt that was not in her hand. "Hungry death," she said. "Bad bed, no turning, no sweet rot, no drain, no waiting." Malachar blinked. "That is concise." Vaelorian looked at Vaelorian. "She is saying your grave loam is unstable." "I understood." The elf looked back at the seed mother with unwilling awe. "She has been awake less than a minute." "She knew before waking," Vaelorian said. The seed mother bent and picked up the sealed seed jar. She held it to her chest, not tenderly, possessively. Vaelorian allowed it, for now. By the time the fourth and fifth dead were remade, the hollow had stopped reacting like a place witnessing isolated horrors. It had begun reacting like a place being conquered again. That was what Mother Kael saw. The first conquest had taken the walls, stores, bodies, and exits. This one took categories. The smith stood near tools. The sergeant corrected the line. The seed mother knelt beside a bowl of soil and refused 3 samples with single words: sour, dead, thirsty. A woodworker rose whole and pale and immediately inspected the broken cartwheel with dark, smoky eyes. Rook Veyl, the mining foreman, came slower, heavier, black veins thick along his hands, and when he stood, he turned toward the lower tunnels and struck the wall once with his knuckles. "Bad roof," he said. Grubb, who had survived Varos, the road, the carts, and 3 corrections, stared at him with offended fear. "Goblin roof," he muttered. Rook Veyl turned smoky eyes toward him. "Bad," he repeated. Grubb looked at Vaelorian, then at the wall, then at Rook. "Maybe little bad." Haven Mar had Duth and the other line-bound standing in a new posture before the hour ended. Not human, not fully goblin. Lower, tighter, spears angled to punish entry rather than hold open field. Garran watched and occasionally corrected Mar, but less than expected. The sergeant cursed no one yet, but his silence carried the promise that speech would be worse. Master Orvin Hall rejected half the gathered iron as inferior, set 3 apprentices to sorting rivets, and struck 1 hammer blow against a salvaged anvil plate. The sound changed Narrowmouth. Not magically, historically. For the first time since Vaelorian had taken it, the hollow heard work that was not hiding, fleeing, mourning, or obeying. Iron rang. The goblins flinched, then listened. Mother Kael watched the children watching the dead smith, and grief filled her so suddenly that she almost sat down. This was how evil survived, she thought. Not by being ugly every moment, by making itself useful. Then Vaelorian ordered the chamber cleared around the central slab. Sir Garran Veyl stepped forward. The room changed again. The others had been remade as specialists. Important, necessary, horrifying, but they were tools given forms. Garran was office, everyone knew it. Even those who did not understand the title felt its weight. First Marshal, Black Lance. The dead commander who had held Narrowmouth's first line bound in the shape of future violence. The one Vaelorian had given the lesser hand. The one whose authority moved through pain, without Vaelorian needing to stand near. Now Vaelorian looked at him and said, "Remove the armor." For the first time that day, Sir Garran hesitated, only for a breath. Then he bowed his helm, "As my lord commands." He removed the helm first. The face beneath was still Ren's corpse, though altered by deathcraft, blackened by the chain and made stern by the presence inside it. But it was not Garran's face. Everyone who looked could see the wrongness now because the day had taught them what right anchoring looked like. Orvan Hall looked like Orvan Hall in death. Havenmar looked like Mar. The Seed Mother looked like herself. Garran looked like duty wearing a stranger. The gorget came next. Then breastplate, pauldrons, gauntlets, greaves. Each piece was laid aside by Garran's own hand until Malachar stepped forward to assist with the back fastenings. Garran permitted it with the stiffness of a man allowing an enemy to dress a wound because the alternative was bleeding on the floor. Without the armor, he seemed both larger and less complete. Ren's corpse had been strong enough, serviceable enough, made into a vessel by mistake and command. But its shoulders did not quite match Garran's bearing. Its arms held strength in the wrong proportions. Its scars belonged to another life. Its face, beneath old death and chain marks, had never learned the expressions Garran's soul remembered refusing to make. Vaelorian stared despite himself. This was worse than armor. Armor had made Garran's symbol. Flesh made him victim. Mother Kael saw it too. Her anger faltered. Not vanished, never that, but faltered because for a moment Sir Garran Veyl was not the hand of Vaelorian's chain. He was a dead man trapped in a body that had been made useful before it had been made true. Vaelorian stepped close to him. "Your body remains an argument against your command." Garran's dead eyes met his. "Then correct it, my lord." "No plea. No fear, only duty offering itself to alteration." Malachar was very still. Even he understood that jokes would not survive this chamber. Vaelorian looked toward the warden bodies, then the remaining goblin flesh stock, then the human military dead, then back to Garran. "No," he said. Malachar blinked. "No. Not from them first." He placed one hand against Garran's bare chest. The corpse did not breathe. Beneath the ribs, old necromancy held the soul in place with crude brilliance and many errors. Malachar's work, Vaelorian's early command, Ren's dead flesh, Garran's human memory, chain around all of it like a black cage. Vaelorian closed his eyes. For the others, bones had held identity. Garran's original bones were gone or buried elsewhere, or dust, or lost in varrows beneath stones they had not yet found. So Vaelorian had to reach deeper, not bone, name, not flesh, office, not memory of face alone, but memory of command looking through that face. The chain sank into Garran. The marshal's body locked. A sound came from his throat, low and involuntary, not pain exactly, but the dead equivalent of a door being forced open after centuries. The black marks on Vaelorian's arm brightened beneath his skin. Vaelorian took a step forward before he knew why. Malachar caught his sleeve. "Do not," the necromancer whispered. "He will tear him apart." "Perhaps." Vaelorian looked at him in horror. Malachar's eyes remained fixed on the working, or find what was never in the corpse. Vaelorian searched. The chain descended, past Ren's dead nerves, past borrowed command, past the first binding, past the sword hand where lesser hand authority had been seated, past the places where Garran's soul had learned the reach of a body that was not his. There, not a heart, not a soul core in the way elven philosophers wrote about spirit, something martial. A burned-out center of command breath, oath pressure, formation memory, body discipline, war chant, pain ordered into movement, fear compressed into obedience. Human war magic had not been elegant. It had not floated in silver sigils or moonlit geometry. It had lived in breath, scars, shouted cadence, shield lines, oaths sworn through mud, blood shared between ranks, and the terrible human talent for making many short-lived bodies act like one longer-lived will. Garran had once possessed such a center, a war core, not named that by elves, perhaps not named that by humans either, but it had been there. Death had extinguished it. Me's housing had buried the ash. The chain had used the office without restoring the furnace. Vaelorian touched the ash. Garran screamed. The sound struck the hollow like a gate breaking. Dusk snarled. Nightfall stamped once from outside. The line-bound goblins fell to their knees. Havenmar turned sharply, smoky eyes narrowing as if hearing a command hidden inside suffering. Orvin Hall's hammer hand closed. The Seed Mother lowered her head. Garran's flesh began to change, not gently. Bones shifted where they could. Where they could not, the chain made new structure from what existed. Ren's body lengthened by fractions. Shoulders drew back and broadened, the spine corrected, the arms changed their balance. Old scars faded and new ones surfaced, scars belonging to Garran's remembered life rather than Ren's. The face pulled tight, then broke its shape, then formed again. Mother Kale covered one child's eyes. The child pulled her hand away. Everyone watched. The corpse on the slab stopped being Ren, not completely. No magic erased cost. No stolen body became innocent because form had been corrected. But the face that emerged was no longer the face of the dead man first used. It was severe, long-boned human, knightly, marked by old discipline and older exhaustion. A scar appeared near the jaw, another at the brow. The mouth settled into a line that looked as if it had refused comfort while alive and found refusal waiting after death. Sir Garran Veyl returned to his own shape, mostly pale skin. Black veins rising beneath the throat, chest, temples, and hands. No breath, no warmth. His eyes opened, and black smoke poured from them in slow, steady streams that did not rise like ordinary smoke. It drifted downward, curling along his cheekbones before vanishing into the air. Vaelorian did not stop. The war core remained ash. He placed both hands on Garran's chest. "Remember command," Vaelorian said. Garran's back arched. The black veins brightened, not with light, with darkness made active. A dull pulse moved beneath his ribs. Once, the hollow felt it in the stone. Havenmar straightened. Sergeant Dava Rusk, not yet fully awakened but already shaped enough to sit upright near the military dead, turned her smoky eyes toward the slab. Joran Pike's fingers twitched. Mael Voss's wrapped hand closed around a wagon token. Even the war ancients under canvas shifted in their frames at the rear of the room. Garran's core pulsed again. Not life, never life, war. The third pulse sent a ring of pressure outward. The line-bound goblins gasped. Their spears lifted without order and then stilled at matching angles. Duth stared at his own hands as if they had betrayed him by becoming correct. Vaelorian whispered, "Human war magic." Vaelorian opened his eyes. Vaelorian looked sick with recognition. "Elves externalize structure," he said, barely aware he spoke aloud. "Sigils, wards, forms, geometry. Humans put it in bodies, breath, oath, formation, cadence." Malachar looked at him with delight. "Continue." "No. Please. No." Vaelorian ignored them both. He felt Garran's core begin to take shape around the chain. That mattered. It was not restored as it had been. It was not Garran's old war magic pure and free beneath a human banner. The chain had entered the ash first. Whatever grew now would grow around black links, command pressure, formation binding, pain carried through rank, fear corrected into motion, obedience given cadence. Living and dead held under one martial will, chained war magic. Garran stopped screaming. The silence after was enormous. Vaelorian withdrew his hands. For a moment Sir Garran lay motionless on the slab, pale, whole, black-veined, smoke-eyed, and terrible. Then he sat up, no lag, no wrong shoulder. No borrowed reach correcting itself half a breath late. He turned his head toward his armor. Malachar very quietly exhaled. "Well," he said, "that was upsettingly successful." No one laughed. Garran stood, naked except for death, black veins, smoke, and the dignity of a man who had been rebuilt around command. The goblins looked away, then looked back because fear was stronger than modesty. Vaelorian stared as if seeing the future arrive too early. Mother Kael wept once silently and then stopped before the children could ask why. Vaelorian lifted Garran's sword. The marshal took it. His hand closed around the hilt. Perfect. Vaelorian stepped back. Cut. Garran moved. The sword passed through the air. No correction, no hesitation, no mismatch. The cut was not fast in the way young duelists admired. It was complete. Shoulder, wrist, hip, foot, spine, command, memory, and dead flesh agreed. The blade stopped exactly where intention ended. Havenmar lowered his head. Orvan Hall struck the anvil plate once. The sound rang through Narrowmouth. Garran looked down at the sword. Smoke drifted from his eyes. "My lord," he said. His voice had changed. It was still Garran, still formal, still dead. But beneath it moved another layer now, a pressure that made the line-bound straighten before they knew they had chosen to. The body answers. Vaelorian nodded, and the core. Garran was silent. He lifted his left hand. For one moment nothing happened. Then Duth and the line-bound all inhaled sharply at once. Their spears lowered into formation, not from the lesser hand's pain, not exactly, from a pressure that passed through the air like a drumbeat heard by bones. Garran stared at them. So did Vaelorian. Havenmar smiled. It was a terrible expression on a dead sergeant's face. "Again," Mar said to the line. The goblins obeyed before pain arrived. Garran closed his hand. The pressure vanished. Vaelorian whispered, "You have made him a command focus." Vaelorian looked at him. Vaelorian's face had gone hollow. "No," he said, correcting himself with visible dread. "Not made, restored incorrectly." Vaelorian considered that, then accepted it. Better. Mother Kael stepped toward Garran. Every dead thing in the chamber seemed to notice. She stopped before him, close enough to see the black veins beneath his pale skin and the smoke moving in his eyes. "Do you know what has been done to you?" she asked. Garran looked down at her. "Yes." The answer surprised her. It surprised Vaelorian too. "Do you?" Mother Kael pressed. Garran was silent long enough that even Vaelorian listened. "I know I was dead," he said. "I know I was misplaced. I know my lord has corrected the vessel. I know something that once answered to my command has been called back and chained." Mother Kael's face trembled. "And is there grief in that?" Garran looked toward the line-bound goblins, the carts of dead, the newly risen smith, the seed mother, the tools, the children, the black handprint, the hollow that had been conquered and was now being organized. "Yes," he said. The room changed. Mother Kael almost spoke. Then Garran continued. "But grief is not an order." Whatever mercy had tried to gather in the chamber died there. Vaelorian stepped forward with the black armor. He did not hand it to servants. He began placing it on Garran himself. That was ceremony. Everyone understood. The gorget first, then breastplate. Pauldrons, gauntlets, greaves, each plate closed over the pale, black-veined flesh. Each fastening hid the restored horror and shaped it into office. By the time the armor covered him, only the smoke from his eyes remained visible through the helm's shadow. Last came the helm. Vaelorian held it. Sir Garran Veyl knelt. The black lance lowered his head. Vaelorian placed the helm over him. When Garran rose, the hollow no longer saw a corpse housed in armor. It saw the Lord Marshal of the Chained Legions before the legions existed. Vaelorian turned to the chamber. "Remember this," he said. No one doubted that they would. He looked at the human dead made whole through borrowed flesh. The smith, the sergeant, the seed mother, the mine foreman, the woodworker, the officers still waiting, the war ancient still veiled, the warden bodies reduced, the goblin dead spent, the living hollow horrified into silence. "Death is not enough," Vaelorian said. "Bones are not enough. Obedience is not enough. A thing must be shaped until its use and its form agree. His eyes moved to Saga. She understood too much. His eyes moved to Vaelorian. He understood more. Then Vaelorian looked toward the veiled war ancients. "Tomorrow," he said, "we wake council." Garran's smoky eyes turned toward the covered frames. The newly restored war core beneath his armor pulsed once, faintly, like a distant drum heard under earth. Outside, beyond the hollow mouth, the first grave loam waited for correction. Inside, the dead stood whole and pale beneath black veins. Narrowmouth had expected food. Vaelorian had brought hands, and now the hands remembered how to work. Chain 4. Bread and Iron. Link 5. The mustering after extinction. The Hollow prepared for war while the dead were told the world had ended. That was Vaelorian's first mercy to Narrowmouth that morning. Not kindness, not softness, not anything Mother Kale would have named mercy if asked. Only separation. The line-bound did not need to hear the old human dead learn what had become of humanity. The children did not need to watch grief enter things already dead. Saga did not need another truth sharp enough to cut her silence open. Malachar did not need to be present with his hungry eyes and delighted little observations about historical despair. The Forge did not need to pause. The Graveloam did not need to wait. Stone Eater's Ben did not grow weaker because Vaelorian had questions older than goblin debt. So Vaelorian chose a side chamber. It had once been a mushroom room before Narrowmouth's taking. Low-ceilinged, damp-walled, shelves cut into stone. Root fiber trays stacked along one side, half spoiled and now under the seed mother's disapproving authority. The air smelled of wet earth, old fungus, and the bitter black smoke that drifted from the eyes of the dead whenever the chain moved too near their inner thoughts. Vaelorian stood near the entrance, not seated. Vaelorian had considered allowing him to sit, then decided against it. Standing made the elf look like witness instead of guest. Witness was closer to the truth. Sir Garran Veyl stood at Vaelorian's right, black plate silent, helm turned toward the seated dead. His restored body sat properly beneath the armor now. The mismatch had been corrected. The form remembered itself. But the new war core beneath his breastplate remained restrained, a slow pressure instead of a drumbeat, as if Garran understood that this room required counsel before command. Havenmar stood behind him. The first sergeant had not been invited for strategy, not precisely. Vaelorian had asked him to attend because armies were not built by marshals and ancients alone. Someone had to translate doctrine into pain, repetition, posture, and the little cruelties by which frightened bodies became lines that did not immediately scatter. Mar understood the dirt floor truth of command. He had earned presence in the room. The four war ancients sat opposite Vaelorian, not in a row. That had been Adren Pell's objection. Rows, he said, made weak councils because everyone faced the Lord and no one faced the map. Corvin Ash had then ordered the old mushroom trays cleared from the center floor so the clay board could be laid flat. Talon Veyr requested the doctrine tablets. Mara Thorn asked for the red board and said nothing further until it arrived. Now they sat around the map of the world Vaelorian did not yet possess. It was not a true map, not yet. Vaelorian had drawn what he could from elven education and bitter memory. The elven inner territories were marked in smooth arcs too elegant for the clay. Dwarven Voltranges were carved as deep hard lines beneath mountain marks. Orcish reaches became rough bands beyond old frontier scars. Goblin hollows were dots, gaps, guesses, and debts near the deep wood's edge. Human lands were mostly blank, not because there had been nothing there, because the victors had taught later generations not to remember with precision. That absence had bothered Talon Veyr before Vaelorian spoke. His dark, smoky eyes had lingered on the blank places. "Your map is wounded," he had said. Vaelorian had answered before he could stop himself. "Yes." No one had corrected him. Vaelorian stood at the head of the clay board. He did not begin with Stone Eater. That would come after. He began with the truth. "Humanity is extinct," he said. The room remained still, not because they understood, because they did not. Having Mar's broken-nosed face did not move. Garran's helm did not turn. Adren Pell's stylus paused above his rationed slate. Corvin Ash looked at the map as if searching for an improperly marked siege zone. Talon Vayr's black-veined fingers settled on the cracked campaign tablet across his knees. Mara Thorne looked at Vaelorian, and only Mara went still in the way of someone who had heard the sentence before the speaker finished building courage enough to say it. Aorian closed his eyes. Vaelorian continued. The world believes humans have been gone for roughly 1,000 years. Talon Veyl spoke first. Define gone. His voice remained dry, controlled, official in a way no living court could imitate because living officials feared consequence. Talon's consequence had already happened. No human city remains, Vaelorian said. No human kingdom, no recognized human settlement, no public bloodline. No surviving banner, no academy, no army, no permitted enclave. Adren Pell lowered his stylus. Population estimate. None. None recorded or none surviving. Both according to the histories taught by elves. Corvin Ash leaned forward, the mountain redoubts. Aorian's jaw tightened. Vaelorian did not look at him yet. Gone. The river colonies, Talon said, gone. The western evacuation belts, Adren said, gone. Corvin Ash's smoky eyes narrowed. Southern child holds. The words changed the room, not loudly. The chamber did not shake, no chain flared, no dead thing screamed. But something inside the dead humans shifted toward the question. Aorian's hands closed at his sides. Vaelorian looked at him then. The elf did not speak. Mar did. The children, he asked, only 2 words. They were rougher than any speech the ancients had given. Mar had not asked with elegance. He had not asked like a scholar or strategist. He asked like a sergeant who had once shoved boys into lines and cursed them into living long enough to grow into soldiers. He asked like a man who had seen children behind walls and had trusted, in some hard part of him, that even enemies knew the difference between a sword arm and a cradle. Aorian said nothing. Mar turned his dark, smoky eyes toward him. Elf, he said, say where they went. The chain inside Aorian tightened before Vaelorian willed it, not to punish, to hold him in the place where truth had found him. Aorian opened his eyes. They did not all die at once, he said. Adren Pell's stylus snapped in his hand. The sound was small. It landed like bone breaking. Talon Vayr's face did not change, but black smoke thickened behind his eyes. Corvin Ash whispered, the Accords forbade that. Vaelorian looked at her. She did not look back. Her gaze remained on the blank human lands. The continuance Accords, she said. Late war terms, civilian continuance, bloodline containment, child wards under neutral witness, disarmament of academies, dismantling of expansion forts, surrender of war magics above Third Circle, restricted settlement rights, hostage education for noble houses, no extermination of civilian stock. Her fingers curled around the tower piece in her hand until the dead flesh creaked. The elves and dwarves swore the children would remain. Aorian breathed in. The sound was shallow. Mara Thorne spoke without looking away from Vaelorian. First terms are often written by fear of prolonging war. Final policy is written after victory. Corvin Ash turned on her. That is analysis, not answer. Yes, Mara said, because he has the answer. Her smoky eyes moved to Aorian. Every dead human gaze followed. The elf stood alone at the mouth of the chamber with the whole history of his people pressing behind him like a beautiful wall built over buried throats. Vaelorian said nothing. This was not one of the truths he wanted dragged out by force alone. Aorian had to speak it or be seen refusing. The chain understood the difference. Aorian swallowed. The continuance Accords existed, he said. Mar's jaw shifted once. Aorian continued. They were signed in stages. Not all powers accepted the same articles. Some human commanders rejected them. Some elven courts argued enforcement required magical oversight. Some dwarven high vaults insisted surrendered human engineering archives be seized before civilian relocation. Orcish war clans did not recognize several surrender zones. There were raids after signatures. Human resistance cells continued. Hidden academies were found. Some enclaves armed children. Children can carry knives, Mar said. That does not make them armies. Vaelorian's face tightened. No, he said, the word cost him. Adren Pell asked what replaced civilian continuance. Vaelorian did not answer quickly enough. Mara Thorn did. Say the polite phrase. Vaelorian's eyes flicked to her. She watched him with cold, dead precision. Say it, she repeated. Vaelorian's voice became barely more than breath. Final pacification. The chamber went utterly silent. Even the line bound outside seemed to feel it through stone. A spear butt stopped tapping. A child's voice in the larger chamber quieted. Somewhere near the forge, Orvin Hall's hammer paused before striking. Talon Veyl lowered his head. Not in prayer, in calculation that had found its end and hated the answer. Adren Pell set the broken stylus aside and picked up another from his lap. Define policy. Vaelorian looked at Vaelorian. Vaelorian looked back. No permission to soften, no permission to stop. Registration became containment, Vaelorian said. Containment became relocation. Relocation became bloodline partition. Children were removed from families where human war instruction was suspected. Surviving schools were dissolved. Human names were replaced in some wards. Marriage was restricted. Birth records were sealed. Some bloodlines were absorbed into servant classes under altered designation. Some were sterilized by ward. Some were placed under magical quieting. Corvin Ash said, quieting. Vaelorian's mouth twisted. Suppression of inheritance. Memory, language, spell forms, martial breath. Anything considered resurgence risk. Mar took one step forward. Garran's hand lifted slightly. Mar stopped, but his smoky eyes did not leave Vaelorian. Children, Mar said again. Vaelorian's voice broke on the first attempt. He began again. The child wards did not remain neutral. Some were transferred to elven custodial houses. Some to dwarven vault supervision. Some were lost when famine struck restricted settlements. Some disappeared into private ownership despite law. Some were killed in reprisals after resistance attacks. Some were declared non-compliant bloodstock. Bloodstock, Garran said. The word inside his helm became colder than death. Vaelorian flinched. Yes. Vaelorian felt that word move through himself as well. Bloodstock. White Hollow had not invented its language alone. Vaelith Airhammer had not been a freak accident standing outside history. He had been a cellar under it, a polished survival of what policy had once made thinkable. My mother, Vaelorian said, was held under such language. The dead turned to him. Vaelorian looked at the floor. Vaelorian did not look at him. The last line I know of survived under Lord Vaelith Airhammer, an elven elder, Vaelorian's father. The room turned on the elf. Vaelorian did not move. He had known this part was coming. Knowing did not help. Vaelorian said he preserved human blood in secret beneath White Hollow. Property, experiment, shame, indulgence, proof of old crimes. My mother lived under the chain bind until freedom came too late for her mind to hold it. The smoke in Garran's helm thickened. Mar's hands closed. Talon Veyl stared at Vaelorian now, not as at a commander, not as at a boy, but as at a document recovered from ashes and written in flesh. Vaelorian continued. I killed him. No one interrupted. I studied the spell that enslaved us. I cut the chain from myself. I tried to free her. His voice did not break. That almost made it worse. The chain had destroyed too much. She could not return. She knew me, then lost me, then knew pain, then obedience, then fragments. Freedom arrived after the person it was meant to save had been spent. Mother Kale was not in the room. Still, Vaelorian heard the shape of what she would have said. He ignored it. I killed her. Aorian shut his eyes, having Mar look down, not away. Down, as soldiers sometimes did over a body before someone ordered them back to work. Adren Pell's stylus did not move. Corvin Ash's tower piece sat motionless in her palm. Talon Veyer's voice came quieter than before. You are the surviving blood. As far as I know. Hybrid. Yes. Raised under elven captivity. Yes. Educated through ownership. Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Mara Thorn said, then you are not the return of humanity. The room tensed. Garran's helm turned toward her. Mar's posture shifted. The chains stirred. Mara did not stop. You are what happened because humanity did not return. The words struck more cleanly than insult. Aorian opened his eyes. Vaelorian stared at her. Mara's smoky gaze held his. If there had been surviving cities, they might have raised heirs. If there had been enclaves, they might have preserved law. If the child wards had endured, they might have taught language without chains. If the accords had held, humanity might have become wounded, diminished, watched, furious but continuous. She leaned forward slightly. You are discontinuity given a name. The chain moved around her frame, not striking. Listening, Mara continued. You are not restoration. Do not make that error. Restoration wastes strength trying to rebuild the room as it stood before the fire. The room is ash. You are not vengeance either, unless you intend to spend strategy feeding a wound until it is full and you are empty. Vaelorian said, then what am I? Talon Veyer answered, consequence. Corvin Ash said, breach. Adren Pell said, unscheduled survival. Mar said, muster. Garran's voice came last, the mustering after extinction. The chamber held the phrase. It did not comfort, that made it useful. Vaelorian looked at the clay map. Human lands blank, elven territories smooth, dwarven vaults deep, orcish reaches rough, goblin hollows small enough to crush and numerous enough to matter, deep woods vast and watching. The world had shaped itself around human absence. Its laws, lies, borders, teachings, comforts, and terrors had all grown with humanity as dead foundation. Now dead humans sat in a goblin mushroom room beneath a stolen hollow, and the last living human blood stood before them with black chains beneath his skin. Good. Let the world adjust. You asked what I intend, Vaelorian said. Talon Veyer said I did not. No, but you require the answer. Talon accepted that with a slight incline of the head. Vaelorian placed one finger on Narrowmouth. I will begin with goblins. Skava was not there to hear it. Aorian was, his face tightened. Why? Adren Pell asked. They are close, divided, hungry, hidden, used to debt, fear, and smaller tyrants. They know tunnels, roads, scavenger paths, root stores, and old places larger powers ignore. They can be broken hollow by hollow. Mara Thorn said, subjugation base. Yes. Not extermination. No. Mar grunted. Need recruits alive. Vaelorian glanced at him. Mar did not apologize. Vaelorian looked back to the map. Stone Eater's Bend is next, not because it is grand, because it feeds, because it rules smaller holes through debt, because its fall can teach nearby hollows that my hand replaces his. Corvin Ash nodded once, second hold. Adren Pell added, food root. Talon Veyer said, narrative correction, predator replaced by larger order. Mara Thorn said, careful, larger predator is still predator, make them say order first. Vaelorian almost smiled, that is why you are here. He moved his finger outward. After the goblin hollows, orcs. Garran shifted slightly. That was not doubt, it was attention sharpening. Vaelorian continued. Not immediately, not stupidly. Orcs are not goblins with larger bodies. They are martial, clan-bound, stronger, harder to fright, and more useful if taken correctly. We will need food, armor, tunnels, dead officers, disciplined living lines, buried reserves, and victories enough that lesser goblin rulers submit before every hollow must be stormed. Mar said orcs will test pain. Vaelorian looked at him. Mar continued. Goblins learn pain means master. Orcs may decide pain means worthy fight. Garran said, then we do not open with pain alone. Marathorn's smoky eyes moved between them. Good. Vaelorian's finger moved toward the deep woods. Some clans in the forest can be taken, some avoided, some studied. We will not charge the deep woods because fools do not survive places that watch before speaking. But its edges hold power, beasts, old rites, hidden peoples, things that know roots and winter better than courts do. Some can be bound, some can be made to fear what waits beneath them. Some can be left until hunger or rivalry opens the path. Vaelorian whispered, you speak as if the whole world is inventory. Vaelorian looked at him. It is. The elf recoiled as much as the chain allowed. Vaelorian's finger moved to dwarven marks. Dwarves later. Adren Pell leaned forward slightly. Industrial objective. Yes, metal, vault craft, engineering, mines, siege knowledge, roads below mountains, stores that survive centuries. Their craft will be needed if the chain is to become more than hidden terror. Corvin Ash said, dwarven holds cannot be taken with goblin fear tactics. I know. Do you? Vaelorian looked at her. The siege ancient did not soften. Good, she said, no harder. Vaelorian accepted the correction because it was useful. His finger moved to elven lands. The room changed again. Vaelorian's breathing altered. The dead humans noticed. They all noticed. Vaelorian did not look at the elf when he spoke. Elves will come. No one contradicted him. Elira Vane escaped Varos. Wardens died. Vaelorian is gone. Vaelith is dead. White Hollow will eventually be opened by someone with authority or suspicion. The elven world may not yet understand what I am, but it will learn enough to send law, soldiers, scholars, hunters, or assassins. Vaelorian said softly, yes. Vaelorian looked at him. Tell them what they will call me. Vaelorian's eyes burned with shame. Abomination, blood crime, human resurgence risk, chain binder, necromancer, Vaelith's hidden shame, proof of unlawful preservation, threat to post-war order. His mouth tightened. Some will call you victim. Vaelorian's expression did not change. And what will they do with that word? Vaelorian did not answer. Marathorn did. Decide whether killing you is mercy. Vaelorian looked at her, she looked back. Am I wrong? The elf said nothing. Vaelorian turned from him. Elves are not first because hatred is not sequence. Elves are later because they are stronger, richer, more magical, and more dangerous in reputation than in conscience. To take them, I need more than grievance. I need forces, dead anchors, war magic, doctrine, food, iron, and enough victories that the first elven defeat becomes belief-breaking. Talon Veyer's smoky eyes narrowed faintly. You do not intend to hide forever. No. You intend revelation as weapon. Yes. Marathorn's mouth curved by the smallest amount. Good, but not before you can survive belief. The phrase entered Vaelorian and remained, survive belief. The world did not need to kill him while he remained rumor. Rumors could be dismissed, contained, misreported, laughed away, or sealed in letters between frightened officials. The danger began when enough people believed. Belief called armies. Therefore, belief had to be timed. Adren Pell tapped his stylus against the slate. Every dead enemy becomes resource. Vaelorian looked at him. Yes. Clarify. Bodies can be raised, buried, grafted, studied, harvested, or used as flesh stock. Spirits can be anchored if stable. Skills can be preserved if the bones or records remain. Warriors can return as soldiers, workers as labor, commanders as officers, scholars as counsel. Every battlefield leaves material. Every massacre leaves recruitment if I hold the ground. Vaelorian whispered, "Gods." Mar looked at him. Gods did not hold the child wards. Vaelorian flinched. No one corrected Mar. Vaelorian let the blow stand. Adren Pell wrote. Then casualty exchange favors you if recovery is possible. Yes. Not if enemy burns bodies. Then we teach them burning is retreat cost. Corvin Ash added, or strike before burning becomes standard practice. Talon Veyl said, expect enemies to adapt quickly once pattern is known. Mara said, especially elves, they will sanctify corpses, burn their own, deny you bodies, spread doctrine of ash. Vaelorian looked at Vaelorian. The elf's face told him she was right. Likely, Vaelorian said. Counter, Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian stared at him, the chain tightened, not painfully, yet Vaelorian's jaw worked. Speed, terror, capture before rights. Strike supply and command, not only bodies. Use their reluctance to abandon dead against them early. Later, once they adapt, you need non-corpse recruitment. Living chains, buried caches, constructs, captured stores. Mara Thorn looked pleased. Keep him, she said. Vaelorian said, I intended to. Vaelorian looked away. Talon Veyl returned to the earlier wound. The accords, he said. The room's strategic rhythm slowed. He looked at Vaelorian, who broke first. Vaelorian did not answer. Talon's voice remained calm. That was not accusation. That was campaign inquiry. Vaelorian gave a bitter little laugh. I do not know. Then say what your histories claim. Elven histories claim human resistance made containment impossible. That hidden war magic schools armed children. That surrender enclaves smuggled weapons. That human governors used child wards as shields. That dwarven refugee tunnels were turned into insurgent corridors. That orcish massacres triggered retaliatory cycles. That no power trusted human continuance because human adaptability made restriction temporary. Adren Pell said, justification language. Yes. Corvin Ash asked, dwarven roll. Vaelorian looked at the map. The dwarves sealed routes. Took archives. Claimed human engineering had become existentially dangerous. Some vaults sheltered human craftsmen for a time under oath. Later, most records say those lines vanished into debt, intermarriage, plague, or transfer. Transfer to whom? Talon asked. Vaelorian was silent. Vaelorian answered, people like Vaelith. Talon's smoky eyes lowered. Private preservation. Yes. Illegal. In the current age, perhaps not always. Vaelorian looked sick. Mara Thorn said, so extinction and preservation coexisted. Corvin Ash's hand tightened around the tower. Public death, private stock. Mar's voice came low. Children in cellars. Vaelorian whispered, not all. Mar turned on him. Vaelorian forced himself to continue. Not all elves knew, not all houses participated. Some opposed the final policies. Some hid children to save them. Some border wardens executed slavers. Some courts later outlawed the surviving practices. Some dwarven vaults preserved human texts rather than destroy them. Some healers argued human extinction was moral failure. Did they win? Vaelorian asked. Vaelorian looked at him. Vaelorian repeated, did they win? The elf's shoulders fell. No. Then they are footnotes. Mother Kale would have hated that. But she was not there. Talon Veyl looked at Vaelorian with something sharper than approval. Be careful, he said. Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. You risk learning the wrong lesson from extinction. Explain. The fact that mercy failed does not mean cruelty succeeds. It means weak mercy failed against organized fear. Cruelty without organization fails faster. Vaelorian studied him. The old campaign historian held his gaze. I am not advising kindness, I am advising accuracy. Marathorn said, he confuses those less than most boys his age would. Vaelorian looked at her. She leaned back slightly. You are still 14. The chain stirred, she ignored it. This matters. You were formed by captivity, not command. You understand pain intimately. You understand ownership because it owned you first. You understand hidden systems because you were hidden inside one. But ruling conquered peoples requires more than making them feel what you felt. Vaelorian's voice chilled. I did not call you to instruct me in my age. Yes, Mara said. That is why the instruction has value. Garran's helm turned toward Vaelorian. Not warning, not interference, presence. The Lord Marshal understood command rooms. He understood the moment a lord decided whether counsel remained counsel or became performance. Vaelorian let the silence stretch. Then he said, continue. Mara did. Your aim is dominion over goblins, orcs, elves, dwarves, and deeper powers. Ambitious, possibly irrational, but not impossible in pieces if each piece produces the means for the next. Goblins provide concealment, numbers, tunnels, and first territory. Orcs provide martial mass if broken through honor, challenge, hunger, or defeat ritual rather than pain alone. Deep Woods clans provide terrain power and old magic but must be divided or studied before contact. Dwarves provide industry, but only after you possess siege competence and supply depth. Elves provide magical legitimacy and the greatest symbolic reversal, but they are also the first enemy likely to unite others if threatened too early. She moved one black piece on the red board. Therefore, sequence matters more than hatred. Audrin Pell nodded, food before expansion. Corvin Ash added, depth before exposure. Talon Vayer said, narrative before empire. Mar said, training before battle if you want them useful after. Garran said, discipline before numbers. Aelrian whispered, and conscience never. No one answered. Then Vaelorian did. Conscience is what societies call restraint after someone else has paid for their safety. Aelrian looked at him. Vaelorian continued. Elven conscience outlawed Vaelith too late. Dwarven conscience preserved texts after vaults sealed living roots. Human conscience trusted accords that did not protect children. I have no use for conscience that arrives after the grave. That is not what conscience is, Aelrian said. Vaelorian stepped closer. The chain tightened in the elf. Then what is it? Aelrian's throat worked. He could have stopped. He did not. It is the thing that tells you not to become the reason someone else says that sentence one day. The chamber changed, not much, enough that even Mara Thorn watched him with renewed interest. Vaelorian looked at Aelrian for a long moment. Then he said, useful, but insufficient. Aelrian lowered his eyes. The exchange ended there, not resolved, placed. Vaelorian returned to the map. Stone Eater's Bend remains first. Audrin Pell dipped his stylus. Then define objective. Food stores, water access. Debt network, second hold. Public demonstration. Corvin Ash said, capture Stone Door intact if possible. Garran said, break Stone Eater visibly. Mara Thorn corrected, make him choose the visibility. Garran inclined his helm, yes. Talon Vayer said, claim is debt correction, not invasion. Aelrian looked at him. Talon continued, if Goblin Custom accepts debt transfer through conquest of creditor or debtor, exploit it. If not, fabricate an exceptional wrong and enforce acceptance before rivals gather courage. Mar grunted, say he took wrong. Skava would have been furious. Vaelorian almost wished she were there. Almost, Adrenpel asked, "What current stores remain?" Vaelorian answered automatically, then hated himself. Not enough for prolonged absence. If strike force leaves, narrowmouth ration pressure lessens temporarily but risk increases. Dead specialists do not eat but require guard. The living left behind may hoard. Mother Kale may resist harsh rationing around children. Mar said put Pike on stores. Vaelorian nodded. Joran Pike wakes before departure. Garran added, Dava Rusk continues drill. Mar comes with me or remains. Mar looked offended by the question. With you, he said. Garran did not react. Vaelorian said, Mar comes. The line-bound need to see what their future does to enemies. Marathorn smiled faintly. Witness doctrine. Yes. Corvin Ash pointed to the clay mark for Stone Eater's Bend. Need scout. Dusk, Vaelorian said. Garran said, not first through the upper crawl. Vaelorian looked at him. The beast is valuable, Garran said. Do not spend what cannot be replaced for sight that a terrified goblin may provide. Adrenpel added, agreed. Mara said send rumor first, send sight second, send fear third, send force last. Talon Veyl looked to Vaelorian. What elven pursuit risk during this action? Vaelorian took a moment to understand he had been asked as an advisor rather than interrogated. He answered with visible pain. Low immediate. Varro's survivors would require time to report, be believed, and receive authorization. But if Eldara reached a warden post quickly, a small reconnaissance party could already be forming. Larger action later. Vaelorian said, then Stone Eater must be taken before elven belief matures. Marathorn looked pleased again. Good, you learned sequence. Vaelorian ignored the tone. The council continued. It did not become softer because grief had entered it. It became sharper. That was the dead human's answer to extinction, not weeping without end, not speeches of noble restoration, not vows beneath imaginary banners. Their first grief had been terrible because it had been brief and disciplined. Now it sat under every calculation like iron under stone. The children had not been spared. The redoubts had fallen. The accords had rotted into final pacification. Humanity had become a cautionary insult, then a rumor, then a forbidden absence, then a hidden slave line under an elven estate. The dead did not forgive. They did not have enough information yet to decide where forgiveness would even point. So they planned. Adrenpel drafted the first ration schedule for a strike force that did not yet have all its soldiers. Corvin Ash sketched approach angles and possible collapse points around a stone door she had not seen. Talon Veyl shaped the spoken claim Vaelorian would carry. Not I conquer, but I collect what is owed. Marathorn refined the insult required to bring Stone Eater outside without making the entire hollow close around him. Garran assigned roles. Mar asked how many goblins were allowed to fail before punishment became wasteful. Vaelorian answered questions about elven timelines, old human map marks, and border politics with the haunted obedience of a man helping sharpen the knife that might one day cut his civilization. At last, Vaelorian lifted his hand. The room stopped. Not because he forced it, because command had acquired enough structure that pause itself obeyed. You know the truth now, Vaelorian said. The war ancients looked at him. Garran stood silent. Mar watched. Vaelorian stared at the map. Vaelorian continued. Humanity lost. The world swore children would remain. It lied. My line survived as property. My mother died after freedom came too late. I carry the spell that enslaved us. I will use it. No one spoke. I will not restore humanity. There is not enough left to restore. I will not spend myself avenging the dead one grave at a time. I will build something that makes extinction a failed strategy. Marathorn's eyes sharpened. Vaelorian's voice lowered. Every living people can be chained. Every dead people can be raised. Every skill can be preserved. Every corpse can be soldier, worker, council, flesh, warning, or seed. Every enemy that falls and is not burned becomes inheritance. Every battlefield I hold becomes recruitment. Vaelorian whispered, and every victory makes the world worse. Vaelorian looked at him. No, he said, every victory makes the world mine. Silence, then Adren Pell dipped his stylus. Then we begin with food. Corvin Ash placed the tower piece beside Stone Eater's Bend, and a second hold. Talen Veyr opened the cracked tablet wider across his knees, and a story the nearby hollows can repeat. Mara Thorn moved the commander piece 1 square forward on the red board, and a victory that teaches your enemies nothing useful. Garran's war corps pulsed once beneath black armor. Marshall's recommendation, he said. Stone Eater's Bend becomes the first public lesson of the chain. Vaelorian looked down at the clay map. Narrowmouth was no longer a lonely dot. It was the first link. Stone Eater's Bend waded eastward, fat on debt and food and old cruelty, thinking itself large because it had only ever measured itself against smaller hungers. Vaelorian placed 2 fingers on it. Then teach it, he said. The council bowed in different ways. Talen with grave precision. Corvin like a wall accepting load. Adren without looking up from his figures. Mara with the faintest tilt of the head, as if acknowledging not a master but a dangerous premise. Mar not at all, because sergeants wasted less time. Garran lowered his helm. Vaelorian did not bow. The chain made him stand still enough that refusal and obedience looked briefly the same. Vaelorian turned toward the chamber mouth. Outside, Narrowmouth hammered, whispered, drilled, mourned, and starved its way toward war. The dead smith rang iron. The seed mother cursed the soil into usefulness. Rook Veyl corrected the roof. Children learned that pale, dead hands could build what living hunger needed. Skava waited with debt words she did not want to speak. Mother Kale kept mercy alive in a room that had made mercy logistical. Malachar prepared corpses and grinned at the future. Behind Vaelorian, the war ancients continued to plan. The old human dead had been told that humanity was extinct. They had grieved. Then they had done what humans had always done when grief failed to change the weather. They made records, they made sequence, they made doctrine. And beneath a goblin hollow near the frost-dark edge of the deep woods, the mustering after extinction began. Chain 4, bread and iron. Link 6, Stone Eater's Dew. The road to Stone Eater's Bend did not look like a road until Skava showed them where fear had worn the earth smooth. It ran low through the frost-black roots east of Narrowmouth, not as a path made for carts or armies, but as a wound made by hunger. Goblin feet had passed there for years with baskets against their backs, with children hidden under rags, with old debts tied in bone and sinew around their wrists. The snow had been trampled thin where tribute had gone forward. The moss had been scraped where desperate hands had searched for dropped grain. In places, the roots bent over the track like ribs. Vaelorian walked at the center of the column. He did not hurry. The line-bound goblins moved before and behind him in 2 short files, low to the ground, spears held across their bodies instead of upright. They did not look like human soldiers. Garran had stopped trying to make them look like human soldiers. Havan Mar had beaten that lesson into the morning until even the stupidest of the line-bound understood that standing tall only made a throat easier to find. So they moved like iron had not yet reached them, but discipline had begun too. Low shoulders. Short steps, shields close, spears under. They still smelled afraid. Garran rode only until the roots grew too close for Nightfall's bulk. Then the dead charger remained beneath a black pine with 2 buried dead and 1 living goblin left to hold him. Garran continued on foot, black plate moving without breath, his lance shortened in his hand by some old mechanism Orvin had found in the haft. Even shortened, it looked too large for the tunnels ahead. Mar walked behind the first rank with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no whip. He did not need one. Every time a goblin spear rose too high, Mar's voice cut the dark. Lower, every time a shield drifted from the knee line, he spoke again. Close. Every time someone looked back, he said nothing at all. That was worse. Skava walked ahead under compulsion, barefoot despite the cold, her shoulders hunched as if the trees themselves were watching her betray something older than loyalty. Myrn of Two Cuts followed near her with the ledger wrapped in ragged hide and tied to her chest. The old goblin's hands shook, but not enough to drop what she carried. Vaelorian walked beside Vaelorian, pale and silent. Behind them came Malachar. He was smiling. That alone was enough to keep the nearest goblins from looking back too often. Two of the line-bound dragged the prisoner between them by a chain looped around his chest and arms. He had been one of Stone Eater's collectors. Skava had named him Crick of the Salt Fist after the mark on his knuckles and the habit that had earned it. He had come to Narrowmouth 3 winters in a row to take mushrooms, hooks, teeth, and one child whose name no one now said aloud. When dusk dragged him from a scout hole before dawn, Myrn had spat in his face. Vaelorian had asked if he was useful. Myrn had said yes. Skava had said no. Malachar had said professionally he has excellent ribs. Crick still lived. That was no longer mercy. His veins had turned black beneath the skin. They did not branch like sickness. They looped. The dark lines circled his wrists, throat, ribs, and stomach in half-formed links. Each breath shuddered out of him white and grave cold. His belly was slightly swollen, not with food, but with pressure. His eyes moved too quickly. His lips had been moving for the last mile, whispering bargains to every god, mother, debt, and hole he had ever known. No answer came. Malachar occasionally leaned close to him and listened with scholarly interest. "Do not die yet," the Grave-Walker murmured once. "It would spoil the shape." Crick sobbed. Vaelorian did not look at him. The ancients had not marched with them in full, not all of them. Adrin had remained at Narrowmouth with Orvin, the seed mother, and the first accounting of food, corpse stock, wounded, tools, and mouths. Talin remained with the records and the elders, preparing the words that would be repeated after the bend fell. Dame Corvin Ash had come as far as the last ridge, studied Skava's scratched map in the dirt, and given the assault 3 corrections that made Garran listen. Then she returned to Narrowmouth because, as she had said, a captured hollow becomes a liability if the first hollow collapses behind it. Mara had walked with them until the trees thinned and the stone began to show red beneath the snow. Then she stopped. She touched the red-stained ground with 2 fingers, rubbed the grit between them, and looked at Vaelorian. "Do not win loudly in every direction," she said. "Choose what the witnesses are allowed to understand." Vaelorian had asked, and what should they understand? "That Stone Eater failed," Mara said. "That his debt was weaker than yours. That his food was not safe from you. That his iron was waiting for a better master." Then she turned back. Now the red grit thickened underfoot. Skava saw Vaelorian notice it. She tried not to speak. The chain tightened, her jaw clenched, her breath hissed between her teeth. "Regel cut," she said. Garran looked at her. "What is that?" Skava's hands curled. "A bad place, a biting place, hill split open. Red stone inside, goblins scrape it, Stone Eater keeps the good pieces. Iron," Vaelorian said softly. Skava spat into the snow. "Bad iron. Goblin iron, rusty, hungry, not dwarf good." Vaelorian bent and picked up a red-black stone from the side of the track. It was heavy for its size. The surface had rusted in flakes beneath the damp, but beneath the rot color there was darkness. Garran looked at the stone, then at the line bound. His expression did not change. His voice did. "How much?" Skava swallowed. "Enough that Stone Eaters best have caps. Door has braces, collectors have hooks, some spearheads, some shields with teeth." Mar grunted. "That explains why the bastard thinks he is a king." Vaelorian closed his fingers around the oar. The stone bit into his palm. For a moment the black veins in his hand darkened. Vaelorian saw it. So did Garran. The ore did not melt. It did not crack, but a thin black line crawled across one rusted edge, curved on itself, and made the suggestion of a chain link before fading. Vaelorian opened his hand and looked at it. He said nothing, but Vaelorian's face tightened. He had seen that silence before. It was the silence Vaelorian wore when the world revealed a new place it could be made to obey. They reached the last turn before Stone Eater's Bend as the light above the trees dimmed into late gray. The hollow did not hide as Narrowmouth had hidden. Stone Eater's Bend sat in the side of a low red hill where an old stream had cut through rock and frozen itself into black glass. The entrance was wide by goblin measure, tall enough for 2 goblins standing on each other's shoulders, but low enough that Garran had to bow his head. A stone door stood half within the mouth, a rough slab dragged or levered into place long ago and reinforced with iron bands hammered crudely across its face. Smoke leaked from holes above it. Warm mushroom stink breathed from within. There were guards outside. That alone marked the bend as strong. 4 goblins stood at the entrance with iron caps on their heads and short spears tipped in red-brown metal. Their shields were not full iron but wood rimmed in it with hook teeth nailed along the edges. 2 more crouched in the upper crawl above the stone door with slings. Farther downslope, 3 bent-backed miners carried baskets of red ore toward a side path where the hill opened in a jagged cut. Regel cut. Vaelorian looked at it once, only once. Garran noticed. So did Skava. A small crowd had gathered near the entrance, not only Stone Eater's people. Skava had said there would be witnesses, and there were. Thin goblins from dependent holes, a root carrier with 3 children hiding behind her, 2 old males with finger bones tied around their necks, a trader from a salt hollow. A young goblin missing his left ear crouched beside a basket of gray mushrooms as if the basket were more valuable than his body. They had come to pay. They had come to beg. They had come because Stone Eater's debt had a way of becoming hunger if ignored. The guards saw Skava first. One laughed. Narrowmouth rat, he called. Came to pay with bones. Another saw the line behind her and stopped laughing. Then he saw Garran. Then dusk stepped from the trees to Vaelorian's left, violet spots nearly invisible under soot shadows, smoky eyes fixed on the upper crawl. The sling goblins did not move. Vaelorian stepped forward. His column stopped behind him, not perfectly, not yet, but close enough that Mar's mouth twitched with something almost like approval. A horn made from a split animal bone shrieked from inside the bend. Movement rippled behind the stone door. Faces appeared at cracks, holes, upper slits, lower vents. Goblins whispered. Some vanished. Some stayed because fear made them stupid. Some stayed because fear made them need to see. Stone Eater came out laughing. He was larger than Skava by a head and broader than most of the goblins around him. Age had thickened him instead of weakening him. His arms were scarred from wrist to shoulder. One side of his face had been torn long ago, leaving a white groove from brow to jaw. His teeth were filed flat at the front, not sharp, so when he smiled it looked as if he had chewed stone until his mouth learned the shape. Iron hung on him where others wore bone. A cap, a throat guard. Plates over one shoulder. A belly plate hammered from several pieces and tied with leather. His weapon was not a sword. It was a hooked iron bar, short and thick, made for catching shields and breaking fingers. Beside him shuffled an old goblin woman with white eyes and black gums. She was nearly folded in half. Bone dust clung to her lips. Around her neck hung strings of knuckle bones, tooth chips, little carved hunger stones, and finger joints marked with scratches. She carried no weapon. She carried a bowl. Vaelorian leaned closer to Vaelorian. That one, he whispered. Vaelorian did not look at him. Magic, he asked. Vaelorian's throat moved, crude, but yes, Skava heard and flinched. Knack a bone mouth, she said. The old goblin lifted her blind face at the sound of her name and smiled with black gums. Stone Eater spread his arms. Skava of Narrowmouth, he called. You bring tall, dead elf meat and a boy with dead eyes to pay old debt. Good, Stone Eater is generous. I take the tall dead first, then the cat, then the boy's hands. His people laughed because he expected laughter. The witnesses laughed less. Myrn stepped forward. Every joint in her body seemed to resist the act. The ledger against her chest shook. She untied the hide wrapping and opened the bound bone slats within. Each slat was scratched, notched, stained with old grease and older blood. Stone Eater's smile faded a little. Myrn of 2 cuts, he said. You still breathe. Myrn's voice cracked, but it carried. Narrowmouth comes to answer debt. Stone Eater grinned again. Good. And to name false taking, Mern said. The air changed. The goblins nearest the entrance hissed. Some stepped back. One of the dependent witnesses covered his mouth. Skava's eyes widened as if Mern had just bitten a god. Stone Eater lowered his arms. Careful, old cut meat. Mern looked at Vaelorian. The chain pulled the rest from her. 3 winters, she said. Stone Eater took more than due. Took food after debt paid. Took fingers from children not named debtor. Took watchers and gave no watching. Took iron price from Narrowmouth and gave no iron. Took blood and named it interest. Took fear and named it law. Naka Bonemouth began to shake her bowl. The bones inside clicked. Stone Eater's face hardened. Who holds Narrowmouth now? He asked. Mern did not answer. Skava's breath caught. Vaelorian stepped beside Mern. I do. There was silence. Then Stone Eater laughed again, but this time it was forced wide enough to show the flat stone teeth. You, he said, long boy in dead cloak. Narrowmouth belongs to any hand strong enough to take from it. I took, so I owned. You take. Then you owe me for what you took. Naka's bowl clicked faster. The dependent goblins began to moan. One of the line-bound behind Vaelorian gagged and clutched his stomach. Another bent at the knees. Skava folded halfway before the chain caught her and held her standing. Mern's hand went to her belly. Even Perrin, far back in the column, whimpered. A smell entered the air. Not rot, hunger, old hunger, empty belly hunger, winter hunger. The kind that made a mother count mouthfuls and decide which child slept first so the others would not hear. It moved through the crowd like smoke, but it did not touch Vaelorian. Not at first, then he let it. Aerion saw the moment he opened himself to the shape of it. Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. The hunger magic pressed against the chain bind in the goblins and found old marks older than Vaelorian's claim. Debts remembered by fear, debts remembered by stomachs, debts remembered because Stone Eater had made hunger into a leash before Vaelorian ever came to Narrowmouth. The old magic was ugly, but it was real. Naka Bonemouth whispered over her bowl, debt bites, debt hollows. Debt remembers the mouth that was fed. Several Narrowmouth goblins dropped fully to their knees. Took one step forward. Garran raised a hand, not yet. Vaelorian stared at Naka, a crude chain, he said. Aorion's face tight. Stone Eater spat. No chain, debt better than chain. Chain breaks when hand dies, debt stays in belly. Vaelorian turned his gaze to him. Then you understand more than I expected. Stone Eater's nostrils flared. Vaelorian lifted one hand. Behind him, the 2 line-bound, dragging Crick of the Salt Fist pulled the prisoner forward. Crick tried to dig his heels into the snow. The chain did not allow it. When the witnesses saw him, sound broke across the slope. Some cursed. Some cried out. One child screamed and hid behind the root carrier. Stone Eater's collectors gripped their weapons. Stone Eater stared. Crick, he said. The prisoner raised his head, his mouth open. Help me, master, he gasped. Stone Eater looked from Crick to Vaelorian, and for the first time his expression lost its performance. What did you do? Vaelorian's voice was quiet. He came to collect. Crick sobbed harder. The black links under his skin began to brighten, not with fire, but with grave cold. Frost formed around his lips. His stomach swelled another inch. Malachar watched with open delight. Vaelorian said, I return him full. Naka Bonemouth stopped shaking her bowl. Stone Eater understood one heartbeat before the rest. He lunged backward. Break, Vaelorian said. Crick died before he exploded. That was the mercy of it, a small one. His body folded inward as if an invisible fist had closed around his spine. Then the pressure Vaelorian and Malachar had poured into him found release. His ribs burst outward in black shards and bone splinters. Grave smoke slammed across the entrance. Frost flashed over the iron bands on the stone door. The 2 nearest guards vanished into red mist and dark fragments. One shield spun end over end down the slope with a hand still gripping it. The upper crawl shook. A sling goblin fell screaming and hit the ground badly. The stone door did not shatter, but its left brace snapped with a sound like a giant tooth cracking. The witnesses threw themselves flat. The line-bound recoiled. Panic hit them like wind. Then Garran's hand closed. It was not a spell Vaelorian had taught him. Not exactly. It was something older moving through the war core that had begun to remember itself, inside the dead knight's restored body. A pressure passed through the first rank, down their spines, into knees, shoulders, wrists, and jaws. Fear remained. Flight stopped. Mar's voice struck through the smoke. Shields. The first rank lifted. Spears. The spearpoints came under the shield rims. Hold. They held, not because they were brave, because the command had found a place inside fear and stood there with a weapon. Garran looked at Vaelorian once. Vaelorian understood. The lesser hand had spoken and the line had heard. Stone Eater roared from the smoke. His hooked bar swung through the black haze and caught one of his own wounded guards by the shoulder, dragging him aside. Blood ran down Stone Eater's face where bone splinters had cut him. His iron cap had been dented. One eye was half closed, but the other burned with animal fury. Kill them, he bellowed. Kill the narrow-mouthed rats. Kill the dead thing. Kill the boy. The bend answered. Goblin fighters poured from the cracked entrance and side holes, not in formation, but in a surge of teeth, hooks, knives, and iron-rimmed shields. They knew the ground. They knew the holes. They knew where the slope dipped and where loose stone rolled underfoot. They came low and fast. Garran did not shout, advance 3. The line-bound moved. 1 step, 2, 3. The collision was ugly. There was no grandeur in it, no banners, no horns after the first alarm, just small bodies slamming into shields, spears punching under ribs, hooks catching wrists, teeth snapping at hands, screams crushed under stone. Mar moved behind the line like an executioner correcting a machine. Too high. A goblin spear jerked down and punched into a bend fighter's thigh. Close. A shield snapped inward and trapped a hook long enough for the second rank to stab over it. Knees. The first rank dropped just as stones from the upper crawl whipped over their heads and cracked against the shields of the second. Dusk entered the smoke without sound. The first bend goblin to see her did not even scream properly. He made a wet, surprised noise as she took him by the neck and dragged him into the red brush. The second screamed enough for both of them. Malachar lifted both hands and laughed. The fresh dead near the entrance twitched. Vaelorian glanced at him. Limited, he said. Malachar's smile faltered with disappointment, then it sharpened again. As my lord prefers. 3 corpses rose badly in the smoke. Not soldiers, not yet. Chain ghouls, new and unstable, their limbs wrung from the blast, their mouths opening without breath. They did not need beauty, they needed seconds. One crawled under a shield and bit into a bend fighter's ankle. Another flung itself bodily into the upper crawl, dragging a slinger down by the leg. The third took 3 spear thrusts that would have killed a living goblin and kept moving long enough to pin 2 defenders against the cracked door. Naka Bonemouth began her bowl again. The hunger smoke thickened. This time it aimed at Vaelorian. Vaelorian felt it pass and recoiled. It carried old debts, not only from Narrowmouth but from every dependent hole that had eaten Stone Eater's mushrooms in winter and paid twice in spring. It was not refined magic, it had no elegance, but it had repetition, and repetition was one of the oldest forms of power. Det bites, Naka hissed. Det hollows, Det remembers. Vaelorian breathed it in. His stomach twisted once, only once. He looked almost curious. Then the chain moved, not visibly at first. No grand black links lashed across the slope. No weapon of spectacle. Instead, the line-bound goblins jerked as their newer bindings answered the older hunger. The 2 powers met inside their bellies. Some screamed, some vomited. Skava fell to one knee with both hands on her stomach and hatred burning in her eyes. Vaelorian looked at Stone Eater. You made hunger into law. Stone Eater smashed his hooked bar into a line-bound shield hard enough to split the wood. The goblin behind it shrieked but held until Mar kicked the back of his knee into place. Stone Eater snarled. Hunger was law before you had teeth. Yes, Vaelorian said. He raised his hand and the air around the line-bound grew cold. Not winter, grave winter, a thin pulse only, small enough that Mara would not have scolded him. The hunger smoke slowed as it crossed the cold. Frost formed along the threads of Naka's magic, revealing them for one breath as crooked strands running from her bowl into bellies, scars, finger bones, old ledger marks, and fear. Vaelorian saw the pattern. Vaelorian saw him see it. No, Vaelorian whispered. Vaelorian's fingers closed, the crooked strands bent. Naka screamed. Every bone in her bowl cracked at once. The dependent witnesses cried out as the hunger in their stomachs reversed direction. It did not vanish. Vaelorian did not heal it. He was not Mother Kale. He caught the debt and dragged it toward its loudest claimant. Stone Eater staggered. For the first time, his own hunger bit him. He looked down at his belly as if betrayed. Vaelorian said, "Debt belongs to the hand that can enforce it." Naka Bone Mouth fell to her knees. Black fluid ran from her gums. She clutched her cracked bowl against her chest and began whispering words that were no longer spell, only fear. Stone Eater roared and charged. Garran moved to meet him. The hooked bar struck the black lance haft with a clang that rang off the stone door. Stone Eater was strong. Stronger than his size should have allowed. Hunger magic had fed his body for years with the fear of others, and debt had made him heavy in the world. He drove Garran back one step, only one. Garran's dark, smoky eyes did not blink. Again, Garran said. Stone Eater swung again. This time, Garran turned the hook, let it slide, and struck Stone Eater across the chest with the butt of the lance. The iron belly plate dented inward. Stone Eater coughed and spat blood, then slammed his forehead into Garran's face hard enough to crack bone. Garran's head turned. Slowly, it turned back. That was when Stone Eater understood the difference between hurting a man and moving the dead. Mar barked, left throat. A line-bound spear shot forward from below Stone Eater's sight and cut the side of his neck. Not deep enough to kill, deep enough to anger. Stone Eater grabbed the spear shaft and pulled the goblin forward. Garran's gauntlet struck Stone Eater's wrist. Bone broke. Stone Eater howled. Vaelorian stepped past the fighting line. Vaelorian grabbed breath he did not have permission to use. My lord. Vaelorian ignored him. Skava saw him pass and tried to rise. The chain held her where she was. She watched through pain and smoke as Vaelorian walked into the space Stone Eater's strength had made. Stone Eater saw him and smiled through blood. There you are, he lunged. Vaelorian did not dodge like a trained fighter. He did not need to. Garran's lance haft caught Stone Eater's hooked bar. Mar's nearest line-bound shield slammed into Stone Eater's knee. Dusk hit a bend fighter who tried to flank. A chain ghoul, nearly cut apart, wrapped both arms around Stone Eater's good leg and held for 1/2 second longer than a living thing could have borne. That 1/2 second was enough. Vaelorian touched Stone Eater's dented iron belly plate with 2 fingers. The iron was crude, poorly smelted, full of slag and old hammer scars. Goblin work, tyrant work, iron used for fear and display, but iron remembered pressure, and Vaelorian understood chains. A black mark crawled from his fingertips into the plate. Stone Eater's eyes widened. The mark did not bind him fully. He was not chain-bound, not yet, but the iron against his body tightened like a fist. The belly plate crushed inward against bruised ribs. The throat guard bit up beneath his jaw. The shoulder plate dragged him half to one side. Stone Eater snarled and fought the armor he had worn as proof of rule. Vaelorian leaned close. Your iron obeys faster than you do. Stone Eater spat in his face. Vaelorian did not wipe it away. He simply opened his hand. The chain came then, not as a whip, not as a flourish, as authority. Black links flashed from Vaelorian's palm and struck Stone Eater's chest, throat, and broken wrist. Stone Eater's body locked upright. His one open eye bulged. His teeth ground together until one cracked. Vaelorian turned to Myrn. The ledger. Myrn stared. The ledger. Vaelorian repeated. She came forward like an old thing walking toward a fire it had spent its life fearing. She held out the bone slats. Vaelorian took them. Naka Bone Mouth made a sound like a dying rat. No, she whispered. Vaelorian looked at her. Yes. He pressed Stone Eater's bound hand against the ledger. The old scratches darkened. The bone slats shuddered. Every goblin tied to those debts felt something move, not release, transfer. Some cried out in relief because the old bite stopped. Some cried out in terror because they felt a new mouth close around the place it had left. Stone Eater shook against the chain, veins standing out across his neck. Mine, he choked. Mine. Vaelorian looked at the witnesses from the dependent holes. Stone Eater's bend owed protection, he said. It gave hunger. It owed fair measure. It took double. It owed iron price. It hoarded iron. It owed debt law. It used appetite. He lifted the ledger. Debt remains. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Vaelorian's voice carried over the slope through the smoke into the cracked entrance of the bend, but the creditor has changed. The fighting slowed, not stopped, slowed. Goblins understood certain things faster than men and elves because goblins lived nearer to the stomach. They understood a bigger predator. They understood a broken chief. They understood when an old fear had been eaten by a new one. Stone Eater tried to speak. Vaelorian tightened the chain. The tyrant of the bend dropped to his knees. That did more than the explosion. More than the dead. More than Garran's black armor or Dusk's bloody jaws. Stone Eater knelt before the boy from the dead road, and every dependent witness saw it. Mar's voice rolled over the line. Forward, the line-bound advanced again. This time the bend broke. Some defenders threw down weapons. Some ran into side holes. Dusk went after two. Chain ghouls crawled over one. Garran did not chase the ones who fled into places they did not yet know. He took the entrance, the cracked stone door, the first chamber beyond it, and the bodies required to hold those places. A soldier takes the gate first. A beast chases meat. Garran was not a beast. Inside, Stone Eater's bend was warmer than Narrowmouth and Fowler. The first chamber widened into a low hall lined with mushroom racks and smoke holes. Children stared from crawl spaces. Wounded goblins hid behind baskets. Iron hooks hung from the wall beside finger bones and strips of dried meat. There were stores, not abundance, but enough that Narrowmouth's 3-day hunger suddenly looked like a solvable problem. Mar kicked weapons into a pile. Any goblin touching iron without command loses the hand, he said. No one tested him. Garran stood in the entrance with his black lance grounded and gave orders as if he had commanded goblin tunnel troops for years. First rank holds door. Second rank watches upper crawl. Third gathers shields. No pursuit past marked stone. Dead to the left. Living wounded to the right. Children untouched unless they run with blades. He paused. Mar grinned. Now we see who can hear. Vaelorian stood over Stone Eater in the main chamber. The tyrant still lived. Barely. The chain held him upright on his knees. Blood ran down his throat and into the bent iron of his belly plate. His followers watched from walls, holes, doorways, and shadows. Saga entered last. She looked at him. For one moment, hatred and satisfaction warred across her face. Then she looked at Vaelorian and remembered that monsters could replace monsters without becoming deliverance. Myrn came to stand beside her. Naka Bonemouth was dragged in by 2 line-bound goblins. Her bowl was broken. Her white eyes had gone wet and red around the edges. She kept whispering debts under her breath as if naming them might rebuild the world. Vaelorian held the ledger. Stone Eater's bend belongs to the chain, he said. Stone Eater made a thick, broken sound. Vaelorian looked down at him. You ruled by hunger. You will be remembered as appetite. Stone Eater's one open eye focused. Kill, he rasped. Vaelorian studied him. No, Stone Eater's expression shifted. For a heartbeat, even he feared death less than what came after. Vaelorian turned to Malachar. Preserve him. Malachar's smile returned like sunrise over a graveyard. For office or example, Vaelorian looked at the watching goblins. Both. Stone Eater began to struggle then, truly struggle. Not to rule, not to kill. To escape whatever category Vaelorian had just placed him in. The chain did not permit it. Outside, near the side path, Rook Veyl had arrived with the second cart group and the dead miners brought from Varos. He did not enter the bend first. He went to the hill. Vaelorian found him there after the first chamber was secured. The entrance to Rejalcut looked like an animal bite in the slope. Red-black stone showed beneath roots and snow. Wooden supports leaned where goblin miners had trusted luck more than craft. Ore baskets lay spilled near the path where their carriers had fled during the battle. The lower crawl breathed damp metallic cold. Rook Veyl stood before it with his dead hands on his hips. Orvin Hall crouched beside a basket of ore, turning a lump in his fingers with open contempt and reluctant interest. Garran came behind Vaelorian. Mar followed. Vaelorian came because the chain pulled him. Saga came because she could not bear not knowing what new thing would be made from another stolen place. Rook spoke first. Bad roof. He lifted one hand and pointed at the sagging supports. That kills diggers by spring. Then he pointed deeper. Good vein. Orvin snorted. good as generous. Usable as honest. He tossed the ore from one hand to the other. Poor smelt. Too much slag if handled by idiots. Which they did, but there is enough here for caps, shield rims, spearheads, throat collars. Maybe belly plates for the ones with backs strong enough not to fold under them. Mar looked toward the captured bend goblins being herded from the entrance. They will grow stronger or shorter. Garran ignored him. Enough for a line, he asked. Orvin looked at the ore, then at the line-bound goblins, then at the cracked iron bands on Stone Eater's door. For a line? Yes, he grimaced. An ugly one. Vaelorian stepped closer to the basket. He took a rough plate from among the spilled scraps. It had likely been meant for a shield facing or door patch. Badly hammered, red at the edges, cold in his hand. Armor protects the body, Orvin said, watching him. Vaelorian ran his thumb across the plate, the iron darkened beneath his skin. Vaelorian went still. Black lines etched themselves into the metal, not carved, not painted, not burned by heat. They appeared as though the iron had remembered that it had always meant to bear them. Chain links, small and precise, curling around the plate's edge. Vaelorian looked at the line-bound, holding the captured goblins below. Armor protects the order inside the body, he said. Orvin's expression hardened. That is not smithing. Vaelorian watched the black mark settle into the iron. It is now. Garran looked at the plate, then he looked at Vaelorian's hand, then at Mar's hands. The dead marshal understood first. The armor receives command, Garran said. Vaelorian nodded. The hand gives it. Mar's smile became something crueler than joy. So when I say knees, the iron says it with me. Skava whispered, second chain. No one answered her. Vaelorian did. His voice was low. You are making slavery wearable. Vaelorian turned the plate in his hand. No. He looked back toward Stone Eater's bend, toward the cracked door, the captured stores, the trembling witnesses, the kneeling tyrant, the broken hunger bones, and the red wound in the hill. I am making it uniform. For a while, only the mind breathed. Then Garran lowered his head, not in worship, but in recognition of a doctrine forming. The master hand binds, he said. Vaelorian looked at him. The lesser hand commands. Mar flexed his fingers as if already feeling gloves that did not yet exist. The marked hand corrects, Garran continued. Below them, the line-bound goblin stood in the smoke and red dust, shaking, bleeding, alive, and no longer outside history. Vaelorian closed his fist around the chain-etched iron. The line-bound obey. By nightfall, Stone Eater's Bend had stopped being a place that feared one master. It had become a place learning the shape of another. Chain 4, bread and iron. Link 7, the first seat of the chain. Stone Eater's Bend did not sleep after it fell. It listened. It listened to boots in chambers that had belonged to other feet. It listened to children being counted. It listened to wounded goblins dragged from smoke holes and root crawl dens, to weapons thrown into piles, to iron hooks stripped from walls where Stone Eater had displayed the fingers of debtors. It listened to the scrape of old symbols being cut away. It listened to the names of the living spoken aloud by mouths that had never been permitted to speak without fear before, and to the names of the dead spoken afterward with less ceremony and greater usefulness. By morning, the hollow no longer smelled only of mushrooms, smoke, and blood. It smelled of occupation. Vaelorian stood in the central chamber while the bend was divided around him. Stone Eater had once held court there beneath strings of finger bones and hunger stones. Those had been taken down before dawn. Mar had ordered 2 line-bound goblins to carry them outside and burn the cords, but not the bones. The bones were useful. Nothing that held memory was to be wasted. The chamber itself was larger than anything Narrowmouth had possessed. Its ceiling was low by human measure, but high enough that Garran could stand without bowing. Side passages ran from it like veins. One led downward toward water, another toward the mushroom beds, a third toward the red path and Regel cut. Smaller crawls opened high and low in the stone, most of them still being searched by dusk and the most terrified of the Bend children, who knew where bodies and knives could hide. Garran had taken the entrance. Mar had taken the first ranks. Adran had taken the stores. That was when Stone Eater's bend truly surrendered, not when Stone Eater knelt, when Adren found the food. The old logistician stood inside a store chamber with a dead human stillness that made the living goblins around him sweat. He had 3 bend food workers kneeling before him, 2 narrowmouth elders counting under compulsion, and Myrna of Two Cuts seated on a stone with the debt ledger across her lap. Piled before them were baskets of gray mushrooms, root knots, dried lichen cakes, smoked cave rats, strips of hard black fungus, salt lumps, cracked jars of rendered fat, and 2 sealed clay pots that made every goblin in the chamber stare with painful hunger. Adren pointed at the pots. "What is inside?" One of the bend food workers swallowed. "Egg paste." "How many days?" The goblin looked at the others as if the answer itself might be punished. Adren did not raise his voice. "How many days?" "For Stone Eater's house?" the goblin asked. Adren's eyes darkened for mouths. The answer came smaller. 20 days if only his fighters ate good. 10 if all bend ate thin. 6 if dependents came. Adren looked at the shelves, and narrowmouth Myrn whispered, 3 days if bad, less now after March. Adren made a mark on a scraped board with charcoal. "No feasts," he said. The food worker blinked. Adren looked at him. "You expected victory eating." The goblin did not answer. Adren turned to the line-bound guard beside the door. "No one eats from stores without mark. Children receive first ration. Wounded second if labor recoverable. Fighters third, elders by function, prisoners after classification." The guard did not understand all the words. He understood enough to be afraid. Adren made another mark. Empire begins when hunger is told to wait its turn. In the lower chamber, the Seed Mother found Stone Eater's mushroom beds and said the first kind word anyone had heard from her since she rose. "Not dead," she murmured. Then she stepped between the racks and began ruining everything Stone Eater had believed about food. The mushroom chamber was warm, wet, and rank. Pale shelves of fungus hung from woven root frames. Water dripped from stone channels into shallow pits. Rotting scraps had been shoved into trenches without order. Bone powder had been scattered too thick in some beds, and not at all in others. Goblin workers stood against the wall with their shoulders drawn up, waiting to be accused of failure. The Seed Mother crouched and touched the loam. "Wrong," she said. One worker flinched. "Wrong how?" Vaelorian asked from the entrance. He had come with Mother Kale, Vaelorian, and 2 line-bound guards. Dusk prowled behind them, her nose low, offended by the chamber's damp warmth. The Seed Mother lifted a handful of dark soil and let it fall between her fingers. Hungry soil, fed like a dog, kicked like a slave. It gives because it fears empty, not because it is tended. Vaelorian watched the soil. Can it produce more? The Seed Mother looked back at him with smoky dead eyes. Everything can produce more if you stop killing what makes it live. Vaelorian's mouth tightened at the words. Mother Kale heard something else in them. The Seed Mother pointed to one trench. Too much bone, bitter caps, sick bellies. She pointed to another. Too little rot, weak stems. Then to the water channel. Bad flow, stale, fever in 3 days if crowded. Vaelorian looked toward Mother Kale. She had been silent since entering the bend. Blood stained her sleeves. Her hair had come loose from its tie. She had spent the hours after the battle keeping alive goblins who feared her, hated her, or had served a tyrant she despised. Now she stood among mushroom beds won by terror and knew those beds would feed children who had not eaten well in months. Vaelorian saw the conflict, noted it, stored it. "You can keep fever from the wounded?" he asked. Mother Kale looked at him. "If they are given clean water, space, and rest." Adren says space is now a ration. Then Adren should learn that crowding the sick makes more sick. Vaelorian tilted his head slightly. Vaelorian saw it and felt cold. That was not irritation. It was interest. "How many can you save?" Vaelorian asked. Mother Kale's eyes hardened. "That depends on whether you stop making more of them." Vaelorian glanced at the mushroom racks, the water, the soil, the frightened food workers, the bend children hiding in the crawl above the chamber, and the line-bound standing at attention because Mar had made stillness more frightening than pain. "No," he said. "It depends on whether your mercy is organized." Mother Kale stared at him. "My mercy is not your storehouse." "Not yet," Vaelorian said. Vaelorian stepped half a pace forward before he could stop himself. Vaelorian looked at him. The elf lowered his eyes. The Seed Mother interrupted as though nothing holy or horrible had been spoken. Graveloam goes there, she said, pointing to the colder side of the chamber, small, not deep. You put too much death in food, and food remembers grave instead of root. Malachar would have argued. Vaelorian did not. He had learned enough to value expertise that corrected him. Do it, he said. The Seed Mother nodded once. Mother Kale looked at the place where the first Graveloam bed would be made inside Stone Eater's Bend. This is how it begins, she said. Vaelorian turned. What? She looked at him then fully. You do not destroy a place all at once. First you say the children must eat. Then the wounded must survive. Then the soldiers must be supplied. Then the soil must be taught to accept a little death. Always a little, always because something living needs it. Vaelorian regarded her for a long moment. Then he said, you understand logistics better than you pretend. Mother Kale went pale with anger. He left before she could answer. At Rejal Cut, Rook Veyl had begun by killing no one, which made the miners more afraid than if he had chosen a victim. The goblin miners expected rage. They expected Stone Eater's methods under a new mouth. They expected beatings, hunger, finger-taking, bodies shoved into the lower seam until the roof chose who it wanted. Rook gave them none of that. He gave them chalk marks, a line here, a brace there, a crawl forbidden, a support condemned. A pile of timber sorted into good, bad, and burn. He moved through the cut with 6 dead miners from Varos and 11 living goblins from the Bend. The dead obeyed without fear. The living watched them with the horror of laborers seeing their own future made efficient. Rook struck one leaning support with the back of his hand. Bad, a goblin miner flinched. Rook struck it again. Death, then he pointed to another place in the wall. Brace. The miner hesitated. Rook turned his head. Now the goblin moved. Orvin Hall had claimed a smoke chamber near the Red Path and was already insulting everything inside it. Stone Eater's smithy had not been a smithy by Orvin's standards. It was a pit with bellows, 3 cracked stones, bad tongs, worse hammers, and a heap of stolen or traded iron pieces sorted by size rather than purpose. Bent hooks, broken knives, shield rims, door nails. Or lumps, a child's shackle, a cooking frame, 2 finger breakers, rusted spearheads. A strip of dwarf-worked metal too good to have belonged there and too small to be useful as it was. Orvin stood over it like a judge before criminals. Trash, he said. One Bend goblin smith made the mistake of looking offended. Orvin pointed at the bellows. Trash. He pointed at the hammer. Trash. He picked up one iron cap, turned it over, and shoved it against the goblin's chest. This is not a helmet. This is a bowl that failed to become useful. The goblin stared at him. Mar, standing nearby with his arms folded, barked a laugh. Orvin dropped the cap into a pile, but trash can be melted. Vaelorian entered as the first fire was being coaxed hotter than Stone Eater's smiths had ever dared make it. Garran followed. Mar straightened, not out of fear, but because Garran had entered and Mar understood the difference between command and presence. Orvin wiped soot across his forearm. I need charcoal, better bellows, dry leather, hammerstone that does not chip like old teeth, and workers who know the difference between hot iron and angry mud. You have goblins, Vaelorian said. Orvin looked at the terrified Bend smiths. I have hands attached to problems. Garran looked at the piles. What first? Spearheads, Orvin said at once. Shield rims, throat collars, caps, door braces for the new gate, nails, hooks that are not ceremonial stupidity. Then plates, line armor, Garran said. Orvin's eyes flicked toward Vaelorian. If he insists on teaching iron to listen, yes. Vaelorian picked up the same crude plate he had marked at Rejal Cut. The black chain lines remained in the metal. They had not faded. Orvin hated that most of all. Vaelorian had come again, though unwillingly. The chain had kept him close to Vaelorian all morning. He stood near the doorway, watching the plate like a scholar forced to witness the invention of a prison. Garran held out one gauntleted hand. May I? Vaelorian gave him the plate. The moment Garran touched it, the black lines stirred, not to obey him fully, not yet, but they recognized something in him, the lesser hand, the authority Vaelorian had placed inside the Lord Marshal after remaking his body. The plate's chain marks did not bright, they aligned. Garran went very still. Mar noticed. What? Garran looked at Vaelorian. It hears rank. Vaelorian whispered no. Vaelorian's eyes sharpened. Garran turned the plate once. Your mark is primary. Mine can pass through it if permitted. He looked at the line-bound goblin Mar had dragged in for testing. Doth. The same goblin whose spear had been corrected so many times he now shook whenever Mar inhaled. Bring him. Doth was shoved forward. Mar took the crude plate and strapped it over Doth's chest with leather cords. It did not fit well. It sat too high against his throat and too low on one side. Orvin cursed and adjusted it with the offended precision of a man who hated bad work more than cruelty. There, he snapped. If we are inventing horror, let it at least sit straight. Doth trembled. Garran stood before him, knees. Doth dropped at once. Mar scowled. He was already scared. Again, Doth rose. Garran looked at Vaelorian. Permission. Vaelorian nodded. Garran lifted his hand, knees. This time the command moved before Doth did. The black etching on the plate tightened, not visibly to everyone, but the effect was unmistakable. Doth's shoulders locked, his spine short. His knees struck stone so cleanly and quickly that the sound echoed. Doth gasped. Mar's grin spread slowly. Again Garran said. Doth rose, shaking. Garran turned his wrist slightly. Shield. Doth had no shield. Still, his left arm snapped into position as if one were there. His body remembered the formation. Or rather, the armor remembered the order and dragged the body into the shape expected of it. Vaelorian took a step back. You have made obedience into equipment. Vaelorian watched Doth's trembling arm. Equipment can be issued. Garran lowered his hand. The pressure released. Doth collapsed forward, breathing hard. Mar kicked his boot near Doth's face. Not dead. Good. Up. Doth staggered upright. Mar looked at Garran, then at Vaelorian. Give me 10 plates and I can make 10 cowards stand like 5 soldiers. Garran corrected him. You can make 10 recruits hold position. Soldier comes after repetition. Mar shrugged. Then give me repetition that bites. Vaelorian looked at Garran's gauntlets. The dead marshal saw the thought forming. The hand gives command, Garran said. The armor receives it, Vaelorian answered. Mar flexed his fingers, then marked the hands. Vaelorian closed his eyes. Orvin looked from Mar's hands to the plate on Doth's chest and swore under his breath. Vaelorian stepped closer to Garran. You are my lesser hand. Garran bowed his head once. First lesser hand, he said. You will mark officers, not in flesh, Garran asked. Mara's warning had already reached both of them, though she was not in the chamber. Vaelorian looked at Mar. No, not yet. Gloves, gauntlets, bracers, things that can be given, taken, broken, and replaced. Mar's smile did not fade. Good. A bad sergeant should lose the hand before the head. Vaelorian opened his eyes. You are solving distance, he said. Vaelorian turned toward him. Vaelorian's voice was quiet, but there was real fear beneath it now. A master can command the slave before him. A tyrant can command the room he stands in. But this lets your will travel through rank. Vaelorian looked back at the plate. All lasting power does. Garran placed the marked iron on the workstone. Then we require law, he said, not merely marks. Vaelorian waited. Garran spoke as if reciting something that had existed before any of them, though it was being born in the smoke of a stolen goblin smithy. The master hand binds. The plate hummed faintly. The lesser hand commands. Mar's fingers curled. The marked hand corrects. Doth, still shaking, stared at the floor. The line-bound obeys. No one spoke for several breaths. Then Vaelorian said, make it repeatable. Orvin looked at the fire, then the ore, then the terrified smiths. Then the line-bound goblins outside the chamber. He exhaled without breath. I will need more hammers. In what had been Stone Eater's private eating hall, the war ancients were given a chamber. Given was not the right word. They took it because every other mind in the hollow was too small for what the room needed to become. Stone Eater had used the chamber to display his wealth, better mats, better bowls, a wall of stolen tokens from debtor holes, 2 iron lamps. A slab table where he had eaten while others stood. By midday, the mats were gone. The bowls were melted or reassigned. The wall had been scraped clean. Slab table remained because Corvin approved of the stone. Maps began to appear before there was parchment, charcoal on wall, bone pegs in cracks, red ore dust rubbed into lines. black cord tied between marked stones. Goblin scratches translated by Saga under compulsion. Human campaign notation imposed by Talon over local memory. The room changed faster than any other part of the bend. It became a mind. Talon Veyl stood before the largest wall while Saga pointed with one shaking finger. Narrow mouth, she said. Mern sat beside her and corrected the mark. Lower, root turned there. Talon moved the black cord. Stone Eater's Bend, another mark. Regel cut, a red smear. Then Saga hesitated, the chain tight, her face twisted. Vexa line, she said. The name changed the air. Garran stood near the door. Vaelorian sat at Stone Eater's old table, though not where Stone Eater had sat. He sat at the narrow end where he could see the wall, the door, the ancients, Garran, Vaelorian, Saga, and Mern at once. Mara had returned before sunset, silent and red-dusted from the road. Corvin had come with her, carrying 3 stones she had taken from the bend's outer slope. Adrin arrived last from the stores with his board under one arm and disapproval already prepared. Vexa line, Talon repeated. Skava's jaw clenched, 3 holes, maybe 4 if old Lowcut still breathed. Vexa throat, mud I watch, split-root toll, ash finger shrine, Mara asked. Det shrine, Mern said, old goblin place, before Stone Eater, before Narrowmouth. Goblins swear food dead there. Break oath and belly turns on you. Vaelorian's fingers rested lightly on the table. Vaelorian saw them move. Not a twitch, a note. Corvin stepped closer to the wall. This line controls approach. Saga nodded. To Blacktooth, the name came out like a swallowed stone. Mar, who had been standing near the back, stopped smiling. Even he had heard that name before. Blacktooth proper, Garran asked. Mern's eyes lowered. Yes, Talon turned slowly. Defined proper, Saga breathed hard, not a hole, many holes, hill like Blacktooth. Markets, pens, deep stores, smoke pits, war packs, bone witches. Maybe 200, maybe more if outer hollows called. Adrin's expression became severe in a way that made even the dead seem more dead. No, Vaelorian looked at him. Adrin placed his board on the table. No, he repeated, not now. Not with this food, this iron, this training level, this wounded count, this incomplete command structure, and a population that has not yet decided whether your rule means ration or death. Mar snorted. He says no like a priest. Adrin did not look at him. Priests say no because of gods. I say no because numbers remain true when ignored. Garran nodded. Blacktooth is not next. Corvin placed one of the stones on the table. The Vexa line is. Mara's eyes stayed on the map. Not because it is weaker, she said, because it decides who learns Stone Eater has fallen. Talon approved with a slight turn of his head. The story must reach the Vexa holes before the army does. Saga looked up sharply. Why? Mara smiled without warmth, so they have time to be afraid incorrectly. Vaelorian looked at her. Incorrectly? Yes, Mara said, they will fear the explosion, the dead, the panther, the kneeling of Stone Eater. They will fear what you did. She touched the red mark of Regel cut. They will not yet fear what you are building. Silence settled in the chamber. That was the shape of the next war. Not one hollow, not one tyrant. A line, a route. A set of mouths through which rumor, food, tribute, and fear would pass. Vaelorian looked from Narrowmouth to Stone Eater's Bend, then to the red smear of Regel cut, then along the charcoal marks of the Vexa line, then finally toward the black mark Saga had made for Blacktooth proper. Vaelorian watched him see it, not as distance, as sequence. Adrin tapped his board. Before Vexa, the bend must hold. We have 82 living goblins under direct occupation or binding if counts remain stable by morning. Combat capable within 10 days, perhaps 20 if Mar does not break more than he trains. Immediate reliable line, less than that. Mar muttered, reliable is a generous word. Adrin continued, food improves, but only if seed mother's beds stabilize and stores are not wasted. Regel output begins after roof correction. Smithy begins with spearheads and collars, not armor fantasies. Mercy ward must be separated from rot beds. Prisoners classified before nightfall. Stone Eater preserved, not displayed until purpose is chosen. Naka Bone Mouth interrogated under supervision. Det ledgers copied twice. Narrowmouth retained as rear node. Vaelorian listened. The ancients noticed that he listened. That mattered. He had power enough to ignore advice. He did not yet have power enough to survive doing so. Garran stepped to the table. Narrowmouth remains first root. Stone Eater's Bend becomes seat. Redjaw Cut becomes forge vein. Vexa Line becomes next operation. Blacktooth remains objective beyond readiness. Corvin added Bend fortifications first. The stone door is damaged. Good, it has been taught weakness. Now teach it murder. Mar grinned that I understand. Corvin ignored him. Murder slots here. False retreat Bend here. Corpse channel under this side crawl. Shield choke before main chamber. Upper crawl trapped or sealed. Store chamber behind second door. Mercy ward away from gate. War chamber not accessible from child crawls. Redjaw path fortified separately. Mother Kale had entered during the last of this, drawn by mention of the Mercy ward. Her face had gone still. Mercy ward, she said. Vaelorian did not turn. Yes, I did not ask for a ward. No, Vaelorian said. The wounded did. Her eyes moved around the chamber, the dead war mines, the goblin elders, the map, the red dust, the black cords, the conquered names. And if I refuse to make your army easier to mend, Vaelorian finally looked at her. Then children die first, because soldiers will still be given bandages. The word struck harder because he did not sharpen them. Mother Kale's face changed. Aelorian stared at Vaelorian. There it was again, not anger, not threat for threat's sake. Vow mapping, Mother Kale saw it too. You are learning where to press, she said. Vaelorian's expression did not shift. Everything with rules has a shape. My vow is not one of your chains. No, Vaelorian said, not yet. The room went cold. Even Mar stopped smiling. Garran looked from Mother Kale to Vaelorian but did not intervene. Audrin made no mark. Mara watched with the sharp stillness of someone seeing a future tool and a future revolt in the same body. Mother Kale stepped closer to the table. If you build a house for mercy inside this place, it will not answer to cruelty. Vaelorian held her gaze, then build it well enough to survive the neighbors. For a heartbeat, something like grief crossed her face, not for herself, for the fact that children would need the room he offered. She turned and left without bowing. Vaelorian let her. Aelorian whispered, you are turning her compassion into infrastructure. Vaelorian looked back at the map. She is doing that herself. No, Aelorian's voice trembled. You are placing the wounded where her vow must find them. Vaelorian said nothing. Mara did. A conscience becomes a faction if left without walls. Aelorian looked at her with naked disgust. Mara did not care. The war chamber returned to work. Outside, Stone Eater's Bend continued changing. The entrance was cleared of bodies. The dead were sorted into serviceable, damaged, and ritual-use piles. The line-bound who had survived the assault were fed thin broth under Mar's supervision, not as reward but as maintenance. Bend fighters who had surrendered were bound in groups of 3 and made to watch Doth repeat shield kneel drills in the first test plate until he vomited and rose again. Children from Narrowmouth arrived near dusk. They came in a guarded file with the wounded, the remaining elders' tools, packs, and the first corpse carts. Perrin walked among the children because they cried less near him. Mother Kale met them at the entrance and immediately began assigning sleeping places with a voice that dared anyone to argue. Some of the Bend children stared at the Narrowmouth children. The Narrowmouth children stared back. No one knew yet if they were enemies. Hunger decided before they did. A bowl was passed, then another. Stone Eater's food entered Narrowmouth mouths. Skava watched from the side of the central chamber as one of her hollow's smallest children ate mushroom broth from a bowl that had once belonged to Stone Eater's favored guards. Her face twisted. Vaelorian stood near enough to see. You hate that they are fed, he said. Skava did not look at him. I hate who fed them. Vaelorian accepted this as if it were a report. Eat. She stiffened. The chain did not force her at first. That was worse. She took the bowl Perrin offered and drank. At Redjaw Cut, the first new supports went in after nightfall. At the smithy, Orvan's fire stayed awake. At the entrance, Garran stood under the damaged stone door while line-bound goblins hauled the first iron braces into place. At the store chamber, Audrin counted again because victory made liars of first numbers. At the lower water room, the Seed Mother redirected a channel with 3 dead laborers and 1 living goblin who cried every time the corpse beside him moved. At the future Mercy Ward, Mother Kale washed blood from stone. At the war chamber, the ancients remained before the map. Vaelorian returned their last. A black cord now ran from Narrowmouth to Stone Eater's Bend. A red mark burned beside Regil Cut. Beyond them, the Vexa line waited in charcoal. Beyond that, Blacktooth proper was only a dark scratch on the wall. It was enough. Garran entered behind him, carrying the first rough strip of leather Orvin had cut for command gloves. Not finished, not marked, not even shaped properly, only a beginning. He placed it on the stone table. Vaelorian touched it with 2 fingers. No mark formed yet, not because the chain refused, because doctrine required order before power. Garran understood. "We begin with officers," he said. Mar first, Vaelorian answered. Garran nodded, then squad hands. Only after line iron receives consistently. Yes, Aelorian stood near the wall, exhausted beyond sleep, staring at the black cord between the 2 conquered hollows. "The armor listens," he said quietly. Vaelorian looked at him. "The gloves will speak." Aelorian's eyes lifted, and the bodies, Vaelorian turned toward the map. Below the war chamber, a line-bound goblin cried out as Mar corrected his stance. Somewhere farther down, a child laughed once before remembering fear. In the smithy, iron rang. In the mine, supports groaned into place. In the Mercy Ward, Mother Kale prayed over a wound inside a conquered hollow. In the store chamber, hunger was measured and made to wait. The bodies, Vaelorian said, obey. Garran stood beside him. The master hand binds, the lesser hand commands, the marked hand corrects, the line-bound obeys. This time the words did not sound like discovery. They sounded like law. Stone Eater's Bend had been taken by battle. By dawn, it had become the first seat of the chain, and on the wall before them, the Vexa line waited to learn that fear could be planned. Chain 4, Bread and Iron. Link 8, the Devotion Draft. 10 days after Stone Eater's Bend fell, the hollow had begun to breathe like something larger than a den. It did not breathe cleanly. It breathed smoke, wet heat, forge sweat, mushroom rot, grave loam vapor, boiled bone, iron filings, blood-washed stone, and fear pressed into routine. But it breathed. That mattered. The first mornings after the taking had been noise without rhythm, crying children, wounded goblins, hammering that stopped whenever the bellows cracked, arguments in the mushroom chambers, screams from line-bound drill, Stone Eater groaning in the preservation pit before Malachar corrected the sound, Naka Bonemouth whispering debt words until Vaelorian ordered her tongue watched for spell shapes, Mother Kale praying in the Mercy Ward over bodies that had survived one tyrant only to wake beneath another. Now there was rhythm, not peace. Rhythm. The smithy rang day and night. Orvin Hall had rebuilt Stone Eater's insult of a forge into something that could be hated properly. The bellows had been repaired with stolen hide and new stitching. The hammerstone had been replaced. The fire pit had been deepened and lined with stone rook judged unlikely to split under heat. Regil ore came in shallow baskets carried by goblins with red dust in their ears and under their nails. Bad iron went into the fire. Worse iron went into scrap. Useful iron came out in shapes chosen by Orvin's anger. Spearheads first, shield rims second, throat collars third, caps fourth, flat plates after. The forge made the bend warmer but not living warm. It was a working heat, a furnace heat, a heat that turned goblin breath damp and made children sleep farther from the smithy doors. The smoke crawled through high vents and blackened the upper stone. Every time the hammer struck, the sound traveled into the central chamber, into the war room, into the Mercy Ward, into the sleeping crawls, and into the mushroom beds. The bend learned the sound. Iron meant ration. Iron meant drill. Iron meant someone had been counted useful enough to protect and control. In the lower chambers, the mushroom beds bloomed with obscene vigor. The Seed Mother had forbidden anyone from calling it a miracle. Miracles were lazy words, she said. Food is work that does not brag. Still, even Adrin Pell had stopped saying starvation before every third sentence. The old beds had recovered faster than the living goblins believed possible. Pale caps swelled along the racks. Thick gray clusters pushed from grave loam rows in the cold side chamber. each stem faintly veined with black where Vaelorian's death-rich soil had been thinned correctly under the seed mother's direction. Root pits were sorted, rot trenches layered, bone ash measured instead of flung. Water channeled through clean cuts and charcoal beds before it touched the fungus. Spoiled racks were burned, weak racks were fed. Bitter caps were marked for animals, prisoners, or experiments, depending on who asked. Adrin counted every basket, then he counted again. The living goblin said the beds had never looked so full. The seed mother said full was not stable. Adrin said stable was a future word and full had immediate value. They did not like each other. They worked well. In the first mustering chamber, the line-bound were no longer simply goblins with spears. They were beginning to resemble an idea. Not a beautiful one. A few wore caps hammered from Regio iron. Several had throat collars. Most had shield rims. 7 had crude chest plates marked with Vaelorian's chain etching and adjusted by Orvin until they no longer choked the wearer when standing still. Duth wore the first plate often enough that the other line-bound had begun to stare at him not with respect, but with fear of what he represented. Linium, the second chain. Mar drilled them until their arms shook and their legs failed. Then Garran corrected the drill because Mar would happily create cripples if given enough enthusiasm. The difference between punishment and training had become a daily argument. Garran insisted soldiers were not improved by waste. Mar insisted waste was often hidden weakness telling lies. Vaelorian listened to both. The first command gloves were not finished yet. They were ugly things. Heavy leather iron strips across the knuckles, black thread stitching, and small blank plates on the back of each hand where marks would eventually sit. Orvin hated them. Mar wanted them. Garran treated them as if they were not equipment but law waiting for a body. None had yet been fully marked. Doctrine had to precede power. That had been Garran's phrase. Vaelorian had accepted it. That frightened Aelrian more than if Vaelorian had ignored him. A tyrant who listened to useful restraint became less impulsive, not less dangerous. Stone Eater's Bend had also gained a mercy war. Mother Kale had refused to name it that. Everyone else did. It occupied a side chamber away from the rot beds, away from the forge smoke, away from the gate, and not far enough from the war room for her liking. Wounded goblins lay on mats. Children slept near the back wall. A water channel ran through the stone after Rook cut and sealed it under protest from 2 miners who had claimed the rock would split. It did not split. Mother Kale kept herbs there, bandages, boiled cloth, bone needles, clean stone basins, and a small unmarked space where she prayed with her hands flat against the floor. Vaelorian had not stepped on that space. Yet, Aelrian had noticed. Mother Kale had noticed him noticing. Malachar had asked if the unmarked space was naturally resistant to corpse seep or merely rude. Mother Kale had thrown a basin at him. It missed. He still spoke of it fondly. By the 10th evening, the war chamber was ready for the next question. The chamber had been Stone Eater's private eating hall. Now it no longer remembered him except as a stain beneath one table leg that refused to scrub out completely. Maps covered the walls, charcoal lines marked hollows, red ore dust marked mines, toll cuts, and difficult stone. Black cord linked conquered places, bone pegs marked uncertain loyalties, little chips of iron marked where armed resistance could form. Goblin names had been forced into human sequence. Human doctrine had been bent around goblin tunnels, Narrowmouth, Stone Eater's Bend. Regio cut the Vexa line, Blacktooth proper. Beyond Blacktooth, the wall widened into things Vaelorian did not yet own. Myrkle, Ashfinger Warren, Deep Grub Market, Old Knuckle Hold. The names were not equally powerful. They were not all fortresses. Some were markets, some were shrine hollows, some were old family seats. Some were seasonal gatherings that became settlements only when food, fear, and trade pulled enough goblins together. But together, Skava and Myrn had said, they formed what the goblins of the Frostdark Edge recognized as society, not a kingdom. Goblins did not like that word unless someone else was foolish enough to use it. A web, a net, a stomach with many mouths. Vaelorian stood before the map while the ancients gathered around the table. Garran stood to his right, Mar behind him. Vaelorian to his left because the chain wanted him close whenever history was being made against his will. Malachar leaned over a side stool with one elbow on a stack of bone slats, looking cheerfully underfed despite the fact that he had eaten twice that day. Adran sat with his boards. Corvin stood near the wall, fingers resting on the mark for Vex's throat. Talon watched the whole room more than the map. Mara sat with one boot against Stone Eater's old chair, and a face that suggested every answer would be judged after it had already failed. Skava and Myrn were present too. Not because they were trusted, because the wall still had goblin things on it that human dead could not read without help. Naka Bonemouth knelt near the far side under guard. Her cracked bowl rested before her. Vaelorian had not allowed Malachar to dissect her magic yet. That delay had made Malachar increasingly polite, which everyone found worse. Adran began. 10 days of occupation have produced stability, not security. Those are not synonyms. Direct living population under our control remains 82 if we include bend children, narrowmouth survivors, wounded, elders, laborers, and bound fighters. Combat-ready line remains low, 17 if generous, 23 if desperate, 30 if Mar is permitted to redefine combat-ready as able to be pushed toward danger. Mar shrugged. Able to be pushed is a start. Garran said not a standard. Adran continued as if neither had spoken. Food stores no longer face immediate collapse. Mushroom output has increased. Long-term soil risk remains under Seed Mother's warning. Rego ore output is limited by roof correction, smelting capacity, and living minor fear. Smithy production sufficient for basic spearheads, caps, collars, shield rims. Not sufficient for full line iron issue. Command gloves remain prototype. Vaelorian looked at the Vexa line. Can we take it? Corvin answered first. Yes. Adran answered second, if taken in sequence without overextension. Garran answered third, if the line-bound are not asked to fight like men. Mar grunted, they fight better low anyway. Talon studied the black cord between the bend and Vexa throat. Fear has preceded us. That is useful. It is also unstable. Witnesses from Stone Eater's fall will have repeated the explosion, the kneeling, the broken hunger bowl, and the transfer of debt. They will not have repeated our ration tables. They will not understand Rego. They will not understand line iron. They will fear the spectacle, not the structure. Mara smiled faintly. Good, structure kills better when mistaken for rumor. Vaelorian's gaze moved past Vexa, Blacktooth. The chamber changed when he said the name, not dramatically. No one gasped, but Skava's shoulders tightened. Myrn looked down. Even Naka Bonemouth stopped whispering into her bowl. Adran placed one finger on his board. No. Vaelorian did not look away from the map. Not yet, Adran clarified. Blacktooth proper is beyond current capacity. More fighters, more food, more iron, more officers, more magical labor. More internal obedience, more control over story. Corvin nodded once. Blacktooth has depth, multiple entrances, markets, pens, stores, war packs, shrines, witches. If attacked crudely, it swallows force and digests it. Garran said, then Vexa first. Yes, said Mara, but Vexa is not the problem. Vexa is the corridor to the problem. Vaelorian turned from the wall. Then we need more than corridors. Malachar's smile widened because he heard the door opening before anyone else. Vaelorian looked at him. In Vaelor, you spoke of a cult. Vaelorian's face tightened. Malachar placed one hand over his heart as if touched. I speak of many beautiful things. You will need to be more specific. The cult of the chain-bound, Vaelorian said. Mar made a dismissive noise. Cults are noisy. Talon looked at Malachar. Define original proposal. Malachar sat straighter, delighted to be asked by a dead military scholar. A cult in its crude infancy would serve as devotion engine, corpse handling class, rumor carrier, recruitment net, ritual support, and distributed obedience structure. The common mistake is to assume cults begin with belief. They do not. They begin with need. Fear, hunger, awe, guilt, grief, death. Belief is what grows when need is fed in the same direction long enough. Vaelorian whispered, disgusting. Malachar beamed, thank you. Vaelorian said, "We cannot take larger settlements hollow by hollow with 20 soldiers." Garran's voice was quiet. "We can take Vexa." "Vexa is not the end," Vaelorian said. "Blacktooth is not the end. Beyond Blacktooth are 3 or 4 more seats before goblin society truly breaks. After goblins come orcs, dwarves, elves, and whatever waits deeper beneath the world spine. I will not personally raise every corpse, bind every prisoner, mark every plate, and poison every oath with my own hands." The room listened. Vaelorian looked at Malachar. "We need hands that work in death." Malachar's eyes glittered. "Necromancers, bound necromancers," Vaelorian said, "drafted, chained, made loyal beyond fear." Audrin's stylus stopped moving. "Made loyal how?" Malachar's smile thinned into scholarship. "The devotion draft." Aorian stepped forward despite himself. "No," Vaelorian looked at him. Aorian's voice shook, but he did not stop. "You cannot make faith with a draft." Malachar lifted a finger. "Technically." Aorian turned on him. "Do not." Malachar lowered the finger, still smiling. Vaelorian said, "It does not make faith." "That is worse," Aorian said. Vaelorian did not deny it. Malachar spoke softly now, savoring precision. "The draft does not erase the mind. That would produce dull servants. Dull servants are bad ritualists. It redirects the inner hunger for safety, forgiveness, purpose, and belonging toward the chain. Resistance becomes cold, obedience becomes relief, praise becomes warmth, distance becomes thirst. Repetition creates dependency. Dependency grows roots. Roots call themselves devotion once they forget being planted. The silence afterward was not moral, not in that room. It was strategic. Audrin broke it. "Failure rate unknown," Malachar admitted cheerfully. Audrin's expression became murderous in the quiet way of logisticians. "Duration unknown, dose requirements. Variable, side effects, religious excess, emotional fixation, collapse of independent judgment, ecstatic obedience, madness, improved ritual cohesion, possible loss of subtlety, possible worship of invented doctrine over command reality." Mara leaned back. "There it is." Vaelorian turned to her. "A cult will worship the version of you it needs," she said. "That version may not obey you." Malachar sighed. "You make devotion sound troublesome." "It is," Mara said. "That is why priests spend so much time lying carefully." Talon placed both hands on the table. "A cult without doctrine becomes a kennel of damaged appetites. If this is pursued, it requires liturgy, rank, limits, symbols, punishments, permitted miracles, forbidden claims, and a story that remains subordinate to command." Mar snorted. "So we need priests who can be beaten." Garran said, "We need ritualists who do not command soldiers." "Yes," Talon said. "No cult authority inside the military chain," Garran continued. "Attached support only, corpse preparation, raising circles, fear work, after-battle processing. Siege rites if supervised." Corvin looked at the map. "And breach magic." Malachar brightened again. "Now we come to the fun." Audrin said, "No one has agreed to fun." Corvin ignored him. "Blacktooth cannot be taken by line-bound alone, not at current numbers. Larger settlements must be softened before assault." She pointed to Blacktooth's mark. "Food stores, corpse pits, shrine anchors, dead houses, slave pens, old family burials, execution chambers, refused trenches, water cuts, markets. All are points of failure if touched correctly." Vaelorian said, "Options." Malachar leaned over the table, "Plague the food." Audrin immediately said no. Malachar looked wounded, not plague in the crude coughing sense. A rot curse, a little hunger in the grain, a whisper in the mushroom racks. Weakness, fever, panic, maybe a few beautifully timed deaths. Audrin's voice hardened. "Do not poison what you intend to own." Corvin nodded. "Spoil only reserves we cannot capture. Weakening stores before conquest must not starve the victor after conquest." Vaelorian looked at Audrin. "So limited, very limited," Audrin said. "Rot is a siege tool, not a governing principle." Malachar raised a second finger. "Corpse seed rites. Small anchors hidden in refuse pits, old graves, execution corners, under market boards, and walls where dead things were sealed. When called, the dead do not rise as an army but as interruption." Corvin considered. "Useful." Garran asked, "Controllable?" Malachar tilted his head. In the artistic sense, no, Garran said. Malachar sighed. Less controllable than a prepared muster, more controllable than panic. Best used before breach, not after occupation begins. Vaelorian said, circle raising. Now Malachar's smile became reverent. Several necromancers, properly bound, placed around or beneath a settlement. Each holds a death line. I conduct, you command. At signal, every suitable dead thing within the prepared field rises, claws, bites, screams, blocks passages, attacks from within walls, and teaches the living that home was only a grave waiting for permission. Mother Kael had entered without being announced. No one had noticed the moment because the war chamber had grown too absorbed in blasphemy. Her voice cut through it. You are discussing cities as if they are carcasses with doors. Malachar said, not all cities. Some are more like stomachs. Mother Kael looked at Vaelorian, not Malachar. He met her gaze. We are discussing how not to spend 50 years taking holes one at a time. You are discussing poisoning food and raising household dead. Audrin said, I opposed poisoning all food. That is not comfort, she said. Mara watched Mother Kael with interest. Vaelorian looked back at the map. Aelrian spoke before Mother Kael could. Mass raising inside a settlement risks more than resistance. Vaelorian turned slightly. Divine notice. The words settled differently from the others. Even Malachar's expression changed. Not fear exactly, attention. Mother Kael's face went still. Vaelorian looked from Aelrian to the ancients. Explain. Talon Veyl was the one who answered. Our records are old. Explain anyway. Talon inclined his head. In our era, divine intervention was rare, uneven, and frequently misunderstood by those who survived it. It did occur. Enough to be recorded outside priestly exaggeration. Not constantly, not reliably. But when boundaries were violated at scale, certain powers noticed. Vaelorian's eyes narrowed. Boundaries, life and death, Talon said. Burial and unrest. Oath and perjury. Mercy and slaughter. Harvest and blight. Ancestors and bloodline. Sacred ground and desecration, souls and obstruction. Corvin added, a god is not a wall, a god is a jurisdiction. Audrin lifted his stylus again, though he had not yet written. If divine attention can alter casualty expectation, it belongs in the ledger. Mar muttered, gods in a ration table, that is new. Audrin said, everything that kills soldiers earns a place. Vaelorian looked at Mother Kael. She did not speak. He looked back to the ancients. What did they do? Talon answered with the same grave steadiness. There was a river at Caer Malden where the dead could not be held. Bodies rose and fell apart before the third command. Souls passed beyond reach. The necromancers called it current failure until a priest walked across the water and did not sink. Malachar frowned, professionally offended. Talon continued. At Bellwether Field, a saint bell cracked during siege and rang for 3 days without hand or rope. Every corpse raised within hearing turned its face away from command. At Red Vale, harvest ground blighted by both armies refused seed for 9 years. At Orant's Gate, an ancestor host manifested through children's dreams and led 200 wards through tunnels no map recorded. Aelrian looked down. Mother Kael closed her eyes. Vaelorian did not. Where were these powers when humanity died? He asked. No one answered quickly. That pleased him less than fear would have. Mara finally spoke. Elsewhere, divided, bound by jurisdiction. Lied to, bargained away, defeated, indifferent, too late, too small, or watching and choosing silence. There are many possible answers, none make them harmless. Vaelorian looked at her. Can they be bound? The room stilled. Mar stopped shifting. Audrin's stylus hovered above the board. Garran's smoky eyes fixed on Vaelorian. Malachar's smile began to form, then faltered as if even he had found the edge of a cliff worth respecting. Mother Kael whispered, do not. Vaelorian did not look at her. Can they be bound? He repeated. Talon answered carefully. Records distinguish between true divines, aspects, avatars, saints, ancestor hosts, shrine spirits, divine beasts, relic echoes, and masks worn by older powers. Conflating them kills fools. Corvin said, anything with a boundary can be tested. Anything with a seat can be besieged. Anything without either cannot be fought by ordinary campaign logic. Audrin said before asking whether a god can be enslaved, Ask what it costs if the answer is no. Vaelorian absorbed this. Can they be killed? Vaelorian turned away. Mother Kael's hand went to the small mercy token at her throat. Talon said, avatars have been slain. Saints have been broken, shrine spirits have been starved or moved, divine beasts have been killed. True divines do not consistently die in records. They withdraw, fracture, sleep, change masks, lose worship, lose territory, or answer later. Vaelorian's voice lowered. Can they be raised? This time even the forge seemed quiet. Malachar breathed out very slowly. Oh, he whispered. That is an exquisite question. No, Mother Kael said. Vaelorian turned to her at last. No because you know, or no because you fear the answer. Her face trembled with fury. No because some doors are not doors, they are warnings. Mara said softly, the young ask if gods can be chained. Survivors ask what the chain is tied to. Vaelorian looked back at the map. No record confirms success, he asked. Talon's expression did not change. No record from survivors. Vaelorian considered that. Then the question remains open. Mother Kael looked as if something inside her had been struck. Vaelorian spoke carefully. If you begin making ledgers of holy things, every priest, healer, death keeper, ancestor speaker, shrine witch, and vow bound in this region becomes more than an obstacle. You become a map. Vaelorian looked at him. Yes, Vaelorian regretted speaking. Adrin made a new line on his board, Divine Risk, Marstair, you are actually writing it down. Adrin did not look up. If my lord intends to someday test whether gods can be chained, I would prefer we first know how much food the army has. Malachar laughed once, then stopped when no one joined him. Talon moved to the wall and marked 4 small symbols beside Blacktooth, Ashfinger Warren, Myrkle, and Old Knuckle Hold. Known or suspected shrine anchors, he said, based on goblin testimony. Incomplete, Skava looked sick. Myrn whispered, Ashfinger has Oath Pit. Old Knuckle has grandmothers under stone. Myrkle feeds rot god. Deepgrub sells dead names if priced right. Vaelorian looked at her. Dead names, Myrn shut her mouth too late. Malachar leaned forward. Oh, I do like this region. Garran's voice cut through the rising fascination. Doctrine. Everyone looked at him. Garran stood with his hands behind his back, black armor reflecting forge light from the hall. We are not prepared to fight gods. We are not prepared to fight Blacktooth. We are prepared to take Vexa. Therefore, divine risk is recorded, not pursued. Cult formation is studied, not unleashed. Necromancer acquisition begins, but no independent circles operate without command authority. No mass raising inside major settlements until local divine anchors are identified. No desecration of mercy, ancestor, death, or harvest ground unless strategic need exceeds response risk. Corvin nodded, accepted. Adrin wrote, accepted. Talon said, accepted. Mara smiled faintly. How disciplined of us. Vaelorian looked at Garran. The first lesser hand had not contradicted him. He had shaped the road beneath ambition before ambition walked into a pit. Vaelorian allowed it, for now. The Vexa line, he said, will be taken by fear, debt, line-bound, and limited necromancy. Adrin wrote, before Blacktooth, Vaelorian continued, we begin the cult of the chain-bound. Vaelorian's jaw tightened. Malachar said, we will need candidates. Find them, Vaelorian said, necromancers, grave workers, failed apprentices, corpse priests, hedge death mages, shrine thieves. Anyone who knows how to touch the dead and lacks protection strong enough to keep them from me. Talon said, the cult requires doctrine before numbers. Mara said, and a prototype before doctrine lies to itself. Vaelorian's eyes moved to Naka Bone Mouth. The old goblin stiffened. Her cracked bowl trembled beneath her fingers. She is not a necromancer, Malachar said with scholarly caution. Debt and hunger, yes, death adjacent but not deathcraft proper. Vaelorian stepped toward her. Naka began whispering. Debt bites, debt hollows, debt remembers, hunger keeps, hunger. The chain silenced her mouth. Vaelorian crouched before her. Hunger taught you worship, he said. Her white eyes widened. We will teach it direction. Mother Kael took one step forward. Vaelorian, he did not turn. The first draft will not be for faith, he said. It will be for measurement. Adren, despite himself, wrote that down. Malachar rose slowly, delight returning through caution. Measurement, he echoed, how beautifully responsible. Aerion stared at Vaelorian as if seeing the next century take shape in the body of a boy. You are building an altar beside the throne. Vaelorian looked back at him. Then I require priests. Mother Kael's voice came from the doorway, low and terrible. That is how blasphemy becomes a road. Vaelorian stood. Beyond the war chamber, the forge rang. In the lower beds, mushrooms split their caps in the dark. In the mustering hall, line-bound goblins learned to kneel when iron tightened. In the mercy ward, the wounded breathed because Mother Kael had not yet learned how to stop saving them. On the wall, the Vexa line waited. Beyond it, Blacktooth. Beyond Blacktooth, the larger goblin world. Beyond that, gods old enough to have ignored extinction or failed to prevent it. Vaelorian looked at the map and saw no warning, only sequence. Chain 4, bread and iron. Link 9, 80 for the line. The first army of the chain left Stone Eater's Bend before dawn. It was not large enough for the word army to fit cleanly, not yet. But it was too ordered to be called a mob and too burdened with purpose to be called a raid. It moved out through the cracked stone door in files of low shields, short spears, food packs, corpse ropes, iron collars, and fear trained into silence. The goblins who had survived Narrowmouth walked beside goblins who had survived Stone Eater. 10 days earlier, some of them would have killed each other for a basket of mushrooms or a place near water. Now they stepped to Mars' count because the chain did not care what Old Hunger remembered. The first rank wore iron, not full armor, not yet. Regel could not give that much so quickly, and Orvin Hall had sworn at the very suggestion until one of the Bend smiths dropped his tongs. But there were caps now. There were throat collars, shield rims, knuckle hooks, 7 crude chest plates marked with black chain etching, 3 shoulder guards, 2 belly plates fit for goblins with backs strong enough to carry them. The rest wore boiled hide, bone plates, scrap, fear, and instruction. The line iron did not shine. It looked like something dragged from a mine and taught obedience by force. When the marked plates moved through the gray light, the black lines across them seemed to settle and resettle, never fully crawling, never fully still. Duth wore the first plate, and he walked in the center of the first file, his eyes fixed forward because Mar had told him looking back would teach the others to remember they had spines for turning. Mar walked behind the first rank with a command glove hanging unfinished from his belt. It had not yet been marked. He wore it anyway. Garran had said doctrine must precede power. Mar had said doctrine could march faster if given something heavy to carry. Vaelorian had allowed the glove to hang there unmarked because even symbols had uses before magic entered them. Sir Garran Veyl walked near the head of the column. The first lesser hand did not need to shout. His silence had become a signal. When his gauntlet lifted, shields adjusted. When he turned his head, scouts froze. When he stopped, the line stopped badly, then better after Mar struck 2 helmets and made them repeat the motion until the column learned that stopping was also a formation. Dusk ranged ahead. No goblin wanted the place beside her. Vaelorian walked behind Garran with Malachar to one side and Aelrian to the other. Skava walked farther back under guard, close enough to be used, and far enough not to bite anyone who could not command her. Perrin walked near the supply files, calming the younger carriers when the trees thickened and the old paths narrowed. Myrn of Two Cuts rode in one of the low drag carts because Adren had declared her memory more valuable than her legs. Adren had not come. That was how everyone knew the Bend had become real. Someone important could remain behind without the expedition losing its mind. Stone Eater's Bend held the food, the forge, the mine, the war chamber, the mercy ward, the seed mother's mushroom beds, the prisoners, the ledgers, the first command gloves, and the preserved body of Stone Eater himself. It could not be left to chance. Adren remained with Orvin, Rook, Mother Kael, the seed mother, and enough line-bound to make betrayal expensive. Talan, Corvin, and Mara had not all marched either. Only Mara came with them. Talan remained with the wall map and the copied ledgers. preparing the account that would become truth after the Vexa line fell. Corvin stayed to correct the Ben's murder geometry before any enemy learned how to take back what Vaelorian had taken. Mara walked behind Vaelorian with a red board under one arm and an expression that suggested she had already seen 3 mistakes everyone else had not yet committed. The Vexa line lay ahead, not one hollow, a linked stretch of goblin life built through necessity and fear. Vexa Throat was the hard point, a narrow cut through black root and red stone that controlled the direct approach to Blacktooth. Mud-Eye Watch overlooked the wet low path and signaled movement through mirror mud and smoke. Splitroot Toll taxed anyone who crossed between Stone Eater's Bend and the deeper goblin places. Ashfinger Shrine kept old oaths, debt bones, burial marks, and the small gods of empty bellies and remembered grandmothers. Together, they held roughly 120 living goblins. Vaelorian did not intend to kill most of them. That was the difference between a massacre and recruitment. Malachar seemed almost disappointed by the distinction. He walked with a staff made from something that had probably once belonged inside a person, and hummed under his breath until Vaelorian finally looked at him. "Must you?" Malachar glanced over. Enjoy this." "Ah, that, yes." Malachar considered the question. "I am trying to be restrained. You are humming better than singing." Vaelorian looked away. Vaelorian said, "You said one grave-walker cannot process a society." Malachar's humming stopped, a beautiful thing to hear repeated. "Names," Vaelorian said. Malachar's smile returned, but not broadly. This was not performance now. This was inventory. For living candidates likely reachable after Blacktooth begins to tremble. Nara Siltai near Myrkul, Marsh Corpse Reader, Drowned Dead, Rot Water, Bog Memory, primitive but useful. She hears bodies in mud, or so she says, and if even half true, she belongs in a circle before someone less interesting hangs her. Vaelorian listened. Brother Calivorn of the Quiet Bell, Malachar continued. Fallen mortuary priest. Last rites, delayed passing death bells, possibly divine contamination. He would be dangerous to bind crudely, fascinating to bind properly. Vaelorian said, "You call contamination what others call sanctity." Malachar said, "I call sanctity inconsistent until tested." Vaelorian did not interrupt. "Tavik Bone Salt," Malachar said, "Goblin Grave Trader. Sells burial names, corpse maps, old family dead, shrine access, secrets wrapped in skin. Probably near Deep Grub Market, greedy, superstitious. Valuable because he knows where the dead are kept and which names still matter." Skava's head turned despite herself. Malachar saw it. "Old Hearth of the 7 Nails," he continued lightly. "Hedge necromancer. Binds stubborn spirits into tools, nails shut mouths of the dead to keep secrets from escaping. Irritating man, might already be dead." That would simplify recruitment. Vaelorian said, "And the Ash Worker. Sable Ven, the Ash Widow, cremation heretic. Calls shape from ash if the burning was recent or the name preserved. Useful against enemies who think fire saves them from people like us." Vaelorian's face tightened. Malachar leaned slightly closer to Vaelorian, and one not living, not for a draft, not for the cult's lower hands, for later. Vaelorian knew the name before Malachar said it. Eldara Ven. Malachar's voice softened with genuine reverence. Ash Speaker of Varos, Human Battle Mate, Ward Breaker, Siege Cinder Theorist. If any trace remained sound enough, she should not be raised as common dead. She should be enthroned in office. "A bound lick," Vaelorian said. Malachar smiled. "Eventually, yes, but let us not call the first corpse we cannot properly wake a lick merely because ambition enjoys decoration." Mara spoke from behind them. "Listen to him when he is afraid of imprecision." Malachar turned, delighted. "I am never afraid." Mara's eyes moved to Vaelorian. "He is afraid all the time. He has simply mistaken fascination for courage." Malachar put a hand to his chest, wounded. Vaelorian's gaze remained on the path ahead. "We take Vexa first." "Yes," Mara said, "with soldiers, not theology." For now, Vaelorian answered. The first blood of the Vexa line came at Mud-Eye Watch. The Watch Hollow sat above a wet low path where the ground swallowed footprints and gave back bubbles. It was smaller than Stone Eater's Bend, no more than a guarded eye cut into an embankment of black mud and roots. Its goblins had mirrors of polished wet stone, smoke reeds, sling holes, and 3 hidden crawlways that Saga named only after the chain forced her tongue still enough to speak. Mud-Eye's purpose was not to fight. It was to see and warn. It saw them. It did not warn fast enough. Dusk found the first signal runner in the reeds before the runner found the smoke tube. The panther broke his neck and dragged him backwards so quietly that the second runner only noticed when the mud near his ankle turned red. Then Garran moved the line. No charge, no screaming, no heroic surge. The first rank went low under shield rims. Sling stones cracked against iron caps and scraped along wooden shields. 2 goblins cried out. One fell. Mar kicked him forward instead of back. Down is cover, not permission, he snapped. The fallen goblin crawled behind his shield while the second rank passed over him. Mud-Eye's defenders tried to vanish into side crawls. Mara had marked them before the approach. 2 were blocked by line-bound with hook spears. The third was left open. Vaelorian saw it and understood too late. The defenders ran through the open crawl. Malachar raised one hand. The dead signal runner twitched in the reeds. Then another corpse moved in the mud, older, swollen, forgotten beneath the wet ground where Mud-Eye had thrown a body years before rather than carry it to burial. It rose badly, all suction and black water, and blocked the crawl from the far side. The defenders crashed into it, screaming. Mud-Eye watch fell in less time than it took the smoke reeds to catch. There were 24 living goblins inside. 3 died fighting. 1 died because Mar said a second warning attempt after surrender counted as instruction for the others. 20 were bound, collared, or tied for sorting. Vaelorian did not pause long. Mud-Eye was an eye. An eye did not need ceremony when removed. Splitroot Toll took longer because it tried to speak first. Its hollow lay under 2 great roots that crossed above the path like the legs of a crouching beast. Toll cords hung from them. Bone, copper scrap, teeth, finger joints, dead beetle shells, and little bags of salt. Goblins from lesser holes passed through Splitroot to reach Blacktooth, Stone-Eater, or the Vexa Shrine. Every traveler paid something. Food, names, warnings, favors, children in the worst winters, and lies when nothing else remained. The toll keeper came out shaking and smiling. He had heard Stone-Eater had fallen. He had heard Vaelorian ate death. He had heard the dead tall one could see through walls. He had heard the panther was a goddess. He had heard Narrowmouth had returned from extinction. He had heard everything incorrectly, which meant Mara was pleased. The toll keeper offered passage. Vaelorian asked for submission. The toll keeper offered half tribute. Garran looked at Mar. Mar smiled. The toll keeper offered full tribute. Vaelorian asked for bodies. The toll keeper stopped smiling. Splitroot's 31 living goblins were not all fighters. Most were toll runners, counters, hide scrapers, message carriers, small traders, children, and 2 old debt keepers with wrists so thin their bones looked already prepared for stringing. But 10 held weapons, and 6 of those thought the roots made them safe. They were wrong. Vaelorian did not use Graveburst. He did not use Black Burden. He did not show the full chain. He let Garran test the line. The line-bound advanced beneath the roots with shields close and spears low. Splitroot fighters dropped stones from above. One line-bound's collar broke. Another shield splintered. A bend goblin newly added to the line tried to run when a hook caught his thigh. Garran lifted his hand. The marked plate on Duth's chest darkened. Not enough to command the whole line, not yet, but enough. Duth slammed his shield forward and locked the gap without being told by Mar. 2 others followed because fear sometimes copied discipline when discipline stood close enough. Mar saw it. Good, he barked. Again, all of you, the line pushed. Low shields under the root, spears through ankles. Hook the knee, brace, stab beneath. The fighting lasted 12 ugly minutes. Then Splitroot Toll surrendered because its defenders realized the new enemy did not need to be brave one at a time. It only needed to hold together long enough for fear to become their problem instead. Vaelorian took the toll cords down himself. He did not burn them, he gave them to Myrn. Copy every debt that matters, he said. Myrn looked at the cords with old disgust, and the ones that do not. Vaelorian looked at the captured toll keeper. Those become lies punishable by correction. The toll-keeper swallowed. Skava watched the cords fall into Vaelorian's control, and something in her face changed. Stone Eater had taken death. Vaelorian was not taking it. He was making it administrative. Vexa Throat resisted because it had no talent for anything else. The throat was the true military point of the line, a narrow passage of red-black stone and root that tightened until only 4 goblins could stand shield to shield. Above it, crawl slits looked down into the cut. Beneath it, water ran through stone, making the footing treacherous. Whoever held Vexa Throat could slow anything moving toward Blacktooth. Its defenders were ready. Not ready for Vaelorian, ready for what they thought Vaelorian was. They had hung bone charms against dead things. They had blocked the lower crawl with sharpened stakes. They had soaked the approach mud so heavy boots would sink. They had stuffed 2 side tunnels with bitter smoke jars. They had placed old women and children deeper back where no spear should reach, because goblin fortifications were always also homes, and that made every assault uglier. Corvin had predicted half of it without seeing the place. Skava had told them the rest while vomiting against the chain. Vaelorian studied the approach from beneath a twisted pine while sling stones snapped against shields ahead. Mara stood beside him. "Do not reveal more than required," she said. "I know, no," she said. "You remember, that is not always the same thing." He glanced at her. She pointed toward the throat. "They expect dead. They expect explosion. They expect the panther. They do not expect discipline." Vaelorian watched Garran reposition the line bound. Then discipline takes it. Garran did not send the line straight into the throat at first. He sent the old dead, not the war ancients, not the grave-grafted specialists. Lesser dead, damaged bend fighters, mud-eye corpses, one splitroot toll guard who had died with his hand still clenched around a knife. They went into the approach with shields tied to their arms and no concern for footing. Sling stones struck them. Smoke jars broke. Stakes tore open dead legs. One corpse fell and became cover. Another crawled with 2 spears through its belly. A third reached the first barrier and held it open long enough for the line-bound to move behind. Then Garran sent living goblins. Line-bound shields locked, iron collars scraped, spears lowered. Mar's voice thundered in the narrow cut. "Do not climb, do not stand, do not chase, under the shield, through the belly, again, again, again." Vexa Throat became pressure, not battle as songs named it. Pressure, shield against shield, spear against thigh, hook against wrist, screaming into helmets, smoke trapped low, dead bodies underfoot, living bodies slipping on them. The first rank could not see more than the shields before them. The second rank fought by command and sound. The third rank fed spears forward when shafts broke. Garran's war corps moved through the line in pulses, not enough to make courage, enough to prevent rout. Vaelorian felt it as a blackened echo of old human command magic shaped through his own chain. The lesser hand did not own the line. The master hand did. But Garran was beginning to move authority through the spaces Vaelorian had opened. The army was learning to have nerves. One Vexa defender managed to climb over the shield lock and drop among the second rank with a hooked knife. He cut one goblin's face open and nearly reached Mar. Mar caught him by the throat. For a moment, the Vexa goblin saw the unmarked command glove hanging from Mar's belt. Then Mar slammed his head into the stone wall until his body stopped insisting on struggle. "Useful aggression," Mar said, dropping him. "Poor target choice." The throat broke when dusk found the upper crawl from the outside. The defenders had watched the passage. They had not watched the roots above it. She entered through a crack no goblin larger than a child would have trusted and came down behind the sling holes with violet-spotted silence and smoky eyes. 3 screams from above, then no stones. Garran raised his hand, advanced 3. The line moved. 1, 2, 3. The Vexa defenders fell back. Not in order, that killed them. The throat opened. Vaelorian entered after Garran, walking past the bodies, smoke, and kneeling captives without looking down. Vexa Throat had 38 living when the day began. By the time it was counted, 29 still breath. Ashfinger Shrine did not fight until Vaelorian entered it. That made it worse. The shrine hollow was smaller than Stone Eater's central hall, but older than any place Vaelorian had taken since Varos. It sat beneath a black-rooted ash tree whose dead fingers pierced the ceiling and disappeared into soil above. The bark was gray-white where it showed through stone. Hundreds of little bones were pressed into mud along the walls. Fingers, toes, teeth, knuckles, small bird ribs, rat skulls, infant goblin bones so tiny even Mar looked away after identifying them. Ash had been rubbed across the threshold in layered bands. Each band contained scratches. Names, Mern said. Oaths, Skava said. Debts, Naka would have said if she had been present. The air did not feel holy in the way Mother Kale's little prayer space felt holy. It felt old, hungry, crowded. The goblins inside did not raise weapons at first. 27 lived there, keepers, oath witnesses, children of dead families, 3 shrine fighters, 2 old women with ash-black fingers, and 1 blind male whose ears had been cut away long ago so he could, according to Skava, hear only the grandmothers below. Mara touched Vaelorian's arm before he crossed the threshold. That was the first time she had touched him without command or necessity. He stopped. "Do you feel it?" she asked. Vaelorian looked into the shrine. He felt many things. Death, certainly. Old blood, fear. Names, repetition. A small authority that was not his. Aorian stood behind him, pale. "Divine risk?" Vaelorian asked. Mara's mouth curved slightly. "You are learning to ask before stepping. Do not praise him for considering whether to desecrate a burial shrine," Aorian said. Mara ignored him. "Not a true divine presence," she said. "Not in itself. Shrine anchor, ancestor weight, oath memory. Localized, breakable, likely. Worth breaking, not today." Vaelorian looked at the bones in the walls. The blind male inside began to hum. The sound moved through the hollow strangely. The line-bound shifted. Skava made a low noise of dread and shook her head. Before remembering, she had no permission to refuse anything. Mern whispered, "Do not raise here." Vaelorian looked at her. The old goblin's hands shook harder. "Do not raise here," she said again. "Old mother's bite." Malachar, who had been near the back, leaned to see around Garran. "May I offer?" "No," Garran said. Malachar closed his mouth. Vaelorian stepped to the threshold but did not cross. "Submit," he said. The blind male stopped humming. "To who?" Vaelorian answered, "To the chain." The ash-fingered women began whispering. Skava's breath caught. The shrine did not burst. No god descended. No ancestor host screamed through the roots. No miracle saved the Vexa line. But every little bone in the walls seemed to listen. The blind male bowed his head, not to Vaelorian, to the ash beneath him. Then he said, "We submit to survival." Vaelorian accepted the lie because it had enough truth to be useful. Ashfinger Shrine surrendered with only 3 deaths. None were raised. That restraint spread faster than the killings. By nightfall, the Vexa line belonged to Vaelorian, not cleanly, not safely, not completely. But enough for Audrin's boards, Talen's histories, Corvin's map marks, Garran's formations, and Vaelorian's chain. 120 living goblins had been counted across the line at first report. 11 died in fighting. 3 were executed for concealed weapons after surrender. 2 were too wounded to survive the night even under Mother Kale's hands when they were carried back later. 1 vanished into a root crawl and was found by dusk before dawn. 103 living goblins remained in immediate custody by the next count. Mar argued that at least 90 could carry shields if fed properly and frightened consistently. Garran reduced the number to 76. Audrin, after examining age, injuries, labor need, food, likely compliance, and iron output, allowed 80 to be marked for future line-bound conversion. 40 could hold spears within 3 days. The rest would need food, collars, repetition, and iron. Mar said that was the same as saying they needed him. Garran said it was the same as saying they needed discipline. Vaelorian said they would have both. The sorting took place in Vexa Throat's widened rear chamber because it had enough room for bodies and enough exits to make escape attempts obvious. Living to the left, wounded to Mother Kale's carts, children to Perrin and 2 guards, elders to Mern. Shrine keepers under separate watch, workers by function, fighters stripped, bound, and examined. Dead to Malachar. The last category changed the air wherever it was spoken. Dead to Malachar, dead serviceable, dead poor, dead damaged, dead for graft, dead for memory, dead for warning, dead for burial if strategically harmless. That last category existed because Garran had insisted some customs, when cheap, should be preserved to reduce rebellion. Audrin had agreed because cheap obedience was better than expensive terror. Mara had said harmless burial was not mercy, it was population management. Mother Kale had heard and gone silent in a way Vaelorian noted. Saga stood under guard near the dead count because Vaelorian needed her to identify names, families, and risks. She had held herself together through Mud-Eye, through Splitru, through Vexa Throat, through Ash Finger, where she had trembled hard enough that Perrin kept looking at her with wet eyes. She held herself together while a dead Vexa fighter she had known as a cousin by Winter was classified as serviceable. She held herself together while 2 old debt keepers were listed for memory extraction. She held herself together while Malachar asked if shrine ash should be stored separately from ordinary ash, and then answered himself before anyone else could. Then they brought the woman from the lower root crawl. At first Saga did not see her face. The body was small, curled around one arm as if she had died trying to hold something against her chest. She had been crushed during the retreat from Vexa Throat, not by Vaelorian's line directly, but by panic in a narrow passage when defenders fell back through civilians who had been told to hide too late. Her hair was gray-black and tied with a strip of faded hide. One ear was torn old. Her hands were scarred by rootwork, not weapons. The goblin carrying her dropped the body onto the dead side. Saga made a sound no one had heard from her before. Not a word, not a scream. A child's noise from an adult throat. Myrn turned sharply. Saga moved before the chain stopped her. She crossed 3 steps, hit the limit of command, and kept going anyway. The chain caught her spine. Her body did not accept that it had been caught. She tore forward against it. Something in her shoulder popped. She fell to one knee, then tried to crawl. The chain tightened around her wrists, throat, belly, and will. She dragged herself another handspan, nails splitting against stone. No, she gasped. Vaelorian turned. Perrin rushed toward her and was stopped by Mar's arm. No, Saga said again, but now it was breaking into the shape of a name. Myrn whispered the name first. Rekka. Skava's face crumpled. Mother. The chamber went quiet. Even Malachar stopped sorting. Saga threw herself forward again. The chain punished the movement. Blood burst at one wrist where invisible pressure bit too deep. Her injured shoulder twisted and she screamed through clenched teeth, not because Vaelorian commanded silence, but because part of her still thought pain could be hidden from enemies. Mother Kale pushed past 2 guards. Let me through. Mar looked at Vaelorian. Vaelorian did not nod. He did not need to. Mar stepped aside. Mother Kale dropped beside Saga and caught her before she damaged the shoulder worse. Saga tried to bite her. Mother Kale took the bite on her forearm and did not flinch. Stop fighting it, Mother Kale said. Saga sobbed. My mother, I know. No, Saga choked. No, you do not know. You heal what he keeps. You do not know. Mother Kale's face went tight. You are right. That stopped Saga for half a breath. Then she saw Malachar looking toward the body again. No, Malachar looked at Vaelorian, not Saga. Elder female, he said gently, because even he understood tone had tactical value here. Poor combat utility, some memory value. Hands show root work and domestic labor. Possible kinship leverage. Bone condition acceptable. Spirit residue unknown until examined. Saga screamed. The chain clamped down on the sound, but it came anyway, shredded and animal and full of blood. She has a name, Saga said. Malachar's expression softened with professional interest. Names are extremely useful. Mother Kale looked up at him with murder in her eyes. Do not speak. Malachar wisely closed his mouth. Vaelorian walked toward the body. Aorian stepped with him, horrified and unable not to witness. Saga tried to rise. Mother Kale held her down as gently as one can hold down someone whose whole soul is trying to tear itself free. Vaelorian stood over Rekka's body. He did not smile. He did not mock. He looked at the dead goblin woman the way Audrin looked at stores, the way Orvin looked at iron, the way Rook looked at bad supports, the way the seed mother looked at soil. As something with use. That was the cruelty, not hatred, category. Skava saw it, her eyes widened. Do not, she whispered. Vaelorian looked at her. Her death changes her category, it does not remove her value. Vaelorian turned his face away. Mother Kael said, Vaelorian. There was warning in her voice, plea too. He ignored both. Skava shook her head so hard her teeth clicked. She has a name. Vaelorian knelt beside the body. Then speak it clearly. Skava went still. Vaelorian looked at her. Names anchor better than grief. For a moment no one moved. Then Skava understood what he had done. Her mother's name, the last thing she had that was not useful to him, had been made useful by the asking. She made a sound so small it barely reached the walls. Rekka. Vaelorian waited. Myrn, weeping silently now, added Rekka of Root Hollow. Rekka soft hand. Rekka who kept winter broth. Rekka who hid 3 children during Black Cough. Rekka who owed no debt to Stone Eater after Red Winter and was still taken twice. Vaelorian listened to each name. Vaelorian stared at Myrn. Even grief becomes testimony, he whispered. Mara, standing near the chamber entrance, heard him. Yes, she said. That is why conquerors prefer records after mourning. Vaelorian rose. Preserve her, he said. Skava's breath stopped. Not raise, Malachar asked. Not yet. Malachar bowed his head slightly. As my lord commands. Skava collapsed then, not from relief, but from the shape of dread changing. Immediate horror became future horror. Her mother would not be given rest. She would not even be spent and gone. She would be kept, held, entered into Vaelorian's waiting world. Mother Kael gathered Skava against her despite the blood from her own bitten arm. Skava shook so hard the chain had no need to punish her. Perrin began crying openly. Mar looked uncomfortable and hid it by shouting at a prisoner who had not moved. Garran watched Vaelorian, not judging, measuring. Vaelorian noticed. Speak, Marshal. Garran's voice was low. Soldiers must believe their families are not automatically munitions. Vaelorian looked at him. These are not soldiers yet. They will be, Garran said. If you want 80 for the line, and not 80 bodies walking because iron hurts them. Vaelorian's gaze returned to Rekka's body. Mara spoke from the doorway. The mother is more useful preserved than raised. Raised now, she becomes revolt. Preserved, she becomes leverage, warning, and question. Skava heard, her eyes closed as if struck again. Audrin would agree, Garran said. Vaelorian looked at Skava, then at the rows of captured Vexa goblins, then at the dead. Preserved, he said again. No use without my command. Malachar gave a small sigh. I do love delayed horror. Mother Kael looked up. One day, she said, someone will speak your mother's name like that. The chamber held the words. Vaelorian did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was colder than before. My mother's name was spent before I understood value. Mother Kael's expression changed, not softened, changed. Vaelorian turned away. Do not waste this one. That became Rekka's first classification in the ledger. Preserved, named, restricted. By midnight, the Vexa line was under guard. Mud-Eye Watch held a chain signal team. Splitroot Toll had its cords cut, counted, and retied under Myrn's supervision. Vexa Throat had a line-bound garrison under Garran's first temporary hand signs. Ashfinger Shrine had been sealed, not desecrated, with 2 guards outside and no dead raised within its threshold. That restraint troubled some of the goblins more than violation would have. They had expected a monster to break the shrine. A monster that chose not to break something because it was counting consequences was harder to understand. The captured living were marched or dragged toward Stone Eater's Bend in groups, 80 marked for future line-bound, 23 assigned as labor, 7 reserved for shrine testimony, debt memory, or hostage value. Children counted separately. Wounded sent ahead under Mother Kael's authority, which Vaelorian had granted because her mercy moved faster. When given a room and orders she could pretend were not his. Skava rode in a cart because her shoulder had been bound, and because the chain had injured her enough that walking would slow the column. Rekka's preserved body rode in a separate corpse cart under black cloth, 2 carts behind her, far enough that Skava could not touch it and close enough that she could hear the wheels. Malachar walked beside Vaelorian again as the column moved west under a moon hidden behind cloud. You see the problem now, Malachar said. Vaelorian looked ahead. 1 Grave-Walker can sort a hollow. Malachar smiled without showing teeth. One cannot process a society. Names, Vaelorian said. Again, all of them. Malachar's eyes bright. Narasiltai, Myrkul Marsh, drowned dead in bog memory. Tavik Bonesalt near Deepgrub if someone has not cut his clever throat. Brother Calivorn, quiet bell, but he must be approached with caution or broken away from whatever god still thinks it owns him. Old Hearth of the Seven Nails, spirit-binding hedge filth, rude but effective. Sable Ven, Ash Widow, if we mean to make cremation less comforting for our enemies. And Eldara Ven. Later, Malachar said, that one is not candidate, that one is foundation stone. Vaelorian's eyes moved to the corpse cart behind them. 103 living, he said. 80 for the line. Dead preserved, shrine untouched. Vexa held, Malachar waited. Vaelorian looked toward the unseen east where Blacktooth proper waited beyond the taken corridor. Not enough. No, Malachar said softly, not nearly. The column moved through the dark. Behind them, the Vexa line had stopped belonging to itself. Ahead, Stone Eater's Bend rang through the night with hammers, orders, ration calls, and the first ugly music of a state that had learned how to grow. Skava lay in the cart with her injured arm bound to her chest, and her eyes open to the black sky. 2 carts behind her, her mother waited. By dawn, the ledgers would call the Vexa campaign a success. Mud-Eye taken, Splitroot taken, Vexa throat taken, Ash Finger submitted. 103 living added, 80 chosen for the line. That was how conquest wrote itself when no one stopped to ask what the numbers had once called mother.